The mighty dragon, an invincible entity perched at the apex of the food chain. The aura of the dragon, an unparalleled means of intimidation throughout history. Now, one might wonder if Princess Bessie, the golden hatchling, experienced any thrilling events during her formative years. With a dejected expression, she confided to the dark hatchling, Shang Dynasty, "I apologize, but the life of a dragon is rather mundane. Her lair brims with gold coins and artifacts. Yet not a single thief dares to approach. Seeking a sparring partner? Regrettably, the profession of dragon slayer is nearly extinct. A century and a half ago, a tempestuous thunder dragon, having carelessly lost its entire treasure during an outing, unleashed its wrath upon a city. And thus, humanity awakened. Dragon slaying? What ist? We ought to be grateful if we are not slain by dragons. This is not a conventional tale of heroes vanquishing dragons, but rather a hilarious chronicle of a golden hatchling striding ever further along the path of invincibility. Just when one assumes she is merely an adorable little princess, one sneeze from her could plunge an entire city into a state of emergency. Volume 1. The young dragon's roar shakes the beasts. Prologue. A peculiar jet-black dragon egg. Beneath the boundless azure sky, amidst the vast green expanse, a graceful dragon adorned with a creamy, holy halo floats serenely above a sprawling meadow carpeted in verdant grass. A faint aura of draconic majesty spreads unchecked through the heavens, causing countless creatures to flee in a frantic panic from the lush primeval forests surrounding the plain. The mighty dragon, an invincible presence at the pinnacle of the food chain. The aura of the dragon, the most effective means of intimidation known to history. Cronda Darkles Peridel, my beloved child, may the Supreme Father Deity bless you with peace and joy in your next life. A deep, sorrowful sigh, imbued with boundless melancholy, swept across the plain like a tempest of unimaginable force, causing the tender blades of grass to sway wildly in the gale. The white dragon's eyes, sparkling like stars against the night sky, brimmed with reluctance, sorrow, affection, and unwavering resolve. The will of the dragon is as indomitable as the hardest meteorite in existence. Once a decision is made, throughout the countless ages, only a handful of dragons have ever reconsidered. Cronda, in the tongue of dragons, signifies the carefree, pure white clouds of the sky. The dragons who bestow this name upon their offspring hope for a life filled with health and happiness, free from worriesa, heartfelt blessing from parents. The white dragon floated silently above the meadow, remaining wordless for an extended period. In a moment of clarity, the dragon's eyes, radiating an innate and pure light, suddenly gathered all hesitation and uncertainty, replaced by an unshakable determination that filled those magnificent eyes. A resounding roar, echoing like thunder across thousands of miles, reverberated through the expanse, compelling every creature that heard that authoritative voice to tremble uncontrollably. It was a fear that stemmed from the very soul, an insurmountable barrier of racial hierarchy. A pure black dragon egg, appearing without warning, traced a beautiful parabola as it fell from the side of the white dragon immediately after the dragon's song had ceased. No one knew precisely when this egg had materialized beside the majestic creature, nor could anyone comprehend how the white dragon had accomplished such a feat. This was a secret, a mystery nestled deep within the heart of the white dragon, perhaps destined to accompany it through the countless millennia that lay ahead. With a soft thud, the white dragon released the egg, imbued with its own bloodline, into the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, it unfurled its colossal white wings, summoning a tempest that rent the very heavens. It departed from this sorrowful place, destined to be etched forever in the depths of its heart. In a flash, it vanished into the distance like a bolt of lightning. A single, enormous drop of crystalline water cascaded from the sky. Seemingly preordained by fate, it landed precisely upon the dragon egg, gradually nourishing this enigmatic jet-black orb. Dragon tears. This is an exceedingly rare treasure, possessing miraculous properties that captivate the avarice of mankind. The gift of eternal youth is but one of its less conspicuous benefits. Yet, coaxing genuine tears from an almost invincible and proud dragon is a challenge on par with transforming a miserly dragon into a benevolent philanthropist. In this verdant expanse, reminiscent of a vast ocean of flora. The pure black dragon egg found itself nestled in a green plain, akin to a solitary island amidst the sea. Legends say this plain emerged 6 centuries ago, a remnant of a fierce battle between two formidable beings of the sacred realm. Their struggle for territory, leaving behind not only the land, but also the carcass of one of the fallen. The victor was not spared either. As evidenced by the absence of a unified lord over this domain, perhaps the valiant creature had its soul secretly sacrificed to the infernal lord, Blackens, by a more insidious foe, such as the law of the jungle. The gentle evening breeze caressed the abandoned black dragon egg, which lay deeply embedded in the rich, soft brown soil, with only 1/3 of its oval shape exposed to the surface. From a distance, it resembled a solitary black stone, standing in stark contrast against the expansive green plain, exuding an air of profound desolation. Abandoning one's own dragon egg is an almost inconceivable act within the dragon race. Throughout their protracted existence, the production rate of dragon eggs has always been measured in centuries and nearly always yields a solitary offspring. Even the most prolific mother dragon can, at most, give birth to 5 hatchlings in her lifetime. In the extensive and scarcely verifiable history of the dragonkin, the dragoness revered as the mother of dragons, a colossal water dragon, managed to produce only 9 hatchlings during her remarkable lifespan of 24,694 years. This figure is nearly unattainable within the dragon community, with no other dragon even coming close. There are many reasons for this outcome, but the most significant factor is the astonishingly lengthy lifespan of these majestic creatures. The developmental stages of dragons unfold as follows: a gestation period of 99 years, followed by 33 years within the egg, a juvenile phase lasting 500 years, and reaching adulthood at 1,000 years, culminating in a lifespan exceeding 10,000 years. These figures represent the general norms. Some exceptionally gifted dragons possess physiological cycles that are vastly prolonged, while a few extraordinarily powerful dragons lead lives so enduring that it invokes envy from other beings. Oh, exalted Father God, your favoritism towards the dragon race is truly unparalleled. Calculating the timeline, from the moment a dragon is conceived by its mother until it attains the ability to reproduce as a juvenile, a minimum of 632 years is required. 632 years. One interminable stretch of time. To put this into perspective, consider that the juvenile phase for humans spans roughly 10 years. For half-beasts it is similar, and for elves it extends to 50 years, whereas a dragon's juvenile stage astonishingly lasts 500 years. For an ordinary human to endure a span of 500 years would mean their ashes have long since been scattered to the winds. The time a dragon requires to reach its youthful phase is sufficient for a human empire to witness both the glory of its ascent and the decay of its downfall. It could also allow a grand family to evolve from utter obscurity to a position of great power and historical significance. It is precisely because of such an extensive lifespan that dragons do not place significant emphasis on the continuation of their bloodline. Despite the incessant clamoring of the elders of the Dragon Council urging for early and numerous births, the enthusiastic response from dragons remains woefully sparse. A crisis of a race? What is that? The magnificent dragon race shall forever reign as the most powerful and noble under the starry sky. Ultimately, dragons are profoundly self-centered, formidable, and noble beings. One cannot force a dragon to drink against its will, nor would anyone dare attempt to do so with such magnificent creatures. Volume 1. The Dragonling Roars, Shocking All Beasts. Chapter 1. A hatchling emerges amidst a storm of 17 or 18 turmoil. 17 years have elapsed since the unfriendly visit from that white dragon, and the beings who had fled their homes in terror from the dragons might have gradually returned to their rightful abodes, continuing to live in tranquility and joy in the realm inhabited by these creatures. It appears that nothing has changed. Even the terrifying event starring the dragon has faded into a mere fleeting nightmare. The rhythm of life persists. Unaltered meals are consumed at the appointed times. Slumber follows its customary course, and the weaker beings continue to fall prey to the mightier hunters. This age-old custom has endured for countless years, with both predator and prey accustomed to their roles, perhaps destined to continue this cycle through generations to come. The small expanse of green plain amidst the vast green sea has lost considerable territory over the past decade. Tender saplings and various forms of verdant vegetation are slowly yet surely devouring this open, fertile land. In a few hundred years, this plain may well cease to exist. Such is the merciless nature of time, capable of erasing all existence. From the pristine azure sky, one can gaze down upon this ancient, primordial forest where countless beings adhere to the laws of nature, living in harmonious compliance. Occasionally, one might observe anomalies that defy the ordinary, like bright stars illuminating the dark night sky. They stand out distinctly, unique in their existence. Fortuitously, or perhaps regrettably, there exists within this moderately sized green plain an entity that contravenes the natural order, though its true significance remains a mystery. The lush, succulent green grass serves as a delightful feast for many herbivorous creatures. Interestingly, even some high-ranking carnivores, having grown weary of their monotonous diet, occasionally venture to nibble on the grass, despite the potential for their stomachs to protest vehemently. Nevertheless, such intrepid beings are not few in number. It is the unfortunate vegetarian inhabitants, however, who must remain vigilant, their wits about them, even while deeming a task made all the more precarious, as these small creatures are unacquainted with such advanced tools. This delectable grass exhibits a rather intriguing distribution pattern. If one were to cleave the plain into two equal halves from the center, it would quickly become apparent that the grass in the southern half is noticeably shorter and sparser than that in the north, where the verdant blades grow lush and abundant, shimmering with an irresistible allure. Strangely, neither herbivores nor carnivores seem willing to venture beyond an invisible boundary that separates the two regions, allowing the grass within mere footsteps to flourish undisturbed. Even when the smaller herbivores find themselves fleeing for their lives from hunters, they dare not cross that intangible line, even at the cost of their own existence. It seems that there exists something far more terrifying than death beyond that threshold. A clear, melodious cry of a bird echoed across the vast sky, piquing the curiosity of the forest's inhabitants, who momentarily lifted their heads to observe before lazily returning to their previous activities. Clearly, the creature that produced this sound pales in comparison to the formidable white dragon, the disparity between them being unfathomable. The ice flame amethyst eagle. This majestic adult sky sovereign possesses an elegantly streamlined and powerful physique, adorned with translucent purple feathers that exude a breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of surging flames and the chilling lethality of eternal ice. It embodies a terrifying avian force, nearly akin to the power of the sacred realm. Its diet is remarkably diverse, ranging from the diminutive long-eared rabbits and rodents to the formidable swamp bison and azure pythons, whose strength rivals that of the vibrant tiger. It also preys upon other ferocious beasts and soaring birds that share the skies, exhibiting an insatiable curiosity and audacity to consume anything except for its own kind and creatures far superior in might. Birds of prey are endowed with vision that far surpasses human comprehension. From thousands of kilometers away, the ice flame amethyst eagle, having just feasted and now aimlessly soaring through the skies, immediately perceives the peculiarities of the plains below. With a sudden flap of its immense wings, measuring dozens of meters in span, this satiated eagle descends with the velocity of a meteor, eagerly scanning its surroundings. What is that? Amidst the lush grasslands, a shadowy figure flickers into view, emanating an air of unassailable authority, a formidable presence rooted in the very essence of the soul. This emanation instills a subtle sense of danger in the fierce avian predator, a sensation it cannot ignore. Dragon's might. Indeed, this is the formidable aura of the colossal dragons, who spend nearly the entire year in slumber. The ice flame amethyst eagle cannot mistake this presence, having once encountered a proud and powerful red dragon in its youth. At that time, the dragon had merely awakened to bask in the sun, indifferent to the insignificant insect below. Yet, the eagle indelibly etched the overwhelming, irresistible essence of dragon's might into its memory, a sensation it would never forget throughout its life. Although this dragon's might is undeniably present, it is presently too feeble to suppress the eagle's innate curiosity. Thus, rather than retreating in fear like other creatures, This formidable avian instead blinks its bright, curious amethyst eyes, inquisitively surveying the environment around it. A dragon egg. This undoubtedly is the legendary dragon egg. It seems that none of our ancestors have ever had the fortune to savor the exquisite taste of an almost invincible dragon's egg. They have only feasted on the flesh of unfortunate dragons that met their demise. Could it be that today I am destined to create history for our ice flame amethyst eagle lineage? Beneath the clear sky, a colossal purple predator retracts its stunning, lethal ice blue flames, its brilliant, piercing amethyst eyes reflecting a daydream-like ecstasy. Gazing at the pure, black dragon egg, which is nearly the same size as its own head, this magnificent creature feels as though it is about to faint from overwhelming happiness. After indulging in self-absorption for the better part of the day, the ice-flame purple crystal eagle finally regained its senses and resolved to attend to serious matters. It extended its powerful claw, capable of effortlessly piercing the skull of a fully grown armored rhinoceros, and firmly grasped the smooth, lustrous surface of the jet-black dragon egg. Then, with all its might pull, push, no crack. Again, still unscathed, I truly refuse to believe that you, a defenseless egg, have fallen into my grasp, and that I, the great eagle, cannot conquer you. If my claws are ineffectual, I possess an even harder beak. I peck again. What the still nothing? This cannot be. No matter, I have the indomitable ice flame at my disposal. Yet, I wonder if it might freeze the egg solid. I am not particularly fond of icy delicacies. Never mind. I shall focus on breaking this egg first if worst comes to worst. I could always summon a fire hamster to roast it. Oh dear, still no success. Is this some kind of joke? Are you suggesting I swallow it whole? My beak is not nearly that large. Amidst the vast expanse of the green ocean, a fierce and majestic raptor gazed helplessly at the dragon egg before it, on the verge of tears. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 2. The Pure Black Young Dragon, Lost in Daydreams at Long Last. The nightmare has come to an end. Should any fool, whose wits have been trampled by a pig, dare to contemplate devouring a dragon's egg, I, the Grand Master of the Eagle, shall be the first to incite them towards such folly. Curse it. No wonder no one has ever heard of anyone successfully consuming a dragon's egg. The reason is now clear. Those wretched scoundrels, who deserve 1,000 curses, refuse to divulge the truth, likely relishing in the misfortune of others. I shall remain silent as well. The ice flame amethyst eagle, having endured a dramatic weight loss of several dozen pounds, gazed with unbridled joy at the pure black dragon egg that had tormented it for an entire year as it traced a breathtaking arc, plummeting from the heights of thousands of meters into the abyss below. The exact destination of the dragon egg was of no concern to the ice flame amethyst eagle. The mere recollection of the incessant worry and torment it had experienced over the past year, desperately striving to crack the impenetrable shell of the dragon egg, coupled with the tastelessness of food and the sleepless nights, began to fade away. The eagle was elated, more so than when it initially acquired the cursed dragon egg. The situation unfolded thusly. Upon realizing that its razor-sharp talons, unyielding beak, and once invincible icy flames were utterly ineffective against this enigmatic pure black dragon egg, the ice flame amethyst eagle was unwilling to relinquish the precious treasure it had secured, nor would it allow others, far mightier than itself, to savor the delights of the dragon egg. Thus, the relentless nightmare descended upon it. Undeniably, the ice flame amethyst eagle clan is a remarkably inventive race, endowed with both initiative and an indomitable spirit. As the deep night fell, the eagle stealthily transported the precious dragon egg to a secret cave, temporarily abandoning its former nest perched upon a sheer cliff. At present, all endeavors were focused on cracking the dragon egg, while other matters could be set aside. This eagle, believing itself favored by the goddess of fortune, contemplated the events of the past and devised several seemingly effective strategies. The Grand Master of the Eagle possessed a keen self-awareness. Plan 1. On a moonless night, transport the enticing dragon egg to an altitude of several thousand meters and hurl it down from a cliff. This method bears a significant chance of shattering the egg. Yet the quantity of egg that I could consume would be minimal, leaving me with a sense of loss. I shall set this aside for now, awaiting other methods to be tried. Plan 2. Roast the cursed dragon egg over a fire for several days and nights. I refuse to believe that it would remain unyielding. If several days and nights are insufficient, I would not mind roasting it for months, or perhaps consider an enchanting combination of ice and fire. Yes, this method bears promise. Should it succeed, I would savor a delectable, perfectly roasted dragon egg. Plan 3. Capture magical beasts from the forest, each proficient in various schools of magic, and take turns casting spells upon the dragon egg. We shall observe which incantations prove effective, focusing our efforts to breach the egg's defenses. Plan 4. Seek out one's siblings, relatives, and friends to borrow their sharp and sinister weapons to cleave through this dragon egg. Or perhaps consider acquiring a formidable weapon such as a meteor hammer. Undoubtedly, upon gazing into the menacing, bloodshot crimson eyes of that majestic eagle, coupled with its slightly diminished yet imposing physique, one would readily comprehend that all these strategies are futile. 3 months hence, that enigmatic, pitch-black dragon egg remains steadfastly nestled in the secret cavern of the ice-flame purple crystal eagle, its smooth, lustrous shell unmarred by even a scratch. The eagle is on the verge of tears. It has exhausted every conceivable means, yet this dragon egg exudes an air of indomitable resilience, remaining unmoved despite the tumult around it. However, these grueling 3 months have not been in vain, as the ice-flame purple crystal eagle has gleaned much from its series of unsuccessful endeavors. For instance, this dragon egg possesses an extraordinary magical immunity, showcasing a remarkable affinity for resisting various forms of magic. If only this divine attribute were bestowed upon the eagle itself. With such magical immunity, it could confront that insufferable tempestuous wind eagle, those wretched creatures who dare to launch a collective assault upon the eagle. One day, the score will be settled, with interest. Alas, due to the dragon egg's magical immunity, the trials of the ice and fire ninefold heaven and all types of magical tribulations have left it utterly unscathed. This realization has incited considerable ire within the eagle, leading to the tragic demise of those ineffectual magical beasts, which ultimately became a delectable meal, though the malevolent creature never intended to grant them a chance for survival. If the dragon egg were merely endowed with magical immunity, the eagle might not have felt such despondency. What truly vexes the ice-flame purple crystal eagle is the egg's astonishing hardness. The eagle has never encountered an egg of such formidable resilience. When plummeting from the heights of tens of thousands of meters, crashing onto solid granite, it merely created a crater the size of the dragon egg, while that infernal egg remained utterly unscathed. Ultimately, the eagle had to toil for a full 7 hours to excavate the egg, only to find that beneath the granite lay an even more unyielding steel-like rock. Yet, that seemingly fragile dragon egg had plunged nearly 30 meters deep into the ground. The eagle was nearly driven to madness by the magic restraining properties of the steel-like rock. In the end, with unparalleled determination, the eagle sought out an exquisitely sharp divine weapon, finally borrowing a legendary artifact from an elderly figure from its grandfather's generation, said to have once been stained with dragon blood, belonging to a valiant human paladin of light. Such a precious item, of course, would not be readily lent to the eagle. Hence it had no intention of confessing to the purported leader of the ice-flame purple crystal eagle clan that it had stealthily taken the divine weapon during a time of vulnerability. Elder Eagle, in a fit of fervor, grasped the legendary weapon, said to have slain dragons, and swung it with all his might at the pure black dragon egg that stirred within him a tempest of both affection and resentment. The sound of clashing echoed melodiously. Yet, after witnessing the egg remain utterly unmoved, Elder Eagle felt an overwhelming sorrow and carelessly discarded the formidable weapon, which could easily rank among the foremost in human society, into a corner. Cursed be that old fool for deceiving me. This was the solitary thought that plagued Elder Eagle's mind at that moment. Subsequently, a series of distressing events unfolded, nearly driving him to the brink of madness, ultimately compelling him to abandon the pure black dragon egg. The mere sight of it rendered him utterly uncomfortable. Discarding it was, indeed, the wisest choice. Many moons later, a young dragon appeared in this world, gazing blankly at the sky day after day. Could it be that Elder Eagle had rendered it foolish? Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 3. The dragon and the pig share a common ancestor. Time rewinds to the moment when that pitch-black dragon egg was cast down from the lofty heights by the clever yet unfortunate ice-flame amethyst eagle. With a resounding splash, the cursed dragon egg plunged into a crystalline lake, sending waves of sparkling water into the air. Among the tumult of water droplets were the startled yet jubilant fish, experiencing flight for the first time. as well as the indistinguishable muck from the lake bed and the remains of other creatures, including bleached bones and shattered weapons. Alas, this serene and elegant little lake was destined for misfortune, for it caught the eye of the fickle goddess of fate, if it were not for its ill luck. Who else would suffer such a fate? It had unwittingly fulfilled all the conditions for calamity. Fortunately, the meteor-like descent of the black dragon egg was softened by the lake's waters, preventing it from sinking deep into the silt. Yet, the returning sediment mercilessly buried this fortunate egg that had narrowly escaped the beak of the ice-flame amethyst eagle, rendering it invisible from the lake's surface. The lake's considerable depth and expansive area shielded the dragon's majesty from affecting the surroundings, temporarily sparing the egg from being discovered by other creatures. However, one cannot help but worry if this dragon egg truly settled at the lake's bottom when it eventually hatches into a dragonling. Could it become the first dragon in history to perish from drowning? As the seasons shifted through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, 15 years slipped by, and the dragon egg remained nestled at the lake's bottom. Given the typical physiological cycle of dragons, the day of the dragonling's birth was drawing near. Could it be that the most laughable scene in history would unfold? A so-called nearly invincible great dragon meeting its demise at birth? And even more absurdly, due to drowning? Was this some cruel jest from the father god and the dragon lineage? Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the gentle, persistent rain, the blood-streaked maple by the lakeside unfurled fresh, snow-white leaves, their veins a vibrant crimson. These uniquely colored leaves multiplied and flourished, heralding the arrival of a scorching summer amidst the cacophony of the cicadas. As autumn's chilling winds swept through, the once ivory leaves underwent a marvelous transformation, turning a deep blood red, while the crimson veins morphed into white patterns. Ultimately, the blood-streaked maple shed its last leaf in the season's first gentle snowfall. Thus, the maple continuously transformed under the influence of the seasons, as time flowed silently by. 10 years later, the pitch-black dragon egg still lay at the lake's bottom, showing no signs of hatching. 20 years later, the crystal-clear lake remained as stunning as ever under the pure moonlight, yet the egg still displayed no indication of breaking free. Could this be a dragon of extraordinary talent? 30 years later, the blood-streaked maple, standing sentinel by the lakeside for nearly a century, has finally endured its last winter. In the following warm and humid spring, it bore no new tender leaves. 40 years hence, vibrant new life emerged once more in the beautiful lake. Ever since a mysterious, pure black dragon egg made its home here, all living beings within the lake had come to pay homage to the essence of their kin's deity, emanating from the egg's subtle, yet pure, draconic aura. However, for reasons unknown, the dragon's presence had grown increasingly faint over the decades, now barely perceptible, only felt when one drew near. 50 years later, the pure black dragon egg ceased to emit even the faintest trace of its once formidable draconic aura. Belonging to the lineage of dragons, had this enigmatic egg perished, or was there some other cause? 90 years after the dragon egg graced this world, a turning point, or perhaps a crisis, unfolded. Two colossal holy domain beasts, akin to small mountains, clashed violently near the small lake where the egg resided. Their skirmish, marked by lethal intent, was curious. Despite being naturally endowed with fire magic, the two blazing lions chose to engage in close combat instead. The earth trembled as the two testosterone-fueled lions fought, devastating vast swathes of ancient forest in their wake. Yet, no creature dared intervene in the quarrel sparked by a particularly alluring lioness. Let them fight. Exhaustion would eventually dictate the outcome. Roaring fiercely, one lion, evidently stronger than the other, bellowed defiantly to the heavens. In a display of extraordinary prowess inspired by love, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending his rival hurtling through the air. Splash! The vanquished lion landed squarely in the small lake, displacing the water with tremendous force. While the lake's sediment greeted the sunlight with a warm embrace, the fallen lion, indignant and seething with rage, unleashed his colossal paw upon the mud with a vengeance. What was this? A hard object? His expression shifted to one of surprise. Yet, sensing his rival's dangerous approach, he had no time to ponder further. The object fit perfectly in his grasp, and instinctively, he hurled it like a projectile at his charming adversary. Whoosh! Like a black meteor, it sped forth. An ambush! How shameless! The other lion, noticing the dark object hurtling towards his handsome visage, deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the incoming threat. Continue to charge at that nefarious scoundrel. This battle is far from over. You shall kneel and plead for mercy. Boom. The pitch-black dragon egg traversed countless dimensions at a meteoric pace, ultimately crashing with a dull thud upon the head of the languid ice crystal dragon, draped in resplendent icy blue scales, who lay slumbering on a massive rock. Although the dragon is often depicted by human bards as lazily indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping, akin to a creature of porcine ancestry, the pride and ferocity of such dragons are equally renowned in the realm of humanity. Roar! Who dares to disturb the magnificent dreams of the ice crystal dragon, Shrybek? Do you wish for oblivion? Volume 1. The roar of the crystal dragon shakes the beasts of the forest. Chapter 4. Not every dragon adorns gems. A colossal dragon, particularly one of mature stature, unleashing its wrath is truly a terrifying spectacle. It is well known that once dragons reach their juvenile phase, they possess at least the prowess of a saint. The ice crystal dragon before us is undeniably an adult. What does this signify? It suggests that this creature has dwelled on this earth for no less than 1,632 years. Thus, even if this being were to exhibit the utmost foolishness, it would undoubtedly surpass an ordinary saint in strength. Otherwise, it might as well find a millennium-old tree to hang itself from. Not emerging, are we? Do you presume that the magnificent ice crystal dragon, Shrybek, is easily trifled with? This irritable dragon, disturbed from a blissful slumber, was far too agitated to contemplate the possibilities of the situation. Instead, it opted for a violent resolution to all matters at hand. Shrybek swiftly intoned an arcane incantation in the dragon tongue, a ninth-tier soul-probing spell capable of instantaneously detecting the soul fluctuations of all living beings within a radius of approximately 1,000 meters, while also discerning their exact locations. Naturally, beings devoid of souls would elude the grasp of such an enigmatic magic. 1 emerald scorpion, 3 venomous white termites, 1 silver-banded serpent, and none. Impossible. Could that creature have escaped? Shrybek muttered to itself, furrowing its brow in contemplation, pondering whether to take flight to investigate. However, the warm sunlight rendered it languid, huffing. The great ice crystal dragon, Shrybek, has no desire to bicker with insignificant ants. Those who know their place should keep their distance. After a brief, yet uneventful internal deliberation, the ice crystal dragon resolved to return to slumber, finding this pursuit of insignificant ants far less amusing. As Shrybek blinked its immense dragon eyes, teetering on the edge of sleep, it inadvertently caught sight of a pure black dragon egg. Instantly, its somewhat drowsy eyes widened in surprise. Oh? This object bears an uncanny resemblance to our dragon eggs. The eggs of the black dragon clan appear just like this. No, it is not. This object merely resembles a dragon egg. It seems devoid of any soul fluctuations. Let me cast another spell to ascertain. With a curious disposition, Shrybek directed another soul-probing spell at the egg, and, upon confirming once more that this peculiar object lacked the soul fluctuations characteristic of dragonkind, it lazily closed its eyes once again. With a leisurely demeanor, it began to speculate about the origins of this object. Devoid of any biological soul fluctuations and lacking the unique dragonic majesty that belongs to our kind, yet resembling our dragon eggs so closely, could it be a prank orchestrated by some mischievous clan? I wonder what material it is crafted from. Could it possibly be a gemstone? Yet, is there truly a gemstone of such magnitude in existence? Moreover, its purity is remarkable. Gems, once more gems. The great ice crystal dragon Shrybek harbors an intense disdain for gemstones. May they perish. Unbeknownst to him, Shrybek found himself lost in a reverie, recalling a heart-wrenching event that had plagued him for 2 centuries. In his youth, he had fallen irrevocably in love with a magnificent life dragon of the natural realm, her vibrant emerald hue exuding an irresistible allure that captivated the nascent affections of the crystalline dragon. Yet, fate was not kind to the dragon. 3 other, more robust and seasoned dragons also vied for the attention of this enchanting life dragon. Faced with 4 equally formidable suitors, the bashful life dragon found herself overwhelmed and opted for a process of elimination. The first trial required each dragon to present a gemstone to her, and the one with the least impressive offering would be disqualified from contention. Unsurprisingly, the youngest and least adorned, Shrybek, was the first to lose his chance to pursue his beloved goddess. It is well known that a dragon's collection of treasures typically correlates with their age. The older the dragon, the more extensive their trove. From that moment forth, the esteemed crystalline dragon Shrybek harbored a deep-seated disdain for glittering gems. In a fit of rage, he discarded his entire collection, making him an anomaly among his kind, a dragon indifferent to the allure of precious stones. Perhaps Srebik would be the only dragon in history to scoff at gemstones. Blinded by fury from his rival's triumph, Srebik overlooked the peculiar object resembling a black dragon egg, neglecting any desire to examine or touch it. Had he done so, the outcome might have diverged drastically from his subsequent actions. With a powerful sweep of his wings, Srebik conjured a tempest, hurling the unwelcome visitor far away, indifferent to what it might collide with in his wrathful state. The unfortunate dragon egg embarked on yet another aerial journey, ultimately crashing onto a barren cliff. Due to its oval shape, it did not come to a halt but instead rolled, gaining momentum until it became wedged tightly between two massive rocks. Not far from this ill-fated ebony dragon egg lay a tattered and formidable tome, stained with the remnants of dried crimson blood. On the first page, inscribed in the common tongue of the human continent, was a chilling passage. The soulless vessel is a miracle bestowed by the god of the undead. It is a tale of forbidden lore, to perish upon birth, or to ascend to the half-lich divinity at the moment of birth. Is this a curse or a miracle? Only the initial segment of this enigmatic record remained legible, while the rest had succumbed to oblivion. The cliff is situated in a windswept area, and before long, a fierce gale arose, scattering the tattered pages of a book into disarray. It is likely that this was how the original portion vanished. The relentless wind ravaged the open cliff, and in a brief moment, that mysterious tome disappeared entirely, as if it had never graced this world. 99 years after the birth of this enigmatic, pitch-black dragon egg, it finally stirred. The creature within, having developed for nearly a century, was driven by the instinct deeply imprinted in its very blood, embarking on the essential journey that every being must undertake upon hatching, breaking free from its shell. Yet, in that fleeting instant, an ominous bolt of black lightning struck from the once clear azure sky, directly hitting the pure, black dragon egg. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 5. The Slumberous Dragon Princess in a State Between Dreams and Wakefulness. Shang Chao suddenly sensed that the space around his body had grown rather confined, as though it could no longer accommodate him. Although he felt a slight peculiarity in his form, an instinct deeply etched in his very being compelled him to yield to this urge, and he began to struggle with all his might. After a brief moment, a series of crisp cracking sounds emanated from above, as if something were breaking apart. As Shang Chao exerted himself upward once more, he realized he had escaped from that dreadful, cage-like confinement. A delightful aroma enveloped Shang Chao's senses, and the pangs of hunger urged him to open his gritty eyes in search of the source of this enticing scent. Before him lay fragments of pure black shell, reminiscent of eggshells, yet vastly larger than the familiar chicken or duck eggs. If those were akin to the progeny of a younger generation, then the object before him could be likened to the forebears of their forebears, impossibly large beyond imagination, even larger than the most colossal ostrich egg he had ever encountered. Akin to the eggs of long-extinct dinosaurs from a prehistoric epoch. Driven by hunger, Shang Chao was unable to ponder much else. He took a tentative taste, finding it quite palatable. Thus, he devoured it voraciously, the sound of the black shell crunching against his teeth resonating in the silence. After consuming about 1/5 of the shell's volume, the gnawing hunger began to subside, allowing him the energy to survey his surroundings, eager to discern his current location. He found himself in a barren cliffside, devoid of verdant flora, surrounded solely by immense gray-white boulders, with his position nestled between two colossal rocks. Where is this place? Where am I? Such thoughts flooded Shang Chao's mind. Anyone would feel a surge of panic upon awakening in a strange locale, far removed from the warmth of a familiar room, though some possess greater composure than others. With a sense of profound dismay, Shang Chao gazed at his hands, if one could still call them hands, only to discover they were unmistakably a pair of claws. Each claw bore 5 sharp talons. Lowering his gaze to his feet, he was unsurprised to find a similar pair of formidable claws, each adorned with 5 menacing toes. No, these are my feet. Oh heavens, my head is spinning. What is happening? How have I become this way? Amidst the harsh reality of his transformation, Shang Chao muddled through his first day in this strange world, disoriented and dazed. Driven by an instinctive urge to vent his frustrations, he relentlessly consumed the remaining black shell, for he could conceive of nothing else to occupy his time. How ravenous I am! The Shang dynasty, in its pitiable state, peered with its monstrous head over the desolate cliffs, desperately searching for something to satiate its hunger. Yet, the cruel reality once again plunged the beleaguered Shang into despair. Am I to feast upon stones? My teeth are hardly suited for such fare. The Shang was on the verge of madness, both from hunger and frustration. After 2 days of harrowing experience, it became evident that this new form possessed an insatiable appetite and an uncanny propensity for hunger. The colossal eggshell had vanished in a single day, leaving no trace behind. However, beyond the gnawing hunger or the transformation into a creature of grotesque form, there was a more profound source of distress: the realization that, due to the physiological disparities among biological species, the Shang found itself utterly incapable of speech. Whenever it attempted to utter a sound, it was met with incomprehensible babble. Have the heavens conspired against me? I, the Shang, have committed no heinous acts deserving of such wrath. Yet, amid the misfortunes, a silver lining emerged. The Shang discovered that this new body was that of a male, a robust and formidable physique. With ease, it could carve deep gashes into the solid rock with its claws, indicating a commendable strength. Driven by an unquenchable hunger and an insatiable curiosity about this strange world, the Shang resolved to leave its birthplace. However, after just a few steps, it clumsily tumbled over, akin to a dragon in disarray. The habits of a dragon starkly contrasted with those of a human, and having scarcely moved in the past 2 days, it had neglected to consider such nuances. As if misfortune had not yet exhausted its toll, a savage gale swept across the bare cliffs. The Shang, having lost its footing from the fall, found itself utterly powerless against the fierce winds and was abruptly lifted into the air, cascading down the cliffs with alarming speed. With a resounding thud, the Shang struck the soft earth, creating a dragon-shaped crater. After a considerable pause, the beleaguered creature emerged from the pit, thoroughly disheartened. Remarkably, despite plummeting from several hundred meters, its resilient body remained unscathed. Yet, the blow to its confidence was significant. After regaining its composure and taking a few tentative steps, the Shang resolved to walk on all fours to avoid further mishaps. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Food. The rich scent invigorated the weary Shang. Igniting a spark of hope within, it dashed towards the source of the delectable fragrance, albeit stumbling twice along the way. In a charming valley filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a young golden dragon, measuring no more than 10 meters in length, slumbered sweetly with its eyes closed. Before the young dragon lay an entire meadow brimming with exotic fruits, each exuding a mysterious and enticing aroma. Not far away, several long-eared rabbits, their delicate white fur glistening, gazed hungrily at these delectable treasures. Yet, held back by the pure and formidable aura emanating from the golden dragon, they dared not venture closer, merely standing there, yearning like children dreaming of plums. Suddenly, Shang Chao, propelled by a fierce wind, raced into the valley at an unparalleled speed. Driven by an insatiable hunger that rendered him oblivious to both the young dragon and its imposing presence, like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, he launched a ferocious assault on the alluring exotic fruits, devouring them with reckless abandon, relishing every precious morsel of this hard-won delight. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beasts. Chapter 6. The inverted talent that causes dragons to tremble unbeknownst to the owner of the food. Shang Chao indulged in a sumptuous feast of fruits, relishing every bite before contentedly letting out a resounding belch. Only then did he take a moment to carefully observe his surroundings. To his astonishment, the golden young dragon, previously overlooked by him, suddenly came into view. Oh dear! There are others here. I must make a hasty retreat. This was Shang Chao's immediate thought, and he obediently followed his instincts, darting away from the still peacefully slumbering golden dragon. Little did he know, this illustrious creature remained blissfully unaware of his audacious theft, either due to her deep slumber or the sheer disbelief that anyone would dare to pilfer food from her. Driven by a sense of guilt and the fear of retribution from the rightful owner, Shang Chao ran for over half an hour, covering at least 3,000 miles. He reasoned that having escaped this far, the creature would surely not pursue him further. However, Shang Chao overestimated his distance. For a golden young dragon who had already learned to fly, 3,000 miles was merely a yawn away. Simultaneously, he underestimated the fierce vengeance of the dragon he had so boldly raided, akin to his perpetual confusion regarding the thoughts of the beautiful girls surrounding him. Unfortunately for Shang Chao, this golden dragon was a female, a pampered princess, and to make matters worse, she was quite mischievous. With a sense of impending doom hanging over him, Shang Chao approached a small pond, hoping to catch a glimpse of his current form, a reflection of what he had become. The water, crystal clear and eerily still like a massive mirror, revealed his image with stark honesty. Though he wished it could lie, this was a creature that remained silent. The reflection startled Shang Chao. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a prehistoric dinosaur, akin to those seen in films or documentaries. Two sharp, unicorn-like horns adorned its head. Upon further inspection, the creature exhibited black skin, a frail body, a long neck, short limbs, a slender tail, and soft wings, unmistakably belonging to the same species as the monster he had encountered earlier. Without a doubt, Shang Chao had transformed into a creature, one strikingly similar to that beast, save for the color of its skin, which diverged slightly from the original, as though they were carved from the same mold. Upon realizing his true form, the first sensation that engulfed Shang Chao was an overwhelming headache, likely due to his brain still acclimating to his newfound draconic physique. Now, standing at an impressive length of 1 meter, his slender body exuded an inexplicable power, adorned with a dragon's head, tail, claws, and a sinuous body cloaked in pure black skin. In essence, Shang Chao had transformed into a dragon, a purebred black dragon, no less. This conclusion was drawn from an amalgamation of the materials he had previously perused, including texts and images, alongside his own circumstances. Regardless of his personal reluctance, the reality of his existence as a black dragon remained immutable. Let it be, he mused with a touch of resignation. After all, during his time in Huaxia, he had been solitary, devoid of siblings or kin. His parents, both orphans raised in an orphanage, left him with no relatives, and they had peacefully passed away 3 years prior. Notably, Shang Chao had come into the world when they were nearing 50 years of age. So by the time he reached 25, their departure was met with a subdued sorrow. As for the few close confidants who harbored affections for him, he could only offer a vague apology for his lack of emotional availability. He found a spot by a tranquil pool and settled down. The act of sitting, given his draconic form, felt rather peculiar. Reflecting on the events of various times past, he noted a lack of memory loss, though he resolved to investigate this further. Considering his recent experiences as a dragon, he arrived at several observations. The images perceived through a dragon's eyes differed from those of humans. His nocturnal vision surpassed that of humans, yet the spectrum of colors was significantly diminished. If this were in Huaxia, one might conclude that all dragons suffered from mild color blindness. His olfactory sense seemed acute, yet all he could discern were his own scent and the delicate fragrance of flora. While dragon skin was notably thick, it also housed sensory cells, indicating that dragons possess remarkable tactile sensitivity. Despite the robust layer of fine black scales enveloping him, Shang Chao could distinctly feel the flow of air and the contact of his dragon's skin and scales with the damp earth. Dragons, it appeared, were indeed sensitive beings. Dragons utilized their tails to perform certain functions typically reserved for hands. He glanced back at his elongated tail, pondering how to master its coordination. In the Shang dynasty, the dragon twisted its tail back and forth, attempting to scratch an itch. The sensation of its tail rubbing against its dragon skin and scales was quite pleasurable. After a while, the dragon felt sufficiently accustomed and endeavored to stand on its hind legs. However, this position proved rather awkward, necessitating a significant bend of the tail to maintain balance, resulting in an elevated center of gravity. Consequently, the dragon reverted to standing on all fours, subsequently swaying its head back and forth. The length of its neck proved advantageous, allowing it to nibble at its own back. Amidst this amusing self-exploration of bodily capabilities, the dragon remained blissfully unaware that the golden young dragon princess, a debt collector, had been circling above for quite some time. Princess Beishi Intelt exhibited no signs of impatience. Rather, she circled the skies with curiosity, observing the little black dragon below, which appeared to have recently hatched. It had been a while since she encountered such an intriguing creature, and being naturally playful and spirited, the princess was not inclined to overlook this fascinating little being. Eventually, the dragon grew weary of its antics, and the warm sunlight bathed it in comfort. Thus, it engaged in a rather unconventional act for a dragon, one more typical of humans. The Shang lazily rolled over, reclining upon the soft earth, stacking its front paws beneath its head as a pillow. It crossed its hind legs in a relaxed manner and plucked a fresh blade of grass from the nearby thicket to chew. With eyes half closed, it gently swayed its hind legs while humming a slightly off-key tune, embodying an aura of utter leisure and contentment. It was then that the Shang was abruptly startled by the imposing figure of the debt-collecting dragon looming before it. Volume 1. The Roar of the Chapter 7. The fine line between genius and fool. A dark hatchling dragon, measuring over a meter in length, and a golden hatchling dragon, stretching nearly 10 meters, fixated their enormous eyes on one another, utterly motionless, not even a flutter of their eyelashes. After 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and finally 3.5 hours, the golden hatchling could no longer endure and blinked its slightly weary dragon eyes. It then collapsed onto the ground, deflated like a punctured balloon. All right, you cunning rascal have won again. Do you think I, Princess Basie and Turtur, would ever back down? Humph, don't get too smug. Next time, I shall triumph. With a feeble wave of her claw, Basie addressed the smug little black dragon across from her, extending 2 fingers in draconic language. Well, what is it that you desire this time? As long as it is within my capabilities, I, Princess Basie, shall never go back on my word. I wish to learn dragon language magic, stammered the little black dragon, articulating its request with difficulty. For a hatchling devoid of parental guidance and ancestral memories, this opportunity was invaluable. Well, you are a dark-type black dragon, yet I am a soil-type golden dragon. How could I possibly know any dark-type dragon language magic? I might have borrowed the complete compendium of dark dragon language magic from my father. Princess Basie complained with evident dissatisfaction. Yet, upon gazing into the pitiful eyes of the little black dragon, she felt her grievances dissipate. Do you not know the purpose of dragon language magic books? Dragons are supposed to possess ancestral memories, so why would they need to study from magic tomes? Isn't that akin to removing one's trousers to fart, utterly superfluous? Well, you see, you might be unaware, but while most dragons tend to be quite lazy, it must be said that the lifespan of a dragon is exceedingly lengthy, and they are not at all foolish. Throughout that vast expanse of time, some new magical insights or incantations are invariably conceived by these bored giants. But where should these new discoveries be recorded? Should they simply rot away in some dragon's mind? That would be an obvious waste. Countless millennia ago, the leader of the dragons was an ambitious void dragon of the space element. He believed that dragons ought to document their invaluable experiences for the benefit of future generations, even those yet to come. Naturally, given the notoriously lethargic nature of many dragons, this astute leader made a promise. Any dragon who contributed their invented dragon language magic or useful experiences within the clan's lair would be rewarded with treasures corresponding to their knowledge. No dragon is insensible to the allure of treasure. Thus, a wealth of knowledge was left behind. However, as time passed, the abundance of tomes became overwhelming, beyond what any dragon could ever imagine. Subsequently, the knowledge was preserved within astonishingly capacious memory crystal orbs, all of which were housed within an elder's sanctuary, inhabited by numerous extraordinarily powerful dragons. These orbs were freely accessible to all adult dragons of the tribe. Meanwhile, the books remained in the lair of the clan leader, cherished as a memento, for the knowledge contained within them had also been transcribed into the crystal orbs. Consequently, these invaluable tomes were not meticulously safeguarded. As the most favored daughter among the clan leader's 3 children, Princess Basie naturally felt free to peruse a few tomes on dragon language magic. Even if she were to misplace them, no dragon would cast blame upon her. Shang Chao gazed upward at the playful little princess as she unfurled her golden dragon wings, soaring higher into the sky. His heart swelled with profound gratitude. Had it not been for his encounter with this beautiful and kind-hearted golden hatchling 5 years ago, he would never have had the opportunity to learn the legendary skill of dragon language magic, nor would he have been able to converse in the enigmatic tongue of dragons. The complexities of dragon script would have remained utterly beyond his grasp. As a human soul transported from Huaxia, Shang Chao could scarcely comprehend the intricacies of dragon language, the nuances of dragon magic, or the bewildering dialects of elves, the common tongue of humanity, and the languages of beasts. By serendipity, the curious yet mischievous golden hatchling became Shang Chao's enlightening tutor in these diverse languages. Though her patience was somewhat lacking, her spirited nature, coupled with Shang Chao's insatiable curiosity for games, enabled the little princess to predominantly impart the pronunciations, scripts, grammar, and sentence structures of these languages. In his quest for survival within this extraordinary realm, and to swiftly grasp the intricacies of its information, Shang Chao dedicated himself with a fervor that far surpassed his earlier struggles with the perplexing English language. The results were undeniably evident, as he could now stammeringly communicate in dragon language. However, the little princess, being a playful imp, often intermingled dragon language with snippets of Elvish and other tongues during her lessons. This chaotic approach inadvertently led Shang Chao to attain a rather proficient, albeit passive, understanding of the translations between these languages, albeit at the cost of his sanity on several occasions. Over time, the bond between the two young dragons, both still in their juvenile stage, blossomed into a harmonious friendship. During this period, Princess Bessie and Telt shared numerous secrets and delightful anecdotes about dragons with Shang Chao, some of which left him feeling profoundly disheartened. The golden young dragon princess, though appearing quite formidable and towering, with her impressive 10-meter stature, is still far from being considered a maiden, as she must endure another 50 years before she can bear that title, and a full millennium before she reaches adulthood. When asked if any extraordinary events occurred during Princess Bessie's juvenile phase, she melancholically confided to Shang Chao that, regrettably, the life of a dragon in its lair is exceedingly monotonous. One might wonder if any dragon slayers or heroic figures have sought to seize the dragon's treasures. However, she lamented that ever since a particularly irascible thunder-type destruction dragon, residing in the ancient continent of Glyceria, inadvertently lost all its hoarded treasures during an outing a century and 60 years ago, it unleashed its wrath upon a city. Since that catastrophic event, no one has dared to attempt such feats again. The title of Dragon Slayer is better left unsaid, for the island of the Dragon Princess remains untouched by human presence. Due to these insurmountable physiological constraints, coupled with a lack of sufficient strength to venture forth, it is akin to courting death. Thus, Shang Chao can only gaze longingly into the distance, continuing her juvenile existence. Oh, when will this period come to an end? It is said that nearly 5 centuries still lie ahead. Shang Chao harbors profound doubts that the dragon's irritable temperament is a direct consequence of having been confined in this juvenile phase for 5 centuries. Volume 1. The Roar of the Young Dragon Shakes the Beast. Chapter 8. Do not underestimate a young dragon. The black dragon, as the most formidable creature in this realm, ought to take pride in its draconic lineage throughout its life. This resounding declaration was made by Princess Beishi Telt, who expressed her dismay towards the woeful existence of the giant dragon Shang Chao. In her several centuries of life, she had never encountered a dragon as dismal as Shang Chao. What infuriated Princess Beishi even more was the fact that this disgraceful black dragon showed no shame for its ignorance and actions. Heavens! How could there be a giant dragon who does not comprehend the dragon language, unable even to utter a single word? How could such a foolish dragon exist? Utterly oblivious to everything? Yet, how could there be such an astute dragon, eager to learn any form of knowledge? After spending some time with the young, ignorant, yet diligently inquisitive dark dragon Shang Chao, Princess Beishi felt herself developing a remarkable immunity to the myriad of challenges that surpassed any dragon's imagination or endurance. Regardless of how naive or absurdly ignorant Shang Chao's questions were, questions that made her want to thump his head against the hard ground, she found herself able to maintain her composure and dismiss them as trivial. However, endurance has its limits. Even for Beishi, a dragon seasoned by harsh trials, the moment she heard Shang Chao innocently inquire about what a black dragon was, she could not help but succumb to another bout of frustration. You fool! You disgrace of the dragon lineage! One cannot fathom how your brain became muddled from that thunderbolt at your birth. How could you lack such fundamental knowledge of our kind? It is a disgrace that you are a purebred black dragon. As the agitated princess screamed, she flew erratically through the skies, her emotions spiraling out of control. Unbeknownst to her, her furious curses inadvertently struck at the heart of the truth. Indeed, Shang Chao had been transported from Huaxia to this peculiar world by a mysterious, overwhelming black lightning, which had ultimately led to his soul entering the body of a purebred black dragon devoid of a dragon's soul, resulting in the creation of this dark young dragon. Had it not been for Shang Chao's soul inhabiting that body, the gifted little black dragon would have perished shortly after birth, starved to death. A dragon without a soul is merely a lifeless husk, awaiting death or becoming a vessel for malevolent entities such as necromancers. In truth, the actions Shang Chao undertook in his ignorance were not far removed from those wretched beings. Yet, inexplicably, this little black dragon, possessing a human soul, also bore the unique draconic majesty that belonged solely to their kind. The dragons that have been parasitized by malevolent beings bear no trace of the dragon insignia. This peculiarity of the Shang dynasty's actions is the principal reason why Princess Baishi did not harbor any suspicions. Another significant factor contributing to Baishi's lack of doubt is the exceedingly slim probability of such an occurrence, so minuscule that it is nearly negligible. Throughout the vast and ancient history of the dragon kin, only a mere 3 hatchlings were born devoid of dragon souls, and these 3 were possessed by foreign spirits, leaving an indelible mark of disgrace in the unimaginable expanse of dragon history. 2 of these cursed dragons, notorious for wreaking havoc upon the world, were mercilessly besieged by dragons enraged by the grievous affront to their dignity, resulting in their utter annihilation by a barrage of dozens of top-tier dragon language forbidden spells. Dragon Might. This is the unique and awe-inspiring skill of the great dragon clan. When unleashed, who among the universe would dare to contest its supremacy? The 3 cursed dragons, whose fates could not even begin to appease the wrath of the dragons, would never comprehend such a marvelous phenomenon. There exists yet another reason. Though to articulate it would be to inflict further anguish upon the already battered spirit of the Shang dynasty. This reason is simply that the Shang is profoundly ignorant, foolish, and weak. It is essential to recognize that those 3 malevolent beings capable of successfully possessing souls were all renowned for their wickedness, each a repository of vast knowledge and formidable power. None of them were pitiably weak and uninformed like the Shang. Unbeknownst to the Shang, the Grim Reaper, Hyjins, had once brushed past him. Sometimes, ignorance is indeed a great blessing, at least for the Shang at this moment. What should one have for lunch? This rather challenging inquiry was a serious contemplation for the Shang, who found himself pondering it with gusto. Not accustomed to the raw, bloody flesh, nor able to accept a life of consuming raw meat, his daily fare consisted solely of an array of fruits or the eggs of other creatures. Yet these offerings hardly satisfied his insatiable appetite. Fortunately, there was the delightful angel, Baishi, who occasionally brought him fruits he had never encountered in his vicinity. Just one of those fruits could satiate the Shang's hunger for days on end. It was only later that he learned that the fruits he devoured with such fervor were known as spirit fruits, cultivated on trees that had thrived for millennia and possessed extraordinarily mysterious properties. The spirit fruits, which the little princess casually tossed to him like candies, were the bounties of trees that had lived for thousands of years. In moments of dire hunger, the Shang would daringly venture into the crystal beehive to pilfer some deliciously sweet crystal honey, despite the vicious bees often stinging his delicate nose and ears with their barbed tails. Although they could not break the skin, the sharp, piercing pain was enough to elicit cries of distress from him. As for the flame revered as the origin of human civilization, the Shang dynasty found itself earnest, yet powerless. They attempted the art of fire by friction countless times, yet the formidable claws of the dragon were ill-suited for such delicate endeavors. More often than not, their excessive force shattered the wooden sticks into splinters, or the tools simply slipped from their grasp. And as for flint, pray tell, have you indulged too much in wilderness survival tales? The region occupied by the Shang dynasty is devoid of such materials. When shall I once more partake in a sumptuous feast of cooked meat? I am, after all, a carnivorous black dragon. Once again, the Shang dynasty let forth a resounding roar, filled with boundless resentment, shaking the very heavens and startling countless beings. Volume 1. The Roar of the Lactating Dragon Shakes the Beasts. Chapter 9. 3 audacious old codgers. A magnificent waterfall, seemingly suspended in midair, cascades down like a wild stampede of horses unleashed from their reins. Should a human stand beneath this miraculous spectacle, they would undoubtedly be struck by the insignificance of their existence. Humanity often finds it all too easy to overlook or forget its own triviality, only to be reminded of it when gazing upon the divine altar, the resplendent scepter of an emperor, or witnessing the colossal power of nature, leading to an inward acknowledgement of our humble state. In the presence of the majestic sanctity of the divine or the esteemed authority of an emperor, how can one lift their head high, not in reverence, but with a serene detachment? The answer lies in the embrace of supreme power. Not far from this miraculous waterfall lies a tranquil and beautiful valley, serene in its repose. At first glance, this valley, neither large nor small, appears devoid of anything particularly remarkable: ordinary wildflowers, sparse tall trees, and 3 exceedingly humble thatched cottages. Beyond these, there is nothing superfluous. Not even the charming and harmless creatures that should inhabit such a place. It is a valley steeped in an eerie silence, as if life scarcely exists here. Deep within the valley, thousands of meters beneath a solid rock foundation, lies a dark laboratory reeking of nauseating fumes, cluttered with glass vessels, many containing horrific creatures steeped in repugnant liquids. The laboratory is filled with corrosive testing machines, bizarre bottles, an array of sharp instruments akin to surgical blades, and various gauges. At this moment, a serene, ancient ice ape lies upon the operating table, its body partially skinned, revealing crimson muscles and tendons that rhythmically pulse with the beat of its heart. The ancient ice ape exhibits an unsettling cooperation, showing no signs of restraint, despite having endured treatment unbefitting its kind. However, should one inadvertently meet the gaze of its dark red eyes, nightmares may haunt them for days to come, deep-seated terror, boundless loathing, and the most malevolent of curses. Just a fleeting glance into that abyss reveals the unimaginable torment this creature has suffered. In truth, the fiend conducting these experiments seeks merely to understand the differences in skin structure between the ancient ice ape and another primate species. Yet, the tormentor has become ensnared in their own twisted pursuits, leaving the ancient ice ape to meet its likely fate on this blood-stained operating table, forgotten and left to die. Whether by the coagulation of its blood, the grasp of terror, or some other unknown means, none can say. Old demon, come forth at once. Are you once again toiling away in some corner with your tedious and childish experiments? A 16-pointed star magic circle, shimmering with an aura of forbidden obscurity, materialized out of thin air within the dim confines of this laboratory. Gradually, two figures transformed from indistinct shadows into clarity, one of whom, cloaked in a black robe adorned with intricate, innumerable magical diagrams, spoke with a voice that resonated with a slightly hoarse yet magnetic clarity. Any magic circle randomly selected from this robe would baffle even the most self-proclaimed erudite archmages of the human realm, rendering them utterly perplexed. Old fool, I once again warn you, this scoundrel who ought to have been confined in the Inquisition for years, if you dare to label my experiment as tedious and juvenile again, I shall shatter your precious magic circles into a cacophony of destruction, leaving you to weep in despair. One figure sported an avant-garde, chaotic hairstyle and was clad in a garment of indeterminate color, marred by an assortment of repugnant, unknown substances. In his left hand, smooth as lamb's fat jade, he grasped a piece of ancient ice ape skin, partially congealed with blood, while his right hand, skeletal and devoid of life, held the claw of some beast. Fresh blood still oozing from the severed end, a testament to its recent extraction from a hapless creature. Behold the attire of this old fellow. He truly embodies the moniker of the old demon. Humph, you deranged lunatic. I have come today to inquire about your reflections on that matter. If you have reached a decision, we three should prepare ourselves in advance. The cloaked figure, disinterested in further trivial banter with this long-time rival, succinctly stated the purpose of his visit, for should an argument ensue, these two timeless beings could bicker for decades, or even centuries. A futile endeavor that would squander their nearly infinite time. Let us act decisively. What is there to hesitate about? This is not the farcical hesitation of 8,600 years ago when you sought to confess your pure affections to that innocent little nun from the monastery. The old demon tossed aside the item in his hand and retorted sharply to this old madman. Do you not realize that my time is the most precious of all? You continually disturb my work without a care. You wretched scoundrel. I am far better than some shameless individual expressing forbidden affection for a married man in the grand imperial arena, under the watchful eyes of thousands. It seemed that the old demon's scorn ignited a raging inferno within the madman, who unleashed a classic curse that had endured through countless millennia. Do you wish for death? It is your damned lecherous little nun who ensnared my beloved. Otherwise, how could he possibly reject a gentle and charming gentleman like me? The ancient demon, consumed by rage, extended its claws, no more formidable than the skeletal fingers of a corpse, and struck fiercely at the chest of the archaic ice ape upon the operating table. A torrential spray of blood erupted, marking the end of a life that had reigned supreme in some ancient forest just 3 hours prior. Damn it, it was your shameless meddling that violated my goddess. How else could she have been ensnared by that pretty boy? The old demon, upon uttering this, found his mind clouded by an immense resentment that overshadowed all else. You two buffoons, cease your quarrel. Have you not tired of this bickering after millennia? The dark-clad giant, who had remained in a cold, deathly silence at the edge, could no longer tolerate the two deranged creatures, driven mad by love. With a voice that resonated like a metallic clang, he unleashed a powerful incantation, sending visible waves of terror rippling through the air. "Damn it! You have the audacity to speak. It is you, you wretched scoundrel, who played the matchmaker for them. How else could my beloved have abandoned me so cruelly?" The two ancient rivals, having spent a lifetime as peculiar adversaries, cursed each other with palpable venom. Volume 1. The Roaring of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts. Chapter 10. The infuriatingly complex dragon language magic beneath the azure sky. With clouds drifting lazily and serene waters flowing gently, a dark young dragon, adorned with sleek black scales, intently focused on the immense tome resting upon its not-so-innocent claws. Beside this little black dragon, a beautiful and graceful golden dragon slept quietly, her clear, tranquil eyes closed, emitting soft and gentle breaths, clearly lost in sweet slumber. Shang Chao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Despite the black dragon's exceptional memory, which could easily be likened to an infallible photographic recall, he found himself at an impasse. Having devoted half a month to reading the voluminous compendium of dark dragon language magic, a tome measuring 1 meter in width, half a meter in length, and 1 meter in height, he had thoroughly absorbed its contents. From the most elementary first-tier spell, the Shadow Dragon Soul Arrow, to the pinnacle of dark incantations, the forbidden spell of dark erosion, he had committed every minuscule phonetic bite to memory. Confident that he had not erred in a single detail. Yet, one insurmountable problem loomed before him. Shang Chao had no idea how to wield these formidable dragon language spells. In other words, he lacked the fundamental magical essence required to activate them. To compound his dismay, he was entirely oblivious to how he might acquire this seemingly uncomplicated magical energy. Initially, he had approached Princess Bessie with a genuine curiosity, eager to seek her guidance. But this mischievous little princess had thrown the compendium at him, and then vanished for a fortnight. Only today did the princess reappear before Shang Chao. Curiosity piqued. He inquired about her absence over the past 2 weeks, only to be met with the nearly blood-curdling revelation that she had done nothing of consequence. She had merely indulged in a lengthy slumber within her dragon lair. It turned out that her previous refusals to play with Shang Chao were simply due to her habitual long sleeps at intervals. Having learned this rather frustrating reason, the diligent young black dragon set aside his annoyance and humbly sought information regarding the intricacies of dragon language magic. This time, the princess, unusually straightforward, shared her knowledge without demanding any form of exchange. The intricacies of utilizing dragon language magic require a multitude of factors to align harmoniously. Should any single aspect falter, the spell may fail catastrophically or, worse, result in a disastrous explosion. Firstly, the body of a dragon must contain the most fundamental essence of magic. Regarding the accumulation and cultivation of this magical essence, the princess impatiently informed Shang Chao that she would bring him a primer on dragon language magic during her next visit. Secondly, as a proud and noble member of the dragon kin, one must be well versed in the corresponding incantations before attempting to cast dragon language spells. Furthermore, one should refrain from attempting to wield spells beyond their current capabilities. To do so could result in severe weakening or even grievous injury to one's essence, or, in the worst-case scenario, death. Regarding this matter, the Shang dynasty need not harbor any concerns, for those countless incantations of dark dragon language magic have not been memorized in vain. Moreover, the Shang dynasty aspires to enjoy a long and prosperous existence, rumored to last for millennia, harboring no intention of an untimely demise. Thirdly, each unique incantation in the dragon language possesses its own distinct pronunciation, corresponding to a specific magical frequency. To ensure the successful execution of their dragon language spells, one must accurately chant the correct incantation. This poses no challenge for dragons, as their ancestral memories facilitate the learning process. They merely need to familiarize themselves with the unique pronunciations of these spells. However, this presents a significant hurdle for the Shang dynasty, which currently struggles to articulate the dragon language coherently, let alone the more peculiar pronunciations of the magical incantations. Alas, the circumstances are indeed formidable. From this day forth, under the diligent tutelage of Princess Beishi, the Shang dynasty embarked on a tedious and monotonous journey of repetitively reciting segments of dragon language spells, devoid of any semblance of amusement. To prevent the Shang dynasty from miscasting spells due to an inability to control its magical energy, Princess Beishi, after pondering for an interminable half-minute, refrained from providing the foundational text on dragon language magic, titled Introduction to Dragon Language Magic. This decision underscores her genuine concern for the Shang dynasty's welfare, as she approached matters of its personal interests with utmost seriousness. No. You mispronounced the 13th syllable of the shadow puppet summoning spell. It requires a descending tone, not a level tone. Recite this incantation 300 more times for me, the princess instructed. With a serene demeanor, her crystalline dragon eyes closed. She listened to the Shang dynasty ceaselessly reciting the dragon language spells, filled with an immense sense of accomplishment. It was indeed her first taste of the exhilarating experience of being a dragon master, no matter how intricate, obscure, or lengthy the incantation. The pesky little black dragon was bound to obediently follow her commands, ensuring it would recite it 1,000 times, never daring to fall short at 999. Excellent progress. Not a single error in today's 300 incantations. Now, review each of these spells 300 times. You shall not dine until you complete them. Listening to the princess's light-hearted remarks, the Shang dynasty felt as though its heart might burst with frustration. Yet, one must admit, the Shang dynasty is a creature capable of great self-discipline. Aware that no matter how rigorous Bei might be, her intentions were to lay a solid foundation for its future. It gritted its teeth and complied. Through this arduous and monotonous practice of relentless repetition, a year later, the Shang dynasty could fluently chant the most standard pronunciations of dragon language spells, even with its eyes closed. This reward was earned through the relentless practice day and night during the Shang dynasty. Even in those nightmarish times, the Shang would chant a myriad of dark dragon language spells in their dreams. Finally, during this morning's graduation examination of dragon language spellcasting, the nearly flawless performance of Shang captivated the discerning Princess Beatrice, who declared that Shang had, albeit barely, met the standards in this subject. He could now commence the study of the fundamental methods for accumulating magical energy. In fact, at this juncture, Shang's pronunciation and chanting speed far surpassed that of the princess. At last, it has come to an end. Goodness, if it had not ended, I would have truly reached my breaking point. This infuriatingly convoluted incantation. Before collapsing in exhaustion, Shang weakly uttered a phrase in Huaxiao that the princess could not comprehend. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Forest, Chapter 11. What is this fragrance? The Dragon Clan. This is an extraordinarily proud race, one that defies the heavens themselves. Through the course of his studies in recent days, Shang Chao has gained profound insight into the innate pride that emanates from the very essence of the Dragon Clan, forged by their formidable strength, their lengthy lifespans, and their vast reservoirs of knowledge. These formidable assets grant the dragons a superiority that allows them to disdain all other beings in the world. Thus, the Dragon Clan is indeed a breeding ground for the most narcissistic and arrogant of souls. Each dragon is fiercely self-centered, with few outsiders able to earn their respect and recognition. However, Shang Chao remains astutely aware that the current fledgling black dragon lacks the qualifications to embody the lofty ideals of the great dragons. Consequently, his primary task is to diligently study and acquire formidable skills. To date, this gifted young black dragon has yet to master even the most rudimentary dark magic, the Shadow Dragon Soul Arrow. Therefore, the only avenue left for honing his abilities is through the cultivation of his physical combat skills. According to Princess Bei, the Black Dragon Clan possesses the most formidable melee capabilities among all dragonkind. Moreover, Shang Chao's extraordinary talent has left even the well-traveled princess in awe. Not only does he possess the renowned magical immunity characteristic of the black dragons, but the extent of this immunity is unfathomable. Even the earth-based dragon language spells cast by a top-tier sage like Princess Bei prove utterly ineffective. It is essential to note that Shang Chao's current prowess is far from trivial. He is, in essence, starting from scratch. The princess realizes that once Shang Chao matures and develops his strength, he will be able to confront even the legendary top-tier dragon spells with the ease of a casual bath. Furthermore, Shang Chao's physical melee capability surpasses that of his kin to an extraordinary degree. On one occasion, Princess Bei chanced upon Shang Chao effortlessly shattering a massive block of black steel, far more resilient than even refined steel, within a mere half-minute. From that moment on, she decided to confine their confrontations to realms of magic and intellect. After all, Bei is a beautiful and elegant lady dragon, far too refined to engage in such base physical altercations. At present, Shang Chao strolls leisurely through the picturesque forest, while Princess Beishi has just taken flight with her exquisite golden dragon wings to retrieve the tome Introduction to Dragon Language Magic from the Royal Dragon Lair, not to return until tomorrow. With nothing pressing on his mind, Shang Chao resolves to explore and unwind, easing the tension that has accumulated over many years. Indeed, a balance of work and rest is the optimal path to learning. Those who devote themselves entirely to study are often narrow-minded. According to Beishi, the location where Shang Chao currently resides belongs to the inner island of Dragon Island, a territory exclusively belonging to the magnificent Dragon Clan. It is inconceivable for creatures of power surpassing the sacred realm to reside within the inner island, as this is to ensure the safety of the Dragon Kin, particularly the younglings still in their formative stages. After all, any beast below the sacred tier, upon sensing the exclusive draconic might, would instinctively retreat. Even if a young dragon were inclined to slay a creature, that creature would undoubtedly refrain from resistance. Such is the oppressive force that exists between species of vastly differing tiers. The dragon lineage exhibits profound concern for the fledgling lives within their clan, far surpassing their attention towards the adolescent and adult dragons. This is due to the fact that these young dragons represent the future of their race, and given their relatively modest strength, they require vigilant guardianship. It is said that no fewer than 30 adult dragons stand sentinel at the periphery of the inner island. Any being wishing to traverse the domain of the dragons must first pass this formidable threshold. Furthermore, those of extraordinary prowess, upon entering the inner island, will be scrutinized intently by the elder dragons of the clan. Should they fail to provide just cause, they would be met with immediate termination. There is no room for idle chatter. The dragon lineage is overwhelmingly formidable. The inner island, cultivated by the dragons over countless years, conceals innumerable secrets. Even the mightiest deities cannot escape the scrutiny of the dragon race. The number of divine beings who have perished upon the dragon island is certainly not negligible. Fortunately, the dragons have historically adopted a reclusive stance, coexisting serenely with other ancient races of exceptional talent on this bountiful land. Occasionally, some adult dragons, unable to withstand the tedium, venture beyond the dragon island to other continents. Thus, while other beings in this world may not frequently encounter the formidable dragons, they are nonetheless aware of their appearance and their overwhelming strength. Rarely does one dare to provoke such an indomitable force. However, the world is devoid of absolutes. Otherwise, the three cursed dragons, which have brought immense disgrace upon the dragon lineage, would not exist. There will always be audacious individuals seeking to infiltrate the inner island, lured by the countless treasures they yearn to possess. Desire is invariably the source of all sin. The dragons have long been perplexed as to how those three wretched beings evaded their omnipresent surveillance to penetrate the inner island, even mysteriously absconding with the dragon eggs that were born devoid of dragon souls from the most vital gathering place, the Dragon Valley. Those exceedingly malevolent entities would certainly not disclose their methods to the dragon kin, rendering this issue an eternal enigma within the hearts of countless dragons. Successive dragon emperors have offered substantial bounties for any dragon capable of unraveling this mystery, yet none have come forth to claim it. All of this seems to bear little relation to the dark young dragon named Shang Chao, who is caught in a blend of fortune and misfortune. This spirited little black dragon is currently engaged in playful pursuit of a fluffy, adorable long-eared rabbit to pass the time, utterly delighted. What is this aroma? It is simply divine. The keen nostrils of the Shang dynasty's dragon detected a rich and enticing aroma, reminiscent of its past. Yet this self-proclaimed carnivorous black dragon, a young creature of the abyss, found itself momentarily unable to discern the source of this delightful scent. Driven solely by instinct, both corporeal and spiritual, it recognized that this fragrance heralded an exquisite delicacy, leading to an uncontrollable secretion of dragon saliva. Howl. The scent of meat. Howl. The aroma of cooked flesh. Howl. My dear, I am coming. As the somewhat sluggish neural responses of the Shang's dragon finally registered that this was the long-desired savory meat, the exuberant young dragon could hardly contain its excitement. With no regard for the majestic image of its kind, it dashed forth, for feet grounded, racing towards the direction of the alluring scent with lightning speed. Should it arrive too late and find not a morsel of cooked meat, the Shang feared it might very well faint from sheer frustration, becoming the first dragon in history to possess such a lamentable threshold for disappointment. Meat, meat, meat. All of it belongs to me. None shall dare to take it from me. Otherwise, I, the young dragon, shall slay gods and demons alike. Volume 1. The roar of the beast stirs the forest. Chapter 12. The first encounter with the old tricksters in a remote and ancient forest, a golden, succulent boar lay with its eyes closed upon the thick branch of a millennia-old purple valley camphor tree, nearly 3 meters above the ground, surrounded by an eerie silence. After a while, a nimble green-spotted leopard, lured by the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat, approached. Its eyes gleamed with insatiable greed for the delectable boar. For reasons unknown, this apex predator of the ancient forest suddenly halted 3 meters away from the tree, only to turn tail and flee in a panic. Moments later, 2 spectral wolves, enticed by the scent of food, wandered into the vicinity. Their dark brown eyes fixated on the mouth-watering roast, and one wolf cautiously stepped forward. However, sensing an unseen terror, it scampered away with its tail tucked between its legs. Its companion, intrigued yet bewildered, took a tentative step forward, only to join its frightened ally in retreat. Pray tell, old demon, does this scheme of yours truly bear fruit? All we encounter are these inept fools. A slightly hoarse yet melodious voice echoed through the ancient woods, tinged with dissatisfaction. Humph. If you deem my method ineffective, then propose a better one instead of merely scoffing. A voice, as sinister as a demon's, responded with unabashed volume. You are a master in these matters. I concede that I spoke in haste. However, we have waited foolishly for half a month. We have yet to catch a glimpse of our target, let alone its trail. The melodious voice expressed its discontent. It is truly vexing to languish in this monotonous forest with nothing to occupy our time. Fear not, we have ample time. If it were so simple, there would be no challenges left in this world. The sinister voice replied decisively, acknowledging the monumental task before them. Yet, I must admit, the excrement of this holy domain beast is surprisingly effective. Watching those little creatures flee in disarray is quite amusing, the melodious voice chuckled, seemingly unfazed by their predicament. Nevertheless, the prideful dragonkin maintain an excessively vigilant watch over their territory. It mirrors their avaricious nature, as if they could not bear to take their eyes off their treasures for a moment. The sinister voice complained, somewhat disheartened. Were it not for this cursed circumstance, we would not resort to such perilous measures. Indeed, they are formidable. Even those far stronger than us have succumbed to the dragonkin. We are fortunate to be where we are. A clear and resonant voice, tinged with a hint of resignation, yet also satisfaction, remarked, Indeed, I must express my gratitude to you, the fervent practitioner of magical circles. Without your efforts, I would never have acquired that invaluable information. Although I do not entirely endorse the research field of that esteemed predecessor, the forbidden arcane art of soul transference has proven to be remarkably useful. The eerie, hoarse voice paused momentarily, reflecting on its thoughts. I wonder if those 3 legendary cursed dragons once employed this method to pilfer dragon eggs from their kin, it mused. A mischievous chuckle escaping the clear voice as it envisioned the furious reactions of the arrogant dragon race. It must have been so, yet the risks are considerable. However, the potential for immense profit is directly proportional to the level of risk involved. The hoarse voice evidently found great intrigue in ventures that skirt the precipice of peril. An extraordinarily rare spatial ring, a rudimentary artifact that only deities can craft, crafted from the exceedingly scarce 6 degrees of void gold. This marvel can only be found in the treacherous chaos of dimensional rifts. The clear voice elaborated with fervor, detailing the astounding costs associated with this audacious endeavor. Were it not for our mastery in dark alchemy and forbidden magical circles, it would have been impossible to painstakingly forge this spatial ring. Reflecting on the millennium spent in the chaotic streams of time and space, searching aimlessly for 6 degrees of void gold truly fills me with trepidation. It took the collection of over 300 materials just to meet the requirements for a single spatial ring. No wonder those miserly deities are loath to bestow such treasures upon their followers. The hoarse voice, reminiscing about the prideful achievement born from a desire to challenge limits, felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment for having dedicated a millennium to that endeavor. Now with a creature approaching the sanctified realm, we could effortlessly dispatch these 3 exceptional masters. One cannot fathom how many failures our predecessors endured, nor how many years they slumbered to restore their damaged souls. A voice, cold as metal scraping against metal, interjected with a hint of derision. Hours passed, and apart from a few ill-fated beasts that stumbled upon them only to flee in terror, the surroundings remained unchanged. The hoarse voice broke through the silence, stating, "It appears there are no young dragons in the vicinity. We should relocate. This marks our fourth location. Are we truly destined to squander centuries?" The clear voice lamented. "For our grand objective, a mere few hundred years are but a trifle." With this declaration, 3 soft rustling sounds echoed among the towering trees of the ancient forest, and in a fleeting moment, 3 white shadows darted past. Half an hour after the disappearance of these uniquely voiced figures, the original clear voice resounded once more. "It seems there are indeed no dark young dragons in this vicinity." Approximately another hour passed before the confirmation that those 3 peculiar individuals had indeed departed. Emerging with a sly grin from the shadows, the young black dragon of the Shang dynasty, concealed a kilometer away, climbed the majestic purple cypress tree without a hint of hesitation. It devoured the enormous roasted boar with ravenous delight, leaving not a single bone fragment behind. Everything was thoroughly chewed and swallowed. The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. Those 3 individuals could not possibly return so swiftly. Amidst the profound darkness of the night, the little black dragon, feeling immensely satisfied, left the grim battlefield, swaying its head and tail in contentment. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dark Dragon Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 13. The factions with their own thoughts in a secluded valley, where he first encountered Beishi. A solitary dragon lay upon the soft grass, gazing at the resplendent stars that adorned the night sky. Shang Chao, filled with a tinge of melancholy, reminisced about his days in Huaxia, regarding the past, which had become as elusive as a flower in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. This sagacious being chose to let it fade into obscurity, for he was now but a fledgling dark dragon. He was not oblivious to the sumptuous feast of roasted meat he had indulged in that evening, nor to the 3 peculiar voices he had encountered. Shang Chao knew well that these belonged to forces he could not yet contend with. Had it not been for his prolonged deprivation of the savory delight of cooked meat, he would never have dared to snatch it from the jaws of danger. Yet, having taken that bold step, he would harbor no regrets. No one is a fool. If one considers oneself superior, it is inevitably oneself who will suffer the consequences. Those audacious enough to trespass upon the territory of the Dragon Clan to capture a dark dragon are certainly not lacking in intellect. Furthermore, the fact that these individuals had yet to be discovered by the Dragon Clan speaks volumes of their extraordinary capabilities. Beishi had once confided in Shang Chao that throughout her life, she had never laid eyes upon the fabled beings of legend. However, Shang Chao paid little heed to this minor inconvenience, for Beishi had also earnestly conveyed that the inner island of Dragon Island was utterly inaccessible to non-dragon beings of the sacred domain and above. This meant that only those at the pinnacle of the 9th tier could leisurely roam its confines. Shang Chao, without delving into specifics, recognized that even a golden dragon like Princess Beishi, on the verge of transcending to myth, could not contend with him in terms of physical attack and defense. What then could be said of those Shang Chao had personally tested, who undoubtedly possessed a power aura no greater than that of the 7th tier? Out of an abundance of caution, Shang Chao was reluctant to engage with those enigmatic beings who surely had contingencies in place. Such interactions would yield no benefits for him, and indeed could lead to considerable detriment. Activities devoid of advantage were seldom undertaken by Shang Chao, particularly those that were evidently harmful. If I cannot confront the little dragon, can I not avoid it? Gazing at the exquisite crescent moon in the starry expanse, Shang Chao's spirits dipped slightly. Home, what a distant yet endearing term. Yet, the little black dragon felt it was not yet time to dwell on such thoughts. He ought to focus on honing his skills. Thus, by instinct, he directed his gaze toward the beautiful crescent and began to chant a series of fluent dragon language incantations that resonated through the tranquil night. The nearby creatures, in distress, covered their ears with their paws, unable to resort to forceful protest. They could only resort to silently cursing the wretched dark dragon. At the far end of the ancient forest, 3 white figures deftly darted between the towering trees. They paused at a spot marked by the remnants of a beast skeleton. One of the figures advanced to survey the surroundings and then relayed the findings to the other 2 companions. This is the 9th bait we deployed. Upon examining the bite marks on the skeleton, along with the nearby claw prints and fur, it appears they belong to a beast nearing the pinnacle of the 9th tier. This indicates that there is nothing of interest within a 200-kilometer radius. Let us proceed westward to inspect the 4th bait. The trio, imbued with remarkable agility, hastened toward their next destination. If you wish to avoid death, halt immediately, exclaimed the figure in the middle, coming to a sudden stop in their swift run. What is the matter? Inquired the figure on the left, filled with curiosity. If nothing is amiss, then we need not check the fourth bait. A juvenile dragon is present there, and venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. The middle figure explained in a voice that was both eerie and grave. How can I not discern this? The curious one asked, his tone vibrant and magnetic. Look at this glistening substance. It is dragon saliva. Surely, a gluttonous dragon has been lured here. The central figure pointed towards a delicate blade of grass, stained with a drop of the crystalline liquid. Why don't we simply dose the bait with a potion, rendering it unconscious? We could then bind it and interrogate it thoroughly, suggested the vibrant voice, proposing an idea that was almost absurdly foolish. Do you take the dragonkin for fools, or me for one? If such a method were viable, I would have employed it already. Enough of this nonsense. We shall now inspect the 13th bait, retorted the middle figure sharply. Fool, do you not recognize that dragons possess an extraordinary sense of awareness, particularly when it comes to impending danger? They have an innate sixth sense. I find the number 13 rather ominous. However, is that not where we were to stake out this afternoon? Is it not premature to head there now? The vibrant voice showed no hint of embarrassment regarding his foolish suggestion. Regardless, we have a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding the other baits. There are potentially 3 locations to investigate further, and we shall return tomorrow for a closer examination. The middle figure, reflecting on the traces confirmed today, spoke coldly. The 13th bait is gone missing, came the chilling voice from the most taciturn white figure. Let me take a look. By the heavens, I am certain this was the work of a juvenile dragon, a rather small one at that. Observe these claw prints. They are dainty and exquisitely formed, with remarkably smooth edges, indicating that this young dragon possesses exceedingly sharp claws. Furthermore, look at these fragments of flesh and bone. I am convinced that this famished little creature devoured the entire tusked wild boar, leaving not even a sizable bone fragment behind. A chilling, desiccated voice, laced with a rare hint of excitement, meticulously examined the claw marks on the trunk of the eerie camphor tree in Purple Hollow, as well as the branch that once cradled the fangs of the ferocious boar. It endeavored to elucidate the findings to 2 unconventional illiterates, oblivious to the essence of expertise. Could it be a dark whelp? The metallic, frigid tone incisively pierced the heart of the inquiry. I cannot say for certain just yet, truly. That young dragon is remarkably astute, or rather cunning, having left behind scant evidence. My spirit fails to detect the fluctuations of the unique draconic magical elements. Could it possibly be a magically inept dragon? Such a notion is clearly implausible. Only the lineage of dark dragons exhibits such disinterest in draconic magic among all dragonkind. Thus, I am convinced that the likelihood of this being a dark whelp far outweighs the possibilities from the other 3 locations. The central white figure exclaimed with an even more discordant, hoarse voice, gesticulating animatedly. The bright, gentle purple moonlight softly bathed the 3 snow-capped lion monkeys, each displaying a distinct expression in its cool, ethereal glow. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beast. Chapter 14. The grueling negotiation for apprenticeship as dawn broke. The crimson hues of the morning sky painted the horizon, allowing the small creatures that had been tormented by the demonic sounds throughout the night to finally close their weary eyes, now marred by bloodshot veins. In a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, that scoundrel had no intention of prolonging his torment until dawn. It is truly unfathomable how I endured those arduous times in the past. Glancing at the sky, Shang Chao joyfully concluded the night-long incantation of dragon language magic. He strode energetically to a nearby small pond, leaping into it and sending countless sparkling droplets into the air before commencing his daily ritual of cleansing and grooming. With a dragon's maw, sharp as its teeth, he gulped down a generous mouthful of water, gargling it twice before spitting it aside, repeating this thrice to complete his oral hygiene. He then bent down, rolling his lengthy dragon body in the pond, allowing the swift currents to wash away the impurities from his scales. With a powerful leap, he emerged from the water, executing a series of vigorous rolls on the adjacent pristine meadow to dry off and rid himself of any lingering droplets or unwelcome residues. Finally, basking in the warm, golden rays of the morning sun, he dried his dragon form while simultaneously eliminating any lurking germs. With all this accomplished, Shang Chao's blissful new day commenced. In pursuit of a glorious future, namely, a dragon's life, he resolved to hone his skills from a young age, ensuring that the loathsome dragon slayers would have no opportunity to exploit his weaknesses, as dragon language magic remained temporarily out of reach. Shang Chao devoted his spare time to rigorous physical training, striving to enhance both his offensive and defensive capabilities. With determination, Shang Chao trained tirelessly, sweating profusely as he practiced lunges, retreats, strikes, pounces, tail sweeps, and evasive maneuvers. Some actions, such as pouncing and dodging, could be executed in open spaces, while others, like biting and tail sweeping, required specific conditions for optimal practice. Lacking specialized training tools, he resorted to utilizing his surroundings. At times, to maximize the effectiveness of his training, Shang Chao would navigate through the dense, untamed forest, employing the erratically growing trees to enhance his dodging and rapid assault skills. Through this, he developed an almost instinctive ability to evade obstacles in his environment, even with his eyes closed. He could traverse the forest at speed without frequently crashing into the trees as he had initially done. Though, while he would not suffer injuries, the impacts were still quite painful. For strengthening his dragon claws and tail, Shang Chao adopted the simplest yet most brutal training methods. For instance, he had become adept at the iron head technique. While the posture may lack elegance, one must acknowledge the extraordinary hardness of a dark young dragon's head, coupled with its two sharp and intimidating horns. A single forceful strike was sufficient to shatter a giant tree with a meter-wide trunk. Such immense power certainly justified the dizzying toll it exacted. Estimating that Princess Bessie would soon arrive, Shang Chao concluded his routine physical training, leaping into a pond to cleanse away the grime that clung to him. He then ambled leisurely towards the small valley, brimming with anticipation, for today he would finally commence his studies of the authentic dark dragon language magic. Humph! Do not think I am unaware, you cheeky Bessie, for you have intentionally set me the task of memorizing those convoluted incantations. Nevertheless, as a young dragon, I possess boundless patience, and I forgive you. Upon Shang Chao's unhurried arrival at the valley, his gaze was immediately drawn to a resplendent golden young dragon. Princess Bessie had arrived ahead of him and was rather impatiently trampling the grass beneath her feet, awaiting his presence. "This is the dragon language magic primer you requested," she proclaimed, presenting a tome that contained the myriad meditative practices collated by the dragon ancestors over millennia. Feel free to select any method to practice and thereby accumulate magical energy. However, bear in mind that the latter techniques yield superior initial results. Yet, do not force yourself too much. After all, our dragon lifespan is remarkably long, and the efficacy will converge after a certain point. As Princess Bessie spoke with patience, she tossed the enormous book with a golden cover towards Shang Chao. He caught it, weighing it in his hands, and was astonished to discover that this seemingly unassuming dragon language magic primer weighed several dozen pounds, evidently crafted from special materials. "So, Bessie, which meditative approach did you choose?" Shang Chao inquired, not hastily perusing the book he had yearned for, but rather seeking the esteemed princess's invaluable advice. "Well, I seem to have about 4 or 5 options." Bessie pondered, furrowing her brow. "There are methods for when one is asleep, for everyday use, for focus cultivation, and some others for special purposes." Shang Chao was taken aback by Bessie's revelation. It appeared that one was not confined to mastering merely a single meditation technique. "Oh, I shall peruse this book first before making my selection," he replied, his curiosity piqued as he eagerly opened the tome. "Take your time to read," Bessie said sweetly. "I must return to rest now. We shall meet again in a fortnight." With a gentle stretch of her golden claws, she rubbed her brilliant, gem-like dragon eyes, which glimmered with a hint of drowsiness, before addressing the engrossed little black dragon. "Farewell." Shang Chao, still absorbed in the dragon language magic primer, responded absent-mindedly. "What a little oddball," Princess Bessie murmured in discontent, before unfurling her magnificent golden wings and elegantly soaring into the azure sky. Thousands of miles away, deep within an ancient forest, 3 snow-laden lion monkeys, once inhabitants of frigid mountain peaks, gazed skyward, tracking the majestic golden young dragon until she vanished from sight. "I am certain that dark young dragon is nearby. That golden young dragon, on the cusp of maturity, must be keeping watch over it." A chilling, gravelly voice spoke with unwavering certainty, proclaiming the essence of professional authority. "Well then, we can commence the second phase of our plan. The old demon's fate now hinges upon the prowess of your tongue." A melodious, resonant laugh escaped as the speaker, in this temporary form, delivered a forceful pat on the shoulder of the individual in the center. "The outcome rests upon this singular endeavor." The voice, cold as metal scraping against metal, resonated with conviction. "Isn't it merely a diminutive black dragonling? Soon enough, it will be effortlessly subdued." and we shall ensure that the little creature willingly acknowledges us as its masters. The gravelly voice brimmed with confidence, dismissing the impending deception with nonchalance. After solidifying their next course of action, the trio of snowy mountain lion monkeys swiftly darted towards the spot where the golden dragon hatchling had recently descended, resembling 3 arrows of purest white in their rapidity and formidable presence. Unbeknownst to the clever and astute little black dragon, a cunning adversary was on the prowl, intent on luring it away while it remained engrossed in its reading. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 15. No banquet lasts forever. The notion of the bittersweet nature of happiness aptly encapsulates the current predicament of Shang Chao. After hastily perusing the tome titled Introduction to Dragon Language Magic, the young dark dragon found himself overwhelmed by the myriad of meditation techniques presented within its pages. Thus, he was ensnared in a delightful yet troubling dilemma. Dragon literature is renowned for its practicality and conciseness, devoid of superfluous embellishments. The meditation methods recorded in Introduction to Dragon Language Magic straightforwardly delineate their operational mechanics, along with their advantages and disadvantages, without any ostentatious prose. For instance, the meditation technique specifically designed for slumber, as mentioned by Princess Bessie, begins by meticulously detailing the necessary environment for its application, concluding with a highlighted line, can be practiced continuously and autonomously without mental control. The growth of magical power is relatively gradual, recommended for use during extended periods of sleep. After a period of contemplation, Shang Chao resolved to prioritize the most critical matters. Every journey begins with a single step. A solid foundation significantly influences future progress. Furthermore, it is unrealistic to expect to transform into an extraordinarily powerful black dragon overnight. Thus, a few days spent diligently comparing the various meditation techniques would be prudent. With a humble and steady mindset, Shang Chao leisurely turned to the first page of Introduction to Dragon Language Magic, reading each word with care. Since he was uncertain about what constituted the best method, he would seek the one that suited him best. To attain his desires, necessary experimentation was indispensable. At worst, he could trial each meditation technique individually. He was confident he could discover the few that resonated with him. The dragon rage truly epitomizes greatness. After thoroughly absorbing the contents of Introduction to Dragon Language Magic, he casually tossed it into a corner. The dragon's tomes are crafted from high-quality materials that are waterproof, fireproof, and resistant to decay, alleviating concerns about their preservation. Nonetheless, Shang Chao's habit of carelessly discarding items post-use warranted critique. Such a tendency was unfavorable and ought to be amended swiftly. It appeared that he had inadvertently adopted this habit from Princess Bessie's teachings. Just as Shang Chao closed his dragon eyes, thoughtfully contemplating the meditation techniques he had just reviewed, an unexpected wave of exquisite aroma invaded his senses, mercilessly tantalizing his taste buds. How delightful! It resembled the aroma of the roasted meat I savored yesterday. Wait, no, it is those 3 devious individuals. Humph, they think they can tempt me. Their skills are still lacking. A disdainful expression adorned Shang Chao's handsome dragon visage, though the longing evident in his bright eyes betrayed his true desires. Tormented by the enchanting scent of roasted meat, the restless young dark dragon made a resolute decision. Wielding a pair of extraordinarily sharp dragon claws, the little black dragon began to excavate in this serene valley. And one cannot help but acknowledge the formidable power of this large dragon-shaped earth mole. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the little black dragon unleashed its energy, carving out an underground tunnel that reached a depth of 20 meters and extended 80 meters in length. The little black dragon intended to take refuge within this tunnel as a hidden black dragon. After surveying the surroundings, it effortlessly dragged over a massive grayish-blue boulder weighing several thousand pounds, which bore countless claw marks left by dragons. This stone was occasionally employed by the little black dragon as a training apparatus for its morning warm-ups. Tossing the tome titled Introduction to Dragon Language Magic into the depths of the cavern, the young dragon then squeezed inside, subsequently placing the enormous grayish-blue boulder at the entrance of the tunnel, thus creating a perfect underground sanctuary. Having prepared a deliciously roasted cave stone bear, the 3 snow-capped mountain monkeys cautiously retreated over 1,000 meters away to a small valley where they could only catch a vague glimpse of the cave stone bear. Furthermore, for added precaution, the trio cleverly concealed themselves behind a colossal grayish-blue rock situated in the valley, allowing only one monkey at a time to observe, rotating every hour. Now, Shang Chao found himself in a state of bewilderment. The three insufferable creatures had taken up residence directly above him, incessantly chattering about whether the dark young dragon might be lured or persuaded, and indulging in an array of nonsensical topics. The one who spoke the most nonsense even engaged in a fierce argument with the most venomous-tongued among them, only to be calmed down by the one who remained utterly silent. The flames of conflict surged among the trio. However, as Shang Chao listened, he began to comprehend that these three self-proclaimed ancient beings of boundless magical prowess and vast knowledge sought to deceive a dark young dragon into becoming their common disciple, hoping to cultivate an eternally powerful being. For this grand ambition, they had stealthily infiltrated the heavily guarded Dragon Island, incurring significant costs, for it was said that the outside world was both vibrant and filled with delectable delicacies. Naturally, these ancient beings, who had lived for an indeterminate span, were not fools. Although initially oblivious to the numerous claw marks on the grayish-blue rock they had taken refuge beneath, one of them, in a fit of boredom, began to study the stone and soon realized its significance. Subsequently, these shameless old souls brazenly attempted to entice the astute dark young dragon beneath them. With a wicked smirk, they thought, "We are not worried about your resistance." Yet, Shang Chao, a soul of the illustrious Chinese civilization with thousands of years of history, was no fool either. In just over 10 minutes, he suddenly grasped that the three creatures above were already aware of his presence underground. Humph. I desire to extricate myself proactively. Not a chance. At the very least, I must secure a sufficient number of advantages first. To speak candidly, the Shang dynasty was not particularly inclined to dwell in desolate regions devoid of humanity, for it possessed a human soul, after all. Thus, when presented with such a rare opportunity, how could the Shang dynasty possibly let it slip through its fingers? The two opposing sides, characterized by remarkable patience, remained locked in a stalemate for 3 days and nights without yielding an inch. Ultimately, 3 snow-capped lion monkeys, driven by their instinct for self-preservation, were the first to relent. Subsequently, these 4 mischievous individuals established a master-apprentice contract, with the creator god as the witness to their covenant. Furthermore, the Shang dynasty requested to delay its departure from Dragon Island with these 3 old fellows for a while longer, to which the elders reluctantly acquiesced. Over a span of 10 days, at the mouth of a small valley, as he beheld the approaching golden young dragon, Princess Baishi Intel of the Dragon Clan, Shang's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, ultimately coalescing into a heavy sigh. Volume 1, The Roar of the Shocking All Beasts, Chapter 16, a gift that leaves dragons stunned, perhaps out of a sense of guilt. On this day, Shang Chao refrained from informing Princess Baishi of his impending departure. Instead, he indulged the mischievous little princess in a day filled with playful antics, allowing her to return with the tome The Dragon Language, an introduction to magic. Naturally, the carefree Princess Baishi was oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts occupying the mind of the dark young dragon. As night descended, the diligent and eager little black dragon ventured into a forest situated 1,000 miles away. The 3 ancient beings had recently taken refuge there, and Shang Chao certainly would not squander such valuable free labor. He confided his struggles with meditation to the 3 venerable entities, who were cloaked in the forms of snow-capped mountain lions. These ancient masters, having lived for countless ages, were more than willing to share their profound insights with the dark young dragon, which they regarded with boundless anticipation. Although Shang Chao was a dragon, and these 3 ancient beings had once belonged to the realm of humanity, their exceptional understanding of power rendered their past inconsequential. After listening to Shang Chao recount the intricate details of the terrifying meditation methods of the dragon race, the 3 elders, drawing upon their invaluable experience, explained that the dragon race's innate gifts rendered their cultivation considerably slower than that of humans. However, for a dragon, the difference between hundreds and thousands of years was negligible, thus rendering this a minor issue. Yet, in the eyes of these grandmasters, this seemingly trivial problem was not without a solution. In truth, the dragon race possessed their own methods to address this issue, which were not inferior to the wisdom of these 3 ancient beings, though they were rarely employed. The 3 elders inundated Shang Chao with a plethora of technical jargon, leaving the poor, dark young dragon dizzy with confusion. Eventually, they assured him that the meditation techniques of the dragon race were all of the highest caliber, and he could freely select from among them. As for the method to expedite cultivation, that would only be feasible upon his return to the lair, Frustrated, Shang Chao departed from the trio of verbose elders. Ultimately, the decision rested upon his own shoulders. However, after over 10 days of careful consideration and experimentation, he had already narrowed down several preferred options in his mind. Consulting the three boastful old beings was merely a precaution. Indeed, the meditation method designated for sleep was essential, and Shang Chao also selected a technique from the third-to-last page of the dragon language, an introduction to magic. This was a forbidden meditation method specifically for dark dragons, along with the technique from the seventh-to-last page, which presented a rather intriguing approach. As for the other methods, they either fell short in effectiveness or did not align with Shang Chao's unique circumstances. Some meditation methods were tantalizing to this avaricious creature, yet lacking the requisite attributes left him only to disdainfully reflect upon the ancestors of the dragon race who devised such techniques. The Shang dynasty is a dark young dragon, a creature born from a pure source of dark power, a prodigious entity of the dark realm that emerges once in several millennia. This exclamation was uttered by three ancient beings, overwhelmed with excitement after assessing the innate talents of Shang dynasty's physique. However, the little black dragon, acutely aware that pride and arrogance could pave the way to its own demise, did not dwell excessively on the commendation. Success is forged from 99% perspiration coupled with 1% talent. Yet oftentimes, that 1% of talent proves to be far more critical than the 99% of hard work. On this softly illuminated moonlit night, a magnificent dark dragon truly took its first step into the realm of magic. The following day, bathed in the bright and enchanting morning light, Princess Beishi flew to the small valley to play with Shang dynasty. After indulging in a new game of hide-and-seek with the princess, Shang dynasty, with utmost seriousness, resolved to convey the truth to her. Beishi, there is an unfortunate matter I wish to discuss with you. The dark young dragon lay atop the soft grass, addressing the lazily sunbathing golden young dragon beside him in the most refined dragon tongue. What is it? Are you about to tell me about your discomfort again? Needing a couple of days of rest? Or have you accidentally finished your rations, requiring me to bring more? The princess replied lazily, her dragon eyes closed. Speaking in the language of the elves, one could not help but wonder if the esteemed dragon princess intentionally chose not to converse in the dragon language. Not quite. Before I divulge this matter, I hope you are prepared for a heavy blow, as this is truly not good news for you. The little black dragon spoke somewhat evasively, feeling an undeniable sense of guilt. Princess Beishi languidly waved her golden dragon claw, signaling for him to be direct. Speak quickly. I am reveling in this delightful sunbath. I have made my decision. Today I shall leave this place, depart from Dragon Island, for my kin have found me in recent days. Shang dynasty quickly articulated his thoughts, ensuring he spoke no falsehoods. How Princess Beishi chose to interpret this was entirely her own affair. He could not bear the blame for the plight of this solitary little black dragon. Oh, the princess responded, her voice laced with disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, she opened her crystalline dragon eyes, gazing at the little dark dragon who had accompanied her for several years with a heart full of nostalgia and reluctance. The past few years had been the happiest days of her several hundred years of existence. Yet the understanding princess could not hinder the reunion between the little black dragon and his biological parents. It appeared that Princess Beishi had been subtly misled by the cunning little black dragon. Well, although it is unnecessary, I shall still present you with a gift. Softly, Princess Beishi began to chant a dragon magic incantation that Shang dynasty had never heard before. A glimmer of white light coalesced at the tip of her dragon claw, shimmering with an enigmatic radiance. Then, the beam of white light, under the incantation of Princess Bessie, entered the mind of the Shang dynasty. The Shang, knowing that this kind-hearted little princess would not bring harm, did not resist. However, what puzzled the Shang was the realization that he was supposedly immune to all types of magic. What was this? Whether it was due to overwhelming emotions or some other reason, even his fluent draconic speech faltered into a stammer. This pertained to certain forbidden secrets of our dragon clan. Knowledge that ordinary dragons are typically unaware of. Princess Bessie shyly admitted, revealing that even this mischievous little princess could feel bashful. A roar of frustration escaped Shang, resonating with a powerful dragon's cry, for he understood that he had been outwitted by Bessie in the past. Yet, he could not resent this well-meaning, playful princess. After all, without her, there would be no little black dragon today. Volume 1. The Roar of the Young Dragons Shakes the Beasts. Chapter 17. the cruel divide between ideals and reality in a serene little valley. A dark-hued young dragon and a golden young dragon rested peacefully under the warm embrace of sunlight, their dragon eyes gently closed. This was the final moment they would share. Their next encounter shrouded in uncertainty for many years to come. Hence, both Shang Chao and Bei Shi cherished every fleeting second, allowing themselves to drift into slumber. Little dragon, we've known each other for so long, yet I still do not know your name. Previously, you said you were unaware. Surely, you must have learned it yesterday, Bei Shi said, reluctantly opening her sparkling dragon eyes to speak to the small black dragon beside her. Well, I still do not know. They did not inform me. However, Bei Shi, I shall never forget you, Shang Chao replied, a cold sweat trickling down his spine as he hastily conjured an excuse to divert the conversation. You must remember me, or you shall face the consequences. Bei Shi, true to her nature, did not pursue the inquiry about Shang Chao's name further and playfully warned the dark young dragon in a mock-threatening tone. Understood. Our beautiful, beloved, gentle, kind, and noble golden giant dragon princess, Bei Shi intel, I would sooner forget my own identity than forget you, my little princess. Shang Chao had long grown immune to Bei Shi's playful jests, and his flattery, perfectly aligned with her desires, brought a radiant smile to her face. Now, that is more like it, she praised in a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. After a brief moment of silence, she turned to Shang Chao with a hint of hope, asking, will you attend the next Dragon Clan Grand Assembly? I shall certainly come whenever the opportunity arises. Shang Chao replied, rummaging through his dragon mind for information regarding the Dragon Clan Grand Assembly as he spoke. I found it. He realized that this was indeed fresh knowledge imparted to him by Bei Shi through the memory-transmitting dragon language magic. The Dragon Clan Grand Assembly was a truly grand event. The phenomenon of the double purple moons, which occurred only once every 1,000 years and lasted a month, marked the time for the Millennium Dragon Clan gathering. At this assembly, numerous competitions would take place, with victors receiving generous rewards. The contests encompassed magic, hand-to-hand combat, culinary skills, knowledge, intelligence, beauty, and various other categories. This was the moment when the greatest number of dragons convened, as nearly the entire dragon population would gather on Dragon Island to partake in the competitions or simply to spectate. This grand assembly excluded all non-dragon beings from participation. Any daring enough to cause trouble would be swiftly dealt with. Moreover, it seemed no one could withstand the overwhelming ferocity of the dragon kind. Thus, the Dragon Clan Grand Assembly was solely designed for dragons. In regard to those of draconic lineage, the rule was clear. As long as one's strength reached the 13th tier, they were permitted to attend the gathering, which also served as an acknowledgement that the individual had become a true member of the Dragon Clan. From that point onward, they would enjoy the corresponding resources and responsibilities of dragonkin. You cunning little creature. Princess Bessie, expressing her dissatisfaction with the ambiguous responses regarding the Shang dynasty, scolded the cunning dark young dragon in a fit of indignation. The little black dragon, however, remained unfazed, as if a gentle breeze merely rippled across a tranquil lake. After a while, glancing at the sky, Princess Bessie murmured to the languid dark dragon beside her, I am leaving now. With a hopeful gaze, she yearned for the dragon to utter something profoundly moving. Well, have a good flight, Bessie, came the casual reply. The Shang dynasty is utterly devoid of charm. It added nonchalantly, you naughty little rascal, you're just not charming at all. The golden young dragon grumbled in discontent, reluctantly unfurling its magnificent golden wings to depart from the small valley. As the dark young dragon observed the princess's departure, its bright eyes sparkled with an inexplicable brilliance. With a soft sigh, it rose from the lush grass and ambled towards the hideout of the three old companions. Alas, all gatherings must eventually disperse. I must admit, I feel a twinge of reluctance to part with this mischievous little princess. Perhaps, when I am stronger and have more time, I shall return to see her again. But for now, oh, the beautiful world of humans, I am coming. My obedient disciple, you have finally arrived. I see that your weary expression indicates your matters have been resolved. We can now depart freely. The old demon beamed upon seeing the snow leopard-like face of the little black dragon. Hold on, second master. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. You must tell me where we are headed next. The Shang dynasty interjected, confident that it held the reins of power in this situation. The hierarchy among the masters was determined by their strength, with the mightiest taking precedence. So, what do you think, old madman and black martial emperor? Shall we return to our old nest in the Galaikea continent, or venture to the rival light church's Elkalon continent? The old demon pondered aloud, seeking the opinions of his two companions. Why not consider the foreign Caradis continent, or even the savage ancient continent teeming with magical beasts? Why must we restrict ourselves to those human territories? The third master, old madman, countered with a distinctly divergent perspective. Your words imply you're not human yourself. Though it's true that you, old madman, have long ceased to be considered one, the old demon retorted, feeling irritated by the old coot's rebuttal in front of his treasured disciple. To our old nest. Ultimately, it was the master black martial emperor who decisively concluded the discussion, preventing further bickering between the two old fellows. The dark young dragon quietly observed as the three masters deliberated over their final destination, and then, with a hint of melancholy in its voice, it spoke up again. Master, second master, third master, I still do not possess a name of my own. Perhaps you could bestow one upon me, but I hope it's not something too unpleasant. Oh, you nameless orphan dragon, let us bestow upon you the name Dino. As for a surname, the old demon casually assigned a name to the little black dragon, and given its spontaneous nature, one should not expect it to carry any profound significance. Thus, let it be Alkaline. The old madman, witnessing the old demon usurp the privilege of naming his precious apprentice, promptly revealed the little black dragon's surname, Alkaline, a name associated with the continent of the Radiant Church, his sworn adversary. Dino Alkaline, what a splendid name. The black martial emperor harbored no objections to this appellation. Dino Alkaline, is this to be my name henceforth? The dark young dragon, immersed in contemplation, chuckled softly. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts of the Forest Chapter 18. What is dark alchemy? Everything is ready. We lack only the wind from the east. This phrase encapsulates the jubilant mood of the three audacious ancients who have successfully executed their audacious plan. The process was unimaginably smooth, and they are immensely satisfied with the dark young dragon. It took these three master practitioners of the dark arts merely a month to accomplish what appeared to be an impossible task. My dear apprentice, your only task now is to stand quietly while I, your master, secure you within this spatial ring. Do not worry, you shall not experience discomfort within. We have placed an extraordinarily precious life stone inside, and as long as you remain within the green light barrier, you can breathe freely just as you would outside, without any harm coming to you. The old demon conveyed this final step to the dark young dragon, revealing the black spatial ring upon his finger to enhance the persuasiveness of his words. After all, the cooperation of the dark young dragon was essential. Otherwise, nothing could be accomplished. As for coercive measures, the three snowy ridge lion apes together are no match for the exceptionally gifted little black dragon. Oh, this is the spatial ring. Master, could you possibly gift me this marvelous item? The dark young dragon, Dino Elkaroon, gazed curiously at the old demoness finger, which was adorned with the exquisite black ring, reminiscent of pure white jade. It is a legendary spatial artifact, and it is known that even Princess Beatrice does not possess such a treasure. No problem, no problem. However, my dear apprentice, it seems your claws might not fit into this ring. The old demon readily agreed, though he felt a tinge of reluctance. Yet, he was not particularly saddened, as it was bestowed upon his one and only cherished disciple. Moreover, the sentimental value of this spatial ring far surpassed its practical significance for the old demon. For someone of his cultivation level, he could already create a pocket dimension to serve as his storage space. At this juncture, the old demon could not help but feel a pang of envy towards the dragon race, the first of all races in the world. The ability to create a pocket dimension was only attainable upon reaching the 13th tier of cultivation, whereas those coveted dragons could, at merely the mythical level, chant a lengthy dragon language spell lasting an hour to open a vast dimension, suitable for storing their immense treasures. What infuriated the old demon even more was that many dragons, still below the 13th tier, found the incantation too tedious and could not be bothered to use it. That is not a problem. I can simply find a rope to hang this ring around my neck. Dino Elkaroon blurted out his solution without a second thought, determined to acquire the spatial ring. This is the life stone. Hold it tightly in your claws, and remember not to loosen your grip. Otherwise, dear apprentice, if you enter and lie down straight, our efforts will have been in vain. The ancient demon extracted a round stone, the size of a baby's fist and imbued with a rich vitality, from his spatial ring and handed it to the dark young dragon, grumbling impatiently about the precautions. I understand, old demon. I have no intention of meeting an untimely demise just yet. My life stretches over thousands of years. Dino El Karun regarded the demon's nagging with disdain, grasping the life stone tightly in his claws. This precious artifact was crucial to his very existence. As a dragon, his lifespan was boundless, and he would never perish in such a ridiculous manner. Stand still, don't move. All right. The old demon cast a casual glance at the two silent companions before instructing the little black dragon to remain motionless. Absolutely motionless. This time, Dino El Karun obediently stood still, allowing the old demon to successfully place him within the confines of the spatial ring. After completing this challenging task, the three snow-capped lion monkeys showed no intention of lingering, swiftly darting towards the periphery of the inner island. The eccentric master of the forbidden magic array had constructed an ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation circle in a secluded area just beyond the inner island of Dragon Island. Only by reaching that location could one hope to leave the island successfully. Upon entering the spatial ring, the life stone in Dino's grasp immediately emitted a verdant green luminescence, enveloping him in a shimmering barrier large enough to accommodate his entire dragon form. Curious, the dark young dragon attempted to inhale a few breaths of fresh air, only to discover that the atmosphere within the emerald glow was even more refreshing and invigorating, granting a delightful experience to his senses. With his life assured, Dino's other interests began to surface. He glanced around and noticed that the interior of the spatial ring was vast and exceedingly spacious. Apart from the green barrier he carried, there was nothing else. It seemed the old demon had long since cleared out the space, leaving only expansive voids of shadowy silence. The only sounds that reached his ears were the rhythmic beating of his heart and the subtle whisper of his breath, an ambience that could easily drive the unstable-minded to madness. Dino lightly furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom. I should find something to occupy my time. Thus, the familiar incantations of dark dragon magic began to resonate within the desolate space. Dino realized he had developed an addiction to reciting these spells. Whenever he found himself idle, he would unconsciously begin to chant these incantations, deeply etched into his very soul. However, at that moment, he had no intention of correcting what seemed to be a trivial habit. Time slipped away as he continued to chant, and suddenly, he discovered himself outside the silent dark space, in what appeared to be a rather pleasant, open valley. Beside him stood three peculiar, sinister-looking figures. Without question, they were the corporeal forms of his three ancient masters. Not long after, Dino would come to realize that his original dreams had been utterly shattered. For within a radius of thousands of kilometers in this small valley, there were no human villages, nor even a trace of living souls. This place is utterly desolate and devoid of human presence. However, the little black dragon, trapped in the bandit's den, finds himself entirely at a loss. Although he had previously suggested to his three masters the idea of relocating to the bustling cities of humanity, a single remark from the Black Martial Emperor left him speechless. If you were to leave, we would not concern ourselves with your endeavors, but for now, you must obediently remain here and diligently study. The following day, while Dino El Karun was still enveloped in the sorrow of shattered dreams, the second master, the old demon, approached the young dark dragon to inform him that formal lessons would commence from this day forth. Each of the three masters would take turns to teach a daily class, with the little black dragon being the foremost direct disciple of these notorious masters, whose infamous reputations are etched in the annals of history. As the Grand Master of Dark Alchemy, the old demon naturally prepared to impart knowledge regarding the intricacies of dark alchemy. Thus, the first question posed by the young dragon, Dino El Karun, in this lesson was, what exactly is dark alchemy? Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 19. The madman fond of forbidden magic circles the phrase to drive ducks onto a perch aptly describes the old demon, who, for millennia, has immersed himself in the realm of dark alchemy while remaining a lifelong bachelor. Expecting him to be a competent teacher, guiding his own disciples with gentle persuasion, is a far more arduous task than attempting to examine the skeletal structure of the self-proclaimed messenger of the light god, the current pope of the Radiant Church. After all, this audacious old fellow, after spending centuries meticulously plotting, managed to abduct the reigning pope from the sanctum of the Radiant Temple on a dark and tempestuous night. With enthusiasm, he dismembered the holy figure, hanging the soul in scathed head upon the stake before the Radiant Temple. It is precisely due to such a defiant act that the old demon had the dubious honor of being ranked first on the world as heretic list, a position he retained for 2 centuries without rival, only relinquishing it due to the passage of time. During those 200 years, his main interest lay in studying the anatomical structures of the various races inhabiting the continent of Paradise, rather than continuing to provoke the radiant church. Dark alchemy encompasses orthodox alchemy while delving deeply into numerous realms beyond its reach. It is not merely a doctrine, but also a wondrous and forbidden gateway, and I, your second master, am fortunate to possess the crucial key. The old demon, a man of action, extended his desiccated, lifeless right hand as he spoke, conjuring a vibrant crimson flame alongside a chilling azure sphere of ice. Ah, my dear disciple, as you can see, as a wielder of dark power, I can freely employ other elemental magics through this key. Admittedly, they are 2 tiers beneath my mastery of dark magic, and their application is not as swift. Yet it remains a remarkable feat. Dino El-Karun nodded in agreement, though the young black dragon did not fully grasp the words of his master. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his admiration for such extraordinary abilities. If only the little black dragon could wield fire magic himself, he would not have endured years of vegetarianism. After all, the essence of barbecued meat lies in its flame. As for ice magic, it could serve to preserve food, allowing him to save leftovers for later, a splendid natural refrigerator. Observing the adoration radiating from his beloved disciple, the old demon felt an indescribable joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. In his excitement, he was prone to undertaking the most unimaginable feats. My dear disciple, behold, I now possess but 2 elements, fire and ice. Today, I shall unveil to you the allure of all-encompassing magic, a sphere of purple lightning, pulsating with an aura of ruthless destruction, manifested in the right hand of the ancient demon. Slowly, a vibrant orb of green light, imbued with the essence of life, emerged, standing in stark contrast to the encroaching darkness. The solemn earth element responded in kind, followed by the gentle presence of the pale blue wind element. The tender water element made its entrance, accompanied by the ethereal space element, and finally, the pitch-black darkness element took the stage. All 10 elemental magical spheres appeared simultaneously in the demon's right hand, shimmering with enchanting brilliance. Such a taboo event could only be orchestrated by a creature as formidable as the ancient demon. How magnificent! Exclaimed the dark young dragon, whose bright, glimmering eyes widened as it scrutinized the 10 magical elemental spheres held by its master. Suddenly, without any warning, a deafening explosion resonated. The 10 magical spheres converged, triggering a domino effect that unleashed a colossal surge of power, akin to the formidable force of siblings united. The unfortunate little black dragon was immediately propelled away by the shockwave of the explosion. Had it not possessed an immunity to all elemental magic, it might have succumbed to the ancient demon's unexpected display of power. Master, please enlighten your disciple on what just transpired. I almost met my demise. Dino El-Karun huffed as he scrambled out of the dragon-shaped crater, 200 meters away, still billowing with black smoke. His scales were dusted with patches of black ash, especially his face, which was already quite dark to begin with. Ah, merely an accident. Experiments often yield unforeseen outcomes. Moreover, as this was my first attempt at such an endeavor, I haven't yet perfected the balance. Next time will surely be better. Look, my dear disciple, you emerged unscathed. Let us consider this matter settled. The ancient demon chuckled. At the moment of the explosion, his avant-garde attire had automatically enveloped him in a pure black magical shield, effectively warding off the shockwave, leaving only a smudge of dark residue on his right hand. Very well, my dear dragon, one must possess a generous spirit. For lunch, I shall prepare for you a roast of the abyssal demon shark, renowned for its exquisite black gold flavor. That should suffice, yes? The ancient demon, noticing his precious disciple's displeasure, swiftly offered this culinary delight as a remedy. Now that sounds more like it. However, master, I shall require 30 pounds of fresh vegetables as well. A balanced meal necessitates both meat and greens for proper nutrition. In the past, I lacked the means, but now, with a master as formidable as you, surely I can expect such a modest request to be fulfilled. The dark young dragon feigned deep contemplation before graciously waving a paw, forgiving his master's unintentional oversight. How could it be otherwise? It is merely a matter of 3 hearty meals a day. No master would falter at such a trivial inconvenience. Upon hearing the cunning little black dragon's playful banter, the ancient demon promptly patted his chest, assuring his commitment to fulfill the request. Having achieved the desired outcome, Dino began to listen attentively as the old demon recounted the esoteric knowledge of dark alchemy. As it was the inaugural lesson, the old demon refrained from commencing formal instruction, instead providing a broad overview of the scope and potency of dark alchemy, along with various theoretical concepts. During lunch and dinner, the young black dragon indulged in delectable dishes that left him utterly satisfied, reveling in this blissful existence. On the following morning, the insatiable young dark dragon was lured from his slumber by the enticing aroma of Master Sand's rich and savory meat soup. Having devoted the previous night to diligent meditation, he had enjoyed scant hours of rest. He had barely dozed for half an hour. Nevertheless, the young dragon embraced this rigorous training with unwavering resolve. Master Sand, an eccentric figure, was a master of forbidden magical formations, immersed in this realm to an astonishing degree. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 20. The unfathomably powerful Black Martial Emperor, the arcane array, a realm shrouded in mystery, has long captivated the eccentric old madman since his youth. For reasons unknown, he harbored an instinctual fascination for this enigmatic subject, which confounds the majority of sorcerers. Coupled with his remarkable talent, his current achievements are not merely a stroke of fortune. However, the fact that he has survived countless forbidden experiments speaks to more than just innate ability and strength. Luck plays an indispensable role in his saga. In contrast to the flamboyance of the old demon, the more reserved old madman has not been responsible for any notorious incidents. At most, he has whimsically altered the destination of a major city's teleportation array to the capital palace of an enemy nation. On occasion, he has benevolently restored some ancient forbidden magical arrays, though a few missteps have inadvertently unleashed formidable ancient tyrants, casting the world into shadow as these malevolent beings harbored thoughts of annihilating humanity and exterminating all living creatures. Unfortunately, such calamities often result in the loss of countless lives before the horror can be quelled. However, this burden should not be attributed to the old madman. With a gentle demeanor, the old madman imparted to the eager young dark dragon that magical arrays in this world serve a multitude of purposes, ranging from minor protective arrays that ward off dust and illuminate, to cataclysmic death arrays designed to eliminate terrifying entities. The old madman possesses profound knowledge of these arrays. Among them, there exists a category dedicated to summoning beings from other realms to engage in battle. To illustrate this, he deftly inscribed a complex summoning array in the air, conjuring a bloodthirsty wolf of mid-tier sanctity, only to casually snap its neck, declaring that Dino now had the ingredients for lunch. Witnessing this, Dino felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Was this not a veritable treasure trove of sustenance? If only he could master such a skill. Complemented by his second master's dark alchemy and comprehensive magical arts, he could summon whatever delicacies he desired, whenever he wished. Moreover, according to his third master, the creatures summoned from this other world are nearly infinite, rendering the prospect of failing to summon a beast virtually non-existent. Such a reality would be blissful. Ercolin, as you are my first disciple in this lifetime, and quite possibly my only one, my expectations of you may be somewhat elevated. I hope you will absorb all that I have to offer. Are you willing? The old madman inquired earnestly. His vast reservoir of knowledge is unparalleled. With few in this domain capable of matching him, even divine beings would falter. I am willing, replied the dark young dragon Dino Ercolin, blissfully envisioning the delightful life that lay ahead. Ah, what a good little dragon you are, the old madman said with a warm smile towards the young black dragon. In the ensuing moments, the eccentric old man kindly imparted a plethora of diverse magical formations to the dark young dragon, Dino Elkaroon, along with an array of intriguing anecdotes, some of which stemmed from his own personal experiences. The little black dragon was utterly captivated, his ardor for this newfound knowledge soaring, swiftly eclipsing his previous fascination with the dark alchemy taught by his second mentor, the old demon professor. After all, one had gifted him an unforgettable explosive revelation, while the other offered a delightful exchange of ideas. To Dino Elkaroon's astonishment, he discovered that his third mentor, the eccentric old man, was also a formidable practitioner capable of wielding magic from all elemental realms. According to the old man, His method involved inscribing magical formations upon his body that could summon and contain the elemental powers of various magical schools. Guided by his mental prowess, he could transmute these energies into an array of spells. While this technique had its merits, it was not without its drawbacks. The advantages lay in the swiftness and convenience of casting spells. However, the potency of the magic was limited by the quantity of elemental energy that the inscribed formations could accommodate. Moreover, once the energy of a particular element was depleted, replenishing it became rather cumbersome. Theoretically, the old man could access the highest tier of magic from all elemental schools, yet in practice, the mental energy required to cast spells from other schools was double that of his dark magic. This discrepancy was not apparent during minor spells, but it became glaringly evident when attempting to invoke high-tier forbidden incantations. The innocent little black dragon inquired about which method might be superior compared to that of the old demon. Determining which is better is not straightforward, El-Karun. You see, a fundamental requirement for my use of magic from other schools involves inscribing those forbidden magical formations upon my very being. The existence of these transcendent formations has rendered me no longer a purely human entity. I harbor an abundance of magical elements that do not belong to me. Under the continuous influence of these delightful little beings, my physique has acquired traits akin to elemental creatures, much like the elemental life of fire, albeit I encompass all elements. With a sigh, the eccentric old man elaborated on the advantages and disadvantages of both approaches to forbidden magic. As for your second mentor's method of universal magic, it operates similarly to that of other elemental practitioners, who summon magical elements from the air for their ultimate spellcasting. Though it may not match my prowess in terms of rank, it certainly boasts greater sustainability and safety. However, nothing comes without a price. Your second mentor's right hand bears the cost of his ability to cast universal magic, marked by the results of forbidden dark alchemy. Coughing slightly, the dark young dragon felt a twinge of trepidation at the daunting price, yet found it difficult to relinquish the allure of the benefits. After the old madman's lengthy ramblings, he shared a wealth of knowledge regarding the realm of magical formations with Dino El-Karun. Likewise, during the inaugural lesson of the forbidden magical formations, the old madman did not immediately thrust the little black dragon into practical learning. Instead, he provided a broad overview, aiming to elucidate the fundamental purpose of these arcane diagrams. The past couple of days had been quite leisurely, fostering a sense of habitual thinking in the little black dragon, leading him to believe that the lessons on the third day would similarly consist of purely theoretical discourse. Thus, when Master Haiwo Wang, with an expression of icy detachment, observed the young creature finishing its breakfast and then approached the majestic waterfall beside the small valley, the dark young dragon assumed that the master intended to impart knowledge in this new setting, completely oblivious to the arduous trials that lay ahead. Standing at the edge of the waterfall, Haiwo Wang gently raised a hand, and the torrent cascaded upwards, defying gravity. Without warning, the little black dragon was unceremoniously kicked to the base of the waterfall, only to be met with the furious onslaught of the water now rushing downwards with lethal intent. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Forest, Chapter 21. Whether you want to learn or not, you must learn the entire morning. The unfortunate young black dragon endured a tormenting experience beneath the overwhelming cascade of the waterfall. As he sat dazed, consuming what was once a delectable meal but now tasted like mere straw, Dino El-Karun found himself bitterly reminiscing about that devilish training session from the morning. The Black Emperor had evidently employed some insidious force on the little black dragon, for after being kicked to the base of the waterfall, Dino despairingly discovered that his two dragon feet were ensnared by an utterly vile power. He could only remain helplessly anchored at the bottom of the waterfall. Even as his body was tossed about by the colossal force of the water, he remained steadfastly in place, unable to break free from the torrent. Thus, Dino unwillingly experienced an exuberant deluge of cascading water. Once he finished his meal, he would have to stand firmly beneath the waterfall. And only when he achieved that would this training come to an end, as the Black Emperor's frigid words echoed in his mind, chilling the young dragon's heart. Could it be? The ordeal was not yet over. It appeared that far more awaited him. Oh, my dragon, heaven and earth! With his spirits dampened, the little black dragon took a full hour to finish his lunch. The Black Emperor did not intervene in his deliberate slowness. Instead, he continued to observe the dark young dragon with a cold, unyielding gaze. Finally, after much reluctance, Dino El-Karun trudged toward the massive waterfall, fully aware that some tasks could not be avoided. To attain the power of a dragon, one must endure the trials of a dragon. Dino understood this principle well, but comprehension did not dispel his feelings of discontent. With determination, the little black dragon gripped the rugged rocks with his sharp claws, inching his way into the depths of the waterfall. However, before he could straighten his dragon form, the unforgiving torrent of water swept him away without so much as a greeting. Shaking his head, Dino emerged, drenched and disheveled, from the pool of water several meters away. Coughing, he realized that the young black dragon had yet to learn how to swim. Thus he could only hold his breath and walk along the bottom of the pool until he reached the base of the waterfall. Casting a glance at his master, the Black Emperor, who stood coldly above the water, Dino took a deep breath and began his arduous trek once more, navigating toward the waterfall's base. With his claws gripping the rocks, he braced himself against the immense pressure of the cascading water, inching forward little by little. After taking another deep breath, Dino released his grasp on the rocks, attempting to stand upright, but the merciless pressure of the water effortlessly propelled him back out of the waterfall's embrace. Time and again, the young black dragon faced the harsh sting of failure. That will be all for today. Here is your dinner. The Black Martial Emperor coldly interrupted the little black dragon's reluctant attempts once more, placing a barbecued crescent white bear exuding the enticing aroma of dragon allure and over 100 pounds of the freshest white jade sprouts by the edge of the water pool. Without lingering, he turned to leave. Yet, after taking a couple of steps, he paused and softly encouraged the diligent dark young dragon. Dino, you did remarkably well today. The dark young dragon felt a pang of discomfort. Although such a level of impact would not inflict any physical harm, the immense force still left his mind reeling. Sprawled out by the water's edge, he gazed at the delectable feast nearby, feeling too lethargic to move. Nevertheless, driven by the hope of a brighter future, he struggled to rise and approached to devour the evening meal with great enthusiasm. The profound mental fatigue made Dino El-Karun yearn to close his eyes and indulge in a deep slumber. However, the young black dragon possessed a tenacity that surpassed that of ordinary dragons, resolutely resisting the devilish temptation of sleep. He calmed his mind and began to practice the intriguing meditation method found on the seventh-to-last page of the Dragon Language Magic Enlightenment. This meditation proved most effective when one was mentally and physically exhausted. Yet, among dragons, few relished the notion of self-imposed hardship, and this unappealing meditation method was thus largely neglected. To the great dragon race, even a brief moment of time was of little consequence. Dino named this troublesome meditation method the drowsy dragon technique, signifying its use when dragons felt weary. The third-to-last page contained a forbidden meditation method of the dark arts, which he named the Forbidden Dragon Technique, as it required the cooperation of dark magical energy to operate throughout the body, making it exceedingly intricate. After several hundred attempts, Dino barely managed to execute it successfully once. As for its effects, well, due to the limited trials, he failed to discern any particular uniqueness about this Forbidden Dragon Technique. The sleep-specific method was dubbed the Dreaming Dragon Technique, and Dino was most familiar with this one. Once the Drowsy Dragon Technique was in motion, Dino felt his mental fatigue gradually dissipating, replaced by a refreshing, icy sensation. His mental energy flowed along a designated mysterious path, gradually absorbing the dark elements present in the air. Simultaneously, his mental power imperceptibly increased. In this wondrous state, the dark young dragon persisted in his training until the dawn of the following day. Upon stopping, the first thing he did was to fluently chant a brief dark dragon language spell to conjure the simplest first-tier shadow dragon soul arrow. With a whoosh, a black arrow, resembling the shape of a dragon, appeared beside the little black dragon upon the completion of the incantation, obediently piercing towards the ground. It created a small pit approximately 1 meter deep, and the little black dragon was quite satisfied with this display of power. The successful casting of this spell also signified that the little black dragon had officially become a first-tier lower dark mage. The ancient master of darkness, a formidable demon, successfully captured the little black dragon and brought it to a shadowy alchemical laboratory situated thousands of meters underground. He casually tossed a tome, exceeding 1,000 pages in length, titled Fundamentals of Forbidden Dark Alchemy, along with 10 quills made from goose feathers, a bottle of ink, and a substantial stack of pristine rice paper. The task for the day was exceedingly simple: transcribe the entire book. If the task remained unfinished, it could be continued next time. Gazing at the hefty volume resting upon its claws, and then at the delicate quills, the little black dragon lamented in despair, "Oh, master, it is not that I cannot remember the contents. Why must I copy it by hand? I possess dragon claws. The demon retorted coldly. If you cannot wield a pen, then teach yourself to do so. You must transcribe it, so cease your needless complaints. The old demon's indifference stemmed from his own childhood, during which he struggled with memory retention, necessitating repetitive transcription to reinforce and deepen his recollections. Alas, the unfortunate little black dragon became a victim of this lamentable legacy. Thus, with painstaking slowness, the peculiar and crooked characters began to emerge from beneath the hapless dragon's claws, reminiscent of a snail's sluggish pace. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beast in the Forest, Chapter 22. From the tiger's mouth into the lion's den, the daily study schedule of the dark young dragon is as follows. After breakfast around 6 in the morning, classes commence and continue until noon, followed by lunch. After lunch, studies resume until 6 in the evening, culminating in a total of 12 hours of academic endeavor, with the remaining 12 hours allocated for the young black dragon's personal pursuits. Since the three ancient masters of Dino El Karun have ascended to a legendary state in which they can exist without sustenance, Dino cannot expect his eccentric mentors to venture beyond during class hours. Thus, it is utterly impossible for the young black dragon to indulge in laziness. After a grueling morning of diligently transcribing with a feather quill as light as a feather, the dark young dragon felt his claws grow numb and devoid of sensation. During lunchtime, the young dragon initially intended to grasp the roasted meat with his claws and tear into it with his mouth. But upon widening his eyes in disbelief at his inability to muster the strength to even hold the meat, one can only imagine the frustration that welled within him. "Oh, Master, see how your disciple is nearly devoid of strength to eat. It took me an entire morning to copy just 30 pages. Is this how a dragon is expected to live?" The dark young dragon felt that if he did not voice his grievances and release the pent-up emotions within, he might not even be able to consume this meal. "Ah, my diligent disciple, you have done remarkably well. I had thought you would struggle to transcribe even a few pages throughout the day. Excellent, excellent. You haven't even broken a single feather quill. You must continue to strive this afternoon, for the most challenging part of forming a habit is the beginning. It will get easier with time. However, my dear disciple, your handwriting is rather atrocious. I have been staring at it for half the day and have yet to decipher a single word." The old demon's laughter was no less unsettling than a banshee-esque wail, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction as he observed his prized pupil. Dejected, the young black dragon forced himself to swallow the rather unpalatable lunch, then returned to the platform crafted from a blend of demon silver, secret silver, and white silver. Gazing at the intricately complex lines of the magical array upon the silver-white surface, and then at the detestable fundamentals of forbidden dark alchemy, the dark young dragon shook his head in utter dismay. With a heavy heart, he grasped that accursed feather quill tightly, and with a surge of frustration, snapped it. Thus, the wicked quill that had tormented the young black dragon for an entire morning met its untimely demise. The ancient demon chuckled as he observed the little black dragon, sulking and picking up another new quill dipped in ink, continuing to transcribe from where he had left off earlier that morning. The dark young dragon's intense focus momentarily reminded this ancient being, who had lived for millennia, of his own youthful self, diligently and quietly copying the alchemical tomes left by his predecessors. How swiftly the years have flown by. Nearly all of those who once lived are now gone. "My dear disciple, you may wonder why I insist on having you transcribe these alchemical texts," the old demon mused, inexplicably compelled to elucidate his intentions without awaiting the little dragon's inquiry. Dark alchemy is an incredibly meticulous discipline, one that allows no margin for error. Even the slightest mistake could lead to the failure of an entire alchemical experiment. Many experiments require exceedingly rare materials, and should you encounter excessive failures, the losses may not be significant in themselves, but acquiring those precious ingredients is not a simple task. However, materials are but one aspect. Much like excellence and success can become habits, so too can failure. I hope, dear disciple, that you cultivate the most meticulous and precise thinking habits from the outset. In your future experiments, you will come to appreciate the benefits of such diligence. The old demon's words were sincere, the essence of wisdom amassed over countless years. Be swift, be precise, be potent. Your chances of survival will increase accordingly. I would hate to hear that you lost your life over some trivial mistake. I have no desire to seek out another little black dragon to tutor anew. The beleaguered dark young dragon, still grappling with his arduous task, lacked the emotional bandwidth for such discourse, responding with a soft acknowledgement that conveyed his understanding. He resumed his arduous battle with the quill in his claw, yearning to snap the insufferable tool in two. Confounded thing. You vex me, little dragon. I meant to write horizontally, not vertically. The old demon, unperturbed by the dragon's casual reply, quietly observed his sole apprentice diligently executing his commands, transcribing the complex foundational knowledge of dark alchemy. These were the fruits of the old demon's labor, painstakingly compiled over a long span of time. After finishing a dinner consisting of skewers of giant squid weighing over 100 pounds and 25 pounds of delightful carrots, the poor dark young dragon gazed at his two claws, now utterly numb, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over him. Upon being returned to his stone dwelling by the malevolent old demon, the tenacious dark young dragon emerged from his abode. Gazing at the three modest thatched cottages standing in the small valley, a myriad of thoughts swirled within him. Dino Alcaron was acutely aware that his second mentor, the old demon, and his third mentor, the old madman, possessed their own clandestine laboratories deep underground and would rarely occupy their respective cottages. However, his master, the dark martial emperor, often spent his quiet moments within the thatched cottage, wholly devoted to his cultivation. Perhaps it was this unwavering focus that rendered his master the strongest of them all. With a gentle sigh, the dark young dragon resolutely turned back to his dwelling to meditate using the dragon's restraint technique. Strength, after all, must be accumulated gradually, as the notion of instant success can be detrimental once one's power reaches a certain threshold. The following day, under the unexpected auspices of a magical array, the young dragon was spirited away by the old madman to a forbidden magical array laboratory situated thousands of meters underground. After indulging in a delightful breakfast, the young dragon awaited with eager anticipation for his third mentor to commence the lesson, who, surprisingly, gently handed him a hefty tome titled Forbidden Magical Array Diagrams and a delicate ice blue chisel. Well then, Alcaron, you may amuse yourself by carving the magical arrays depicted within. The old madman kindly instructed. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 23. This world has no need for useless beings deceived by the seemingly benevolent demeanor of his master. The little black dragon, harboring a belly full of discontent, obediently gripped the ice-blue carving knife with his feeble, still clumsy claws. He began the arduous task of etching the magical array from the accursed forbidden magic array diagram onto a remarkably smooth slab of pure white stone. The old madman, with a benign smile upon his face, stood watch as Dino Ecaroon struggled painfully, his claws not merely stiff but rigid, inscribing deep and shallow lines upon the stone surface. After approximately half an hour, the dark young dragon managed, with great difficulty, to complete the first magical array, an abysmal attempt, merely possessing a rough semblance of form, yet ultimately rendered useless. Turning to glance at the old madman, who nodded in approval, the little black dragon pressed his claw against the surface of the pure white stone, activating a peculiar small magical array. Upon pressing this magical button, the etchings on the stone's surface rapidly faded, vanishing as if they had never existed, restoring the slab to its original, smooth-as-water appearance. Sighing softly, the little black dragon grasped the carving knife once more, continuing to carve the next magical array. After acquiring the forbidden magic array diagram, he had curiously perused its contents and discovered it contained a total of 800 magical array diagrams. Naturally, Dino did not recognize a single one. However, this did not hinder the unfortunate dark young dragon from perceiving the increasingly intricate and convoluted magical lines. If the simplest array had taken half an hour, it was unfathomable how long it would take to complete those super-complex magical arrays that could leave a dragon dizzy merely at the sight of them. Elkaroon. In the realm of forbidden magical arrays, where I excel, aside from the paramount importance of magical energy, mental strength, and resonance with the array, it is also crucial to swiftly carve the most accurate magical array. If you mistakenly inscribe even the slightest line incorrectly, the entire array may disintegrate, or worse, undergo uncontrollable changes that even I cannot foresee. Most often, such consequences culminate in a powerful explosion. The old madman's voice, slightly hoarse yet clear, reassured the little black dragon, emphasizing that these efforts were not in vain, but rather foundational for a brighter future. Some magical arrays require only magical energy, mental strength, and resonance, while others necessitate additional materials, such as the blood of magical beasts or the souls of living beings, as sacrifices for the crafting of the array. In numerous realms, the domains of my forbidden magical array and your esteemed master's dark alchemy intersect significantly. Yet, Both of us, as old codgers, are too proud to acknowledge this connection. Haha. Now, Alcaron, you have the unique opportunity to acquire the most profound knowledge from these two fields. Perhaps, through the wisdom we impart, you may forge a path entirely distinct from the ordinary. The old man, with his fathomless gaze, directed his attention towards the dark young dragon. Yet his focus seemed to transcend time and space. Was he peering into his own past, or envisioning the future of the little black dragon? Standing upon the shoulders of giants always affords a broader perspective and loftier aspirations. Master, I eagerly anticipate your future achievements. Regardless of the monumental feats the little black dragon may accomplish in time, the dark young dragon must, for now, persist with its claws, ill-suited for writing or carving, enduring the arduous labor. Although the little dragon is deeply reluctant, it resolutely clenches its dragon teeth and perseveres, demonstrating an indomitable will akin to steel. As the morning training concluded and lunchtime commenced, the little black dragon retaliated by demolishing a pristine white stone into countless fragments. The old man feigned ignorance towards this rather unappealing display of frustration. After all, it was merely a slab of stone, easily replaceable by 100 or more. Tear it apart as you wish, as long as you diligently complete your assignments. The little black dragon voraciously tore into the roasted flesh of some enormous creature, seeking to vent its inner turmoil. It devoured nearly half of the cooked meat in one go, then turned fiercely upon the tender green vegetables, launching a savage assault. Damn these words and magical arrays. I shall bite you to bits. Curse you for tormenting me. That afternoon, Dino Alcaron once more endured a gentle yet cruel torment. Upon returning to its chamber, the little black dragon gazed at its occasionally trembling claws, feeling an unbearable strain. Unable to withstand the excruciating discomfort any longer, it resolutely bit down upon its own claws, channeling the intense pain to focus its mind and perform the binding dragon technique, striving to transcend the agonizing ordeal. Time slipped away unmeasured until the little black dragon emerged from its meditative state, moving its pitiful claws. Although still somewhat sore, the pain had become bearable. It pondered how much longer this existence would persist, feeling a flicker of uncertainty. On ordinary days, the little black dragon would follow the binding dragon technique with further practice of the forbidden dragon technique, ultimately concluding with the dream dragon technique until the dawn of the next day. With the Black Martial Emperor's tri-daily teachings on combat and physical prowess, the dark young dragon had shifted its focus from daily physical training to dedicating more time to fundamental magical meditation. As the night deepened and the stars sparkled brilliantly, the little black dragon stood at the edge of a colossal waterfall, gazing out at the scenery beyond the small valley. Dragons are formidable creatures endowed with exceptional night vision, rendering the distinction between day and night nearly inconsequential. Thus, the little black dragon could discern objects clearly within a radius of several thousand miles, even spotting a solitary dewdrop resting upon a humble blade of grass 1,000 miles away. As he surveyed the vast expanse, Dino found himself uncertain of what exactly he sought to witness. The principle of survival of the fittest, a steadfast law shared by both this peculiar world and the one he once knew, unfolded before him. From a distance, the little black dragon observed a magnificent blood-eyed wolf effortlessly pursuing a frail long-eared rabbit, swiftly bringing it down to serve as a meal for the night. Watching this natural order play out, Dino Alcaron felt an inexplicable sensation stir within him. As he lifted his dragon head to scrutinize the most resplendent purple crescent moon amidst the boundless sea of stars, a thought suddenly surged within the heart of the dark young dragon. This world has no need for the weak. Only the stronger beings possess the right to endure. With a mighty roar, the dark hatchling released a resounding and untamed dragon's cry that reverberated across the vast wilderness and pierced the tranquil heavens. I shall grow stronger. I must become mightier, to thrive more abundantly in this world. Volume 1. The Roaring of the Milk Dragon Shocks All Beasts, Chapter 24. Power is the sole truth. Having come to a profound realization, the dark young dragon returned to his dwelling, his countenance resolute. The little black dragon had made a significant decision. Tonight would serve as an indulgent farewell. He resolved to forego training and even to refrain from practicing the dream dragon technique while asleep. To achieve this aim, the little black dragon surveyed the array of weapons hanging on the wall and reached a decisive conclusion. With remarkable determination, he seized a colossal iron hammer weighing over 100 pounds and, with a fierce swing, struck his own head. The impact rendered him unconscious almost instantly. Dino, well aware of the challenge posed by his habitual reliance on the dream dragon technique to achieve restful slumber, found the prospect of simply sleeping to be an arduous task. Typically, he would only close his eyes in the early hours, after hours of meditation and training. The following day, the little black dragon was roused from his slumber by the cold plunge into a waterfall administered by the Black Martial Emperor. It appeared that the blow had been rather forceful, for Dino showed no signs of awakening until his usual biological clock chimed. Clambering out of the frigid pool and enjoying the sumptuous breakfast prepared by the Black Martial Emperor, the little black dragon prepared to resume his unfinished waterfall training. Reflecting on the contrasting methods of his other two masters, he sincerely believed that his primary master's training approach was the most gentle. Alas, poor little black dragon. You once chastised your master for being heartless. Wait, this is for you, the Black Martial Emperor coldly interrupted, halting the self-aware little black dragon by tossing an object his way. It resembled a necklace, though its nature was uncertain. Thank you, master. Dino was elated to discover that the item landing on his claw was none other than the coveted spatial ring he had long desired. The ring was adorned with a lengthy, elastic black animal sinew, perfectly suited for wearing around his neck. It seemed that his masters had indeed been thoughtful. In high spirits, the little black dragon donned the exquisite black spatial ring around his neck and, while fiddling with it, casually inquired as he made his way toward the waterfall, "Master, what creature does this sinew belong to? It seems quite sturdy." "An adult black dragon," the Black Martial Emperor replied coldly, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Dino's brow. He quickened his pace and leapt into the waterfall, realizing that remaining in proximity to such a perilous creature required considerable courage. Undoubtedly, the dark young dragon endured yet another morning filled with failures. Consequently, his spirits were somewhat diminished during lunch, for standing firm beneath the forceful cascade of the waterfall was no simple feat. Balance, tranquility, and the ability to sense the flow of water were essential. The Black Martial Emperor may have grown weary of the situation, perhaps believing that the dark young dragon had endured enough hardship and deserved a taste of sweetness. As the little black dragon, having satisfied its hunger and thirst, launched another assault towards the fierce waterfall, the Emperor coldly remarked, "I understand." Dino joyfully shouted in response, then bravely leaped off the precipice of the waterfall, several dozen meters high. Although such a height posed no threat to the little black dragon, which could neither be harmed nor killed, it still felt quite dizzy. Despite the Black Martial Emperor's utmost efforts to offer guidance, the young dragon was mercilessly flung away by the relentless torrent. This caused the Emperor to scowl intensely as he observed the little creature being tossed aside once more. Finally, he coldly admonished, "Use your brain. Do not always rely on brute strength." The dark young dragon humbly accepted the Emperor's counsel. There was no room for refusal, for who would wish to provoke the wrath of such a formidable being? Dino had no intention of testing the hardness of his master's fists. After heeding his mentor's advice, the little black dragon began to cautiously temper his monstrous strength, opting instead for a gentle sway of his body to dissipate the tremendous force of the water flow. To his delight, this strategy indeed proved effective. Once again propelled by the current, the little dragon emerged triumphantly. Having tentatively grasped the rudiments of dog paddling, he swam to the base of the waterfall in a rather ungainly manner, accidentally submerging himself twice in the process. Undeterred, he climbed back up to the base of the falls, standing on a rock that had been eroded down by 30 centimeters. There, he gently swayed against the flow of water, gradually releasing his claws and slowly straightening his body, only to be swept away once more with a splash. By the time dinner arrived, Dino could precariously manage to stand half upright before being thrown out by the current. The Black Martial Emperor appeared quite pleased with this progress, lightly patting the little dragon's shoulder in encouragement. However, the dark young dragon was startled into a cold sweat by this unexpected gesture from his imposing master. Fearing that the Emperor intended to deliver a few harsh blows as punishment for his inability to stand straight throughout the afternoon. "Dino, do you know what is most important in this world?" Today, the Black Martial Emperor seemed to be in an unusually good mood. Engaging in rare conversation with the little dragon, pondering whether it was friendship, familial love, romantic affection, power, wealth, or faith. When faith was mentioned, a hint of disdain crept into the Emperor's cold tone. The astute little black dragon wisely refrained from uttering a word, simply blinking his innocent eyes at the Emperor, for he understood that such ancient beings would inevitably reveal the answers themselves. It is power. The Black Martial Emperor stood quietly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. as an overwhelming aura of astonishing might enveloped the surroundings. Master, Dino is struggling to breathe. The little black dragon, with a pitiable demeanor, struggled to articulate his thoughts, as the imposing presence of the Black Martial Emperor was truly awe-inspiring. The exceptionally gifted Dark Wyrm felt as though he were suffocating under the weight of such overwhelming power. Remarkably, the nearby waterfall seemed to come to an abrupt and silent halt. In this world, strength is the only undeniable truth. Everything else may abandon you, but it remains a steadfast companion, unwavering throughout one's life. Perhaps the Black Martial Emperor, sensing a hint of awkwardness, subdued his extraordinary aura, and within his cold words, there seemed to linger a touch of disarray. Indeed, Master, you are absolutely right, exclaimed Dino El-Karun, as he inhaled the fresh air with great enthusiasm, praising his formidable mentor loudly. Goodness, the little black dragon had no desire to experience such helplessness again. Truly, strength is the ultimate truth of the world. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 25. The torment becomes habitual survival of the fittest. Those who cannot adapt are destined for elimination. When even the last avenue of retreat is irrevocably blocked, one is left with no choice but to acquiesce and acclimatize to the surroundings in which one finds oneself. The young black dragon, enveloped in darkness, currently finds himself submerged in an arduous learning environment. To the dragon's dismay, resistance proves futile. It simply yields no results. Day after day, the little black dragon, whose claws cramp from wielding pen and knife, perseveres through relentless torment. Yet, on a particularly bright and pleasant afternoon, he astonishingly discovers that he has not succumbed to psychological collapse, but has instead resigned himself to this uncharacteristic endeavor. In light of this realization, the beleaguered young dragon shakes his head and wags his tail, celebrating with a hearty meal. After dedicating an entire year to these devilishly demanding foundational exercises, the resilient little black dragon has mastered the ability to write with remarkable fluidity in various elegant scripts of different races, including the commonly used continental script of humanity, the elvish script of the elves, the beastly script of the orcs, and the draconic script of his own kind. One cannot help but wonder if the old demon, either out of a desire to showcase his erudition or simply to torment the poor little dragon, has intentionally included the daunting tome titled Fundamentals of Forbidden Dark Alchemy. The initial sections feature the simplest of human texts, but they soon devolve into a chaotic array of scripts from various races, causing the young black dragon immense frustration as he copies them. Ultimately, he disregards their meanings altogether, opting instead to replicate the shapes of the characters, thus sparing his precious brain cells. Dino had once insidiously inquired of the second master, the old demon, why the latter sections did not consist of human text. The old demon shamelessly replied that each race possesses its own unique culture, and some concepts lose their essence when translated. Moreover, given the young black dragon's comprehensive understanding of the scripts and languages of each race, the old demon was delighted to utilize the original texts as foundational material, deeming the translated versions too embarrassing to present. As for the intricacies of depicting the forbidden magical array, the young black dragon managed to complete this task in just over half a year, as it was somewhat simpler and involved fewer elements, despite the heightened difficulty in execution. After diligently spending 2 days to finish the final magical array, the third master, the old madman, cheerfully produced an enormous collection of bamboo tubes of varying lengths, filling an entire corner of the room with what appeared to be at least 1,000. The old madman's request was straightforward. The young black dragon was to replicate the magical arrays from the book Forbidden Magical Array onto these bamboo tubes. However, the complexity of this task proved significantly greater than inscribing them onto a smooth stone surface. With a heart full of resentment towards the insufferable green bamboo tubes, the little black dragon seized one, squeezing it with all his might. The tube crumpled under his grip, serving as a momentary outlet for his pent-up frustration. After venting his frustrations, the little black dragon resignedly grasped the smooth, emerald green bamboo tube and commenced a new round of inscribing magical arrays. In truth, Dino was acutely aware that all the magical diagrams the little black dragon had etched thus far were nothing but substandard creations, utterly useless detritus. The old madman likely intended for the little black dragon to gradually familiarize himself with the intricate precision of these unforgiving magical arrays through hands-on experience. According to the old madman himself, Successfully inscribing a complete magical array requires not only the three fundamental elements of magical energy, mental strength, and the diagram itself, but also the meticulous accuracy of the inscribed design. Each magical line must be executed with an exactitude that mirrors the prescribed force. The depth, size, and thickness must conform perfectly to the intended shape. Furthermore, the interplay of magical energy and mental strength is essential, with a precise standard dictating the appropriate application of each, leaving no room for error whatsoever. These intricate requirements, akin to the specifications of mechanical components, were enough to dissuade the somewhat indolent dark young dragon. Yet, regrettably, from the moment he set foot off Dragon Island, his fate was no longer his own. It was akin to his current predicament of helplessly carving a bamboo tube. Oh, and there was also the combat skills and physical training course that the little black dragon now favored most. The Black War Emperor had evidently never intended for the dark young dragon to quickly encounter the system's martial knowledge, or even the most fundamental aspect of combat skills, fighting energy. Ahem, the dragon race is one of the rare, inherently dual aptitude species in this world, gifted in both magic and martial arts. However, here, martial does not refer to the fighting skills accessible to humanoid beings, such as humans, elves, or orcs, but rather to the dragon race's extraordinarily formidable physical attack and defense capabilities. Moreover, compared to the gradual accumulation required for mastering magic, martial techniques are almost excessively straightforward for dragons. For the average giant dragon, martial skills consist merely of biting, tail whipping, clawing, and headbutting, basic survival skills. Although the dragon race's robust constitution renders them incapable of mastering fighting energy, a skill that pales in comparison to magic, their formidable physical resilience is indeed terrifying. Generally, even fighting energy practitioners of the same, or even one or two ranks higher struggle to breach a dragon's exterior defenses and inflict genuine harm. The Black War Emperor stands as the pinnacle of dark practitioners, possessing profound insights into martial skills. While the little black dragon may not learn his terrifying and destructive fighting energy techniques, this does not hinder the Black War Emperor from imparting martial wisdom to his personal disciple. For dragons, the paramount concern remains the toughness of their own bodies. Everything else is of secondary importance. Initially, the Black War Emperor focused on teaching the little black dragon balance and the mastery of his own strength. Though the dark young dragon has endured considerable hardship under the merciless tutelage of its master, the rewards reaped are undoubtedly far greater. At the very least, the little black dragon has learned to harness its monstrous strength and to remain steadfast amidst the tremendous onslaught of waterfalls, standing as firm as a mountain. This newfound control proves immensely beneficial, particularly in the realms of inscribing text and carving magical sigils. This marks the inaugural year of the little black dragon's educational journey under the guidance of three venerable old mentors, during which it has acquired a plethora of skills while simultaneously relinquishing much. Moreover, it has reluctantly tasted the bitter flavor of indescribable pain and experienced moments of psychological hesitation and turmoil. These invaluable lessons will undoubtedly become integral components of the little black dragon's extensive life. However, the present-day dark young dragon, Dino El Karun, finds little inclination to contemplate such distant futures. For this spirited young creature, who faces daily arduous tests with unwavering enthusiasm, the most pressing concern is to grit its teeth and endure every fleeting moment of class time. Volume 1. The Roaring Dragon Shakes the Forest of Beasts, Chapter 26. Sacrifice does not always guarantee reward in the blink of an eye. A century has quietly flowed by in the river of time, known as years. The once diminutive dark hatchling, now measuring 3 meters in length, has successfully concluded its foundational education spanning 100 years. This little black dragon has diligently copied over 100 seminal tomes dictated by its second master, the Elder Demon, who is the sole author of these works. In fact, the Elder Demon has authored all of these books himself, and the young dragon has begun to grasp the enigmatic realm of dark alchemy. Although this fledgling has yet to conduct even the smallest of experiments, its theoretical knowledge has become remarkably abundant. In the domain of forbidden magical circles, Dino El Karun has also achieved commendable success. The magical circles crafted by this little creature now exhibit an impeccable precision, akin to a heartless machine, matching the illustrations in the texts flawlessly. After inscribing the forbidden magical circles deemed essential for the young black dragon to remember no less than 1,000 times, The elder demon dispatched the hatchling to embark on a grand artistic endeavor. Presently, the dark hatchling can sculpt lifelike statues of its three masters on a gnarled branch devoid of any discernible shape, all while blindfolded, and then consume the sculptures, chewing them into fine fragments to spit out. This has become a rather unique form of catharsis. As for the captivating series, how the Black Emperor directed the training of Dino Elkarin's little dragon, it is filled with challenges, sweat, and joy. The young black dragon can now perform maneuvers such as pouncing, tail whipping, biting, clawing, and headbutting beneath the gentle cascade of a waterfall, with perfect form and a stable stance, without any concern of being swept over the edge by the powerful currents. Thanks to this highly effective training, the little dragon's physique has become remarkably healthy and robust, possessing a terrifying prowess in flexibility, balance, and power control that surpasses that of typical juvenile dragons. When the little black dragon began to regard the waterfall as inconsequential, the cold-blooded Black Emperor decided to allocate half of its time to squatting exercises. To prevent the hatchling from cheating with its extraordinary strength, the Black Emperor produced a specially tailored set of weighted gear for the young dragon, weighing a staggering 500 pounds, insisting that it must remain donned at all times. Merely 500 pounds. Dino Elkarin thought nonchalantly as he donned the ensemble of black weighted gear. In fact, for the present dark hatchling, 500 pounds felt somewhat light. However, the Black Emperor had his reasons for this approach. Thus, as days turned into weeks and the young dragon grew accustomed to its burden, the Black Emperor replaced the 500 pounds with 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds indeed imposed a noticeable strain, making many tasks feel overwhelmingly challenging. Step by step, the young black dragon was conditioned to adapt to this new reality. By now, the weight burdened upon the young black dragon has reached an astonishing 3,000 pounds. Indeed, if one were to equate this to a human in the early stages of life, such a load would have resulted in a swift demise. Then, one day, the esteemed Black Martial Emperor unexpectedly informed the young dragon that henceforth it would no longer bear such burdens. The dark young dragon, perplexed by its master's sudden change of heart, inquired with a sense of curiosity. The Black Martial Emperor elucidated that through a century of observation, he had discerned that this weight training, which proved effective for other races, yielded negligible results for dragons. Aside from rendering the young dragon's limbs slightly more agile, the enhancement in strength was a gross misallocation of time. He remarked that had a remarkably gifted human engaged in such arduous training for nearly a century, that individual might very well converse with a magnificent adult dragon without concern for their safety, having surpassed all conceivable limits. Naturally, the profit-driven Black Martial Emperor found this inefficiency unsatisfactory, and thus decisively called for a halt, liberating the young black dragon from decades of torment. However, within the young dragon's heart lingered a sense of discontent at being treated as an experimental subject. After all, it had endured considerable hardships for what now appeared to be futile efforts. At approximately 130 years of age, this young black dragon, unlike typical dragons that slumber for months or even years, experienced its first physiological transformation. This metamorphosis unfolded during a prolonged slumber lasting nearly 3 years. Indeed, it was a remarkable awakening after an extended period of dormancy. Due to this growth, the young black dragon reaped significant rewards. Not only did its body elongate substantially, but its dark, lustrous scales also became more robust and formidable, enhancing its magical immunity. Furthermore, its physical defenses grew sharper and sturdier. Most gratifyingly, the dark magic it had diligently cultivated over the years finally broke through a long-standing barrier, elevating it to the realm of a saintly young black dragon. Upon awakening, the young dragon, having accomplished nothing else, dove into the delectable feast prepared by its 3 mentors, consuming voraciously until its once empty belly could hold no more. Satisfied and burping contentedly, Dino Elkarin felt fortunate to be a dragon. Otherwise, such indulgence might have led him directly to the dominion of the underworld. Ruled by the sovereign of death, Heijin, the little black dragon, whose abilities had significantly improved, did not conclude its nightmarish journey of learning. For its 3 eccentric and immortal masters, the distinction between a 9th or 10th tier saint realm was utterly inconsequential. The young dragon remained powerless against these formidable old beings. Thus, upon awakening, the little black dragon continued its promising yet uncertain training. In the subsequent century, the dark young dragon began to delve into the realms of practical dark alchemy. forbidden magical arrays, and martial skills. Frequent, violent explosions erupted within the old demon's alchemical laboratory, accompanied by an irate voice that incessantly vented its fury. The explosive incidents within the domain of forbidden magical arrays were no less frequent than those in dark alchemy, often resulting in bizarre occurrences, such as the laboratory of the madman being suddenly inundated by a torrential flood or being ravaged by devastating bolts of lightning. In contrast, the set of dragon martial techniques tailored for the little black dragon by the Black Martial Emperor was rather challenging to provoke unexpected incidents. Cough, cough. There were the dragon claw hand, flying dragon leg, iron head skill, and other esoteric martial arts, the names of which were all coined by Dino himself. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Forest and Startles All Beasts. Chapter 27. The magic prodigy with high aspirations but low abilities after over 3 centuries of diligent study. Dino El-Karun has mastered an immense wealth of knowledge in the realms of dark alchemy and forbidden magical arrays. Through more than a century of practical application, he has garnered invaluable hands-on experience, albeit at a cost that would leave even the most esteemed mages of the human empire gasping in disbelief. These two ancient beings, the old demon and the madman, have devoted themselves entirely to nurturing the young black dragon, imparting all their knowledge and even sacrificing rare materials they would typically hesitate to part with, solely for the purpose of conducting experiments for the Na'vi little dragon. Most of these experiments have concluded in failure. However, the two undying souls remain unfazed and utterly dedicated. In many instances, the indifferent Black Martial Emperor generously provided substantial support, offering exquisite materials that even the old demon and the madman could not procure. For instance, yesterday's alchemical experiment, dubbed the Eternal Flower, was heralded as the most extravagant and ultimately futile endeavor in history. This lavish undertaking, which would make even the affluent Church of Light feel a pang of regret, was originally devised by a remarkably powerful individual seeking to woo his beloved, a beautiful princess of a grand empire, just 18 years of age. The primary materials required for the Eternal Flower are merely 4 in number, with 5 supplementary materials, rendering it relatively simple compared to other alchemical experiments that often require hundreds of components. Yet, each of these 4 materials is an invaluable, rare treasure, nearly impossible to obtain. The fact that such an individual could gather these materials speaks volumes of ancestral blessings. The branch of the Tree of Life. This is the lifeblood of the elven race. Daring to break a branch from the Tree of Life, revered as the mother tree of the elves, is akin to stabbing a knife into the heart of the elven people. Without absolute power, such an endeavor is unthinkable. It is worth noting that there are only 9 branches on the Tree of Life, and should one be lost, it would take millennia for it to regenerate. Furthermore, a reduction in the branches of the Tree of Life would lead to a decreased yield of the Fountain of Life and a series of detrimental consequences. The Dragon Crystal of the Life Dragon. This requires no elaboration. One can easily imagine how difficult it is to hunt down these magnificent creatures, known as the super guardians of the dragon race, who rarely venture beyond Dragon Island. Not to mention the challenge of slaying one to obtain a dragon crystal, as the dragons will not come seeking trouble with you. The essence of the divine. This is the essence formed from the indestructible soul of a fallen deity. Acquiring such a substance truly requires a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Even if one were to attempt to slay a god, it would be in vain. For this essence necessitates the burning of a soul over millennia to successfully coalesce, bestowing the miraculous ability to resurrect the dead and elevate a practitioner's cultivation. The essence of the earth. This substance is formed from the spiritual energy condensed within the veins of the earth, with each vein containing at most a single drop. Once something is taken away by another, it is irrevocably lost, truly a rare and precious treasure that diminishes with each passing moment. Moreover, this entity is far more elusive than the essence of divinity itself. It is a fleeting presence, visible only to the naked eye. As for spiritual perception, it is utterly futile, incapable of uncovering its existence. Throughout history, countless deities have met their unfortunate demise. Yet those who have grasped this earthly essence could be counted on one hand. But what extraordinary power does this earthly essence possess? In truth, it is rather a double-edged sword. Aside from enhancing one's vitality, it serves little purpose. The branches of the Tree of Life are the private collection of the eccentric Grandmaster of Forbidden Magic, a cherished possession bestowed upon him by the royal lineage of the elven race after he assisted them in crafting an immensely valuable forbidden magic array 5 millennia ago. Over the years, the old master has refrained from utilizing it, but this time, compelled by the curiosity of his beloved disciple regarding the legendary eternal flower, he reluctantly brought it forth. The old master employs this branch of the tree of life to preserve rare and exquisite materials. Among the other three extraordinary treasures, the dragon crystal of the life giant and the essence of divinity are the prized possessions of the nefarious dark alchemist, the old demon. Acquiring these two artifacts came at the cost of nearly his own life, snatched forcefully from another's grasp. The original owner of that treasure, a venerable figure, remains alive and well in this world. At the moment the old demon struck, the treasure's proprietor fortuitously happened to be away. However, the old demon at that time was not as formidable as he is now, nearly falling victim to the residual powers left within that cave. Yet what brings a smile to the old demon's slumber is the fact that the Ancient One remains oblivious to which scoundrel has plundered his treasure. As for the earthly essence, it was fortuitously discovered by the Black Martial Emperor during a life-and-death battle against a formidable foe. After executing a final, devastating maneuver to vanquish his rival, this drop of indestructible earthly essence was fortuitously propelled from its sanctuary within the Earth's ley line, landing in the hands of the Black Martial Emperor. With the guidance of three unparalleled masters of the dark arts, and after employing such rare materials, following the meticulous steps chronicled in history, he finally arrived at the last stage of creating the legendary golden eternal flower, which blooms only once in myth and promises eternal youth and life to an ordinary individual. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck Dino Elkaran. Just as he was to add the purest essence of Heavenly Lake, this cunning little black dragon stealthily substituted it with the most wicked essence of Hell Lake. Both share a common trait. They are equally translucent and devoid of scent, and to the naked eye, there is no discernible difference between the two. Success. At last. Success is within reach. It merely seems somewhat amiss, does it not? Did the historical texts not assert that this eternal flower should be golden? Moreover, should it not exude an aura of sanctity and nobility? The old demon and the madman stared wide-eyed at the quietly blossoming, pitch-black flower that emanated an aura of evil and decadence. Meanwhile, the Black Martial Emperor, standing silently to the side, seized the enigmatic black magic flower with a single motion. With a fierce chop, he struck the nape of the little black dragon, compelling it to open its mouth involuntarily. And then he forcefully shoved the black magic flower down the throat of the dark young dragon. With a soft gulp, the little black dragon swallowed it. The dark young dragon, with a sorrowful expression on its inky face, gazed at its stern master, feeling utterly despondent. Was it truly necessary to treat me so harshly for a mere moment of mischief? I certainly do not wish to become my own experiment. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 28. The Sanctum on the Brink of Collapse as Time Flows Inexorably. After the dark young dragon diligently completed several centuries of foundational studies, Dino's three masters began to unveil the doors to higher realms for the little black dragon. At this juncture, the daily teaching plans of each master underwent significant alterations, for many lessons could not be concluded in mere days. Some required prolonged, uninterrupted engagement. At times, the little black dragon would spend half a month under the tutelage of the second master, the old demon, experimenting with a myriad of dark alchemical arts. The old demon firmly believed that only through the amalgamation of theory and practice could one cultivate the finest dark alchemist in the realm. Throughout its shadowy past, the little black dragon had absorbed an immense reservoir of knowledge in the field of dark alchemy, both advanced and rudimentary. Now, it was the process of fusing this theoretical knowledge with practical application, a necessary step to avoid comical mishaps. For instance, during its initial attempts at hands-on practice, the little black dragon could not distinguish between the skeletal structures of the night spirit cat and the phantom cat, even mistaking both intricate frameworks for mere rodents. Such a level of ignorance was intolerable to the old demon, and the little black dragon's understanding of other materials was even more lacking, a matter that had consumed countless efforts from the old demon. While interacting with the old demon and the old madman, the little black dragon's shortcomings were equally pronounced. The engraving of magic circles required not only flawless lines, but also a precise synergy of magical energy and mental focus. In this regard, the dark young dragon's experience was non-existent. Thus, during practical engraving, the likelihood of an explosion was a staggering 88%, a rather auspicious number. The probability of significant discrepancies in the final effect of the magic circle stood at 9%, another fortunate figure. However, The chance of successfully enabling the magic circle to function as intended was a mere 3%, an exceedingly unfortunate statistic. Despite the perception of the three old perverts regarding the little black dragon as inconceivably weak, it was, after all, a creature of the sanctum level. Why then was its success rate in engraving magic circles so dismally low? The crux of the issue lay in the standards. Whether in the realm of dark alchemical experimentation or the practical crafting of magic circles, the little black dragon was engaged with exceptionally advanced domains. Inferior alchemical practices and rudimentary magic circles were utterly beneath the expectations of the two venerable masters, who held immense hopes for their beloved pupil. As for whether the little black dragon might later articulate the intricacies of high-end dark alchemy and forbidden magic circles with eloquence, while operating at the pinnacle of mastery yet remain completely oblivious to the most basic alchemical processes and the simplest lines of magic circles. That was a situation the old demon and the old madman would not entertain. It is akin to asking a fabulously wealthy individual to meticulously calculate the cost of a single meal, pondering the price of the humble greens among the countless dishes. Such a notion is absurd. The ancient fiend and the old madman, these two venerable beings, do not merely instruct the young black dragon in their respective realms. They also extend their considerable wisdom to the dark arts that captivate the young drake's interest. Having lived through the annals of time, these immortal mentors generously impart every dark incantation known to other races, while also enlightening the young dragon with invaluable insights into the higher domains of power and the nuances required to surmount obstacles. The young black dragon perceives the keen interest his mentors harbor for the draconic dark magic, and has even suggested transcribing the spells he has learned. However, without hesitation, these ageless beings declined. The rationale is simple, despite their extensive understanding of the draconic tongue and script. The unique phonetics of the dragon race present a formidable challenge to those not of their lineage. The torment of grappling with the intangible pain of unattainable sounds is indeed a profound burden. The physiological structure of dragons diverges entirely from that of humans, particularly in terms of vocal apparatus. For instance, producing a sound akin to our requires a resonance involving the throat, tongue, and nasal cavity, along with intricate subtle maneuvers, an endeavor utterly beyond the capabilities of humans and other beings. This is a testament to the Creator's indulgence towards the dragon kind. Presently, the young black dragon finds himself in a state of distress, not merely due to yet another costly failure in an ambitious dark alchemical experiment that could drain an entire kingdom's wealth, accidentally destroying the beloved silver dissection knife of his second mentor, the old fiend, although Dino had indeed harbored a certain disdain for that knife. His troubles are compounded by having inadvertently summoned an adorable, harmless long-eared rabbit while attempting to inscribe a perplexing interdimensional summoning circle, when he had intended to conjure a formidable mammoth, much to the chagrin of his third mentor, whose face was nearly green with anger. The master, the Black Martial Emperor, instructed the old man to inform the unfortunate young black dragon that a martial arts assessment awaited him, a task that, while seemingly straightforward, required him to slay a domain-level spectral-eyed golden leopard. Dino Elkaroon is not troubled by his ability to vanquish the leopard. Rather, he is consumed with anxiety over his impending first act of killing. It is rather astonishing that, over the course of several centuries since his birth, the dark young dragon has not yet taken the life of even the most insignificant creature. Of course, in his previous life as a human, he had wielded the blade to dispatch numerous chickens, ducks, and fish. Thus, it could be said that the current incarnation of the young black dragon is an unblemished paragon of purity, a veritable angel clad in white. While residing on Dragon Island, the little black dragon often found itself tempted by the idea of using its claws to slay a few creatures for sustenance. Yet it could not endure the peculiar sensation of consuming raw flesh. However, upon arriving in this quaint valley, all of its food sources were meticulously prepared by its three masters, allowing the little black dragon to devote itself wholeheartedly to cultivation and study. During this time, the dark hatchling even ceased to engage in a once-beloved game of hide-and-seek with the long-eared rabbits. Dino Elkaroon was aware of the dark martial sovereign's expectations regarding the little black dragon's martial prowess, as the three masters unanimously agreed that it was time for their disciple to experience the taste of bloodshed. It would be a source of ridicule for those ancient masters if a disciple cultivated under three exceptionally malevolent dark grandmasters had never taken a life. As the dark hatchling pondered these chaotic thoughts, it wandered toward the waterfall in a somewhat dazed manner when suddenly, a fierce attack sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Instinctively, the little black dragon reacted, striking down with a claw, only to find itself confronted with the severed corpse of a blood-soaked ghost-eyed golden panther. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 29. This year, Master is away. A rare opportunity. After remarkably completing the test of the Black Martial Emperor, the carefree little black dragon joyously swayed its tail and headed towards the waterfall, showing no inclination to regard the pitiful corpse of the ghost-eyed golden leopard that lay upon the ground. To the young dark dragon's surprise, it found not only its master waiting at the waterfall, but also 3 masters, who stood idly by, gazing intently at the cascading waters, as if searching for a hidden flower among the torrents. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Second Master. Greetings, Third Master. Dino O'Callaghan politely greeted all 3 masters with enthusiasm, though none could fathom the little black dragon's internal relief at having only 3 masters. Had there been a dozen, even a simple greeting would have driven the dragon to madness. The 3 unscrupulous old fellows, led by the Black Martial Emperor, did not reciprocate the little black dragon's warmth. Instead, they remained lost in their thoughts, fixated on the roaring waterfall. The dark young dragon stood helplessly by, awaiting the inevitable test of its patience from these masters. With immense boredom, it stared at the blades of grass beneath its feet, examining their lengths and widths with the fascination one might reserve for a stunning beauty, revealing the depths of its ennui. How much longer must I wait? My time is indeed precious. My dear disciple, after years of diligent study, we are quite pleased with your progress. Today, I announce that your foundational studies are complete, and your results are outstanding. The 3 silent old souls had stood there for an entire day, only speaking as the sun dipped below the horizon, with the old demon representing them. Oh, Dino O'Callaghan responded lazily, aware that these unconventional masters would not concern themselves with the little black dragon's attitude. As long as the dark young dragon dutifully completed its assigned tasks, they were exceedingly lenient in other matters, readily fulfilling most of its requests without hesitation. From this day forth, O'Callaghan, you shall commence your advanced studies. This phase will require you to engage in practical hands-on activities, accumulating invaluable first-hand experience. Of course, you have already begun this process, albeit not to perfection. Continued effort is essential. The old madman spoke with a benevolent smile, appearing as a kind, gentle grandfather. However, the little black dragon, having suffered the consequences of its 3rd master as facade, could no longer trust the mask of false benevolence. Humph. You are but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Understood. The dark young dragon replied dully, wondering if today's learning task was merely to endure boredom. Dino, tomorrow the 3 masters will temporarily depart for the continent of Colossus, and may be away for a year. The cold tone of the Dark Emperor revealed a hint of warmth, clearly indicating his concern for his cherished disciple. What? You 3 masters are leaving for a year? Upon hearing this extraordinary news, the little black dragon instantly stood upright, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, his sparkling eyes fixed incredulously on his master, unable to fathom the serendipity that had befallen him. He, as long as the 3 masters are away, I shall have the final say. Besides, I can roam freely and indulge in travel. Dear disciple, do not be disheartened. Our journey may not necessarily take a full year, if all goes smoothly. A couple of months will suffice. You simply need to stay at home obediently. There will be no danger, the old demon reassured the little black dragon, interpreting his astonishment as reluctance to part with them. This journey is due to a few old friends of ours encountering minor troubles. They need to eliminate a couple of unyielding members of the Church of Light, and, while at it, acquire a valuable artifact. Rest assured, we shall complete this task swiftly. So there is no need for concern. The old madman elaborated on the circumstances with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing a leisurely outing. What kind of artifact is it? Master, could you possibly divulge the details to Erkalon? The dark young dragon, well aware of the art of flattery, made sure to refer to himself as Erkalon when conversing with the 3rd master, and as Dino when speaking with the 2nd, knowing that this would delight his somewhat childlike mentors and yield favorable outcomes. It is a divine artifact, the Crown of Oracles. It is one of the 3 legendary relics of the Pope of the Church of Light, stolen 7,000 years ago by a certain figure known as the Shadow Phantom Thief from the Holy Temple of Light. However, that individual met an untimely demise, and thus the Crown of Oracles vanished. Recently, the Church of Light, through unknown means, has sensed the location of the crown, which lies somewhere on the continent of Caradis. Hence, we must retrieve it. The old madman, true to his nature as a dark villain, spoke with a fervor that made the act of robbery and murder seem as effortless as eating and drinking. The dark young dragon listened intently to these revelations, envisioning the breathtaking spectacle of masterful combat and contemplating whether he should venture forth to witness it. Yet, he was reluctant to forfeit this rare opportunity to remain home alone. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to stay behind. Opportunities to watch the battles of extraordinary masters would arise again. But the freedom of a dragon was a treasure not to be regained. "Dino, if you do not wish to stay at home, you may accompany us," came the invitation. The Black Martial Emperor, rarely one to alter his decisions, resolved to take his cherished apprentice to witness the grandeur of the world. With the protection of himself and his two companions, the little black dragon would undoubtedly face no peril. Perhaps this venture would allow the dark young dragon to encounter individuals of a higher realm sooner than anticipated. However, no, Dino would be better off remaining at home. Accompanying his masters might only hinder their progress. Yet, Master, Second Master, and Third Master, what about Dino's provisions for the upcoming year? Upon hearing the Black Martial Emperor's words, the little black dragon immediately shook his head vigorously. This rare opportunity to temporarily escape the watchful eyes of his three eccentric masters was too precious for the mischievous young dragon to let slip away. This indeed posed a dilemma. "My obedient apprentice, you do not possess fire magic." The old demon, upon hearing the little black dragon's query, felt a twinge of headache. However, this peculiar old fellow, whose thought processes diverged significantly from the norm, quickly devised a solution. He casually tossed a pitch-black object resembling a magic wand to the bewildered little black dragon. Volume 1. The Roar of the Chapter 30. An intriguingly memorable first adventure beside a quaint valley, atop a cascading waterfall, a colossal creature, measuring 6 meters in length, stood there, grinning foolishly at the ground below, lost in a daze. Although the little black dragon was aware of the exceptional prowess of Master San, it still did not anticipate the acquisition of such a rare treasure. The final bounty rendered even the mentally steadfast little black dragon utterly befuddled. The Sumeru Staff, the Annihilation Compass, and the Dark Demon Blade, 3 invaluable and unparalleled weapons. They were the cherished treasures intertwined with the lives of the 3 masters. The Sumeru Staff, a magnificent artifact crafted by the old demon master, was the result of countless endeavors, forged from an ancient, nameless wood that had endured 5 millennia of meticulous refinement. However, the little black dragon could only harness it for the full spectrum magic of the sanctum level. As for its other capabilities, alas, the abilities of the dark young dragon fell woefully short of the minimum threshold required for activation. The Annihilation Compass, a meticulously crafted, pitch-black instrument, was roughly the size of an adult's palm and allegedly bore millions of magical arrays inscribed upon its surface, a number that continued to grow. This was the beloved treasure of Master Air, the old madman. Cough, cough. The little black dragon had no idea how to operate this contraption, as the old madman had conveniently forgotten to explain. The Dark Demon Blade, the prized weapon of Master Da, the Black Martial Emperor, was a mysterious blade that had been passed down through countless generations. The number of divine beings that had perished beneath its edge was incalculable. Dino was unsurprised to detect the scent of dragon blood lingering on the Dark Demon Blade. Yet, the little black dragon felt no fear of this dreadfully bloodthirsty weapon, for it was imbued with a spirit that would not harm him. Originally, it seemed improbable that the little black dragon would acquire the 3 most significant weapons of the 3 masters. Yet, fate often weaves its own peculiar tapestry. After the old demon master tossed his Sumeru staff to the little black dragon, the old madman, who usually relished opposing him, promptly offered his most treasured Annihilation Compass to the dark young dragon without a word. Following that, the Black Martial Emperor simply plunged the Dark Demon Blade into the ground and turned away in silence. The intricate details of these 3 treasures were imparted to the little black dragon by the old demon and the old madman, but by then, the little black dragon, slightly inebriated by joy, had failed to inquire about their usage. Thus, when he sadly discovered his inability to wield them, the 3 masters had already departed with remarkable decisiveness, leaving him with no hope of retrieving them. Nevertheless, the dark young dragon possessed a spirited sense of adventure. After considerable effort, he gleaned a general understanding of the functions of these 3 treasures. For instance, the Sumeru staff could allow one to freely select the desired type of magic to unleash, contingent upon the infusion of mental energy. However, the level and potency of this magic were proportional to the user's mental strength, should one attempt to exceed their limits. a merciless backlash would ensue. Dino had personally experienced such a consequence, and the sensation was truly exhilarating. The little black dragon, having savored that thrill, had no desire to experiment a second time. However, utilizing the Sumera staff to cast spells does not necessitate the incantation of magical chance. It is worth mentioning that the little black dragon currently possesses no knowledge of spells from other schools of magic, as he has no time to waste on such trifles. Nevertheless, he retains a general understanding, ensuring that he will not find himself in the embarrassing predicament of being attacked by an enemy's magic without any comprehension of its nature. As for the Annihilation Compass, the dark young dragon perceives it as a terrifying bomb fraught with uncertainty. Upon the first infusion of spiritual energy into the Annihilation Compass, this recalcitrant artifact flickered erratically, resulting in the little black dragon being teleported to a height of 100 meters above a waterfall, leading to an unceremonious plummet from that lofty elevation. He landed with a resounding splash. During the second infusion of spiritual energy, the dark young dragon exercised greater caution. However, he was abruptly struck by a violent purple lightning bolt that sent tremors throughout his body. By the gods, that was undoubtedly a formidable spell that exceeded the limits of the little black dragon's magical immunity. After these two unforgettable experiences, the dark young dragon found himself utterly disinterested in this contraption, which seemed to operate independently and recklessly. He began to suspect that if this continued, he might very well be driven to the brink of madness. On the other hand, the dark dagger wielded by the Black Martial Emperor brought the little black dragon immense satisfaction, for it required no contemplation. Any dragon would instinctively understand that this lethal weapon's purpose is to kill. There were no complicated secrets to its use. It was quite simple. Although the dark young dragon seldom had the opportunity to deploy the dark dagger against formidable foes, this did not hinder him from discovering some unprecedented methods of utilization for this weapon that never claimed the lives of nameless individuals, such as chopping trees and splitting grass. With a cheerful disposition, the little black dragon stowed away these three extraordinary treasures into the spatial ring hanging around his neck. He ambled toward the small valley with a swaying gait. Even though his second and third masters had departed, he could still effortlessly access the underground chambers of his two mentors through the teleportation array in the room of the old demon and the old madman. There were numerous treasures within, and before embarking on further adventures, the little black dragon aimed to make thorough preparations, ideally bringing along everything he could. After all, with the spatial ring at his disposal, he had no need to expend energy contemplating how to carry items. Such a task was both effortless and efficient. He took the platform made of magical silver and mithril for future experiments. He decided to take those bothersome feather quills as well. 10 bottles of ink, those too. A complete set of 360 surgical knives of various materials and specifications. He would take those too. This is the second master's secret chamber. I recall the means of access. It indeed opens this way. First, he summoned a dozen dark puppets. And this ominous magical bomb. How many should he take? Never mind. The second master has no use for them, so the little dragon would not be polite and would take them all. Oh, right. Almost forgot. He also needed to pry the illumination crystal ball from the wall. As the little black dragon contentedly squinted its draconic eyes and departed from the old demon's laboratory to visit the eccentric old madman's workshop, the once-filled chamber of the dark alchemical secrets appeared as if a barbaric thief had ravaged it, leaving only a trail of valuable, exquisite, peculiar, and clandestine items stripped bare. Unsurprisingly, the old madman's possessions did not escape the grasp of the dark young dragon, who temporarily assumed the role of a robber. Anything that could be taken was seized. Anything that could be of use was appropriated, and the unfamiliar items were carried away for further study. The most significant treasure found in the madman's laboratory was undoubtedly the densely packed shelves brimming with an extensive array of magical scrolls. Indeed, there were over 10,000 scrolls spanning various disciplines of magic. The least among them were of at least the 8th tier, while the most powerful were of mythic rank, numbering in the hundreds. However, these items were of little interest to the little black dragon, whose master possessed extraordinary prowess. One could easily discern their value by the haphazard manner in which they were carelessly piled together. It was evident that to the old madman, they were mere trifles, tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. The little black dragon, who delighted in alleviating its master's burdens, graciously accepted them. The gentle embrace of the violet moonlight cascaded upon the little black dragon, who had just stored its grand bed within the confines of its spatial ring, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beast Chapter 31. You all must behave as the gentle and pristine morning light pierced through the lingering hues of the clouds and graced the small valley. The little black dragon was fully equipped, armed to the teeth, squatting by the waterfall, roasting a harmless summoned magical beast, the purple-striped panther. Although the flavor of panther meat was not the little black dragon's favorite, having transitioned from a life of luxury where food was served on a silver platter to a more humble existence, the satisfaction derived from not having to subsist solely on vegetables was immensely gratifying. It had been several centuries since the little black dragon had last engaged in the art of barbecuing, with that experience dating back to when it was still human. Reflecting on it now felt like a distant memory from a past life. Ahem, it seemed the meat had become a bit charred. The ungrateful little black dragon carelessly discarded the Sumeru's staff after its use, while the cursed annihilation compass lay quietly beneath the unfortunate panther, emitting a radiant flame that roasted the hapless creature. This was a recent discovery by the audacious black dragon. Originally, it had intended to throw the wretched compass into the fire for a proper roasting, a means to vent its frustrations, fully believing that the device could withstand the heat. To the dragon's delight, upon meeting the flames, the compass spontaneously emitted a brilliant and intense blaze, perfectly suited for barbecuing. In high spirits, the little black dragon gleefully discarded the firewood over the waterfall. Who would prefer cumbersome and troublesome wood when such a convenient, smoke-free, and sustainable source of fire was available? Burnt? Not a concern. A dab of whale oil would suffice, and a little more roasting would remedy it. Oh, and some spices should be added. What was that delightful ingredient that resembled Sichuan pepper? Oh, it came to mind. The seeds of the golden-horned eight-spirit sunflower. A rare magical material worth its weight in gold. Let us see how much is left. I recall that Master had only a small vial stored in the dark alchemy chamber, specifically placed in the secret room. Wait, how could I forget? Did I not bring it all with me? While diligently turning the purple-striped panther with its claws, the little black dragon rummaged through its long-forgotten memories of barbecuing steps, all the while searching its spatial ring for useful items. After a laborious 3 hours, the poor, starving little black dragon finally succeeded in cooking the enormous purple-striped panther, weighing a staggering 300 pounds. Without hesitation, it clawed open the charred exterior and buried its massive head into the aromatic, delicious meat, tearing and devouring voraciously. In less than half an hour, the unfortunate panther was completely consumed. The dragon then leaped into the waterfall for a refreshing cold bath, tidied up its belongings, and made its way towards the outskirts of the small valley. In light of the intention to venture beyond the familiar valley for the first time, the little black dragon, wary of potentially losing its way upon returning, resolved to follow the direction of the rising sun. Thus, it could retrace its path by simply reversing its course. Alas, it was a measure of necessity, for though reluctant to admit it, Dino possessed an innate tendency to become lost from a young age. While such a talent seldom found an opportunity to manifest, it was undeniable that the little dragon had never quite mastered the cardinal directions. However, it was remarkably adept at distinguishing its front from back and its left from right, despite a period of confusion regarding which claw was its left. Such trivial inconveniences merely consumed time, which was not deemed particularly precious. With no destination in mind and devoid of a specific goal for this excursion, the little black dragon ambled along without haste, relishing the unique splendor of the grassland while occasionally intimidating the small creatures it encountered. For this formidable being, perched atop the food chain, virtually all other life forms could be regarded as mere small animals. In fact, many proud dragons engaged in such behavior, a deeply ingrained trait that was resistant to change. As the dragon traversed the plains, its mood would sometimes inspire it to chase away those daring enough to stalk the long-eared rabbits. At other times, when its spirits were less buoyant, the dark young dragon might resort to capturing a long-eared rabbit, skinning it, and preparing it for a roast, or even incinerating those who dared to hunt. This whimsical behavior was as unpredictable as the clouds drifting above. The mischievous creature had even been known to roast a long-eared rabbit and toss it to the lurking predators. After 3 languid days of wandering, the little black dragon finally emerged from the vast grassland, arriving at the edge of a seemingly boundless forest. There, it lay down quietly, preparing for its midday meal. Only after satisfying its hunger would it contemplate whether to enter the forest today or defer the adventure until the morrow, a rather mundane dilemma. To be sure, from the spatial ring, the dragon retrieved its Shumi staff and the desolation compass. It cast the compass onto the ground and channeled its mental energy into the Shumi staff, summoning a fist-sized crimson fireball that soared forth, striking the compass. In an instant, a breathtaking deep crimson flame flower blossomed from the center of the compass, withdrawing the Shumi staff back into the spatial ring. It extended its claw to meticulously draw a precise summoning magic circle in the air, its inner mental and magical energies seamlessly coordinating with the required dimensions and lines of the magical array. What should be conjured this time? Perhaps a rock honey bear, for the flavor of roasted bear paws was quite delightful. I recall the magical password for summoning the rock honey bear is as follows. With utmost seriousness, the little dark dragon sketched the summoning circle for the rock honey bear, and upon its successful completion, the intricate magic circle shimmered momentarily before a silver-winged mist serpent materialized before it. What on earth? Where's my rock honey bear? How did this mix-up occur again? My delectable bear paw, where have you gone? You little rascal, dare you to flee? Do you seek to court danger? How dare you disregard the summons of your contract master, the little dragon? The silver-winged mistline python immediately sensed the overwhelming and majestic aura of the dragon upon its emergence, and instinctively sought to escape with lightning speed, eager to distance itself from this terrifying creature radiating an aura of infinite danger. Yet, it had barely slithered a mere 10 centimeters before its life was abruptly extinguished beneath the claw of the fearsome little black dragon. The dark demon blade pierced cleanly through the head of the silver-winged mistline python, swiftly ending the life of this peak 8th-tier swamp assassin. As the little black dragon grasped the dark demon blade, skewering the python's flesh upon the oblivion compass to roast, it simmered with irritation over the recent occurrence. Was it not merely a careless mistake in drawing a summoning character? How could a python emerge instead of a bear? And truly, is this handsome little dragon so fearsome that upon sight, one feels compelled to flee? Do I really look like I would slay you? I must admit, I do contemplate your demise. Even if I genuinely wish to end your life, that would not be my desire every single time. Remember to be obedient next time. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 32. Could this be the fabled human? Having indulged in a delightful feast of fresh snake meat, the little black dragon, Dino, lay contentedly on the soft grass, gazing at the brilliant stars that adorned the pristine night sky, illuminated by the flickering firelight. His eyes, sparkling like pure black diamonds, were lost in deep contemplation, revealing a melancholic giant dragon within. How dreadfully dull. I must seek some amusement, or I shall surely succumb to despair. This dark young dragon, unable to endure solitude, seized the rare opportunity while his 3 mischievous mentors were away, deciding to grant himself an extravagant holiday, a period of respite, allowing for a balance of labor and leisure. Is indeed the most effective approach to cultivation. Reluctant to engage in meditation or physical training, and with no intention of experimenting with dark alchemy or forbidden magical formations, he spent his days aimlessly wandering, seeking entertainment. Thus, these past days were marked by a certain decadence, though this decline was merely in contrast to the little black dragon's usual industriousness. After all, a month of leisure is but a fleeting ripple in the vast, unfathomable expanse of a dragon's long life. After much agonizing contemplation, a brilliant idea suddenly flickered through the unique mind of the little black dragon. It had been ages since he last beheld fireworks. How splendid it would be to create some. For this extravagant young dragon, the notion of producing fireworks diverged significantly from that of other intelligent beings. Although dark alchemy contained methods for crafting fireworks, this lazy little creature found such processes too tedious. Moreover, his spatial ring lacked the necessary alchemical materials, leading him to covet the magical scrolls pilfered from his eccentric mentor. He conjured the spell Heavenly Fire Raging the Plains, a mid-tier fire magic from the sacred domain. Observing the bright, searing dark red flames billowing across the sky, he watched as they erupted with a thunderous boom, showering the earth with countless exquisite dark crimson flames that fell gracefully against the deep night. The beauty of this enchanting magic was matched only by its formidable destructive power, as evidenced by the once lush and bountiful grassland now transformed into a pockmarked wasteland, with a meter-deep crater belching black smoke, a testament to its potency. Next, he summoned falling heavenly thunder, a lower-tier lightning magic of mythic origin, a purple, otherworldly bolt, imbued with an air of unending devastation, descended from the heavens with a cataclysmic roar. With a thunderous crash, the night sky seemed to be violently torn asunder, illuminating the entire horizon with brilliant flashes of lightning. revealing the ecstatic dragon as he marveled at the breathtaking spectacle. How magnificent! Even the fireworks of your could never rival such a breathtaking display of sound and light. Once more, divine radiance, a high-tier light magic from the sacred domain. A resplendent, pearlescent beam of light pierced the heavens and the earth, subtly accompanied by the sweet celestial hymns emanating from above. Ethereal figures reminiscent of angels flickered around the luminous pillar, creating an aura of sanctity and inviolability. This expansive warm magic enveloped the ravaged prairie, imparting a serene and harmonious light that quelled all negative energies, erasing the remnants of the dark sorcery that had previously marred the land. Life flourished anew. A mythical wood-based magic unfurled, conjuring countless translucent green orbs that floated gracefully through the obsidian night, cascading gently to the ground. The pitted earth rapidly transformed as tendrils of verdant life emerged, intensifying in vibrancy until lush, tender blades of grass blanketed the charred soil ravaged by the little black dragon, rendering the scene seemingly untouched by calamity. Yet, the myriad green depressions silently protested against the lingering specter of devastation. After relishing this exquisite visual feast, the little black dragon felt the gentle stirrings of slumber beckoning him. To ignore such a call would seem rather ungracious, so he retrieved his spacious, comfortable bed made of jade-green Namu wood, meticulously laying a thick, soft silk quilt over it. Yawning adorably, he climbed onto the bed, producing a specially crafted sleeping pill which he swallowed whole, immediately succumbing to a deep, peaceful slumber. This was no ordinary sleeping aid. It was a potent concoction that the little black dragon had painstakingly developed after countless unsuccessful trials, resulting in only 36 pills, each imbued with formidable efficacy. Even the most resilient of beings, such as the aged and formidable demon master, found themselves irresistibly drowsy after a single dose. Although that old fiend managed to resist sleep with his extraordinary strength, the little black dragon surmised that even a fully grown dragon would succumb to slumber upon ingesting just one. A sleep lasting less than 10 hours was utterly inconceivable. Should one possess even slightly less resilience, they might find themselves eternally ensnared in dreams. The potency of this pill was nothing short of extraordinary, capable of rendering even a mythical beast into a state of deep repose, as if it were a lifeless swine, impervious to the allure of even the most enticing of stimuli. Nestled within the warmth of his plush bedding, the little black dragon drifted into sweet slumber, occasionally tossing and turning, adopting the regal repose of a mighty dragon, or sometimes curling up on his side. More often than not, however, he lay unabashedly on his back, deeply immersed in sleep. Though he was indeed a dragon now, the indelible imprint of his original soul remained steadfast, akin to a pristine sheet of rice paper, forever marked by the first traces that were laid upon it. Stretching out a claw to scratch at an itching spot on his back, the sharp talons grazed against his hard, black scales, producing a piercing sound that echoed through the air. A cacophony that would send shivers down the spines of the unfortunate beasts cursed to hear it. Although the terrifying majesty of the dragon intimidates these unfortunate souls, rendering them too fearful to confront that scoundrel directly, they inevitably find solace in uttering a few vehement curses to vent their frustrations. After all, how can one release the pent-up animosity within? Cursed be he. Does he not realize that others, too, require rest? What is the purpose of this raucous disturbance in the dead of night? Have they no regard for life? On the following morning, having enjoyed a restorative slumber, the little black dragon lazily stretched its claws and rubbed its brilliant, gem-like eyes. Then, seemingly possessed by some whimsical impulse, it let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the plains and forests, instilling terror among all creatures great and small. The sound was both proud and commanding, a proclamation of its untouchable authority. After this rather ungracious display, the dark young dragon turned away, snuggling back into its warm nest, eyes closing as it drifted into a deeper sleep, as if the previous ruckus had merely been a figment of a dream. Meanwhile, in the ancient forest nearly 5,000 kilometers from the little dragon's abode, a creature resembling a monkey exclaimed in utter astonishment, "What is that sound? How terrifying it is!" Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beast. Chapter 33. The terrifying little black dragon with limitless abnormality in the eyes of the dark young dragon. Dino El Karun, the ability to fully relish life and savor existence, epitomizes the true value of a dragon that has lived for millennia. To achieve this splendid perspective, the acquisition of formidable power is undeniably essential, which also serves as a significant reason why the little black dragon tolerates the seemingly endless torment inflicted by his three masters. However, when the opportunity arises to indulge in the pleasures of life, The diligent and eager little black dragon is utterly unperturbed by the prospect of incurring the wrath of a furious master. Now, no one is watching. The dark young dragon feels as though he has suddenly returned to the wild, akin to a caged bird set free, and the excitement within his heart is palpable. As he strides out of the grasslands and into the ancient, primeval forest, the little black dragon remains unhurried on his journey. He leisurely strolls, delighting in the surrounding scenery while keeping an eye out for delectable treats. Anything he has not seen or tasted before, be it living, dead, poisonous, or otherwise, will pique his interest, provided it does not offend his delicate sensibilities or emit a repugnant odor. The little black dragon will eagerly sample it. His appetite can be considered one of Dino's rare pleasures, and he has endured considerable torment for it. Among the myriad of peculiar ingredients, some are so intolerable that even a robust species like the black dragon cannot withstand them. At times, the little black dragon suffers dizziness for several days, while on other occasions, he experiences tremors in his limbs for an extended period, not to mention countless other bizarre symptoms. Yet, none of these ailments pose a fundamental threat to the little black dragon. At most, he merely endures some discomfort. It is worth noting that when it comes to truly lethal substances, Dino's keen instincts as a black dragon are not to be underestimated. Moreover, the little black dragon has yet to reach the point of wagering his precious life on the safety of any tantalizing morsels that may lead him to eternal slumber. However, this little black dragon, whose heart is not entirely pure, may refrain from consuming perilous substances himself. Yet this does not hinder him from seizing upon other unfortunate magical beasts forsaken by Lady Luck to experiment with their effects. Each experiment yields delightful results, as the test subjects invariably meet their demise. The manner of their deaths is often so astonishing that even the worldly wise little black dragon is left in awe. Who knew such ways to perish existed in this world? What splendid poisons! The little black dragon, filled with glee, hops about as he collects these deadly treasures into his spatial ring, chuckling to himself. In the future, should he encounter anyone he finds disagreeable, he will ensure they experience the true horror and majesty of the Lord of Hell, Black Kins, with a taste of these million gold value poisons. Time meandered on for over half a month, leaving the little black dragon utterly disoriented regarding his whereabouts. Thankfully, the sun continued to rise faithfully each day. Otherwise, Dino would have been completely lost as to which direction to take. Though he could walk eastward, the path was often obstructed by the unruly trees that littered the way. Most of the time, the little black dragon opted to forge straight ahead, but at times, he would choose to take a detour. Entirely dependent on his mood, a truly random occurrence. Even the little black dragon himself could not predict his next move. One warm afternoon, the little black dragon unexpectedly found himself beside a serene and beautiful lake. He caught 100 plump silver fish, which thrived in the tranquil waters, and prepared a delicious fish soup. After relishing a satisfying meal, he gazed at the obsidian pot, lost in dark thoughts that brought a wicked smile to his lips. With a flick of his exquisite staff, he ignited a flame, and with the same fluidity, he activated the Oblivion Compass. It was evident that Dino had become quite adept at wielding the cherished treasures of his masters for such tasks. Using the exquisite staff, he summoned a sizable mass of pure water element and poured it into the obsidian pot, filling it about 1/3 full. He then intensified the flame beneath the Oblivion Compass, quickly bringing the water to a boil. Observing the bubbling water with satisfaction in his eyes, Dino retrieved a blood-red flower from his spatial ring and tossed it into the pot. This flower, known as the carnivorous demon blossom, feasted solely on flesh. Any unwary creature that accidentally touched its sap would find itself bidding farewell to this beautiful world. Instantly, the water turned a vivid crimson. A peculiar and sinister scent of blood began to waft through the air. Watching this transformation, the little black dragon threw in a pale mushroom, an adorable yet exceedingly dangerous item, which even he found unsettling. Although the mushroom was non-toxic, it contained exhilarating hormones that would drain any creature that encountered it of their last vestige of strength. Next, Dino added a dozen other items, each uniquely perilous, further intensifying the ominous atmosphere. As he gazed into the pot, now a clear and translucent mixture, the little black dragon felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him, chilling him from head to tail. It was undoubtedly a concoction capable of easily extinguishing his life. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the final dangerous item he had gathered from his spatial ring. It was an astonishingly beautiful emerald green grass. By sheer chance, Dino had discovered this exquisite piece in a deep subterranean valley, where his innate dragon senses had alerted him to the presence of something exceedingly perilous nearby. The exuberant dark young dragon excavated tirelessly for a considerable duration, ultimately burrowing down over 100 meters to discover a seemingly innocuous patch of luminous green grass. Nearby lay a peculiar dark golden centipede, which nearly took a bite out of the little black dragon. Alas, the centipede's mandibles lacked the sharpness required, failing to penetrate its target. Enraged, Dino crushed it with a single claw, obliterating any trace of its existence. Thus met the fate of the audacious centipede that dared to challenge the might of the dragon clan. Dino inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and then unfurled a legendary wooden magic scroll, invoking the spell of Life Guardian. Next, he invoked a mythical light magic scroll, Angelic Radiance. He followed this with a lower-tier 9th level Ice Magic Scroll, Ice Crystal Mirror Wall. Finally, he deftly grasped the Sumeru's staff, retrieved the Void Compass, and tossed the astonishingly beautiful luminous green grass into a cauldron. Yet, nothing transpired. The dark young dragon fixated on the perilous cauldron for a full 3 minutes, observing its lack of reaction. Finally, it took a step forward and kicked the cauldron, along with its contents, into the lake. In an instant, a hissing sound erupted as the entire lake began to boil violently. The little black dragon, filled with curiosity, tossed a stone into the lake, only to discover that it silently dissolved without a trace. Volume 1. The Roaring Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 34. An amusing imposter bard Dino found himself with a slight headache. And the reason was quite simple: the fearsome lake he had inadvertently created. While the little black dragon was quite pleased with his audacious innovation in dark alchemy, understanding that only through bold exploration and creativity could new discoveries be made, he now faced the mess that required his own attention. It was not in Dino's nature to simply walk away from his troubles. In the past, he had 3 nearly omnipotent masters to assist him in resolving his mishaps. But now that the universal key was absent, all burdens fell upon the little black dragon himself. Through careful examination, the dark young dragon discovered that this lake was a marvel of nature. The water possessed an extraordinarily bizarre capacity for corrosion and dissolution, far surpassing that of pure sulfuric acid. Dino realized that this lake water could almost instantaneously corrode objects into nutrients that merged with its essence. What astonished him even more was that this perilous lake seemed anchored in its own space, leaving the surrounding soil and vegetation untouched and intact. Such a phenomenon contradicted the fundamental principles of dark alchemy imparted by his second master, the old demon. Faced with the lake's extraordinary properties, it would be a lie to say that the cunning little black dragon was not tempted. Dino genuinely wished to package the lake water and take it back for his masters to examine. However, to his utter despair, every container that came into contact with the accursed yet delightful lake water bid farewell to him, dissolving completely in an instant, never to be seen again. Furthermore, his spatial ring proved ineffective in retrieving the lake water, as its remarkable ability to absorb was rendered useless before this peculiar lake. Dino had once curiously plunged his dark magic blade into the lake to test its effects, only to find the water had no impact on the blade at all. At this point, he exhaled in relief. Had the lake water truly affected it, he could scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue, as his master, the Black Martial Emperor, would undoubtedly not spare him. The dark magic blade was, after all, a treasured possession of the Black Martial Emperor. The little black dragon was deeply troubled, distressed, and conflicted. He had boldly tried nearly every conceivable method, yet none proved effective. Aside from incurring exorbitant costs that could bankrupt 10 ancient noble families, including material fees, technical fees, and labor fees, was he truly left with no choice but to resort to desperate measures? Dino's mind wavered, unsure whether to erase this lake with magic. After all, the water appeared to be something truly valuable. He firmly believed that he would never again create such a lake. Who knew what lay within its depths? What is that? Something dares to gaze at this handsome dragon for so long. Could it be a fan of mine? Although Dino felt somewhat restless, or perhaps agitated, his dragon lineage endowed him with an acute awareness that did not take a holiday. As a gaze lingered upon the young dragon beyond a certain threshold, the little black dragon promptly turned his head, fixing his stare intently. A peculiar intuition whispered to him that this scrutiny bore no malice, prompting the young dragon to forego any pretense of formality. In a resonant voice, he addressed the observer in the common tongue of humanity. Who dares to spy upon the magnificent black dragon? Dino El Karun? Do you seek oblivion? Great Black Dragon, please do not be angered. I am Stephen, a wandering minstrel from the human realm. I chanced upon your magnificent presence and found myself unable to restrain my admiration. You are truly striking, exuding an indomitable aura. Under the intimidation of the young black dragon, the figure concealed in the thicket could no longer remain hidden. He appeared to be a striking young man with golden hair and blue eyes, a slender dagger sheathed at his waist, and a modest pack upon his back. His sunny smile was disarming, making it difficult to harbor any ill will towards him. Great Black Dragon, Dino El Karoon, I extend my ample forgiveness to you. However, you claim to be a minstrel, yet I have never heard of an 8th-tier swordsman moonlighting as a bard. How can such a young individual, seemingly no older than 20, possess such remarkable achievements? It is hard to fathom that he would choose a life of aimless wandering while indulging in frivolities. Great Black Dragon, a being as wise as you surely understands that one cannot roam freely without sufficient means of self-protection. Being a swordsman is merely my side occupation. My true calling lies in being a minstrel. Stephen, evidently an astute individual, discerned from Dino's tone that the seemingly juvenile dragon did not intend to pose him any trouble. He seized the opportunity to voice his curiosity. Great Black Dragon, if I may inquire, what troubles you? Perhaps, as a minstrel, I could lend an ear, viewing the dilemma from my perspective, and offer a solution to your concerns. The little black dragon mischievously blinked his bright, dragon-like eyes and smiled at the confident young man. Toss your sword into the lake and see for yourself. If you possess sufficient wit, you will grasp the nature of my troubles. Without a moment's hesitation, Stephen cast the dagger that had accompanied him for 7 years into the water, the action executed with remarkable precision. This decisive gesture revealed to Dino that this young man was no ordinary individual. Such resolute abandonment of a treasured possession was not a feat achievable by just anyone. From the countless scratches, claw marks, and abrasions etched upon the scabbard, Dino discerned that this sword had undoubtedly accompanied its master through an exceedingly lengthy passage of time, enduring countless battles of life and death. Unsurprisingly, that exceptional blade met a tragic fate, succumbing to a swift dissolution. Stephen, fully aware of his own sword's grim destiny, took several deep breaths and, with unwavering resolve, spoke once more. Great Lord Black Dragon, do you find yourself troubled by this wondrous lake, desiring to claim it as your own? Indeed, that is my intention. However, I have attempted numerous methods to no avail. Even my spatial ring has proven ineffective. The little black dragon seemed to inadvertently paw at the black spatial ring adorning its neck. Volume 1. The Roar of the Infant Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 35. The malevolent summoning from afar as the little black dragon languidly closed its eyes in a state of meditation. Awaiting the arrival of the so-called bard who supposedly possessed a solution, it absent-mindedly drummed its forepaw against the ground, creating a multitude of depressions in the grassy shore of the lake. Hey, Stephen, have you come up with anything? The esteemed black dragon, Dino El Karoon, values his time greatly. If you cannot devise a plan, do not dawdle like a woman, just be straightforward. Dino waited for a full half-hour, but alas. The once boastful fellow was now staring at the ominous lake with an expression of distress even more profound than that of the little black dragon. His azure eyes were filled with profound melancholy. My sword, Great Dragon Lord, I truly cannot think of a solution. It seems this lake has become isolated from our spatial realm, yet it feels as though it possesses some form of latent power. Stephen reluctantly accepted his failure. The bizarre scene before him had indeed surpassed his capabilities. With a self-deprecating smile, he mused that perhaps reading a few ancient tomes had led him to overestimate his own prowess. Could it be that thing? By the gods, this is indeed troublesome. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate it. Upon hearing Stephen's troubled remarks, Dino appeared to remember something, muttering to himself in the dragon tongue. To the erudite little black dragon, this situation bore a striking resemblance to the legendary natural barriers or the even more enigmatic elemental domains, though it should not be possible. Dino did not notice that as he uttered the words about eliminating it, the bard-like figure before him was casting a furtive glance at the escape route, his demeanor uncharacteristically uneasy. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, Stephen had a rudimentary understanding of the dragon tongue and grasped Dino's statement. Yet, precisely because he understood, the clever fellow mistakenly believed that the black dragon was contemplating a murderous plot against him. Before Stephen could act on his instinct to flee, the dark wormling, without a word of warning, poured out over 3,000 magical scrolls from its spatial ring, creating a daunting pile by the lakeside that resembled a mountain of awe-inspiring magnitude. Stephen, possessing a discerning eye, immediately recognized that none of these scrolls were of a tier lower than the 8th level. Numerous 9th and 10th tier sacred domain scrolls were also present, encompassing various schools of magic. What an immense fortune this was! What terrifying magical power! What a fearsome dark wormling! And what formidable forces lay behind it all! No wonder no one dared to provoke the dragonkin. As Stephen gazed upon this spectacle, he could not help but let out a deep sigh, filled with envy. Hey, could you assist the great black dragon Dino El Karun by tossing these magical scrolls into the lake? I intend to make this cursed body of water vanish forever. Once the task is complete, I shall reward you with 1,000 magical scrolls. Dino, himself, finds it tedious to utilize each scroll individually. How foolish would that be? With free labor available, why not take advantage of it? As for the 1,000 scrolls, they were not painstakingly crafted by the little black dragon, so giving them away does not cause me the slightest regret. Stephen paused, seemingly surprised that this cunning little black dragon would propose such a deal. Wasn't it a clear case of an opportunity falling from the sky? To refuse would be sheer folly. No problem, great black dragon. I shall certainly help you eradicate this detestable lake and bring you peace of mind. Stephen held no concerns that a dragon, whose pride knew no bounds, would ever go back on its word. That would be as unimaginable as dragons admitting their kinship with lizards. Dino lazily acknowledged, then sauntered over to a patch of tender grass 100 meters away and lay down, contemplating it was time for dinner. With that thought, the proactive little black dragon promptly conjured a summoning magic circle, materializing a black flame radiant rhinoceros. This time, there were no errors. Except that the little black dragon had intended to summon a creature of the holy domain level, yet ended up with a mere 6th tier glutton, per black flame radiant rhinoceros. Upon its appearance, lost the privilege to savor this beautiful world within a second. As Dino skillfully skinned and gutted it, he set up a roasting spit and kindled the fire. Meanwhile, Stephen embarked on what would be the most extravagant waste of his life. The magical scrolls he had carelessly discarded into the lake, even the cheapest among them, were worth 3,000 gold coins, not to mention the more expensive and higher tier scrolls. Goodness, had he just thrown away a mythical level scroll? That was worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins and utterly priceless. What a spendthrift he was. No, it was that little black dragon who was truly extravagant. After haphazardly discarding over 500 magical scrolls, Stephen sat on the ground, gasping for breath. His exhaustion stemmed not only from the terrifying waste he had just orchestrated, but also from the mental energy required to wield the magical scrolls, though minimal. It accumulated with sheer quantity. Additionally, this fellow was no sorcerer. Stephen was a bona fide martial genius. Great black dragon, may I inquire how this lake came to be? Why is it that after throwing over 500 magical scrolls into it, I have only managed to consume roughly 1/10 of its volume? Stephen, lacking any semblance of a dashing figure, reclined on the grass, addressing the little black dragon, who was now indulging in the roasting of a black flame radiant rhinoceros that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Surely, what he was enduring right now was one of the most enviable miseries in the entire human realm. Ah, you inquire about this? Just a moment ago, I conducted a rather dark alchemical experiment and subsequently poured the experimental subject into this lake. Lo and behold, the lake has transformed into its current ghastly state. The dark young dragon, without a hint of embarrassment, recounted the entire sequence of events with clarity, leaving one individual in a state of cold sweat. Under the silent intimidation of this cunning little black dragon, Stephen, once he had recuperated, immediately immersed himself in the grand endeavor of recklessly expending magical scrolls. Meanwhile, Dino leisurely roasted a rhinoceros, savoring each mouthful as he consumed it. Although his culinary skills did not match those of the three masters, it possessed a unique flavor of its own. Just as the little black dragon was preparing to close its eyes for a brief respite, it was abruptly awakened by the strange vibrations emanating from the Oblivion Compass, which it had been using as a free source of fire. In an instant, an intricate and unimaginably vast magical array unfolded, a fleeting flash of obscure radiance illuminating the scene, leaving only a stunned Stephen by the lakeside, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dark Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 36. The little monster surpassing its mentor as the young black dragon Dino celebrated its 400th birthday. It had already attained the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, with one foot poised on the threshold of mythic status. This dark young dragon had grown to an impressive length of over 8 meters. However, according to the physiological cycles of dragonkind, Dino was still but a child, a full century away from concluding its juvenile phase. The adventurous incident that transpired 70 to 80 years ago had faded from the young dragon's memory, including the rather intriguing imposter bard, Stephen. Although Stephen was indeed the first normal human Dino encountered in this peculiar world, the dragon's three masters were far from human. They had morphed into ancient, ageless monstrosities. For a dark young dragon, whose lifespan was extensive and whose studies were rigorous, these memories were mere insignificant traces. Ahem. As for the 2,000 or so magical scrolls left behind when the top-tier summoner, the mad old man, whisked Dino away. Whether or not Stephen used them all was of no concern to the young dragon. Would one truly fret over matters in which they held no interest? That seems rather unlikely, unless one were a particularly miserly individual. Dino was always generous when it came to sharing the fortunes of others. After all, it wouldn't cost him a piece of his own flesh. Though the young black dragon unceremoniously plundered the laboratories of the old demon and the madman, those two old fellows hardly minded. In fact, they secretly reveled in delight. This was a testament that their precious apprentice, molded through their combined efforts, was no fool who overlooked opportunities, nor a hypocrite. Instead, he was a burgeoning supervillain imbued with desires, courage, capability, and cunning. With a few more centuries of nurturing, he would surely evolve into a legendary dark dragon, notorious throughout history for his malevolence, a splendid prospect indeed. As for the losses incurred, they would simply have to be swallowed down. The reason Dino's masters were able to retrieve him so swiftly was that the crown of oracles had already been discovered by the detestable followers of the Church of Light upon their arrival in the continent of Caradis. Subsequently, the Black Emperor and his companions engaged in a tedious pursuit of those individuals over an expanse of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, thoroughly dispatching this elite cadre that the Church had cultivated for millennia. Yet, from somewhere unexpected, an ancient, immortal being of light emerged, living far beyond the bounds of normalcy. The Black Emperor and that wretched old fool clashed in a cataclysmic battle that shook the heavens and earth, obscuring the sun and moon. Afterward, they simply departed, for they could not vanquish that immortal, and the crown of oracles had already been returned to the Temple of Light. Continuing further held little appeal, so they returned home. Although the explanation provided by the second master, the old demon, sounded rather plausible, the cunning little black dragon was no fool. He later surmised that it was likely due to the formidable nature of the ancient being of the light system, and that the price to eliminate such a powerful entity far outweighed any potential gains. Moreover, it was estimated that the crown of oracles had already been returned to the Holy Light Temple, which explained why his three seemingly impressive masters returned empty-handed. Humph. They didn't even utilize their most formidable weapons. Clearly, they were not exerting their full strength. The Sumeru staff, the Annihilation Compass, and the Dark Demon Blade. Each of these unparalleled treasures possesses earth-shattering power. Yet, his three masters pretended to forget them, and without such formidable weapons, their true strength was undoubtedly far from their utmost capacity. After the return of the Black Martial Sovereign, the old demon, and the old madman to the small valley, the little black dragon's life resumed its usual rhythm. He diligently practiced the dragon martial techniques specifically tailored for him by the Black Martial Sovereign, which were excellent for enhancing his melee combat abilities. Valuing his own life greatly, the dark young dragon could not possibly neglect to train vigorously. Now, even his physical attack and defense capabilities could leave a 12th-tier opponent dumbfounded, not to mention the ever-increasing potency of his dark magic. The growth of dragons is indeed a gradual process. However, in terms of the accumulation of magical energy and mental strength, a single dragon possesses elemental prowess equivalent to that of 6 or more experts of the same tier. For instance, if a mythic-level individual can continuously unleash 3 peak-level domain spells, a similarly mythic-level dragon can unleash at least 18 peak-level domain spells in succession. Such an imbalance in abilities is perhaps a complement to the rules of nature. It must be noted that the little black dragon remains a pure dark magic user, along with being an exceptionally strong black dragon. Although he covets the comprehensive magic strategies of the old demon and the old madman, acquiring such mastery is not achievable merely through desire. It necessitates a solid foundation and the favor of the goddess of fate. Otherwise, only a minuscule number of individuals in this world would possess the mysterious key to universal magic. It is worth noting that even deities, specifically the 3 supreme gods and 1 divine entity, hold such capabilities. Furthermore, the utility of possessing this key is somewhat limited, merely adding a few more options. Moreover, Dino has no intention of becoming a black dragon adept in all magic, as it offers no particularly advantageous benefits. Upon their return, the three masters brought gifts for the little black dragon, including an exceedingly adorable flame crystal. By channeling his mental energy into it, he could unleash fire magic of levels 1 to 9. However, once the mysterious fire elemental energy contained within the crystal was depleted, this precious gem would become utterly useless. However, the little black dragon merely intended to use this precious treasure, which most mages would typically safeguard for their very survival, as a source of ignition. Surely, it could last for several centuries. How much fire elemental energy could a mere fireball possibly consume? Due to certain inherent limitations, the little black dragon's exploration in the realms of dark alchemy and forbidden magical diagrams pales in comparison to that of its two masters. After all, their extraordinary prowess and comprehensive mastery of all magical disciplines, coupled with millennia of accumulated experience and knowledge, set them apart. Consequently, the practical learning endeavors undertaken by the young dark dragon are highly specialized, grounded in the foundation of Dino as a dark dragon and a dark mage. Mastery lies in specialization. Through tireless and diligent study, the little black dragon has maximized the integration of the ancient achievements of Chinese civilization with the teachings of its two mentors, continuously reforming and innovating upon the bedrock of theory and practice. It can now be said that a transformation has occurred, elevating it to the status of a grandmaster in numerous fields. Volume 1. The Roar of the Infant Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 37. The utter embarrassment of teaching the unteachable, if the utmost satisfaction for a teacher lies in nurturing a diligent, intelligent, and quick-witted student who excels in learning and applying knowledge. Then a prodigious student endowed with extraordinary talents can be likened to a cup of exquisite poison for an educator. The feeling of fulfillment is undeniably present, yet it is often overshadowed by a greater sense of frustration. The dark young dragon, Dino Elkarun, epitomizes such a remarkable student, capable of eliciting both pride and exasperation from his three mentors. After reaching the age of 400, the three ancient masters found themselves bereft of anything further to impart to the young dragon. This is not to suggest that Dino had fully grasped the intricacies of dark alchemy, forbidden magical formations, and martial skills, nor had he seamlessly integrated theory with practice. However, the dark young dragon was undeniably astute, having spent nearly 4 centuries extracting the wisdom of these nearly immortal beings. Undoubtedly, the knowledge imparted by these three elite dark masters was of the highest caliber, comprising the finest essence of their expertise. Inferior teachings, deemed unworthy by the trio, were never considered for the enrichment of the young dragon's intellect. Alas, the finest things in life are always the rarest. This rather grave realization was first acknowledged by the Black Martial Emperor, who, it seems, recognized it over a century before the old demon and the madman did. After sharing his profound understanding of martial skills with his cherished disciple, he suddenly found himself at a loss for further valuable lessons for the young dragon. The dragon martial techniques, specifically designed for Dino, had been thoroughly mastered through a century of rigorous training, becoming second nature to him, a fundamental requirement set forth by the Black Martial Emperor. This minimal expectation subjected Dino to countless trials and tribulations, while the Black Martial Emperor was, by all accounts, the most benevolent towards Dino outside of training. He was unyielding during practice. There was no room for complacency. Under the watchful eye of this relentless, ancient being, it was nearly impossible for the young dragon to indulge in any form of laziness. After much contemplation, the Black Martial Emperor resolved to teach Dino a crucial aspect of dragonkind, the art of flight. Regrettably, Dino harbored a slight fear of heights. While this minor affliction might be inconsequential in other creatures, one must not forget that this dashing young dragon occupies the apex of the food chain. In the realm of living beings, those comparable to him are likely only the aberrations that transcend species boundaries. At the tender age of 1 or 2 centuries, Dino's impressive dragon wings could effortlessly support the little black dragon in a rather gentle glide through the skies. Oh, to soar freely amidst the azure heavens and frolic with the pristine clouds, a dream deeply embedded in the very essence of humanity. Yet, the little black dragon could easily realize this aspiration, and naturally, Dino was filled with exhilaration. However, to suggest that success was merely a hair's breadth away would be to invite failure. The overjoyed little creature, somewhat dazed with excitement, conveniently overlooked a crucial detail. Dino had never before experienced the sensation of flapping his wings to ascend into the sky. This endlessly curious being, having merely contemplated the flight patterns of birds and Princess Bessie, confidently leaped from a precipice several hundred meters high. With a resounding thud, it came as no surprise to the trio of old codgers secretly observing from the shadows. The little black dragon, lacking any prior experience in wing control, plummeted down the cliff in an exceedingly ungraceful manner, leaving behind a sizable dragon-shaped crater upon impact with the unforgiving rocky ground. The little black dragon remained silently nestled at the bottom of the pit for a full 10 minutes. Was it merely a failure? What little dragon ever embarked on a test flight without encountering a few hiccups? Onward. Dino, brimming with bravado, tucked away his discontent into a dark corner of his heart, and with agility, emerged from the rather picturesque dragon-shaped pit. In a rather foul mood, he chose not to take the long route back to the precipice, but instead clawed his way up the cliffside with his 10 glimmering, obsidian claws. I can hardly contain myself. This is utterly unbearable. The piercing, ghostly laughter of the old demon echoed mercilessly into the ears of the little black dragon, who had just fallen into the same pit for the 108th time, deeply wounding his delicate, fragile spirit. For this, the old demon paid a price so steep that he nearly found himself bereft of tears, fueled by a vengeful spirit. Dino relentlessly repeated a costly dark alchemical experiment over 100 times. The heartbroken old demon had meticulously counted, and the tally was precisely 108. Undeterred by the setbacks, the little black dragon, still grieving, attempted several hundred more times. Eventually, after a relentless barrage of failures, he ceased to entertain the notion of flight altogether. After all, remaining in the company of 3 perverse old masters rendered flight unnecessary. However, what truly led the little black dragon to cast aside the idea of soaring was the comforting words of the Black Martial Emperor, who assured him that upon reaching the 11th tier of the mythological realm, essentially the pinnacle level of mastery known as Sword God, he would be able to fly freely through the skies without the need for wings. Thus, one is on the brink of ascending to the mythical realm, or one might say, the 11th tier of dark magic. The young black dragon, Dino, upon hearing his master, the formidable Black Martial Emperor, announce his intention to instruct him in the art of flight, bore an expression of utmost despair. The little creature, with his ebony-hued countenance, implored his esteemed master in a tone that was both pitiful and innocent. "Master, I am on the verge of attaining a mythical state, soon to soar freely through the skies. Why must I learn to fly with my wings? Could we forego this training?" In truth, the young black dragon merely voiced his reluctance. After nearly 4 centuries of close companionship, he had come to understand the formidable personalities of his 3 ancient mentors. Among them, the Black Martial Emperor was an unequivocally authoritative figure whose decisions were seldom challenged. Dino was acutely aware of his own limited strength. Resistance was a task beyond his capabilities. The training methods of the Black Martial Emperor were remarkably straightforward and pragmatic. He would seal Dino's magical energy, elevate the young dragon to an altitude of several thousand meters, and then unceremoniously drop him. Cannot fly? Then let yourself fall. After all, the little black dragon would not face any dire consequences. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Forest, Chapter 38. Departing with countless ransoms, the torment of Dino over the past 50 years is indeed a tale of anguish. It was due to the temporary benevolence of the Black War Emperor, who sought to assist the young black dragon in overcoming his acrophobia, that the arduous training commenced. After 6 years, when the dark young dragon could no longer be described as foolish, he finally mastered the art of flight with his own wings. However, at that time, the specter of acrophobia continued to haunt him like a relentless nightmare, making it impossible for him to abandon it entirely. The Black War Emperor, with a sinister grin, would periodically subject Dino to high-altitude drop training whenever he found a moment. Alongside the old demon and the madman, 2 equally fond of chaos, he would indulge in tormenting the poor young black dragon. Thus, during moments when Dino was diligently studying, he would unexpectedly be hurled thousands of meters into the air by those 3 utterly merciless individuals who found amusement in teasing their beloved apprentice. On sunny days, the mishaps were bearable, merely resulting in a dusty fall. Yet, on rainy days, the spectacle became truly entertaining. The sight of him crashing to the ground was nothing short of a living example of what not to do as a dragon. Yet, every effort yields some reward. Although Dino is reluctant to revisit the dark memories of those 50 years, the little creature has now learned to adjust his mindset to a level of carefree serenity. A result of relentless pressure. It is better left unspoken, for dwelling on it would only invite tears. As for the crucial acrophobia, Dino has now become entirely immune to it, no longer burdened by the fear of heights. He effortlessly spreads his enormous black wings against the azure sky, soaring with ease. Occasionally, he glances down at the diminutive mountains and rivers below. A thought crosses his mind. Have I truly become desensitized to this height? How terrifying yet delightful it is. For the little dragon has grown to love it. It is a splendid day, adorned with a radiant sun and fluffy white clouds. Particularly for the little black dragon soaring joyfully outside. However, for Dino's three extraordinarily powerful masters, this day is quite the opposite, a day fraught with calamity. The trio, who have known each other since their novice days, are engaged in a deeply troubling discussion about the thorny issue of what to teach the young black dragon. Old madman, we cannot continue like this. Our precious apprentice has inquired several times whether there are new lessons to impart. Each time, I have hastily diverted him with some dark alchemical experiment, though he has not yet discovered our secret. If that mischievous little dragon ever uncovers it, it would be utterly humiliating. The old demon, in a fit of frustration, waved his skeletal right hand, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, revealing the inner turmoil of this ancient being. The old madman lowered his head, showing little interest in the two others who shared his plight. Instead, he incessantly fiddled with the silence compass in his hands, seemingly entranced by the intricate and enigmatic magical patterns inscribed upon it. Remarkably, he refrained from engaging in the eternal verbal sparring match with the old demon, a contest that had persisted for millennia. After what felt like an hour, the old fellow languidly spoke. I have imparted all that I can to the old lunatic, withholding nothing. Even the forgotten, forbidden magical formations, which you two ancient beings are oblivious to, have been taught to Urkelon. Of course, I have placed a seal to prevent that mischievous lad from meddling with it. Unless his abilities reach a certain level, he will remain oblivious to it. This seal should last for about 1,000 years, by which time the little one will have nearly come of age. In another 50 years, Dino would conclude his juvenile phase, marking the time for his apprenticeship. A bird that does not weather the storm can never become the eagle that rules the skies. The cold words of the black martial emperor bore a hint of unmasked emotion, as his pale, rough hands repeatedly caressed the dark blade of the shadow demon's sword, emitting a chilling sound. Let us agree on this. In the next 50 years, the three of us old geezers shall strive to prepare our cherished disciple, and I shall bestow upon that little one's mind some of my most treasured secrets. Black Martial Emperor, you must not withhold anything. Don't think for a moment that we are unaware of the vast treasures you possess. The old demon seemed exceedingly pleased with this outcome as he rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his tattered garments. The attire was laden with unknown dust of various colors, many possessing lethal effects. Old demon, how many times have I told you? Can you not spare even a moment to wash this ragged outfit of yours? Look at this abominable mess. Ugh, the stench is truly dreadful. Alas, some personalities are immutable. No matter the circumstances, the old madman could hardly restrain himself from provoking the old demon, eager to engage in a quarrel. No sooner had the matter concluded than the old madman's venomous tongue was unleashed. You foolish simpleton, do you not comprehend how precious the time of a great master of dark alchemy like myself is? Even a single second could birth an unprecedented and groundbreaking idea. Oh, I see. A dimwit like you would not grasp such a fundamental truth, one even a toddler understands. Ha ha ha. Why should I argue with an imbecilic child? I, the old demon, am a remarkably magnanimous person. In the art of argumentation, the old demon was no less skilled than the old madman. Furthermore, having frequently interacted with a motley assortment of individuals, the old demon possessed a far broader vocabulary and perspective than the reclusive old madman. We are truly two of a kind. The old madman, perhaps experiencing a sudden moment of clarity, unexpectedly uttered a phrase of such formidable impact. For the old demon, this was nothing short of a lethal blow. You old lunatic. Our feud is far from over. The old demon's deep, dark brown eyes, reminiscent of a cunning fox, glinted as he initially cursed with his characteristic ferocity, only to unexpectedly conclude with a delicate, girlish tone. However, the effect was utterly chilling as his aged, croaky voice rendered the sweet inflection even more terrifying than a wailing specter. Suddenly, a dark object, resembling a falling star, streaked across the sky. narrowly missing the young black dragon on its return home. What a magnificent meteor it was! Yet, how could a celestial body defy the laws of nature? Upon the young black dragon's cheerful return to the small valley, he encountered only Master Black Martial Emperor and his mentor, the old madman, but not his second master, the old demon. Nevertheless, the young dragon dismissed the absence, assuming that the experimental fanatic was most likely holed up in his laboratory once again. Volume 1. The Roaring of the Dragon. Shocking All Beasts. Chapter 39. The terrorists wandering in the east and west today. The formidable black dragon, Dino El Karun, finds himself enveloped in a bittersweet melancholy, tinged with an exhilarating excitement that he cannot contain. The reason is rather simple, yet profoundly significant. Today marks the 500th anniversary of Dino's arrival in this world. This implies that the once youthful black dragon has now reached the threshold between infancy and adolescence. From this day forth, Dino can proudly declare himself a true black dragon, no longer burdened by the painful title of a dark hatchling. What amplifies Dino's thrill to an almost delirious degree is the recollection of the old demon who had foretold 18 years ago that upon reaching the age of 500, he would be granted the opportunity to embark on his own adventures. He would be free to roam the world, sowing chaos wherever he pleases. This long-anticipated moment has finally arrived, evoking a surge of excitement within the dragon. After 500 years of arduous study, the torment is about to conclude. I, the great black dragon, no longer need to endure the tyrannical oversight of those three ancient miscreants. Fresh air awaits me outside, along with an array of delectable delicacies. Your dashing black dragon is ready to indulge in your offerings. I almost forgot to mention, dining is permissible, but as for payment, who would dare demand coin from the esteemed black dragon? Although Dino did not grow up within the dragon's domain and has had limited exposure to his kin, having only encountered the golden dragon princess Bessie, his soul is undeniably that of a genuine human. There exists no intrinsic connection to the dragon race. Yet, the innate avarice characteristic of dragons has unwittingly seeped into his very being, indelibly marking his essence. This trait is impossible to erase. A colossal form, reminiscent of a small mountain, leisurely meanders through the valley. The 13-meter-long, jet-black dragon body instills a sense of terror. However, this stature holds no intimidation for his three ancient mentors, each of whom has reportedly vanquished at least one adult dragon. At his current level, Dino is hardly regarded with any significance by these three crafty individuals. Regardless, Dino is now 500 years old, and just days ago, this fortunate and exceptionally gifted young black dragon successfully transcended the boundaries between the sacred domain and myth, emerging as an 11th-tier dark-themed mythical being. Recognized as one of the most powerful divine mages. For reasons unknown, beings above the mythical rank seldom manifest before the eyes of mere mortals, leading the common folk to mistakenly believe that myth represents the pinnacle of combat prowess. Yet, the truth remains firmly in the hands of the elite, who often disregard earthly rulers, preoccupied with far more pressing matters. When it comes to the most vital aspects of their existence, all treasures and worldly pleasures fade into insignificance. For ancient beings like the old madman, whose powers defy the heavens, the pleasures of this world, adorned with vibrant hues, are merely fleeting illusions. Most of these venerable elders are ensconced in their own realms, rarely intervening in matters that do not pique their interest. Occasionally, engaging in a skirmish with an old rival is deemed the pinnacle of existence. Bullying the weak would only invite scorn from peers of equal strength. As they age, they increasingly value their dignity and reputation, not in the sense of leaving a lasting legacy. For figures like the Black Martial Emperor are destined to be remembered with disdain for eons. Indeed, after a millennium, their infamy would be truly eternal. For these transcendent beings, certain fundamental principles must remain inviolate. Crossing those lines spells misfortune for the transgressor. For instance, a vow once taken cannot be revoked without just cause, though, under certain circumstances, a retraction may be permissible, contingent upon public sentiment, which can be capricious. Gazing at the familiar landscape, Black Dragon Dino was engulfed in an indescribable sensation. Nearly 5 centuries had passed, and even now, mere recollections could send shivers through him uncontrollably. Aside from Princess Betchy, the 3 masters he knew best in this world were irreplaceable, their bond forged through countless days and nights, a profound teacher-student relationship that could never be erased. After a long period of quiet contemplation, Dino wiped his glimmering eyes with a claw and, with a voice like thunder, cried out hoarsely, "Master! Second master! Third master! Dino is about to depart. Why do you not come to bid me farewell?" The overwhelming sound waves surged towards the boundless sky and the surrounding silent wilderness. Yet their trajectory was directed towards the two laboratories located thousands of meters underground. "My dear disciple, why shout so loudly? It sounds as though someone has violated you." The old demon materialized before Black Dragon, his words devoid of kindness. However, the tender and reluctant gaze he cast revealed the depth of affection from an elder who had devoted everything to the dark art of alchemy. "Indeed, old demon, you speak the truth. Ekarun, this journey is not merely for leisure. It is an opportunity to broaden your horizons and gain insight. Do not forget to continue your research on the forbidden magic array." An uncanny, three-dimensional magic array suddenly materialized before Black Dragon. The old madman floated down to the ground, earnestly imparting final teachings to his cherished apprentice. Although the old madman's tone was amiable at present, the resentful Black Dragon would never forget who had wounded his youthful spirit at the onset of his studies. "How dare you deceive me? Hee. Third master, I shall forever remember the kindness you have shown me. Dino, should you encounter any difficulties, seek the guidance of your master, who will assist you in reclaiming your dignity." The Black Martial Emperor, with the demeanor of an ordinary man, approached the Black Dragon step by step from the distant thatched cottage, speaking with a tone of cold indifference. Dino, feeling a twinge of sorrow, gazed upon his three masters, with whom he had shared 5 centuries of companionship. Taking a deep breath, laden with reluctance, he expressed, "Dear masters, I shall certainly return often to visit you. I wonder if there are any trifles you no longer require, which I could help to dispose of. You wretched brat, you can leave. Wasn't it enough that your scaly hide was already stripped away by that cursed dragon last night?" The old demon shouted in furious rebuke at the swiftly fleeing Black Dragon, his eyes betraying an unwelcome glimmer of moisture. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 40. The mysterious and shadowy world beneath. What should one do? This profound dilemma permeates the heart of the Black Dragon, Dino El-Karun. As a creature of morality and ideals, yet devoid of purpose, Dino finds the world brimming with potential destinations. Perhaps he might consider the enchanting continent of Kalades, rumored to be inhabited by wondrous races such as elves, orcs, dwarves, half-elves, centaurs, swanfolk, winged beings, gnomes, lionfolk, foxfolk, vampires, and behemoths. However, it is said that the culinary scene there is rather underwhelming, particularly as the beautiful elves adhere strictly to a vegetarian diet, eschewing any form of meat. Then there is the savage, ancient continent, an even less appealing option. Dino has no desire to regress to a primitive society. That wretched place boasts nothing but monstrous beasts and a plethora of trees. For a Black Dragon whose sole purpose is to revel in the pleasures of a splendid draconic existence, such a locale is unequivocally the first to be dismissed. Though, should he ever desire a vacation, it might serve as a fascinating retreat. As for Dragon Island, he chuckles at the thought. He possesses no inclination to return to his birthplace. Moreover, the conditions there do not appear particularly favorable. So, onward to other continents. The continent of El-Karun? That is the domain of the Church of Light. Should he venture there, it would surely be crossing boundaries. Those zealots, consumed by their devotion to the light god, would undoubtedly greet his arrival with fervor that could prove quite troublesome. Interestingly, his name bears a resemblance to El-Karun. Perhaps if boredom strikes, he could seek out those obstinate followers of the light and stir some trouble, an endeavor that might prove entertaining, as his three masters often did. After much deliberation, it seems that the ancient continent of Galaikea is indeed his best option. Thus, he resolves to reside there for a century or so to ascertain its suitability. If it proves unsatisfactory, he shall explore the other continents, for the notion of home is not to be trifled with. It is not merely a matter of hundreds of years, but rather a monumental undertaking spanning millennia. Such decisions demand the utmost seriousness and respect. It is worth noting that although the Black Dragon's contemplations traverse a vast expanse, encompassing all 5 continents of the Lost Plain, he ultimately reached a conclusion in the mere span of a breath. Having made his decision, Dino languidly unfurls his enormous, terrifyingly dark wings, soaring leisurely at an altitude of several thousand meters. Within him, the Forbidden Dragon Technique, an exclusive and arcane meditation method for dark dragons, operates automatically, continually enhancing his magical and mental prowess. The Forbidden Dragon technique is a fascinating endeavor. After failing thousands of times, Dino has finally mastered this profound draconic secret. This indeed is an exceptionally practical treasure. With the mastery of this technique, Dino's dream dragon art shall gracefully retire. While the confinement dragon art may occasionally take a temporary leave, serving as a part-time endeavor, in truth, its effects surpass even those of the Forbidden Dragon art. However, the conditions required are quite taxing for the dragon. At times, Dino finds himself daydreaming, imagining when he might seamlessly integrate these two equally profound Dragon Clan secrets into a transcendent technique that embodies the strengths of both. Yet, the difficulty of such a feat is comparable to Dino transforming overnight into a dragon capable of effortlessly overpowering his three masters. Ahem, slightly blushing. I must admit that the black dragon Dino has inadvertently lost his way. However, Dino himself is uncertain of where he should fly. Such aimless wandering cannot truly be considered lost, but rather a bout of exploratory confusion. What is that? It appears to be a remarkably beautiful girl with large eyes. Oh, what is that lovely human girl doing? Why is she undressing? Ah, it seems she intends to bathe. No wonder there is a clear, beautiful lake nearby. My, that girl's skin is as pure as snow, the epitome of flawless jade. The absurd black dragon, filled with whimsical thoughts, lingered at an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters, gazing intently with his large, pure black dragon eyes at the splendid spring scenery below. To confess without shame, in his previous life as a human, due to an overly languid attitude, he ended up a veritable virgin. And now, well, he remains a veritable virgin young dragon. Observe the image of this certain oversized lecher, watching and drooling without a care. One can witness a perfect embodiment of what it means to be a lecher, a profession that transcends class and race. Perhaps an hour has passed. Girls typically take their time bathing. Of course, that dragon, in his lecherous demeanor, cares not if the beauty below takes a moment longer. Alas, it is unfortunate how swiftly she finished her bath. With a sigh, the dragon stirred his wings, previously idle, and soared towards the distant horizon. Being a lecher is merely a side gig for the esteemed black dragon. His true calling lies in being an intrepid explorer. Throughout his month of travel, the unabashed black dragon engaged in numerous mischievous pranks. Among them was the sly use of the forbidden magical array taught by his eccentric master to pilfer an entire hotel's delectable dishes from afar. He also indulged in some libations, yet Dino found himself quite vexed by the insipid flavor of the wine, so bland that even a bird might have been confused. After this escapade, the black dragon was not without consideration. He did not take without giving, instead casting aside an 8th-tier fire magic scroll, the value of which far exceeded that of the wine and food. Additionally, some coins, amethyst coins, and other sparkling treasures that could delight the esteemed black dragon must be discreetly acquired. As for the copper coins, silver coins, and worthless scrap, the proud black dragon Dino holds them in utter disdain. It is worth mentioning that the exchange rates among amethyst coins, gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins are uniformly set at 1 to 100, and they circulate globally. Although the designs on both sides of these coins may vary dramatically depending on the nation of origin, their dimensions resemble that of the 1 yuan coin familiar to Dino from a past life, differing only in material. Perhaps this is the work of those ancient beings lurking in the shadows of this world. It marks a momentous day that could be inscribed in the chronicles of the great black dragon Dino El Karun. On this day, which was not particularly auspicious, a wandering troublemaker boldly ventured into the singular underground realm of living beings within the Violet Empire. Thus, the legendary tale timidly unfurled the initial black curtain. Volume 1. The Roaring Dragon Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 41. The miraculous glimmering dragon's dungeon. It was highly improbable for the esteemed black dragon, Dino, to venture into the vast underground cavern. Yet, in any realm, unexpected occurrences can transpire without warning. Perhaps this is what one might deem a miracle. On a splendidly sunny day, the gentle warmth of the sun inadvertently stirred the slumbering instincts of the black dragon soaring through the skies. In a whimsical turn of events, this capricious creature plummeted earthward like a meteor from an altitude of over 2,600 meters. Thankfully, the now augmented Dino was no longer in danger of creating a dragon's crater upon impact. He landed safely. The site of the black dragon's descent was a boundless plain, seemingly abundant with lush vegetation, ideal for sustaining life. Strangely, no living beings appeared before Dino's keen eyes. Perhaps they were intimidated by his draconic majesty. Or perhaps this place was devoid of life altogether. Regardless, the peculiar circumstance did not trouble the black dragon's mind. He simply reclined upon the ground. Notably, he lay down rather than merely resting. The hard, jet-black scales made intimate contact with the soft, verdant grass, and soon, the dragon felt a tickle, prompting him to rub his back against the earth. He rolled over, transforming the once pristine lawn into a scene resembling the aftermath of a monstrous rampage. Utterly unrecognizable from its former beauty, with his eyes closed and breath slowing, this playful and spirited black dragon swiftly drifted into a blissful slumber. The bright, pure sunlight, accompanied by a gentle breeze tinged with the scent of grass, caressed the colossal creature, imparting an aura of serene beauty. Indeed, this was a fitting scene for a dragon of his ilk. The slumbering black dragon remained ensconced in dreams until the dawn of the following day. Upon awakening, he lazily stretched his claws and rubbed his gemstone-like eyes, casually surveying his surroundings. To his surprise, he beheld a gargantuan, shadowy cavern looming in the distance, its entrance beckoning. What could this be? A subterranean treasure? Curiosity is an inherent trait of both humanity and dragons alike. Thus, it was no wonder that the black dragon ambled toward the cavern, swaying with each step. This cavern was immense, towering at 500 or 600 meters and extending 200 to 300 meters in width. It could hardly be termed a mere cave. It was unquestionably the gateway to an underground realm. Dino possessed limited knowledge about the underground world, as his three mentors had not elaborated much on the subject. He only knew that this mystical realm was home to its own indigenous inhabitants, such as minotaurs, medusas, scorpion lions, troglodytes, and wizards driven mad by their arcane studies. Perhaps it was the presence of these reclusive sorcerers that prompted the old demon to share snippets of information regarding this enigmatic world with Dino. With great wings nearly 10 meters in length, black as the night, the dragon soared towards the subterranean realm that piqued its curiosity. The path leading to this underground world was somewhat damp and dim, devoid of any flowers. However, within the tunnel, there were sources of light, every so often. A pillar of hellfire illuminated the sky of the underground world. After flying for about 5 or 6 minutes, Dino took a sharp turn, and the passage ahead opened up to reveal a vast underground plain. The tunnel continued forward along a magnificent subterranean river, its end obscured from view. On the opposite bank lay an expansive, fertile slope, lush with verdant aquatic plants. There, a stunning woman with a serpent's tail and long, glossy black hair played a beautifully crafted harp, her ethereal voice filling the wilderness with poetry. Ah, that was the language of Medusa, although most could not comprehend it. The melody was universally appreciated, and the erudite black dragon certainly understood. The scenery here was quite delightful, and with a heart full of joy. The young dragon continued to flap its wings, its massive form leaving a black silhouette in the air. In less than a minute, Dino ascended a long slope, revealing a vast settlement in the distance. It resembled a primitive society, rather backward, lacking even a decent brick, with only rudimentary wooden structures visible, and a few bumbling minotaurs lost in thought. The black dragon, consciously restraining its overwhelming majesty, hovered silently above the gentle hills, its long, sharp wings slowly flapping in the air. Its elegant neck tilted slightly as its enormous, pure black eyes surveyed this world brimming with primal vitality, evoking a sense of nostalgia for its own tragic past. Though it was the dragon's first visit to the underground realm, it found itself surprisingly attuned to the slightly humid air tinged with sulfur. Could this be the fabled connection? Should it perhaps contribute something to this place? The young, robust black dragon lingered for a moment before suddenly raising its head towards the depths of the underground world and unleashing a continuous, resounding roar. That majestic sound, a symbol of power and conquest, soon filled the entire space, causing every corner of the subterranean world to tremble. This was the insurmountable gulf of hierarchy between races. This was the immense pressure of the soul. What began as an ordinary day for the inhabitants of the underground world lacked the distinctions of day and night, as the eternal hellfire pillars provided unwavering light. What a splendid source of energy, inexhaustible and limitless. How much could it fetch if sold? The underground realm also lacked the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The temperature remained around 20 degrees Celsius, thanks to the warmth brought by the subterranean river and karst formations. In truth, this was a rather suitable place for life. Save for the absence of the sun and moon, the entire denizens of the underground realm were left in awe, as countless souls would forever remember the astonishing spectacle witnessed that fateful morning. An immense dragon, its body adorned with gleaming, pitch-black scales, gracefully flapped its 10-meter-wide obsidian wings, soaring through the subterranean skies with unparalleled elegance, occasionally emitting a resonant roar that commanded the submission of all living things. Little did they know that Dino was merely orchestrating a grand spectacle. This formidable black dragon harbored ambitions of monumental significance. After circling the underground world several times, the dragon ascended, gradually making its way toward the rear wall of the subterranean realm. As it approached, a multitude of creatures erupted from the Scorpion Lion Cave at the pinnacle, the Medusa Cave below, and the Cavern of the Chthonic Dwellers at the bottom, fleeing from the rear wall of the underground world with astonishing speed, as if their very lives depended on it. The black dragon, employing some unknown method, began to radiate a soft, golden glow, creating an immense cavern above the Scorpion Lion Cave, as if tearing open the very fabric of existence itself. This newly formed sanctuary, referred to as the Dragon's Lair, beckoned it to enter. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 42. The one with the mightiest fist is the ruler, a colossal black dragon. This is indeed a legendary and extraordinarily powerful species. It is said that there are fewer than 30 dragons in the entirety of the ancient continent of Galakia. Each dragon is an immensely potent and nearly invincible existence. It is essential to understand that the dragons emerging from Dragon Island have all surpassed their juvenile and adolescent stages, becoming fully grown dragons, each a pinnacle being of both mythical prowess and martial mastery. To challenge them is tantamount to courting death for the top-tier champions of other races. Slaying a dragon? Huh. What a ludicrous notion. If you seek your own demise, do not drag others into your folly. Should you recklessly pursue a dragon without provocation? The dragonkin will assuredly not remain silent. Just a handful of dragons could emerge, and if you manage to escape with your life, consider it an extraordinary stroke of luck. Moreover, are dragons so easily slain? Beware, many have attempted dragon slaying only to become the hunted themselves, a tale that has unfolded countless times throughout history. Those with the capability to slay dragons would never dare to provoke the sensitive nerves of the dragon race. However, if a dragon were to instigate conflict with other races, committing egregious acts contrary to dragon etiquette, then the slaying of that dragon would not incite retribution from its kin. Indeed, the dragon race could tolerate the loss of a few dragons over 7 or 8 centuries. Nonetheless, if it is possible to avoid killing the dragon, it is prudent to do so. While the dragon race may not seek vengeance, do not expect them to extend any goodwill towards you. Simply escaping their wrath without being remembered as a foe is fortunate enough, and often, the dragon race will reclaim the remains of the slain dragon. This is a source of vexation for those who risked their lives to slay a dragon. However, at least remnants like dragon blood or dragon crystals may still be left behind. This can be seen as a compromise or exchange, which is why weapons forged from dragon bones are quite rare in the entire Lost Dimension. The bone dragon, one of the ultimate combatants of necromancers, is not among them. In fact, there exists another scenario where you might eliminate a dragon without it knowing your identity, as some like the Black Martial Emperor have done. However, aside from Dragon Island, the total number of dragons across the Lost Dimension barely surpasses 100, which is a considerable stretch. Furthermore, dragons are not foolish. Should a large-scale dragon slaying occur, they would vanish without a trace. Here, large-scale slaying refers to the death of more than 2 dragons within a century. Dragons are exceedingly rare, a consensus shared across the Lost Dimension regarding this formidable and extraordinary divine species. The conduct of dragons throughout history has solidified this conclusion. The precise number of dragons in this world remains an enigma even to the likes of the ancient demons. For the defenses of the dragonkin's inner island are exceedingly formidable, with none who dare to intrude ever returning. Indeed, the dark dragon Dino remains oblivious to the exact number of dragons within the dragon clan, and the golden dragon princess Bessie has never broached such a dull topic. Oh, but I digress. After the dark dragon effortlessly claimed dominion over the uppermost tier of the underground world, the native inhabitants were engulfed in profound panic. They were utterly unaware of the intentions of this uninvited dark dragon and whether its presence would disrupt their previously tranquil existence. Furthermore, they lacked the means to expel this formidable creature, whose power was undeniably evident. The mightiest among them was an aged sorcerer from the human realm, possessing mastery at the pinnacle of the sanctuary level, a commendable feat that would afford him a certain stature in the human world. However, such prowess proved utterly futile in this circumstance. Unable to confront the dragon directly, the residents were left with no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, through a unanimous consensus, the chief of the Minotaur clan, Old Kaisi, was appointed as the sole diplomatic envoy to engage with the Dark Dragon. This designation bore a weighty responsibility and a significant honor, reflecting the Minotaur clan's reputation for being the most amiable and, perhaps, the most easily exploited among the races. Moreover, these creatures were known for their sense of duty, unlikely to abandon their mission midway. With a sense of reverence, Old Kaisi traversed the passageway leading to the dragon's lair, which had been recently carved out by the Dark Dragon. It appeared that this black dragon possessed a modicum of humanity, having thoughtfully created a path to facilitate access to its lofty abode. Otherwise, the old Minotaur would have struggled to ascend to such heights. As the affable Minotaur approached the entrance of the dragon's lair, the Dark Dragon was already aware of the arrival of the diplomatic envoy sent by the underground inhabitants. Yet, in an effort to preserve the mystery and grandeur associated with the dragon race, the young Dark Dragon remained lazily ensconced in its new home. After all, dragons are not merely idle creatures. Dino was engaged in a task of considerable importance, decorating its new dwelling. What embellishments would be most fitting? With a perspective that melded human and draconic sensibilities, Dino surveyed the vast emptiness of the cavern. For dragons, nothing brings joy quite like gold, jewels, and diamonds. Fortunately, the young Dark Dragon possessed an ample supply of these treasures, which humans regarded as invaluable wealth. Thus, with a flourish, Dino poured forth a cascade of dazzling, resplendent trinkets from its spatial ring. Yet, from a human standpoint, the cavern appeared rather monotonous. It yearned for vibrant colors and artistic splendor, at the very least. It ought to feature several hundred grand murals and decorative artworks. However, in that moment, the Dark Dragon found itself unable to procure such embellishments. It resolved to seek assistance from others in the future, grateful for any altruistic support offered by kind-hearted souls willing to aid the dragon in its quest for a beautifully adorned lair. Oh, to have a magnificent dragon express a few words of gratitude would undoubtedly surpass the mere offering of mundane treasures such as gold and silver. Indeed, I, Dino, am exceedingly clever. This way, I can conserve a substantial amount of wealth, all of which pertains to my second life as a black dragon, an existence that shall not permit any prying eyes. As the dragon carelessly tossed gemstones and gold while contemplating arrangements for the distant future, the old Minotaur, having filled himself with the northwestern winds at the entrance of the lair, finally mustered the courage to step into the imposing dragon's den. Might the esteemed dragon, great and powerful, wish to establish a residence in the underworld? I, Kaishi, could then ensure that the residents provide you with all that you require. The old Minotaur, having lived nearly 80 years, was wise enough to understand that the denizens of the underworld lacked the capability to drive away the black dragon. Thus, it was imperative to prevent this creature from descending into madness. The black dragon, with his piercing, deep black eyes, silently regarded the old Minotaur, creating an atmosphere of grave solemnity. In the first volume, The Dragon's Roar Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 43, it is not easy to be a city lord. Engaging in a staring contest with a dragon was beyond the old Minotaur's capacity. He could only endure for a brief moment, perhaps the span of a single breath, before he was compelled to bow his head to evade the dragon's razor-sharp gaze. If any Minotaur dared to meet a dragon's gaze so casually, what place would there be for the dragon in the world? You shall inform the residents of the underworld that, from this day forth, the underworld shall be renamed the Dragon's Dungeon, and I, the great black dragon Dino Elkalon, shall be its lord. Observing the old Minotaur dutifully lower his head, the black dragon felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that applying appropriate pressure during negotiations could effortlessly lead to the fulfillment of one's goals. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a wicked grin played upon the dragon's visage. You may convey to your fellow inhabitants of the underworld that the illustrious dark dragon Dino has taken residence here from today onward. Should there be any grievances, they are welcome to discuss them with me, be it through martial combat, magic, or even mere banter. The great and omnipotent dragon is unique in all the realms. Anyone who dares to approach shall be guaranteed to enter standing, but be carried out lying down. Humph. You have 3 hours to contemplate this matter, should there be no objections. Then the great dragon shall reign supreme over this underworld, and no one shall defy his will. Otherwise, they should not blame me, the black dragon, for my ruthlessness. The black dragon intended to swiftly resolve matters. aiming to subdue these creatures through might before gradually winning their hearts. Ultimately, a life of carefree indulgence awaited him. Having concluded these declarations, the dark dragon politely escorted the old Minotaur out, for honoring the elderly and cherishing the young were among Dino's core principles. Despite the fact that the black dragon's age far surpassed that of the old Kaishi, to the extent that he could be considered the ancestor of ancestors, the old Minotaur stood dazed before the lair of the colossal dragon, pondering the inevitable changes that the arrival of this indomitable creature would bring to the tranquil underground realm. Would it plunge into deeper despair and neglect, or might it usher in something entirely different? The Minotaur, having spent his entire life in this subterranean world, harbored profound sentiments for his kin and the other denizens of this domain. He wished he could bear the weight of all these concerns single-handedly. When the news, conveyed by the Minotaur, reached the townsfolk regarding the terrifying dark dragon's allowance for a contest to determine its fate, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. They gazed blankly at the bumbling old Kaac. To compare muscle with the mightiest of dragons, or to pit magical prowess against the black dragon's unparalleled immunity to sorcery. Who was the fool making such an absurd jest? It was akin to courting death. Soon, throngs of residents began to express their welcome for the arrival of the black dragon. Was it not merely the addition of a powerful lord? A formidable, unbeatable black dragon? What difference did it make? Besides, wasn't he the underground realm now called the Dungeon of Dragons? Having a dragon presiding over it seemed only natural. With the presence of Dino El Karun, the black dragon, the inhabitants of the underground world might very well live with greater pride. Many years later, the denizens of the Dungeon of Dragons would look back with immense gratitude for their wise decision, though few dared to oppose the powerful, invincible dark dragon. Most were compelled to acquiesce under the dragon's martial dominance. Thus, recorded in the tome entitled Chronicles of the Dungeon of Dragons. In the month of May of the first year of the Underground Era, the legendary rogue black dragon Dino El Karun took residence in the subterranean world once belonging to the Violet Empire, eventually becoming the renowned Lord of the Dungeon of Dragons in the entire Lost Dimension, an honor the dragon had conferred upon himself. As a dragon of considerable ambition, Dino was not content with his current achievements. According to his grand vision, the Dungeon of Dragons should evolve into a magnificent city worthy of its name, allowing him to indulge in the finest services for millennia to come. Merely a few decades of toil for such a reward seemed an exceedingly fair exchange. However, to placate the residents of his domain, the astute dragon refrained from immediately implementing his grand plans. Such haste might lead to half-hearted efforts from the inhabitants. Even if they were genuinely unable to assist him, their lack of enthusiasm would severely diminish efficiency, thereby delaying his enjoyment of life. This was unacceptable. Thus, on the second day of the black dragon's arrival in the Dungeon of Dragons, this cunning creature visited each race, engaging them in beneficial competitions that fostered goodwill between the dragon and the natives, significantly enhancing the dragon's stature in their eyes. In a contest between the dark colossal dragon and the scorpion lion, the question of who could cast fireballs farther and more accurately arises. Of course, a true master of the dark arts would never resort to such trivialities as fireballs. However, this does not hinder the enjoyment of this rather amusing spectacle. Let us not forget that the black dragon possesses a rare fire gem, the flame crystal, in its grasp. After all, it is merely an application of mental energy. And to the untrained eye, there appears to be no distinction. Those who can discern the truth remain silent, wary of attracting unwanted trouble. For the Lord of Black Dragon City may conduct affairs as he pleases. When the black dragon competes with the minotaurs to determine whose strength is greater, there is no need for Dino to employ any form of cheating. Even against 100 minotaurs, the black dragon can effortlessly crush them with a single claw. Facing no resistance whatsoever, it is essential to acknowledge that Dino has not endured 5 centuries of torment from the formidable black martial emperor for naught. Similarly, in a contest of archery skills against Medusa, the black dragon, having never wielded a bow before, clumsily destroys all of Medusa's defensive weaponry. And in the realm of music, the black dragon's ethereal voice captivates all races within the dragon's underground city. This compels the black dragon to casually perform several popular songs from his past life to entertain the somewhat eccentric crowd, an act that swiftly wins the allegiance of the Medusa clan. As for the troglodytes, the black dragon's decisions are decisive and straightforward. Upon witnessing his vast collection of rare and precious ores, these treasure-seeking creatures enthusiastically pledge their loyalty, promising to become the most devoted subjects of the magnificent and omnipotent black dragon. As long as the Great Black Dragon allows them to depict the schematics of these rare minerals, and as long as their intentions are not to covet the dragon's collection, he graciously agrees. At this stage, the paramount objective is to rally all denizens of the underground world to his side, employing whatever means necessary to achieve this goal. As for other matters, who would dare oppose the Black Dragon? Volume 1. The Roar of the Young Dragon Shocks the Beast. Chapter 44. The first step is always the hardest, with the excitement of having unified all races of the underground world. The Black Dragon, in a state of exhilaration, generously funded a grand citywide feast featuring barrels of ale, one of the 3 great beverages of the world, for all to enjoy freely. Additionally, the gluttonous Black Dragon inquired of old Ka-Asi whether there were the other 2 legendary brews, the fruit wine represented by the elves, and the monkey brew crafted by the monkeys. The elder Minotaur regretfully informed the Black Dragon that he had never even laid eyes on these 2 famed delicacies. The Black Dragon's discerning palate regarding food opened the eyes of the residents of Dragon's underground city. Dino, the dark colossal dragon, displayed such fastidiousness in his culinary choices that it astonished the townsfolk, overturning their long-held perceptions of dragons. Dino's favorite dishes are roasted meats and cooked foods. He has never consumed raw meat. This revelation caused quite a stir, as countless residents gathered to witness Dino directing his attendants in roasting an entire colossal beast, marveling at the array of spices employed. After an indeterminate period following that night of revelry, the delectable barbecue of the Black Dragon Dino began to flourish within the depths of the dungeon. Subsequently, visiting merchants disseminated this culinary delight throughout the entirety of the Galaikea continent, thereby transforming the gastronomic culture of the entire Lost Plain. Following the festivities, the Black Dragon continued its visitation journey, garnering a favorable reputation among the dungeon's inhabitants. Next on the agenda were the wizards. One couldn't help but wonder if there were any young and beautiful sorceresses among them. Dino felt a twinge of displeasure at the prospect of meeting the wizards, yet the sorcerers were utterly thrilled, as the Black Dragon possessed a profound understanding of most advanced magical knowledge. A mere utterance from him could effortlessly resolve the perplexing conundrums that had long troubled their minds, leaving the magic-obsessed wizards with no alternative thoughts. Besides, even if they had, it would be futile. They simply could not contend with him. Alas, not a single female wizard was present. Oh, the heavens above! How was it that he was surrounded by a congregation of elderly men? Not a single individual under the age of 50. Dino exclaimed in exasperation. What a collection of eccentric magical research fanatics. After visiting all the races, the venerable Black Dragon did not immediately embark on his endeavors. Instead, he dutifully returned to his lair to conduct experiments in dark alchemy and delve into the intricacies of forbidden magical diagrams. Additionally, he reinforced his lair, as Dino spent a significant portion of his time within its confines. These hours, aside from being predominantly utilized for slumber, revealed to Dino the reason why dragons so adored sleep. It was a remedy for boredom. Moreover, resting did not hinder his cultivation. It was both effortless and uncomplicated. What dragon would not cherish such an indulgence? Naturally, there was also the necessity for physical growth. Beyond this, he devoted time to studying his most cherished dark magic. Fortunately, the lair was exceptionally sturdy and fortified with every available magical scroll for reinforcement and anti-magic treatment, although overly large spells could not be displayed within. Ahem. Mythic-level magic certainly did not fall within that category. The quality of the magical scrolls bestowed by the old madman was remarkably high, and their level was somewhat excessive. At night, the residents of the dungeon often witnessed flashes of lightning and thunder emanating from the dragon's lair, a spectacle that was nothing short of breathtaking. It was said that many children enjoyed sitting outside, eagerly awaiting the beautiful fireworks that erupted within the dragon's cave. Since the Black Dragon took residence in his excavated lair, the thousands of residents dwelling in the various caverns beneath experienced the occasional privilege of minor earthquakes. Regrettably, they were unable to voice their grievances, and even if they did, it would be of no consequence. In the eyes of all the dungeon's inhabitants, Lord Dino, the Black Dragon, was perceived as omnipotent. This notion left the somewhat bashful Black Dragon feeling a twinge of embarrassment deep within, for in truth, he was not as all-powerful as they believed. After observing the craftsmanship of the blacksmiths within his domain, the Dark Dragon Lord reflected for several days. During this time, the Dragon Cavern experienced numerous intense tremors. Filled with excitement, the Dark Dragon Lord imparted a wealth of specialized knowledge to the blacksmiths, enhancing their ironworking techniques. Consequently, the Minotaurs were emboldened. wielding exceptionally sharp battle axes and robust metal armor. This initiative significantly amplified their combat capabilities, more than doubling their effectiveness in battle. It is worth noting that prior to these advancements, the Minotaurs of the dungeon relied primarily on sturdy wooden clubs, occasionally supplemented by iron rods. As for their armor, it was rather unmentionable. The well-meaning Minotaurs lacked the means to equip themselves adequately. Thus, Dino's endeavors unexpectedly garnered the unwavering loyalty of the Minotaurs. The initial mining operations in the dungeon were quite rudimentary, characterized by a haphazard approach with little preparation or methodology. This inefficiency was intolerable to the Dark Dragon Lord, leading him to devise a comprehensive mining strategy. By implementing a streamlined, segmented operation method, the efficiency of the mining district saw a remarkable increase. Consequently, Dino's treasury flourished daily, much to the delight of the avaricious Dark Dragon. On one occasion, Dino engaged in a discussion with a scorpion lion regarding the latter's innate ability to conjure fireballs. After a thorough investigation into the principles behind the fireball spell, the masterful Dark Dragon contemplated for 2 days. Although Dino was a dragon of the dark arts, this did not hinder his mastery of the theoretical essence of all magical schools. Ultimately, he provided several pivotal magical recommendations that transformed the Scorpion Lion's fireballs into a rapid-fire barrage, further evolving into a miniature rain of fireballs, exponentially amplifying their potency. In gratitude for the Dark Dragon's generous gifts, the Scorpion Lions pledged their fealty. Additionally, based on Dino's research into the magnetic fields of the region, he guided the blacksmiths in the creation of a north-south compass, a groundbreaking technological invention. The benefits reaped by various professions within the dungeon were immense, and even Dino himself treasured this innovation dearly. One can only imagine the predicament of a clumsy dragon attempting to navigate the vast sky without such guidance. While some may argue that the sun and moon suffice for navigation, they fail to recognize that these celestial bodies shift with time. Moreover, what does one do in the absence of sunlight or moonlight? The Dark Dragon's sense of direction was notoriously poor, often muddled and chaotic. Overcoming numerous challenges, the Dark Dragon Lord Dino finally resolved to embark on his grand vision. He was confident that his commands would be executed with fervent enthusiasm and perhaps even exceeded by those below him. In June of the first year of the dungeon era, the construction of the Dragon's Dungeon officially commenced, marking the dawn of what would be known as the City of Miracles. Volume 1. The Roaring Dragon Shakes the Beasts in the Forest, Chapter 45, to achieve wealth. Mine more and cultivate abundantly. The construction of a magnificent city from nothingness is not a trivial endeavor that can be whimsically imagined. The Black Dragon, Dino, racked his brain to recall the architectural marvels he had witnessed in his past life, encompassing both Eastern and Western wonders. He intended to incorporate any structure that caught his discerning eye, ultimately sketching a rough blueprint. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, Dino, the Lord of the Black Dragon, managed to depict approximately 100 architectural designs stored in his memory. Subsequently, he casually discarded these invaluable sketches and lay down to indulge in deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the mental strain. It was crucial for him to rest and clear his mind, allowing him to merge these classic structures into a singular design for the dragon's underground city. While the Black Dragon was preoccupied with his artistic endeavors, the inhabitants of the underground city were equally industrious. With great enthusiasm, they followed Dino's orders, extracting enormous, elongated blocks of stone measuring 1 meter thick, 1 meter wide, and 3 meters long, known as black gold rock. This material had become a significant specialty of the underground city, yet it had previously gone unutilized. The inertia of thought is formidable. The Minotaurs had grown accustomed to dwelling in rudimentary thatched cottages. The scorpion lions, medusas, and cave dwellers favored their rocky abodes, while the wizards indulged in a rather carefree existence, residing wherever they pleased. Moreover, the underground city had minimal contact with the outside world, with human merchants seldom venturing into this dark and enigmatic subterranean realm. This was largely due to the inability of the underground world to ensure the safety of its visitors. Regardless of their species, the native inhabitants were inherently more formidable than humans, and conflicts often escalated to life and death struggles. Consequently, this renowned underground world within the Violet Empire became a desolate place, seldom frequented by outsiders. It would be disingenuous to claim that the Violet Empire had no interest in the underground world. However, the sheer power of its inhabitants proved overwhelming for the Empire. Take, for instance, the wizards concealed within these depths. There are a staggering 678 of them. The lowest among these reclusive sorcerers is of the 7th tier, Grand Wizard level. To put things into perspective, there are barely over 3,000 wizards in the entire Violet Empire who obediently adhere to imperial edicts, while the majority prefer to disregard the royal family. The relationships among wizards are intricate and convoluted, making it difficult to ascertain alliances. Thus, it is prudent to avoid provoking this proverbial hornet's nest, as it could lead to unfavorable consequences for all involved. Due to the significant advantages bestowed upon all inhabitants of the dungeon by the Black Dragon, even the most indifferent of sorcerers found themselves donning their voluminous robes, employing their arcane powers to hew through the rock. The Minotaurs would then deftly carve the stone into the requisite shapes and sizes demanded by the Black Dragon, while the debris was meticulously piled together. Meanwhile, the Medusas attended to logistical tasks, and the Scorpion Lions, ever boisterous, eagerly joined the ranks of those excavating the mines, engaging in destruction, which was their favorite pastime. As for the Troglodytes, their role was of utmost importance. The Lord of the Black Dragon tasked them with surveying the soil conditions of the subterranean realm to ascertain the general configuration of the dungeon. Moreover, Dino provided them with a special formula for a unique mixture, an alchemical creation reminiscent of cement, crafted by an ancient demon. Notably, one vital and precious ingredient was not documented, but rather directly supplied to them by the Black Dragon. It was common knowledge that such a valuable substance was to be kept secret, and aside from the Black Dragon and the ancient demon, no one else possessed that final ingredient, a product of a failed dark alchemy. Wild, grand, majestic, and immense, these were the architectural styles that the Black Dragon Dino ultimately settled upon for his dragon's dungeon. This design choice also considered his own stature. Had the construction been too diminutive, it would have rendered any leisurely stroll through the city an impossible endeavor for him. Thus, in his planning, the Black Dragon boldly determined that each main thoroughfare would span an impressive 99 meters in width. He also orchestrated the creation of 3 expansive plazas, of which 2 were modest, but the largest was aptly named Dragon Square, capable of accommodating a congregation of 300,000 souls. To the east of this grand square, a square platform of pure black stone, elevated 1 meter above the ground, was constructed, intended to be reinforced with the finest magic. This would serve as a dedicated stage for the Black Dragon's addresses and gatherings. Of course, during times of leisure, it could also fulfill other purposes, such as a venue for martial contests or performances, though the Black Dragon was indifferent to such matters. The initial construction of the dragon's dungeon commenced with the outermost walls. The Black Dragon, unimpressed by the rudimentary walls he observed in this world, opted for a monumental structure measuring 13 meters in width and 36 meters in height. He explained to the residents of the dungeon that this was not merely for ephemeral enjoyment, but rather a boon for generations to come. Heeding the geological insights provided by the Troglodytes, the Black Dragon made corresponding amendments to the original plans, resulting in a dungeon capable of housing a population of 500,000 to 600,000. However, this only occupied less than 1/20th of the entire subterranean realm, illustrating the vast expanse of the underground world, which continues to expand as the Troglodytes and other races persistently mine and excavate new spaces. During the construction of the city walls, the benevolent Black Dragon rendered immense assistance. This mythical, high-ranking dark sorcerer directly engaged in the endeavor, summoning a multitude of dark magical elementals that effortlessly transported the heavy black obsidian rocks, each weighing several hundred pounds, as if they were mere toys. Most importantly, these diligent little beings exhibited no signs of fatigue or exhaustion amidst the fervent activity of wall construction. A seemingly inconspicuous issue caught the observant eye of the Black Dragon. The living conditions of the residents in the underground city appeared rather dire. Whether in terms of food or other necessities, this was unacceptable. How could the inhabitants of the Black Dragon Dino's territory be in such poverty? A solution must be found to enrich them. This would undoubtedly lead to an increase in gold coins for me as well, benefiting both parties immensely. After conducting discreet investigations, the unique and valuable mineral resources and agricultural crops found in the underground realm became integral components of the Black Dragon's wealth accumulation strategy, essential elements that could not be overlooked. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 46. Reform and opening up is the foremost task. The towering black walls, reminiscent of a dragon stretching across thousands of kilometers, consumed a full 3 months of the Black Dragon Dino's time. This was indeed a substantial 3 months, 90 days and nights. Rather than merely feigning effort for a few days before retreating, Dino diligently labored alongside the denizens of the underground city, toiling earnestly for 3 months. While the dragon's role primarily involved commanding a legion of dark element puppets for transportation, its symbolic significance was not to be underestimated. Upon the completion of the vital city walls, the Black Dragon, as the lord of the city, directed the troglodytes, minotaurs, and sorcerers to collaboratively forge an immense, astonishing iron gate weighing over 5,000 pounds. This gate, entirely cloaked in black, was intricately engraved with a multitude of complex magical sigils. After the dragon had etched the fundamental outlines with its claw, the eager sorcerers, their eyes gleaming, volunteered to complete the intricate details. The inherently cautious Black Dragon contemplated within its lair, eventually taking flight one fateful night to spend the entire evening inscribing 3 colossal defensive taboo magical arrays along the city walls. This endeavor was the dragon's forte. Akin to flowing water, however, the sheer number of lines consumed an inordinate amount of Dino's time. This act left the sorcerers of the underground city exclaiming in awe, "Oh, Father God, how can we survive this?" Next came the construction of streets and houses, a matter the Black Dragon approached with meticulous care. He designated an entire area for the sorcerers as a domain for magical research and also established a temporary Lord's Hall for himself. Just a hall, as the cost of additional structures was prohibitive considering the dragon's imposing size. Moreover, Dino was still growing. Who could predict how large this dragon might become? Thus, unnecessary constructions were wisely avoided. The Black Dragon even made arrangements for a school aimed at nurturing future warriors and sorcerers. Additionally, a 9-story library was established to house a collection of precious tomes, including knowledge on the magical realm and dark alchemy, as well as taboo magical arrays. Of course, one should not expect the rather frugal dragon to provide an abundance of superior knowledge. At best, it could serve as a foundational textbook. Nonetheless, this would have a profound impact on the underground city. It is worth noting that the dragon's learning was far from ordinary. Even foundational knowledge was invaluable, leaving even divine practitioners in the dark. Regarding the construction of homes, a matter intimately connected to the welfare of the underground city's residents, the Black Dragon took it upon himself to utilize rock fashioned into brick-like shapes, bonded with an otherworldly version of cement, yielding remarkably effective results. However, all structures were limited to a single story, as the dragon had no intention of erecting towering edifices. After all, that would be courting trouble. Not all the residences are single-story. Establishments such as taverns and other commercial venues may, when necessity dictates, extend to a maximum of 3 stories. In the mind of the Black Dragon, the pinnacle of the dragon's underground city is the 9-story library, while the second highest structure is the Lord's Hall, soaring to an impressive height of 22 meters. Without the support of magic, such a feat would have been impossible to achieve in a short span of time. The schools, too, are uniformly single-story. Moreover, the construction of additional subterranean levels is of little concern to the Black Dragon. The freedom of the dragon must be preserved. Hence, even from the summit of the highest library, one cannot glimpse the interior of the Dragon Lord's lair, a fact that a certain dark-hearted dragon has meticulously calculated. Furthermore, the roads and squares are paved with smooth stone slabs measuring 3 meters by 3 meters, exclusively produced by the Black Dragon. Curious mages have observed the creation process, deeming it nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, it was a miracle achieved through dubious means. The Black Dragon, in truth, did little. If he were to rely solely on his own strength to produce uniformly smooth slabs, it would indeed be a cruel imposition. Thus, the innovative-minded Black Dragon unhesitatingly employed several failed spatial magic scrolls extorted from his eccentric mentor. Originally, the mentor sought to devise spells that could reshape objects at will through magical diagrams, yet he never succeeded even once, ultimately producing a contraption akin to a supercutting machine. In the possession of the Black Dragon, this magical scroll finally fulfilled its immense potential. Upon activation, it swiftly enveloped a vast area of 900 meters cubed. Under the precise control of the Black Dragon, it was unleashed upon the exposed rock veins. Consequently, all rocks within this magical domain transformed into standard 3x3 slabs, with an ideal thickness, making them the prime choice for paving roads. The Minotaurs merely had to transport the slabs away, a task made exceedingly simple and convenient. The scorpion lions and medusas also participated in this endeavor, bringing joy to the medusas, who had long felt their clan had contributed little, while the Black Dragon dedicated himself to the construction of the dragon's underground city. he remained vigilant regarding the glittering gold coins of the future. Thus, he did not neglect the mining of precious resources and the cultivation of crops. Having thoughtfully considered these aspects, this world is indeed home to wheat, and the Black Dragon diligently imparted knowledge on this subject to the residents. Consequently, within 3 months of commencing work on the dragon's underground city, the residents, following the method provided by the dashing Black Dragon Lord, achieved a harvest 5 to 6 times greater than before. The vastness of the heavens and the earth pales in comparison to the expanse of one's belly. This is an undeniable reality. Regardless of other circumstances, the necessity of satiating one's hunger remains an inescapable truth, especially for ordinary beings. Those immortal aberrations are not included in this discourse. That peculiar group of ancient entities has long transcended the boundaries of life and death. In the subterranean realm, throughout the 12 months, the grand construction of the dragon's dungeon has reached a momentous milestone. This includes the Lord's Hall, the Enchanted Street, 3 plazas, an academy, a library, and several other essential edifices. Even the residential quarters have been nearly completed, and all the minotaurs are now contentedly settled into their new abodes. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 47. This is not food, but wealth. The preliminary completion of the dragon's underground city signifies that the ambitious Black Dragon, Lord Dino, has secured the basic qualification to implement his second grand vision. This enterprising dark dragon is singularly focused on transforming this subterranean city into one of the most renowned urban centers in the world. As for the potential troubles that may arise from such an endeavor, those are not concerns for the Black Dragon, even if Dino himself were to falter. He has 3 formidable mentors to back him up. Furthermore, should even the 3 mentors prove inadequate, there are the terrifying dragons of Dragon Island as his staunch allies. In essence, as long as he can make a swift escape, Dino is assured of his safety in this realm, and he has meticulously prepared countless contingencies for such an eventuality. His plans are foolproof. At first glance, the dragon's underground city appears grandiose and magnificent, yet it lacks vibrancy. Aside from the minotaurs joyfully settling into their advanced and comfortable stone abodes, the human mages have also graciously taken residence in the magical streets, not only to honor the Black Dragon, but also because the city lord possesses an acute understanding of their psyche, having enhanced these residences with precious protective magical arrays. This has certainly stirred the mages' intrigue. As for the Scorpion Lion tribe, the Medusa tribe, and the Troglodytes, these are all cave-dwelling beings. The Black Dragon has not imposed a strict requirement for the inhabitants of these territories to reside within the city. Rather, it is left to their personal choice. Consequently, these 3 races continue to dwell quietly in the caves that their ancestors have inhabited for generations. Now, it is time to consider populating the underground city, lest all efforts go to waste. After all, this endeavor is for the charmingly glimmering gold coins. But whom shall I recruit? Those tiresome folks, or perhaps others? Let me ponder this matter carefully. First and foremost, I shall banish the nobility. I shall not allow those fools to trespass upon my domain. As for the commoners, it is not that I, the Black Dragon, hold them in disdain. Rather, they simply lack the intrigue I seek, which does not align with my flamboyant nature. Let us instead welcome a more entertaining populace: murderers, political dissidents, thieves, and runaways, individuals who can bring excitement to life. However, the dragon's underground city is an unequivocally free realm, and no faction shall impose restrictions here. This is my territory, and anyone attempting to extend their claws into it shall be expelled, with a clear course of action established. It is now time for execution. Surprisingly, the typically impatient Black Dragon exhibits unexpected patience in this regard. He seems to have no intention of actively recruiting inhabitants for the dragon's underground city. Could it be that this cunning and treacherous Black Dragon has forgotten? This notion is, of course, utterly implausible. The Lord of the Black Dragon is well aware of one crucial fact. The underground world is not entirely isolated from the outside. Every few years, there are always some audacious and fearless merchant groups that venture into the underground world for procurement. However, if such expeditions occur too frequently, even the most formidable merchant factions cannot withstand the staggering human losses, for the denizens of the underground city are not to be trifled with. These avaricious traders are gambling with human lives. Moreover, some of the inhabitants of the underground city have emerged into the vibrant world above, taking up roles as mercenaries or pursuing other professions to support their families. Creatures such as minotaurs, medusas, scorpion lions, and burrow dwellers are highly esteemed and formidable species in the outside realm. As for the issue of communication, it is hardly a concern, as all can converse in the universal tongue of humanity. Since the arrival of the black dragon in this underworld, human merchant groups have yet to make an appearance. Thus, it is anticipated that new trading factions will soon visit this land brimming with wealth. At that time, the esteemed black dragon will smoothly execute his meticulously devised plans. He harbors no belief that those ungrateful opportunists, who would barter even the empire's emperor for profit, would show any interest in the current dragon's underground city. It is noteworthy that the black dragon has generously delineated 3 entire streets for future merchants to conduct their trade. These thoroughfares boast a width twice that of the others, an astonishing 200 meters. Even if the black dragon occasionally takes an interest in purchasing goods along these streets, it would pose no difficulty whatsoever. This rather self-serving black dragon prioritized his own convenience while planning the entire city, placing the interests of the underground city south residents in second place, and the concerns of outsiders in third. There is little more to say. This dragon seems to have considered all aspects. Moreover, one might say that the simple-minded minotaurs, the perfectionist medusas, the violent scorpion lions, and the treasure-obsessed burrow dwellers, and those obstinate old wizards, would excel at destruction. However, asking them to construct buildings? That would be a true test of endurance, indeed. In summary, the current dragon's underground city remains an unremarkable and obscure locale within the borders of the Violet Empire, unnoticed by those who fail to realize that the underground denizens returning from their toil in the outside world have not re-emerged into the sunlit realm. Unbeknownst to all, a miraculous underground city has flourished, awaiting the opportune moment to soar to greatness and astonish the world. Nox feels that his luck has taken a turn for the worse this year. In the fierce contest with his elder brother for the position of the next chief heir of the Kalea merchant group, he has been cast into this desolate underground world by their father. Is it not blatantly favoring that old scoundrel of a brother? Am I not also your flesh and blood, dear father? After all, we share the same mother. From a distance, the immense and foreboding black cavern loomed before Nox, filling his heart with an unsettling dread. Based on past experiences, while engaging in trade within the subterranean realm could yield substantial profits, one's safety was utterly compromised. In that accursed place, a staggering 70% of merchant caravans ended up with nothing more than a solitary remnant or two. Among the remaining 30%, a significant portion faced a grim fate, while the exceedingly fortunate few met their demise from a fortuitously descending disaster. They may have earned wealth, but at the cost of their lives, truly the most lamentable of outcomes. The notion of emerging unscathed from the depths of the underground world? Who was the fool that dared to jest? In the midst of his profound discontent, Nox's keen eyes suddenly caught sight of a towering black stone at the entrance to the underworld, adorned with flamboyant script that proclaimed, "Welcome to the Dragon's Dungeon." Volume 1. The Roaring Dragon Shakes the Forest. Shocking All Beasts Chapter 48. Crafting exquisite wine for profit, Nox felt that his journey into the underground world had been incredibly rewarding. Not only had he amassed a fortune, but he had also returned with all his companions intact. Although there had been a few scorpions and lions eyeing him with a predatory hunger, seemingly eager to sample the taste of fresh human flesh, for reasons unknown, they ultimately refrained from making a move. However, none of this truly astonished Nox. The fortunate little fellow who had basked in the goddess of luck's favor for a century, the once desolate and primordial underground realm, now renamed the Dragon's Underground City, bewildered him. He could hardly fathom how such a grandiose subterranean metropolis had been constructed in the mere span of a year or two. Yet, this miraculous city now stood before him. Moreover, the discerning Nox recognized the intricate magical patterns etched upon the city walls, the genuine masterpieces of skilled sorcerers. Just this aspect alone was sufficient to render the opulent structures outside utterly ashamed. Nox, a shrewd businessman, had learned from the Minotaur chieftain, old Kaishur, about the current state of the Dragon's underground city. With remarkable decisiveness, he invested a substantial sum to secure an excellent location on one of the 3 commercial streets. It was said that, recognizing him as the first customer, the city lord granted him a generous discount, totaling 10,000 gold coins. The ownership of the establishment would last for 3 years, after which the fees would be subject to renegotiation, though he retained priority. Despite the numerous unexpected advantages Nox gained, he was left with considerable regrets. First and foremost, he discovered a fact that would undoubtedly infuriate his merchant associates. The residents of the Dragon's underground city were no longer the naive fools they once were. The days when merchants could casually propose prices and expect transactions to occur were long gone. These cunning individuals had become exceptionally shrewd, and what irked Knox further was that, to prevent deceit, the city implemented measures to protect its honest residents from being misled by extravagant prices. Even the notoriously proud sorcerers of the human realm resorted to the rare use of mind-reading magic to ascertain whether he was lying. Heaven help him. Was there no respite? A throng of at least 20 formidable archmages fixed their piercing gazes upon him, their lie-detecting magic shimmering with a ghostly white light, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Resistance? What a ludicrous notion. His strongest mercenary, a middle-aged rogue, was merely a 7th-tier swordsman. How could he possibly contend against so many powerful mages of equal or greater rank? Such a venture seemed a suicidal folly, and Knox certainly had no inclination to gamble with the lives of his subordinates. Even if a fool of rare caliber existed, Knox would be sure to incapacitate him before such a reckless endeavor could unfold. Moreover, Knox felt that he had been moving a tad too swiftly and ought to linger in the Dungeon of Dragons for a few more days. The specially crafted delectable roasted meats were simply exquisite and irresistibly tempting. The very first moment he savored such culinary delights, Knox pondered how he might acquire the recipe for this remarkable dish. Should it circulate beyond these walls, it would surely yield a veritable fortune in gleaming gold coins. And those richly flavored, lingering broth soups. Oh, the taste was ineffably delightful. Not to mention the most extraordinary stir-fried dishes. They were nothing short of divine. I must seize an opportunity to extract the recipes for these treasures, employing any means necessary, even should it require showering gold coins liberally. Father would undoubtedly support my endeavors. Ah, with such a splendid opportunity before me, I could forego my modest family estate and bestow it upon my elder brother. I shall request a generous severance from father. And then I could amass an astonishing fortune in this Dungeon of Dragons, which is destined to become renowned throughout the continent of Galaikea and even the entire Lost Plain. By that time, even if my father were to invite me back, I would resolutely refuse, offering only some financial assistance. The only regret Knox harbored was that he had not encountered the formidable figure he deeply admired, the Lord of the Dungeon of Dragons. How audacious to adopt such a grandiose name, and to have quietly constructed a subterranean city that resembled a miracle. Truly, a remarkably formidable individual. Knox had only learned from the Minotaur's lips that the Lord of the Dungeon was named Dino El Karun, a figure of immense greatness, a ruler seemingly capable of anything. El Karun? Is that not the name of the continent where the Church of Light resides? This individual indeed possesses a remarkable sense of grandeur. Even the surname is astonishing. Yet, what significance lies behind the name Dino? Does it perhaps signify a legendary figure from history, long since faded into obscurity? With a mind brimming with questions, Knox departed the Dungeon of Dragons unscathed and laden with treasures. Upon exiting the once dreaded Black Cavern, he could not help but glance back at the imposing black boulder standing before the cave, adorned with the wild inscription, "Welcome to the Dungeon of Dragons." After Knox, that troublesome young lad, had left, the Grand Black Dragon, who had been hiding for several days, finally re-emerged before the residents of his domain. Dino was quite pleased with the Minotaur's handling of the foreign merchants and his ability to keep secrets. Thus, for the first time, the Lord of the Black Dragon formally issued an appointment, designating Old Kai AC as the Vice Lord of the Dungeon of Dragons, overseeing all matters that the Black Dragon wished to avoid and ensuring the safety of the dungeon while the dragons slumbered or traveled. The Black Dragon held immense trust in these famously honest and good-natured Minotaurs. In recent days, although the Black Dragon has remained concealed within its lair, it has not been idle. Instead, it has devoted its time to the meticulous study of brewing exquisite fine wines. The Black Dragon could no longer tolerate the low alcohol content of the beer, which left it utterly unsatisfied. By indulging its own culinary desires, it envisioned the prospect of selling these exquisite wines across the globe, undoubtedly reaping substantial profits. The Black Dragon harbored no doubts regarding this final point. After undergoing a unique processing method that included steaming, roasting, and fermenting, the wheat transformed into the essential brewing yeast for the exceptional wine the Black Dragon aspired to create. It then procured a variety of grains, readily available to it, and began experimenting with vague recollections of techniques from a previous life. Ultimately, this unruly dragon succeeded in crafting a remarkably potent elixir, reminiscent of the finest liquor, akin to Wuliangya. Following this triumph, the dragon lost interest in further research. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beast. Chapter 49. Every gold coin is a piece of one's heart in this peculiar realm of swords and sorcery. If one were to ponder who possesses the utmost prowess in the art of promotion and spectacle, the title unquestionably belongs to Dino El Karun, the Black Dragon of the Dragoness Underground City. Those 20-some years of existence in a previous life were not in vain. In an age rife with information overload, even if one does not actively seek it out, the myriad of whimsical ideas will inevitably engulf you, leaving no avenue for escape. Dino adopted a lavish strategy to win over Nox, the first to venture forth, sparing no expense in his efforts. Wherever possible, he created shortcuts to facilitate profit. However, behind this honor lay certain unspoken transactions. Nox was obliged to vigorously promote the Dragoness Underground City upon his return, inviting more merchant groups to establish themselves in the commercial district. In return, the city would bestow further benefits upon Nox. This method, commonly known as investing a modicum of profit to attract greater collective interests, was undoubtedly a mutually advantageous endeavor. Both parties accepted the terms with satisfaction, leading Nox to obediently return home, while the Dragoness Underground City prepared to welcome new merchant groups, and indeed, new residents. Approximately half a month after Nox's departure, another merchant group graced the Dragoness Underground City with their presence, under the guidance of the sagacious Black Dragon Lord. The Elder Minotaur provided nearly impeccable service and signed an agreement akin to that of Nox's. After all, one should never place all their eggs in a single basket. From the second month onward, the Dragoness Underground City entered an era of rapid development. Large merchant groups began to arrive in droves, bringing with them a bounty of beautiful gold coins that could make even the Black Dragon smile in his sleep. Some far-sighted members of these groups purchased their own residences in the vibrant city, intending to settle down for the long haul. Wherever there are people, troubles inevitably arise, especially in a treasure trove like the Dragoness Underground City, where wealth is evident to even the blind. Following the Black Dragon's directives, the city welcomed numerous individuals previously labeled as political offenders, thieves, fugitives, and rogues. This eclectic mix of humanity infused new vigor into the underground realm. The Black Dragon decreed that brawls were prohibited within the city, yet duels were permitted in the Colosseum. The Colosseum, designed with a humane touch, accommodates any request, allowing for both one-on-one and group battles at one's discretion. This Colosseum was, in fact, a transformed smaller square from among the three large plazas, while another small square was designated for civilized activities, such as singing and dancing, creating a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. One may argue that with a growing populace, disorder ensues, and governance becomes challenging. There is no cause for concern, although the Minotaurs here number just over 10,000. Those loyal to the Black Dragon Dino are the monstrous warriors of this realm. 5,000 adult Minotaurs are equivalent to 100,000 elite human soldiers, and the notion of their strength being underestimated at a ratio of 1 to 20 seems grossly inadequate. Therefore, anyone daring to wreak havoc in the city must first inquire whether the Minotaurs will consent to it with their battle axes. The underground city possesses sufficient military might to subdue and cleanse these unruly individuals. Entering the Dragon's underground city incurs no entrance fee. However, exiting the city requires a toll of 1 gold coin per person. This is indisputable and firmly upheld by the Black Dragon as his rightful authority. As for the concern of whether anyone would refrain from visiting the Dragon's underground city, the Black Dragon pays no heed to such matters. Let those fools avoid this tax-free haven with superior services and abundant riches. It would be far more satisfying to rid themselves of such nuisances altogether. To this day, the mastermind behind the scenes, the Black Dragon Dino, has yet to reveal himself before the new residents, and the original inhabitants of the underground city have obediently kept the identity of their formidable lord a secret. Thus, the enigma surrounding this mysterious ruler has become a topic of great intrigue and considerable vexation. In the eyes of the world, the highest authority of the underground city is the Elder Minotaur, Old Kaisi. In truth, the audacious Black Dragon has no intention of deliberately avoiding these little creatures who could bring him delightful gold coins. It is merely unfortunate that he has succumbed to a prolonged slumber unique to himself and cannot awaken for the time being. As for the duration of this sleep, even Dino himself is uncertain. It could last a few days, perhaps months, or even years. In any case, unless there are pressing matters, the Black Dragon is reluctant to force himself awake. Loyalty is perhaps the singular quality shared by all the original inhabitants of the underground city. Even without the direct gaze of their lord, they continue to behave as they did in his presence, diligently mining new resources while pursuing their lives. At times, They assist those in the commercial street with various tasks, earning a few gold coins to spend. Among the structures established under the Black Dragon's command, Academy Street remains unopened, lying in a desolate state, and the 9-story library is similarly empty, as the Black Dragon is still in the process of writing the knowledge he wishes to inscribe within its walls. While the Dragon Lord has yet to take action, others dare not intervene. Who would be foolish enough to compete with the ill-tempered Black Dragon for such honor? The Lord's Hall, however, is quite bustling with activity. The Elder Minotaur greets new guests here out of politeness, and the unparalleled sense of awe is sufficient to intimidate incoming merchants. Perhaps with just a few casual remarks, those avaricious individuals would willingly and joyfully part with their gold coins to bestow them upon the unseen Lord. This intricate scheme was, of course, meticulously imparted by Dino to the old Minotaur, who subsequently earned the affectionate moniker of the bone-scraping steel knife among merchants in later times. Just as enigmatic as the esteemed city lord are the wizards residing on Magic Street. These profoundly skilled sorcerers instilled a considerable sense of security in the merchants venturing into the underground city. Moreover, the wizarding profession stands as the most noble in this realm. Yet entry into this vocation is notoriously arduous. The merchants have caught wind of rumors suggesting that the city lord of the Dragon's Underground intends to establish a school on Academy Street dedicated to the instruction of magic, swordsmanship, and other professions, embracing an elite, small-class educational approach. However, the school has yet to open its doors. When it does, these wizards will surely serve as the magical instructors. Recently, the old Minotaur found it peculiar that those smirking, unscrupulous merchants were fervently stuffing gold coins into his hands. Volume 1. The Roaring Dragon Shakes the Forest, Chapter 50, Mutual Benefit and the Free Trade Market. On this day, 2 years into his underground existence, the Black Dragon, who had long since settled into his lair, suddenly felt an urge to venture out. Yet, in order to ensure that his unforeseen excursion would not jeopardize his plans, the cautious Black Dragon summoned the old Minotaur to inquire meticulously about the current state of the Dragon's underground city. Great Lord of the city, under your unparalleled leadership, our Dragon's underground city has flourished economically. The lives of every native inhabitant have undergone a tremendous transformation. Furthermore, our relations with the merchants who have come to trade are quite harmonious. However, these outsiders are curious about who the true ruler of our Dragon's underground city is. The old Minotaur excitedly conveyed to his superior. In truth, he had long desired to share this with the mighty dragon. But given that dragons are the foremost race in the world, he would never dare to disturb the Black Dragon's private affairs without a summons. The sagacious Minotaur was acutely aware that the great dragon had the power to bestow upon him his esteemed position and influence, but could also retract everything at a moment's notice, even taking his very life. It was clear that no one in the Dragon's underground city would dare oppose the Black Dragon. The imposing Black Dragon languidly reclined atop a dazzling hoard of treasures, exuding an air of lethargy. Yet, the inherent majesty of the dragon lingered in the depths of the Minotaur's heart. A dragon is a dragon and cannot be diminished to a mere chick. Ah, this is rather pleasing, but I trust no one has divulged my affairs. Great Lord Black Dragon, you need not worry on this count. The loyalty of all residents of the Dragon's underground city towards you is as evident as the sun and moon. No one would be so foolish as to reveal your secrets. Hence, to this day, the merchants remain oblivious to the true nature of our city. Fully aware of the Black Dragon's temperament, the old Minotaur bowed respectfully, determined not to provide the dragon with any pretext for mischief. Though the dragon's nature was not inherently malevolent, he had a propensity to incite uncontrollable fury, a sensation that could lead anyone to the brink of despair. The Minotaur had learned this lesson on several occasions, primarily because the dragon often succumbed to boredom. The Black Dragon nodded his enormous head, his voice imbued with a gentle magnetism, melodious yet undeniably imbued with an air of superiority, a trait inherent to dragons, a natural consequence of their lineage. Akin to how dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and mice bear offspring that dig burrows. Well done, your performance has been commendable. I am quite satisfied. You may take your leave. Farewell, great lord of the city. The elder bull-headed creature concluded the conversation with a sense of joy. Conversing with a colossal dragon proved to be quite a challenge for the bovine. Perhaps it was time to contemplate a successor. And his own son seemed quite promising, certainly bold enough to capture the admiration of the esteemed Black Dragon Lord. After the elder bull-headed creature departed from the dragon's lair, the impatient Black Dragon within could no longer contain its exhilaration. Finally, it could venture out to observe the current state of the magnificent edifices it had once crafted. The black dragon unfurled its vast ebony wings and soared from the lair into the skies above the underground city. With a less than virtuous heart, the black dragon paused mid-flight and unleashed a thunderous roar, a cacophony that other beings would recognize as the roar of a dragon. How utterly lacking in sophistication. These lesser creatures, we dragons, merely shouted out of boredom, and yet they desperately sought to flatter us with grandiose titles like Dragon's Roar. The mighty bellow continued, reverberating through the air, creating tremors that shook the entire city. As the sound faded, the faces of the crowd were painted with fear and confusion. Countless voices rose in inquiry. What is that sound? Is it some sort of monster? What kind of creature in your underground city emits such a terrifying noise? Suddenly, a cry erupted from the streets. A dragon. A black dragon. A powerful black dragon. The black dragon soared through the sky, flaunting its might, before hastily retreating to its den, leaving behind a throng of exhilarated individuals animatedly discussing the significant event that had just transpired. At that moment, the native inhabitants of the underground city basked in their glory, for the mere presence of the black dragon lord in their midst allowed them to express their inner pride and joy, evoking envy in others. Behold, our black dragon lord of the dragon's underground city, truly a being of unparalleled strength. A boastful scorpion lion was the first to speak up, his swaggering demeanor utterly insufferable. Dear brother scorpion lion, as we are now part of the dragon's underground city, might you share tales of our black dragon lord's glorious feats? Here, a fine bottle of exquisite elven fruit wine, a complimentary gift for you. A particularly astute human merchant approached warmly, producing from his belongings a bottle of the latest trend in the underground city, elven fruit wine. The scorpion lion, upon noticing the multitude gazing at him with pitiful eyes, felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. He uncorked a bottle of wine, savoring a sip of this exquisite nectar he had never tasted before, and began to eloquently recount the tale of the legendary lord of the Black Dragon City. He exclaimed, "You may not be aware, but 2 years ago, this place lacked the grandeur of the Dragon Underground City. It was the Lord of the Black Dragon who miraculously forged it into existence within just over a year." Such scenes were commonplace throughout the Dragon Underground City, where countless native inhabitants animatedly shared tales of the extraordinary Black Dragon Lord with the newcomers, who listened with rapt attention, their spirits soaring. To be a subject of a black dragon was indeed a tremendous privilege. Meanwhile, the astute merchants, laden with gold coins, had already set off to pay respects to the formidable Minotaur, thinking, if I offer a little extra, I can curry favor with that fearsome black dragon, ensuring my interests within this underground realm are maximally safeguarded. What other ruler in this world could rival a dragon in avarice, lethargy, and sheer might? These merchants were not foolish, yet, given the recent machinations orchestrated by the dragon, it was evident that this creature was cunning, capable, and audaciously unscrupulous. It had willingly swindled countless gold coins with a ruthless efficiency that somehow evaded resentment. Truly remarkable. Volume 1. The Dragon's Roar Shakes the Beast Chapter 51. Rare talent. A few to be recruited. The owner of the Dragon Underground City was a terrifying black dragon. This shocking revelation swiftly reached the ears of those merchants in pursuit of maximum profit, inciting a frenzy as multitudes converged upon this wondrous city. The Violet Empire was astonished by its proximity to such a formidable neighbor. While one might say that one cannot afford to sleep soundly beside a potential threat, the power of this unexpected visitor far surpassed what the imperial family could contend with. Thus, after a clandestine meeting among the upper echelons of the Violet Empire one fateful night, they chose to ignore this ticking time bomb. The silence among the imperial elite was soon discerned by the merchants, officials, and minor nobles struggling to make a living. Consequently, the Dragon Underground City experienced its inaugural wave of vigorous immigration. The benevolent Black Dragon welcomed all comers, as long as one dared to enter. The Black Dragon would gladly accept, whether they were virtuous citizens or infamously wicked individuals. Moreover, the cunning Black Dragon enacted a new decree. Residents of the Dragon Underground City, once settled, would require authorization to leave, with only qualified inhabitants permitted to depart. This regulation was specifically designed to deter those with ulterior motives. Of course, the fee for exiting the city remained substantial. In a mere 2 months, the population of the Dragon Underground City surged by a staggering 100,000 individuals. With the original population of 40,000 in the dungeon, the Dragon's Dungeon now boasts a remarkable total of 140,000 inhabitants. At this juncture, the wave of immigration has gradually subsided. Otherwise, it could have potentially paralyzed the dragon's dungeon. Of course, the esteemed Black Dragon remains considerably benevolent towards the merchants who generate gold for him without charge, provided they obtain the requisite business licenses or the dragon's dungeon pass. These merchants are permitted to traverse in and out of the dungeon, albeit with a necessity to register their numbers and a general inventory of goods, all to preempt any unforeseen complications. Furthermore, the single gold coin per head is certainly not to be overlooked. The miserly Dino cherishes that continuous influx of revenue. As the population within the dungeons surged dramatically, the old Minotaur found himself somewhat overwhelmed in managing the 10,000 or so inhabitants, a task that surpassed the capabilities of the venerable Kaisei, who had previously overseen merely the Minotaur clan. Thus, this earnest Minotaur conveyed the intricate details to the Lord of the Black Dragon, seeking the counsel of this formidable figure, who had become synonymous with omnipotence in the eyes of the old Minotaur. Upon hearing the Minotaur's concerns, the Black Dragon effortlessly assured the diligent deputy lord that he had already devised a plan, which would be set in motion in a couple of days. However, the Black Dragon indicated he would be stepping out for a short while and instructed the Minotaur to manage the dragon's dungeon diligently, suggesting that any troublemakers should be dealt with decisively. Managing a sprawling city is an unfamiliar domain for the Black Dragon, who is disinclined to delve into the mundane matters of the residents' daily needs. For this self-serving dragon, personal comfort takes precedence, while other concerns are met with indifference. As for the Minotaur's perceived inadequacies, the astute lord of the Black Dragon dismissed such thoughts entirely. If his subordinates lacked the necessary skills, he could simply recruit capable individuals to assist him. As for whether those targeted by the dragon are genuinely willing, the Black Dragon has little patience for such inquiries. Does one not realize the preciousness of the Black Dragon's time, each moment imbued with a unique historical significance? Even in repose or contemplation, one might ponder whether this extraordinary dragon is not engaged in profound academic musings. The Dark Dragon, characterized by its intellect, did not recklessly embark on a haphazard quest to seize individuals, but rather sought to recruit advisors for the dragon's dungeon. The Black Dragon had no intention of granting true authority to those individuals. He understands the intricacies of human thought all too well. Although he is not yet entrenched in the realm of humans, he is merely a century or two away from such a status. And there are ample individuals within the dragon's dungeon who can provide insight. Upon descending into the bustling street, one of the 3 commercial avenues, the Black Dragon paid little heed to the adoring gazes of the local inhabitants. Carelessly, he seized a hapless individual to inquire about the talented individuals residing within a vast radius of several thousand kilometers, particularly those in positions of authority. However, Dino was indifferent to whether the individual was genuinely virtuous and capable. His intention was merely to capture someone first and sort out the details later. Oh, esteemed lord of the city, I have heard that the Marquis of Bessel in Bessel City is a renowned figure across the entire continent of Galicia. You can seek him out. He lies just 3 or 4 days eastward, and you shall certainly reach him swiftly. The suspicious, scruffy young man, whose background as a thief left him disoriented by the sudden visitation from the Black Dragon, inadvertently divulged the name of his most revered idol, deeply etched in his memory. The Marquis of Bessel, is it? You are not deceiving me, are you? You must understand that to deceive a magnificent Black Dragon is an unforgivable act. The Black Dragon fixed his enormous, obsidian eyes intently upon the young man, inadvertently causing him to faint under the weight of such scrutiny. Cough, cough. You must bear witness that he fainted of his own accord. I had no part in it. The Black Dragon awkwardly concocted an excuse for himself before taking flight. Leaving the chaotic commercial street, now in disarray from his unexpected visit, feeling lethargic, he resolved to seek out the Marquis of Bessel shortly, intending to borrow a few months of his time. In return, he could request a modicum of protection from the young man's family, an arrangement that seemed quite reasonable. After the Black Dragon's unorthodox departure, the once quiet street erupted as if detonated by 100 tons of high explosives. People fervently engaged in animated discussions about the heart-stopping incident that had just transpired, seeking to alleviate their racing hearts. Without an outlet for their emotions, anyone would surely feel driven to madness. Wait, who did that young man mention? Did I mishear? It seems he spoke of the Marquis of Bessel, a seemingly honest merchant. His face marked by sincerity suddenly came to his senses and gasped in astonishment. What is so surprising about a nonsensical imperial marquis? Another gaunt, sharp-featured middle-aged man exclaimed, only to be overtaken by a look of sheer horror. Ah, it is the Marquis of Bessel. My heavens, the empire is about to become quite lively. Let us hope our lord of the city does not overstep his bounds. Volume 1, The Roaring of the Shocking the Beast, Chapter 52, a minor punishment for the bold theft of the dragon's gold for the black dragon Dino, who had once been human, his childhood, though spanning over 2 decades, felt rather dull in this world. His prideful and languid disposition often compelled him to engage in light-hearted banter with the old Minotaur, even considering assisting with minor troubles that plagued the creature. Do not be misled by his seemingly gentle demeanor. The black dragon had yet to reveal his true ferocity. Dino, possessing a myriad of human thoughts, occasionally found amusement in teasing cats and dogs, particularly relishing the ability to communicate with them. The relationship between the black dragon and the denizens of the dungeon was akin to that of a person conversing with their beloved pets. True strength does not reside in lofty superiority, but rather in the moments of equal exchange, one moment in dialogue, the next in decisive action. This encapsulates Dino's innermost sentiments, the power to command the heavens or the earth with but a flick of his wrist. Why, you may wonder, does Marquis Bessel, lord of one of the few large cities within the Violet Empire that bears his family name, remain a marquis rather than ascend to the ranks of duke or even prince? The reasons, though difficult to articulate, are well known across the continent of Galakia. Firstly, Marquis Bessel is notoriously lecherous, a fact despised by all within the Violet Empire. At the age of 36, Bessel had long since earned the right to a dukedom. And given the illustrious history of his family, a princely title would not be deemed excessive by the imperial aristocracy. Once, Emperor Violet XIII jested with Bessel, suggesting that if he could keep the number of women around him to fewer than 10, a higher title would be conferred upon him. Bessel's response, which soon echoed throughout the entire empire and beyond, was, "Your Majesty, the greatest joy for a nobleman, and indeed a man, lies in the unrestrained enjoyment of beautiful women. Every noble delights in the right to the first night with every woman in their domain. How, then, can a title be exchanged for such unparalleled happiness? It is a treasure beyond measure." Incredulous, Emperor Violet XIII remarked, "Bessel, your grasp extends to every corner of the nation. You will surely exhaust yourself amidst your pursuits." "My dear Marquis," without hesitation, Bessel replied, "I consider your words the highest praise for a blissful man." In essence, the lord of Bessel City within the Violet Empire withstood immense pressure from all quarters, defending his pursuit of happiness with unwavering courage and resolute action. He remained unperturbed by the titles of lascivious rogue or stallion that others bestowed upon him, for his singular ambition was simple, to win the hearts of more women. What do excessive wealth and greater power truly bring? Life does not accompany us in death. What we seek is happiness, as enjoyment is the essence of existence. Furthermore, the Marquis of Bethel is exceedingly miserly. Of course, when it comes to beautiful women, he is remarkably generous. It is said that during his princely days, the 13th Violet, a kindred spirit in debauchery, would accompany Bethel to brothels and bars, where Bethel would display remarkable extravagance, shouldering the expenses without a hint of hesitation. However, once they entered a tavern, all generosity would vanish. Bethel would treat himself to a meager meal of a single meat dish, a vegetable, and a soup, showing no embarrassment despite dining with a prince destined to be an emperor. His lecherous nature was laid bare in such moments. The third reason for Bethel's continued position as the head of his family, despite his disgraceful proclivities, lies in his extraordinary acumen for wealth. His keen sense for acquiring gold has filled the family coffers, ensuring that the current patriarch remains unchallenged in authority. The fourth and perhaps most significant reason for Bethel's enduring title as Marquis is that his lustful demeanor serves merely as a facade. In his youth, he was remarkably charming and handsome, considered the most striking young man of his time. Tragically, he and the 13th Violet both fell for the same stunning woman, the now renowned Empress Violet. Unsurprisingly, Bethel's affections were unrequited, leading him to commit a heinous act out of deep-seated resentment. To this day, the details of Bethel's scandalous actions remain shrouded in mystery. Even in hindsight, no one could conceive of the truth, nor was there any concrete evidence linking him to the scandal. Otherwise, he would not merely be known as the most notorious lecher of Violet, but would have met a far grimmer fate. On the day of the grand wedding between the 13th Violet and his exquisite queen, the treasury of the Violet Empire suffered the most catastrophic losses in its history. The vault, which housed treasures accumulated over centuries, was impervious to intrusion. Yet, in a single night, it was stripped bare, leaving not even a single copper coin behind. While the Violet Empire surely had other repositories of wealth, this particularly egregious theft forced the newlywed 13th Violet to endure several years of hardship. The perpetrator of this audacious heist incited the profound hatred of the most powerful man within the empire. In truth, all evidence pointed towards Bethel, the rogue noble who dared to strike against his own superior. However, Violet 13 found herself in a predicament, unable to procure any evidence against the lecherous lord. Should she whimsically fabricate a charge to imprison the scoundrel, the nobility of the empire would undoubtedly object vehemently. Such an act would be tantamount to challenging the entire aristocratic class. Thus, Marquis Bessel continued to indulge in his debauched lifestyle, as he was doing at that very moment, with two alluring brides-to-be, destined to wed the following evening, being discreetly transported to the lord's manor under the cover of night. The enjoyment of the rite of the first night was, indeed, the finest aspect of Bessel's daily existence. The bashful yet enchanting maidens always provided him with boundless amusement. As the muffled sounds of women's cries, and, more prevalently, their moans echoed from the lord's chamber, Bessel's guards had grown desensitized to this routine affair. At that moment, unbeknownst to all, a massive shadow silently approached the lord's estate. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shocks the Beast. Chapter 53. The wealthy lord of Black Dragon City, the illustrious Black Dragon, Dino, glided serenely above the lord's mansion, his keen senses attuned to the activities of the individual he sought below. With a hint of bashfulness characteristic of a dragon's innocence, he pondered the opportune moment to make his entrance. The lord's guard remained in a perpetual state of alertness, ever wary of an enraged man seeking vengeance. This could be a common merchant, a skilled mercenary warrior, or perhaps a powerful sorcerer. The latter scenario was particularly dire, for vengeful sorcerers could inflict catastrophic losses upon the guard. These formidable mages wielded devastating spells, often reserved as their trump cards, but when a man's dignity is trampled upon, one could hardly expect mercy. The guard had previously faced a fire mage, consumed by rage and devoid of rationality. After expending all his magical energy, the mage, still seething with fury, forsook his dignity as a sorcerer and charged forth with his staff in hand. Consequently, the governor's office fervently prayed that Lord Bessel would not set his sights on any of the sorcerer's women, while hastily augmenting the guard with water, ice, light, and earth mages for magical defense. Unfortunately, due to Lord Bessel's notorious reputation, the mages bold enough to apply were predominantly of the advanced tier. With one notable exception, a disgraced light mage expelled by the Holy See, who was eagerly recruited by the equally disreputable lord. One might wonder if this lecherous lord had entangled himself with the women of sorcerers or higher-ranking warriors. Such a thought was truly alarming. The guards felt fortunate that their lecherous marquis had not yet succumbed to complete folly. Lord Bessel remained acutely aware of the precarious balance between women and life. The distinction between the 7th and 8th tiers of magic was no trifling matter. Take the warriors, for instance. A 7th-tier swordsman could achieve the realm of externalized fighting spirit, whereas an 8th-tier swordsman truly belonged to the echelon of masters. The chasm between the two tiers was akin to that of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Those who succeeded ascended to the ranks of the truly exceptional, possessing the foundation to dominate a territory that was neither too vast nor too small. Though the position within the Lord's Guard is fraught with peril, Bessel is notably generous in terms of remuneration, thus ensuring that the quality of the guards in Bessel City ranks among the finest in the entire Violet Empire. Currently, the on-duty luminary Archmage, Booyah, has been summoned from the list of infamous degenerates by the Holy See. Within the Lord's Guard, he stands as the sole Archmage. It is worth noting that such a haughty individual would not willingly assume the role of a mere gatekeeper unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances. Booyah silently leans against the wall in the poorly lit corner of the hall, his pristine robes of the light magic school obscuring his visage, presenting an image reminiscent of a druid clad in white. At the entrance, a handful of Bessel's personal bodyguards stand vigilant, yet the swordsmen regard their plight with sympathy. Despite the higher wages these guards receive, their position is akin to standing over a boiling cauldron, particularly when faced with such discomfort night after night. Naturally, the swordsman's subdued laughter resonates more frequently within the brothel, a curious form of assimilation. as it seems unlikely that the followers of a lecherous master would be devoid of similar inclinations. Curiously, the black dragon, typically aloof, lingered above the lord's manor, lazily sprawled at an altitude of approximately 100 meters, seemingly dozing off, though one might wonder if a dragon, stirred by primal desires, could truly find rest. Contrary to the dragon's expectations, the insatiable lecher below engaged in unbridled revelry throughout the night, only ceasing as dawn approached, seemingly reluctant to conclude the festivities. However, it was not the Marquis himself who chose to halt, but rather the cacophony of alarm from outside that interrupted his indulgence, revealing the presence of our black dragon. Dino harbored genuine admiration for this lecher, yet admiration alone would not suffice. He was determined to fulfill his purpose. The black dragon was far from forgetful, retaining the clarity of his mission. With a customary roar of enthusiasm, Dino startled the guards of the Lord's Guard, sending them into a panic. Regardless of their training, when confronted by such a legendary creature, their composure was rendered ineffective, especially since the quality of this lecherous guard was hardly commendable. Dino, a creature of decisive action, wasted no time in capturing the bare middle-aged gentleman, firmly grasping him in his colossal black claw. He chuckled at Marquis Bessel for a moment before dismissively shaking off the remnants of the futile assault from a few overzealous mages and archers, his ebony scales unmarred. Satisfied, the black dragon soared into the sky, proclaiming, "Ah, Bessel, the great black dragon Dino El Karun requires your managerial skills. Offer me a few months of temporary labor, and I shall agree to assist your family with a minor inconvenience thereafter." The dark dragon, a proponent of pacifism, soared to an altitude of several thousand meters, accompanied by the Marquis, a lecherous figure devoid of personal freedom. Upon reaching a halt, the dragon unfurled its claws and, in a casual manner, addressed a trembling individual in the common tongue of humanity. Bessel, initially perplexed as to why this well-known black dragon, whose name had become synonymous with fear, had chosen to abduct him, pondered whether it was for the purpose of extorting gold from his family or for some other reason. The unknown breed of fear gripped him. However, upon understanding the dragon's true intentions, the audacious Marquis regained his composure. He reasoned that as long as there was a demand, he had nothing to fear, no matter how outrageous the request might be. It was the absence of a request that truly rendered one powerless. "Very well, my lord Black Dragon. But how shall we address the matter of compensation?" The lecherous Marquis inquired, mustering his courage. "Ah, not a single coin shall be given, nor shall a life be spared," roared the black dragon, its voice echoing like thunder across the vast expanse of the sky. Volume 1, The Roar of the Dragon Disturbs the Beast, Chapter 54, Creating Trouble and Playing Games with the Addition of the Infamous Violet. The management of the dragon's underground city has indeed improved considerably, as anticipated. It has come to light that the middle-aged lecher, having not encountered a female for over a month, is in a rather dismal state of mind. However, there is little he can do, for this is the dragon's underground city, not his own Bessel city, where indiscretions are tolerated. Furthermore, the commanding black dragon has issued a decree that mandates the Marquis of Bessel focus solely on his duties, without allowing any distractions. Thus, the diligent old Minotaur, Kaishur, would certainly ensure the Marquis is kept in check. Moreover, even if the old Minotaur were to overlook the personal affairs of the middle-aged lecher, the Marquis cannot be oblivious to the distressing reality that there are at least a dozen victims within the dragon's underground city, many of whom are young and beautiful women, who would never dare to confront the lecher directly. Recently, the Marquis has begun instructing his new pupil, the only son of the old Minotaur, a young and adventurous Minotaur named Kaishur. According to the old Minotaur's wishes, the weight of responsibility must fall upon his beloved son, a decision that the black dragon appears to wholeheartedly endorse. After thoroughly exhausting the young Minotaur, who is as dull as a pig, the Marquis, feeling utterly defeated, lamented to the inspecting black dragon about the current circumstances. He expressed that the situation has become untenable and that, should it continue in this manner, the middle-aged lecher might very well descend into madness. The black dragon, harboring a mixture of resentment and amusement, brusquely dismissed the lecher's meager request for a few days of respite, informing him that he must either endure 3 months of service before departing with the dragon's promise or be carried out in a horizontal position. There was no alternative. "Oh, Dino, I shall make you realize how terrifying it is to provoke a pure-hearted black dragon. As for the response of the Violet Empire regarding the black dragon's abduction case, I regret to inform you that, Under the guidance of a certain secretly elated man, the empire has remained utterly unresponsive. However, the meticulous black dragon did compel the lecherous Marquis to compose a personal letter to his family, detailing his current plight. Rest assured, the contents of this crucial missive shall never be divulged by the Bessel family, for it contains a promise made by an extraordinarily powerful black dragon. What a remarkably advantageous deal this is. Truly, our most astute Marquis has managed to extract such a significant benefit from the dragon's lips. The Marquis of Bessel has endured an excruciating 99 days within the dragon's underground city, surpassing the anticipated 3-month timeline by an additional 9 days. This extra time emerged due to the sudden and imaginative inspiration of the illustrious Black Dragon, who aspired to establish a truly functional free trade market suitable for this world. Naturally, the Marquis of Bessel was deemed the most fitting executor of this ambitious vision. Astonished by the Black Dragon's creativity, the diligent and somewhat lecherous servant toiled earnestly for a month and a half to bring this endeavor to fruition. Only then was he selfishly granted permission by the Black Dragon to return home. To ensure the safety of this servant, the Black Dragon dispatched 100 robust adult minotaurs as escorts to accompany the Marquis back to Bessel City. Time flowed quietly like water. In the Lord of the Dragon's dungeon, Black Dragon Dino Ekaroon became a subject of fascination among countless individuals across the continent of Golikia, largely due to the accounts of human merchants who traversed the underground city. As a remarkably rare and precious creature, the Black Dragon garnered particular attention from the residents of the Violet Empire, compelled by the presence of such a formidable neighbor to maintain a watchful eye for their own psychological reassurance. However, amidst the cacophony of rumors, it became abundantly clear that this was a dark dragon capable of causing considerable upheaval and one with profound connections. Thus, the aristocracy of the Violet Empire chose to remain silent, fearing that any misstep might inadvertently provoke the wrath of this dreaded dragon, bringing calamity upon themselves. The Black Dragon Dino possessed an affinity for bathing and grooming, a trait evident even shortly after its birth when it frequently contemplated cleansing itself. Yet, as time passed, the dragon had become less industrious, having acquired a retinue of devoted subordinates who now managed its daily affairs. Observing the Black Dragon's current existence, one could easily find oneself envious of this extraordinarily contented creature, whose level of indulgence could even stir envy in the Emperor of the Violet Empire. Each morning, the Black Dragon awakens from its delightful slumber, promptly notified by an astute servant, who relays the news to the other attendants. All are poised and ready, anticipating the dragon's descent from its lair. Occasionally, the Black Dragon might slumber for several days, keeping its attendants in a perpetual state of readiness, their sole purpose being to serve their magnificent lord with the utmost diligence. This dedication encapsulates the essence of their existence. However, such prolonged slumber heralds a formidable challenge for the servants, as the dragon's appetite after awakening is insatiably grand. The dragon's entourage is substantial, comprising over 100 individuals. Among them, a portion is stationed around the dragon's lair 24 hours a day, ensuring that regardless of when their lord awakens or requires assistance, they can relay information swiftly to other personnel, thus initiating a new round of fervent endeavors. Approximately 20 individuals are dedicated to preparing delectable meals for the mighty dragon, while another 20 are tasked with meticulously cleaning its lustrous scales and scrubbing its formidable teeth, alongside attending to various hygiene matters. 24 individuals are assigned to vigilantly guard the great dragon for 20 hours a day, with an additional 20 serving as standby personnel, and yet another 20 comprising part-time workers. Among them are bards who chronicle the dragon's daily life, narrating the enchanting tales of its existence, art-loving Medusa beauties, and well-versed elder mercenaries, among others. This dragon, seemingly occupied only with eating and sleeping, harbors a plethora of unique interests. It delights in meandering through the 3 bustling commercial streets, or engaging in delightful conversations with remarkably beautiful maidens, regardless of their race. As long as the dragon finds them appealing, life flows leisurely for this Black Dragon, though one might wonder if it has grown a tad monotonous. Volume 1. The Dragon's Roar Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 55. The malevolent dragon and the beautiful princess, the epitome of beauty, is encapsulated in blossoms for visage, birds for song, the moon for spirit, willows for demeanor, jade for bone, ice and snow for skin, autumn waters for grace, and poetry for the heart. Princess Lyasia of the Laurel Empire embodies this enchanting beauty. despite her noble status as the cherished daughter of one of the 5 great empires of the continent of Galaikea. The stunning Lyasia finds herself ensnared in sorrow. The faint melancholy characteristic of youth is vividly reflected in her bright, clear eyes, leaving an indelible impression. What then burdens this exquisitely adorned girl of privilege with such sadness? The delicate fingers of the princess entwine softly around a strand of silky, straight, light brown hair. Her alluring figure swaying rhythmically with her breaths. The expression on her oval face, a blend of shyness and grace, is irresistibly poignant, while her crystal-like, pink-tinged lips part slightly in silent contemplation of her innermost thoughts. From afar, this breathtaking tableau is a feast for the eyes. Your Highness, are you lost in thought again? Hee, perhaps contemplating your future handsome consort? A gentle, demure maid, clad in a pink palace attire, softly enters the princess's chamber, placing an exquisitely engraved silver platter adorned with fresh fruits, glistening with dew, upon the opulent Shellywood table. Do you think I shall ever find a beautiful love, Mira? The princess softly inquires, her gaze drifting into the boundless night beyond the window, a poignant vision of delicate fragility that evokes sympathy. Of course, my princess. You are the most beautiful pearl of the Laurel Empire and the beloved daughter of His Majesty. You shall surely find a worthy suitor. Do not fret over such matters. It is far better to embrace each day with joy. In an attempt to infuse joy into the perpetually melancholic princess, the young maid Mira endeavored to illuminate her spirit. Yet, as a mere servant, she could not fathom the depths of the princess's sorrows. Mira, you are not me. You cannot comprehend the burdens of being a princess. A role laden with constraints, much like Lyasha's sisters, who, despite their reluctance, were ultimately wed to strangers by the decree of our father. I cannot bear to follow this path. The princess clasped her hands together, closing her beautiful eyes in despair. The divine father shall bless your pure heart. You are destined for a wondrous fate, Mira earnestly declared before respectfully exiting the princess's fragrant chamber. Although the princess treated her like a sister, the disparity in their statuses was an unbridgeable chasm, a reality Mira understood all too well. Lyasha's crescent-shaped brows furrowed gently as she approached the window, her gaze lost in the brilliance of the stars against the night sky. Suddenly, an ominous shadow loomed, encroaching upon the princess. Above the palace of the Laurel Empire, a formidable black dragon soared through the heavens, flaunting its might. Chaos erupted within the palace, torches illuminating the murky sky. With a resounding roar, silence fell over the entire imperial city. The arrogant dragon glanced at the princess nestled in its claws, then surveyed the minuscule figures below, before ascending into the skies with the exquisite Lyasha, uttering not a word. However, the nefarious dragon did not depart empty-handed. It circled the imperial city, scattering thousands of black and white challenge notices throughout the palace and its surroundings. How could one engage in a game without leaving behind a trail? The contents of the challenge were as follows. I, the great black dragon Eeler, have now kidnapped your beloved princess. I await your attempts to rescue her at the Galber Manor within the territory of the perfumed Lily Empire. To those brave souls wishing to reclaim your beautiful princess, do not bother if you are worthless. You will only seek a beating. This audacious proclamation was crafted by the dragon itself and penned by the infamous Lord of Violet, subsequently printed by the dragon's efficient printing team in a mere day. The brazen abduction of the beautiful princess sent shockwaves through the Laurel Empire, casting a pall over its reputation. Within a single night, the other 4 empires of the Galicia continent became privy to this scandalous affair, each holding a copy of the challenge distributed freely by the Black Dragon, among the most esteemed men of the 5 continents of Galaikea. His Excellency Violet 13 is perhaps the one best acquainted with the intricacies of the matter at hand. Upon first hearing of this intriguing affair, he directed his skeptical gaze towards the master of the dragon's underground city within his empire, the Black Dragon Lord. The subsequent challenge letter he beheld left him utterly convinced that the nefarious mastermind behind this plot was none other than that wretched Black Dragon. The handwriting was unmistakably that of the notorious Violet's foremost libertine. Not only Violet 13 possessed such keen insight, however, all present were tacitly complicit in maintaining silence, observing from the shadows to witness what grand spectacle the Black Dragon would orchestrate. They did not deter their offspring from participating in the captivating endeavor to rescue the princess, even subtly fostering the momentum for it. Oh, the audacity of the wicked Black Dragon to brazenly assault the imperial capital and abduct the beautiful Princess Liaxi ignited a profound fury among the nobility and knights of Galaikea. Not only the Laurel Empire, but also the Violet Empire, Dandelion Empire, Lily Empire, and Tulip Empire joined this resounding campaign against the malevolent dragon, all swearing to converge upon the Galber Manor to vanquish the vile beast and rescue the fair Princess Liaxi. This was indeed an opportunity for fame, fortune, and a damsel in distress. Of course, this last sentiment remained unspoken. In service to the imperial authority, the sacred church convened an urgent assembly of 5 cardinals representing the interests of their respective empires, swiftly contacting the Emperor of the Laurel Empire to jointly propose a bounty of 500,000 gold coins and a noble title for the dragon's head. It is worth noting that the sacred church was established specifically to counterbalance the Church of Light from the continent of Elkalon. The 2 factions are of the nature that, upon meeting, they are destined for mutual destruction, one for imperial power, the other for divine authority. The entire continent of Galaikaya could scarcely contain its fervor. The lucrative bounty for dragon slaying rapidly spread to every mercenary guild, and Galber Manor within the Lily Empire became the focal point of attention across the continent. Volume 1. The Dragon's Roar Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 56. Come, Dragon Slayers. Galber Manor, an ancient estate with a history spanning over 7 centuries, has long served as the temporary residence for bishops of the sacred church stationed in the Lily Empire. This vast estate is so grand that it caught the eye of the towering Black Dragon, who chose it as the venue for this malevolent game. It is unlikely that the Black Dragon, having had little exposure to outside information, would be aware of this secluded manor within the Lily Empire. However, let us not forget the formidable Violet's foremost libertine. This unfortunate Marquis Bessel, plagued by misfortune, somehow caught the dragon's attention, leading the beast to frequently visit Bessel City to engage in conversations about life and aspirations, until the residents of Bessel City became quite accustomed to the presence of the Black Dragon. The recent abduction of the princess was initially proposed by the Black Dragon, and subsequently refined into a meticulous plan by the erudite and lascivious Marquis, who personally oversaw the entire operation. This included the selection of the purportedly exquisite Princess Liaxi, as well as the picturesque Galber Manor. Originally, Bessel intended to kidnap the princess of the Violet Empire, but upon reflection, he feared incurring the wrath of a nobleman of considerable esteem, who might annihilate his entire lineage. Thus, he shifted his focus to the Laurel Empire, primarily due to the deteriorating relations between the Violet and Laurel Empires over the past decade. As for the unfortunate bishop, his unwarranted provocation of an utterly unreasonable Black Dragon led to his expulsion from his residence. Numerous attempts to reclaim his territory with the forces of the Holy See ended in abject failure, as the wretched Black Dragon soundly defeated him on each occasion. This tale harks back to a time long past when Bessel was a dashing young man, traversing the world to broaden his horizons. One fateful day, while passing by Galber Manor, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman who left him utterly captivated. It was only later that he discovered she was a candidate for sainthood within the Holy See, ultimately ascending to a position just below the Holy Patriarch. In those days, Bessel employed a myriad of schemes to clandestinely infiltrate Galber Manor for another glimpse of the breathtaking young lady. However, his youthful exuberance was met with a harsh reality. He was soundly beaten, leaving him in a pitiable state. This resentment festered deep within his heart, and now presented with an opportunity for personal vengeance. One must ponder if the cunning and unscrupulous Bessel would allow such a splendid chance to slip away. On this occasion, the proud Black Dragon did not bring many followers. Only the lascivious Marquis Bessel, who, despite his reluctance, could not escape the dragon's insistence to accompany him. Thus, he once again bid farewell to his alluring and blissful life to endure the hardships alongside this insufferable creature. In addition to this humanoid, the Black Dragon had brought 2 monstrous aides, the youthful Minotaur Kai Shi and the promising newcomer from the Scorpion Lion clan, Light. Both vibrant young beasts were among the most likely candidates to inherit their respective clan leaderships, and the Black Dragon sought to broaden their horizons through this venture. As time progressed, teams of dragon slayers rapidly congregated around Galber Manor within the territory of the Lily Empire. Given the manor's remote location, surrounded by desolate lands a day's journey away, a multitude of makeshift tents sprang up like resilient weeds. With an increase in numbers, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation as these seemingly idle individuals eagerly eyed the distant Black Dragon, each waiting for the opportune moment to make their move. This is a grave issue. Despite the fervent discussions and debates among the crowd for a considerable time, they remain unable to present a solution that would appease the majority. Ultimately, Everyone departed in discontent, preparing to act independently the following day, with success hinging solely on their individual capabilities. Among this group, who evidently sought to take the lead, there were still a few discerning individuals present. These few were not naive enough to challenge the formidable black dragon in a quest to rescue the enchanting Princess Liaxi. They were merely there to witness the spectacle. Did you truly believe the Empire of Laurel to be so ineffectual? After all, the imperial family does have a revered ice mage in their service. Did you notice that cunning old man making an appearance? The Empire's most formidable 11-tier warriors remained ensconced in their lairs, much like hibernating turtles, leaving no one able to confront the seemingly invincible black dragon. Rumor has it that this malevolent beast possesses a mythic level of power. Let us first discuss the exquisite environment of the Gelber Manor, a castle constructed specifically for warfare. The Holy See finds itself rather aggrieved, as this faade took considerable effort to erect, yet its martial capabilities have never been put to genuine use, only to be commandeered by an evil black dragon without compensation. The walls of Gelber Manor soar to 6 meters. There is but a single gate and a wide moat, categorizing it as an impregnable military stronghold. The black dragon brazenly opened the manor's drawbridge, with the main gate wide open as well, presenting a dilemma for those fervent dragon slayers. Should they boldly enter through the main entrance or stealthily infiltrate through other means? Ultimately, this group of individuals, more concerned with appearances than practicality, chose to enter through the front gate. Indeed, the black dragon scheme was thus: the dragon slayers could traverse the drawbridge and enter the manor unscathed, only to be met by the violent mage, Light, who would unleash a barrage of magical scrolls. While the deadly scrolls would not be deployed, a cacophony of other chaotic spells was set to follow, eliciting envy from the lecherous Marquis, whose eyes turned green with greed. So much gold. After waiting an entire day, he finally spotted a few unfortunate souls. Adhering to the lord of the castle's directives, he prepared to shower these delightful little creatures with ice, finding amusement in the fact that even his fire elemental scorpion lion could cast ice magic. As the first wave of warriors tragically transformed into ice sculptures, the bumbling minotaur stepped forward, kicking each overconfident unfortunate into the moat, thus sparing them from an agonizing demise encased in ice. The second wave of warriors, having learned from their predecessors' grim fate, fortified themselves with various protective spells and formed a tight formation, cautiously advancing. The lecherous Marquis then poured a large barrel of liquid oil onto the ground, and the minotaur, clad in impenetrable armor and wielding a sharp battle axe, stepped forward for close combat. The minotaur was unstoppable. Each foe was sent sprawling, and the second wave of warriors met their doom as well. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 57. Depart. Unqualified inferior products. Though the initial foray was less than auspicious, the subsequent dragon-slaying warriors remained undaunted, fervently continuing their valiant campaign. Wave after wave of intrepid assault teams were ruthlessly expelled by an array of innovative tactics. The black dragon harbored a belly full of malice. Merely a hint of its wickedness could render these passionate warriors disheveled and defeated. Slaying a dragon? Do they think dragons are so easily vanquished? As if I, Lord Dino, were merely a harmless long-eared rabbit. Liaxi, behold this splendid spectacle outside. If these fellows cannot even surpass the first challenge, they will be eliminated and will not gain further qualifications. Within the main fortress of the Gelber Manor, the cunning and treacherous black dragon observed the battle with great delight while conversing with the princess by his side. Your dream prince must embody the essence of a hero. Wouldn't you agree? How about that one? Don't be so quick to shake your head. Dissatisfaction is acceptable, for we have ample time. Liaxi shot a disdainful glance at the colossal dragon, remaining silent. When the young princess was first abducted by this dragon, she was overwhelmed with fear, uncertain of her impending fate. This unfamiliar manor, the terrifying black dragon, the perilous minotaur, the violent scorpion lion, and the lecherous middle-aged man, all these unsettling factors rendered Liaxi pensive and mute. When it comes to charming young ladies, especially beautiful ones, Dino's prowess was almost instinctual, honed through practice. A mere casual remark from the black dragon elicited a radiant smile from the lovely princess. Once, there was a rather dull black dragon who, in his profound boredom, decided to kidnap a beautiful princess for an entertaining game. The young princess, taken aback, shyly inquired, "You brought me here solely for a delightful game?" The shameless black dragon chuckled softly, extending a black claw to indicate the princess, then himself. And the three fools lingering nearby, the protagonist of the game is none other than you, dear princess, while the illustrious black dragon Errol serves as the ultimate malevolent force. These three are merely background actors, playing the role of henchmen. Given the scarcity of participants, we had to make do with them. The great black dragon Errol would not typically stoop to such foolish performances. Oh, and let us not forget the most crucial character, the dashing hero who rescues the princess from peril, often found in fairy tales. Those scoundrels have an utterly inadequate nickname, the dragon-slaying warriors. The black dragon let out a derisive whistle, though he inadvertently forgot the sheer magnitude of his voice. The piercing, shrill sound nearly rendered the princess unconscious from its overwhelming intensity. Upon listening to the rather unconventional narrative of the flamboyant black dragon, the little princess found herself caught in a blend of amusement and bewilderment. Her delicate and melodious voice, tinged with an unmistakable hint of mirth, echoed, "My dear Lord Eler, you have gone to such lengths to abduct me from the palace of the Laurel Empire merely for the sake of a game? Ah, indeed, beautiful little princess. You are quite right. This is precisely the tale of how the illustrious Eler would kidnap a charming princess. Would you like to meet the mastermind, the orchestrator, and the director of this game? Do not shake your head so swiftly. It would be rather dull. You see that dashing middle-aged gentleman with a rather lecherous expression? He is the ruthless man who holds all three roles. However, I suspect he would not pique your interest. After all, he is merely a grotesque wolf in human guise." The black dragon, amused, proceeded to introduce the three rascals under his command, yet one could hardly expect the villainous dragon to divulge their true identities. Even if everyone was aware of the truth, as long as that final veil of secrecy remained intact, all was well. The black dragon was acutely aware that as long as he did not cross that ultimate boundary, namely, eliminating the genuine signs of nobility, the five imperial families would refrain from openly severing ties with him and would not wage a costly war against him and his dragon's underground realm. The notorious lecher, Marquis Bessel, was equally cognizant of this. Otherwise, this fearful old fellow would not have taken such delight in devising this entertaining game for the bored black dragon. As the scene shifted, the first day of the dragon-slaying warriors' frenzied assault on the Girlbur Manor concluded with a tragic outcome of complete annihilation, though the result was hard for the impassioned dragon slayers to accept. As they gazed upon the slowly closing gates of the manor and the chorus of lamentations from the hapless souls, the warriors who had not yet charged forward managed to rein in their steeds just in time. A stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. On this first day of dragon slaying, not a single participant lost their life by mere mischance, yet none emerged unscathed from the initial challenge. All had failed, without exception. That detestable scorpion lion, that seemingly simple yet cunning minotaur, and that lecherous old man, a disgrace among humanity. How dared he assist the malevolent black dragon in tormenting the valiant dragon slayers? That night, under the luminous full moon, within the halls of Girlbur Manor, the minotaur Kai-Shi skillfully collaborated with the scorpion lion light to roast a succulent platinum horned bull over a blazing campfire. From time to time, he would deftly carve deep gashes into the meat with a sharp silver knife, meticulously applying an array of spices and salt. Being outdoors, the black dragon did not indulge in his usual culinary standards, nor did he plan to prepare a feast according to his typical recipe, which would require at least 3 or 4 hefty bulls to satisfy a dragon's appetite. For now, a simple meal to appease his cravings would suffice, accompanied by a drink. Fortunately, when Dino had ventured out, he had procured 2 casks of the black dragon's exquisite brew, known as the Burning Blade, from the wine cellar. Soon I shall bring those 3 fools to their knees, one by one. Outside the estate, the fields and forests are dotted with tents. A circle of individuals, faces marred by disappointment, huddle together, sulking while indulging in fine wine and roasted meat. These are the unfortunate front-runners who have returned from their defeat, battered and bruised, hearts heavy with sorrow. Meanwhile, the dragon slayers who have yet to suffer public humiliation are sequestered in their tents, secretly plotting for the battles of tomorrow. A number of contenders have already been eliminated today. One can surmise that the remaining contenders lack the audacity to face the challenges once more. It is now time to witness the performance of our well-prepared warriors. What are a few chaotic tactics, after all? Tomorrow, we shall overpower them decisively, gathering all the 7th-tier swordsmen who possess the ability to unleash their fighting spirit, while also assembling the mages into a formidable legion. We will employ potent measures. I truly do not believe that those three insufferable jesters can continue to stand defiantly at the gate. Tomorrow, we must succeed in breaching the estate, vanquishing the wicked black dragon, and rescuing the beautiful princess. Volume 1. The Roar of the Young Dragon Shocks the Beasts. Chapter 58. The Holy Knights of the Holy Sea. On the second day of the dragon-slaying march, as dawn breaks, the hearts of the dragon slayers are ablaze with fervor, undeterred by the icy grip of despair. Once more, they embark on the audacious journey to assault the Galber estate. The black dragon had graciously opened the gates early. Otherwise, this band of youths would never have gained entry. History has shown that none who attempted to scale the towering walls ever met with a favorable outcome, as they were met with the punitive hand of the notorious black dragon. The colossal minotaur stands as the first obstacle to be overcome today. However, the current Kaishur is markedly different from yesterday, adorned with a myriad of dazzling and indescribable magical auras, each a testament to various defensive spells. Indeed, the least among them is of the Holy Realm. Regrettably, amongst the current crop of dragon slayers, none possess the extraordinary prowess to reach such a terrifying level of sanctity. Thus, the grim fates of these unfortunate souls are all but assured. In terms of brute strength, forgive me, but Kaishi's physical prowess ranks among the strongest of the Minotaur clan. In terms of combat experience, the Minotaur boasts a wealth of adventures, having survived countless life and death battles, making it a trivial task to trounce those gilded nobility and superficial knights. The Minotaur fights with unparalleled vigor, finding immense satisfaction in the fray. As for those truly formidable individuals with unwavering resolve, their fate is even more dire. Let us not forget the treacherous Scorpion Lion Knight and the lecherous Marquis lurking nearby, opportunistically casting magical scrolls. Such rascals, they are utterly indifferent to the value of the precious scrolls they carelessly toss aside, oblivious to their worth. As for the once most advantageous magic, it was as elusive as a gentle breeze, failing to evoke even a slight furrow of the brow from the Minotaur, whose magical defenses were extraordinarily formidable. This far exceeded the maximum output damage that the devoted sorcerers could muster. Consequently, all the mages, in a harmonious understanding, gracefully sheathed their staffs and withdrew from the battlefield. It was a day of resplendent sunshine, yet also one of howling winds. The latter remark was undoubtedly directed at those valiant dragon slayers who had met with failure. Once again, all the dragon slayers faced utter annihilation, suffering far greater calamities than their predecessors, as they endured the harsh realities of physical assaults. That wretched Minotaur showed no mercy. Many warriors bore bruises and aches throughout their bodies. Alas, what a lamentable fate. They spoke of dragon slaying, yet to this day, not a shadow of the black dragon had been sighted, and even those three insufferable, buzzing accomplices were proving impossible to vanquish. What a disgraceful situation. Many of the dragon-slaying squads, unable to bear the crushing blow, returned home, heads hung low. On the third day, the black dragon unleashed a mythic ice magic that froze the earth. In an instant, the surrounding landscape, spanning thousands of kilometers, transformed into a winter wonderland, with temperatures plummeting to -18 degrees. A mere breath would crystallize in the air. The wicked dragon executed this feat with remarkable finesse. Who could have anticipated that the once temperate realm of the fragrant Lily Empire, known for its gentle breezes, would experience a sudden drop in temperature by 30 or 40 degrees overnight? Many warriors of lesser constitution succumbed to illness, some from sheer frustration, others simply from the cold. Hardly anyone had foreseen that this cunning dragon would resort to such outrageous tactics. The vast majority of teams were forced to yield to the inclement weather and retreat homeward. What other choice did they have? Were they to endure further humiliation? Although the sudden change in weather did not affect the brilliant sun overhead, the surviving dragon slayers found little motivation to assault the Galber Manor once more. Instead, they huddled in their warm tents, warmed by the fierce glow of their campfires. The unscrupulous trio, however, donned luxurious fur coats and enveloped themselves in a protective fire magic shield, indulging in warm wine and feasting on a freshly roasted pig, their spirits high as they chatted and dined. I declare, to sip on warm, exquisite wine in this frigid weather, paired with succulent roasted meat, is truly one of life's most splendid pleasures, a privilege bestowed upon me by the Lord. Otherwise, I, Kaishi, would never experience such royal treatment. The good-natured Minotaur, with a hearty appetite, tore off a succulent hind leg of the pig, devouring it with gusto, occasionally sipping warm wine to soothe his throat. The roast was delightful, though slightly dry. Henceforth, I shall earnestly advise our esteemed lord of the city to engage in more commendable endeavors. Although the dragon's dungeon is splendid, its perennial warmth, akin to spring, may eventually lead to a loss of novelty. However, I would staunchly refuse to reside in such a frigid and icy realm. I have a distinct preference for more temperate climes. The brutish scorpion lion, with its garbled speech, voraciously devours the delectable morsels before it, expressing its excitement in loud grunts that are best left unmentioned. In contrast, the Marquis Bessel, far removed from the crude dining mannerisms of those two brutish creatures, delicately wields an exquisitely crafted silver knife in one hand while gently cradling an ancient, deep-hued golden wine goblet in the other. He savors small bites of succulent roasted meat, occasionally indulging in sips of rich, aromatic wine with an elegance befitting his status. Though this lecherous marquis, who consistently aligns himself with the refined upper echelons of violet nobility, does not directly partake in the coarse banter of the two ruffians, he finds it difficult to comprehend the behavior of the black dragon before him. It seems somewhat provocative, does it not? Is the esteemed black dragon merely weary of the banalities of life, wishing for these insignificant dragon slayers to retreat in despair? Or perhaps he intends to orchestrate a last-ditch effort for that group of fools, making the finale all the more riveting? The lecherous marquis, despite his astuteness, remains perplexed by the underlying motives. Within the grand estate of the Gulber Manor, the performer of the malevolent dragon, the black dragon Dino El Karun, gazes intently at the enchanting winter landscape outside, quietly inquiring of the lovely Princess Liaxi, "Dear princess, do you find the snowy vista outside to be beautiful? Has the great dragon gentleman Ilal fulfilled the modest wish you made last night?" "Thank you, my lord. I find it most delightful," Liaxi responds sincerely, her heart brimming with joy and contentment at the dragon's willingness to grant her desire to behold the splendid scenery. Meanwhile, a gallant company of knights clad in gleaming armor rushes forth, secretly cursing this wretched icy expanse. Volume 1. The Dragon's Cry Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 59. The forbidden magic sphere dares to cheat the ill-fated dragon slayers suffered a brutal reckoning at the hands of the wicked black dragon, their fervor for dragon slaying quickly waning. This was further exacerbated by the dragon's malevolent display on a night when the frigid winds howled and snow fell, as it unleashed a mythic-level fire spell, the Blazing Sun. This spell transformed the icy terrain into a sweltering summer's day. Regarded as one of the 10 most ineffectual spells in the realm of divine summoners, this fire spell is notorious for its utter lack of lethality, while its consumption of magical and mental energy is nothing short of terrifying. Aside from the most exceptional fire divine summoners, it is likely that all but the most formidable of beasts can only gaze in awe at this legendary magic. This magical phenomenon was crafted by a rather eccentric fire element summoner who resides in the frigid northern wilderness. It is said that this peculiar old man, weary of the unchanging ghastly weather, yearned to experience the essence of summer as he recalled it. However, disinclined to leave his domain, he devoted over a decade to the single-minded pursuit of a rather tedious and forbidden magic. After all this exposition, one might wonder about the formidable power of this seemingly formidable summoning spell. In truth, the sole effect of this magic is to forcibly alter the local weather, with the extent and range dependent on the caster's prowess. Within 3 days, the temperature in the affected area could soar to a sweltering 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. This would hardly harm the more capable young warriors. At most, they might break a sweat, making it a magic typically reserved for a select group of individuals. Undoubtedly, this old madman belongs to the most peculiar faction amongst such groups. The more bizarre the phenomenon, the more this ancient eccentric is drawn to it. Dino, possessing a mischievous spirit, shamelessly extorted the old man's chaotic research findings, which the madman, preferring not to acknowledge, discarded to the black dragon. One moment, the weather plummeted to -10 degrees, and the next, it soared above 30. This drastic fluctuation cast many dragon-slaying warriors into the cold embrace of illness, sending them home in a state of disheartened despair. This world is rife with reckless individuals. Amidst the desolation of the expansive tent area surrounding the Gulber Manor, a cadre of elite knights, numbering around 100, gallantly rode forth to the site of the dragon-slaying incident. Many despondent souls, having lost all hope, found their spirits rekindled upon spotting the ancient crown emblazoned on the chest of the knight's cold armor, a symbol of supreme authority. Instantly, the notion of returning home was cast aside. These were the holy knights of the Holy See of the Glacia continent, representing the most formidable military force of the sacred church. This esteemed order answers only to 5 cardinal archbishops and the supreme pontiff, disregarding even the commands of emperors from the 5 great empires. However, it is common knowledge that the sacred church is merely a watchdog for these 5 empires. Sharika, one of the 3 vice-commanders of the Holy Knights and the highest leader of this covert operation, was more than capable of executing this secret mission with his steadfast and courageous nature. Initially, the upper echelons of Glacia's nobility had no intention of directly involving themselves in what was destined to be a farcical dragon-slaying spectacle. Yet, circumstances proved stronger than intentions. As the vexatious religious zealots from the rival Ekarun continent incessantly sent letters of condolence, inquiring whether assistance was needed to rescue the beautiful Princess Liaxi. The expletives were uncalled for, yet the fervor of the believers in the long-fallen deity was palpable. How could I not subdue this wretched black dragon? There was no need for your derision. Thus, out of an insatiable desire for dignity, the supreme pontiff of the Holy See convened with the 5 esteemed cardinals and dispatched a hapless soul to undertake this task. To spare his subordinates from utter humiliation, the pontiff provided a treasured relic from the Holy See's secret vault to the unfortunate individual. Eliminating this black dragon? What a preposterous notion! Do you truly believe that the intelligence networks of the 5 great empires are ineffectual, or that the adversarial Church of Light is comprised solely of fools? It is common knowledge that this black dragon is nothing but a newly affluent menace. With the flick of a wrist, it wields potent magical scrolls, each one a priceless artifact worthy of being the crown jewel of any nation. How could one fail to recognize the formidable backing of this dragon? Once more, the gates of the Golber estate swung open, this time to be attended by the Minotaur Kaishur, the Scorpion Lion Light, and that shameless wolf, all in a friendly capacity. Their aim was not to vanquish these audacious dragon-slaying warriors, but to find ways to let them pass, to facilitate their entry and allow them a glimpse of the magnificent dragon. Only by confronting the fearsome black dragon could it vent its pent-up frustrations, ensuring that the unfortunate souls would not be the Minotaur and his companions. After all, in the realm of self-serving endeavors, these rascals would eagerly engage, even if it meant others suffered in the process. Thus, in this world, there exists neither love nor hatred without reason, as the dragon slayers mustered their courage. Forming a motley crew of over 300, the Minotaur, Scorpion Lion, and the lascivious wolf were scheming to maximize their destructive potential within a fleeting 10 minutes, ensuring that more inept individuals would fall at the formidable threshold guarded by these 3 formidable characters. The Black Dragon had decreed that assistance was permissible, yet it must be executed with finesse. Deception should blend with reality. After all, the esteemed Black Dragon was not a mere creature to be encountered by just anyone. Without the requisite skill and fortune, one ought to return home, sobbing in their parents' embrace. The first course of this grand spectacle was an overwhelming onslaught of magical scrolls, a masterpiece of the dragon trio. Suddenly, the Black Dragon, lurking atop its castle and observing the unfolding events, noticed something peculiar. The scrolls hurled by the lascivious Bessel and the Scorpion Lion Light had inexplicably malfunctioned. There were anti-magic elements at play. The dragon's gaze fixated intently on a black spherical object, its eyes shimmering with rapture. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Forest. Chapter 60. Spoils of War in a Fairy Tale Encounter, the Anti-Magic Sphere. To think it would be the anti-magic sphere. The Black Dragon was nearly convulsing with laughter. It seemed the heavens were exceedingly kind to dragons. This precious artifact, now before the dragon, could not possibly escape its grasp. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. The Black Dragon was fervently eager to seize this small treasure, for the advantages it promised were immeasurable. In a fit of greed upon seeing the trove, the Black Dragon promptly discarded any prior conversations it had with the 3 companions. With a surge of mental energy, it bellowed into the ears of the Minotaur, Scorpion Lion, and Wolfman, sending forth a psychic wave that only they could perceive. Give it your all, for I, the dragon, desire that dark little object. Upon hearing their fierce leader's command, the 3 previously lackadaisical companions instantly regained their vigor, significantly enhancing both the quantity and quality of the magical scrolls they unleashed. Countless unfortunate souls who were not shielded by the anti-magic stone found themselves grievously afflicted, though perhaps they clung to life by a thread. The dragon's orders had always been to deliver a sound thrashing, not to take their lives, for such an act bore no significance and was unnecessarily bloody. However, while the anti-magic stone shielded the valiant knights of the Holy Order from the direct force of magic, One must not presume that the trio's loss of scrolls was without consequence. That would be a grave miscalculation. Magic is deemed the most lethal weapon in this world due to its ultimate destructiveness and its terrifying capacity to affect the surrounding environment. Though its destructive force was mitigated by the anti-magic stone, its environmental impact remained intact. Those who dared to provoke the black dragon with such a wretched stone experienced the exquisite agony of extreme temperatures. The scattered magical scrolls successfully manipulated the ambient temperature, oscillating between a sweltering 40 to 50 degrees Celsius and a frigid minus 20 to 30 degrees. Even more horrifying, in addition to this torturous ordeal, the remaining 50 or so survivors were subjected to earthquakes, fissures, falling rocks, icy waters, and even meteors. Unbelievable. In summary, these unfortunate souls endured countless unspeakable torments, ultimately spared from annihilation only when the three rascals exhausted their magical scrolls. Yet, at that moment, only 21 combatants remained capable of fighting, among whom was the vice-captain of the Holy Order, Sharika, clutching the anti-magic stone. With the Holy Knights possessing the anti-magic treasure, the Scorpion Lion and Minotaur monsters promptly decided to collaborate in their nefarious scheme. The immensely powerful Kaishur would confront the detestable knight wielding the anti-magic stone, while the fire magic sharpshooter light would deal with the throng of knights trailing closely behind that most irritating Holy Knight. As for the lascivious fiend who lost his firepower, I regret to say that the black dragon momentarily overlooked his escape, failing to discern which corner that old scoundrel had scurried into. In this face-to-face confrontation, the combat prowess of Marquis Bethel approaches an infinitesimal zero. Rather than remaining stagnant as a burden, it would be far wiser to seek refuge and observe the spectacle. Your Excellency Alao, might I implore you to instruct your subordinates to temper their blows? Witnessing these individuals battered and bruised weighs heavily on Lady Liashi's heart. The enchanting Princess Liashi, a vision of beauty wherever she stands, gently nudged the black dragon beside her, who was engrossed in the fierce battle between man and monster. Her soft tone brimmed with sincere apologies for the fervent visitors. The black dragon dismissively shook his colossal head and extended one of his enormous claws toward the dozen or so holy knights, who were ineptly playing a game of dodgeball with fireballs. With a disgruntled huff, he remarked, "Look at these knights. They are all cadavers risen from the battlefield. Which knight does not carry a few lives on his hands? Moreover, let us not forget the reason these individuals have ventured here. They seek to slay the malevolent dragon Alao and rescue the beautiful Princess Liashi. In other words, these fellows are intent on taking the life of the black dragon. If I were to slay them, it would merely be an act of self-defense. Is it not permissible to lightly teach them a lesson? Is there no truth left in this world? They appear to be holy knights from the Sacred Order. Your Excellency Alao, do you not fear that the Sacred Order will come seeking you in the future?" The princess remained unable to comprehend the peculiar thoughts of this giant dragon. In truth, if the lovely princess were privy to the dragon's motives, everything else would fall into place. What the black dragon desired was quite simple, that dark, enchanted orb. As for anything else, the dragon held no interest. Would the great black dragon truly concern himself with such matters? What a jest! Even if I were to lend a modicum of courage to the Sacred Order, those charlatans would not dare to trouble the great black dragon. Do you genuinely believe that I am easily trifled with? After a couple of days without proper exercise, today shall serve as an opportunity to display how the great black dragon effortlessly deals with all those foolish enough to hunt dragons. The pride of dragons is something humanity can never comprehend, nor can they grasp their insatiable greed. The great black dragon looked disdainfully at the holy knights outside, whose prowess barely matched that of a minotaur, and scoffed. Dragon slaying? They should be grateful not to be slain by a dragon. With a resounding roar that echoed with regal authority, the black dragon interrupted the minotaur's feeble resistance and the scorpion lion's ruthless onslaught, causing both adversarial parties to momentarily retreat. Under the watchful gazes of the holy knights, these two exuberant monsters abruptly turned and fled without warning. In an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving everyone baffled. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Could it be that a malevolent demon, cloaked in flames, is about to emerge? Or perhaps that the dark dragon is ready to break free? However, the holy knights who narrowly escaped doom were unprepared for the fact that the dragon within the castle did not hasten forth to confront them. Nor did the trio who had recently made their entrance reappear. Thus, under the leadership of the vice-captain of the holy knights, Sharika, the surviving holy knights cautiously advanced into the enigmatic ancient castle. At long last, the dark dragon, which had first made its presence known during the dragon-slaying event, revealed itself to these extraordinarily fortunate knights. Yet, the dragon appeared in no rush to engage in battle. Rather, it seemed lost in contemplation. Half a minute later, the dragon gleefully examined the magical suppression stone, surrounded by a multitude of unconscious holy knights, while the beautiful princess stood helplessly by, observing the fearsome creature. Volume 1. The Dragon's Roar Shakes the Beasts. Chapter 61. The handsome knight's instrument of dragon slaying. The Galber Manor was established in a picturesque and serene locale. But if not for the sudden incursion of the dragon, this beautiful place might have remained hidden from the eyes of mankind for ages. This was largely due to the sheer vastness of this extraordinary world, of which the wise beings had only scratched the surface. The dragon-slaying warriors, having endured sufficient blows from the dark dragon over the past few days, obediently remained within their encampment, refraining from foolishly challenging the dragon within the castle. Thus, with time on its claws, the dragon decided to send the Minotaur along with the princess for a leisurely outing. Confident that the foolish onlookers outside would remain oblivious to the fact that one of the key players in this farce was temporarily on leave. My Lord Dino, it seems rather dubious for us to be peering in this manner. It fills me with a sense of guilt, mused Marquis Bessel as he stood within the enormous claw of the dragon, gazing down at the breathtaking landscapes below. However, the wolf's attention was not on the splendid scenery, but rather on a mirror suspended before the dark dragon, which vividly displayed the movements of Liashi and the Minotaur, albeit silently. My master's invention proves to be quite useful, though it is regrettable that I only now recognize its brilliance. It truly is a gem obscured by dust. Yet, I cannot be blamed, for there is an overwhelming abundance of items, and who could discern their various uses? The dark dragon paid no heed to the wolf's shameless musings, inwardly bemused by the older gentleman's grandiloquent remarks. And what are you doing, old man? If not enjoying the spectacle? Nevertheless, this precious treasure indeed warranted closer acquaintance. How convenient it was to spy. The lecherous Marquis has grown accustomed to the peculiar habit of the black dragon, who often engages in soliloquies, remaining utterly unfazed by the nonsensical utterances of the dragon as he continues to ponder his own inquiries. The middle-aged rogue could not fathom that this proud black dragon could genuinely disregard a living being such as himself. Lord Dino, there is only the creature light left in the estate. Could something untoward occur? What if those shameless warriors barge in? Finally, the black dragon could no longer contain his exasperation and let out a heavy sigh, summoning a tempest that whipped through the skies with the ferocity of a hurricane. The clouds surrounding the colossal dragon were swiftly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Humph, did I even open the door? How could those fools enter? Besides, if light cannot hold his ground, he can always flee. I recall providing that little scorpion lion with a teleportation scroll, the destination being right beside me. Truly, the omnipotent lord of the dragon's dungeon, the magnificent black dragon Dino El Karun, possesses a level of intellect that far surpasses our mundane comprehension. Upon witnessing the dragon's displeasure, Marquis Bessel, ever astute, began to flatter the dragon profusely. The violet-hued first rogue understood a harsh reality. The black dragon's cunning was sharper than a needle's point. Oh, you old lecher, your flattery brings me such comfort. Spare me your prattle. If the princess cannot find her beloved prince today, I shall not release you. The sagacious black dragon squinted and fixated his gaze on Bessel until the rogue, unable to withstand the intensity, lowered his head, prompting the dragon to retract his piercing stare. Humph, if I do not teach you a lesson, I dread to think of the trouble you might bring upon me next time. Meanwhile, far removed from the chaotic antics of the two shameless rascals in the sky, the honest and steadfast Minotaur protected Princess Liaki as they arrived at the clear riverside near the estate. Here, blood-red maples with lush, light brown trunks swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze, their azure leaves adorned with crimson veins, crafting a scene of exquisite beauty. As the vibrant orange rays of the setting sun tenderly illuminated one side of the woodland, the crimson-hued twilight filled the pristine sky. The lecherous duo had been entertained by the sight of the princess throughout the day, while the steadfast Minotaur diligently stood guard from a distance for several hours. Simultaneously, a beautiful girl, resembling a radiant pearl, frolicked at the riverbank, enjoying a delightful day, and with the Minotaur's assistance, indulged in a self-service barbecue feast. Throughout this long and joyous day, the young princess experienced a purity of happiness that was distinct from her life in the palace, a joy untainted by ulterior motives, emanating wholly from her heart. The beautiful little princess sat quietly by the riverbank on the soft, verdant grass, her nimble fingers weaving a lovely flower crown. Upon completing her creation, a sweet smile graced her charming face, and her delightful dimples playfully peeked through, evoking affection. With a sense of accomplishment, she adorned her head with the crown. As she gently lifted her lovely visage, she spotted her knight across the river, smiling at her, beside whom stood a snow-white steed elegantly grazing on the grass. As the sun set beneath the leafy canopy, the handsome knight and the beautiful girl exchanged silent glances across the flowing water. Look, look, there's trouble with the dragon. A significant situation is unfolding. The princess's favored young man had finally made his appearance. High above, in the clouds, the lecherous observer Bessel, replacing the black dragon, was overwhelmed with excitement. His words tumbling out chaotically. Shouting aloud, he deftly drew a sharp dagger from his waist and fiercely stabbed at the nearby black dragon's claw, producing a flurry of sparks. The Marquis exerted all his strength, fully aware that this cunning black dragon would be intrigued by certain things, thus reluctantly assuming the role of a dragon-slaying hero for his own benefit. What's all this noise? Are we cooking garlic? Bessel retorted, brandishing a toothpick. Are you tired of living or merely seeking a thrill in dragon slaying? The dragon, disturbed from a sweet slumber, felt an itch on its claw and scratched the bothersome spot with the other. Upon regaining its senses, the black dragon heard Bessel's frantic cries and, in a foul mood, unleashed a torrent of curses. Do you not know how hard it is for me to catch a nap? How dare you disturb me? Are you seeking death? No, no. Dear black dragon, look over there, by that mirror. A young man appeared from the corner, and it seems our beautiful Princess Liashi has locked eyes with him. The lecherous one hastily explained, fearing that a delay in his clarification might lead to a severe reprimand from the shameless dragon. Really, you tortoise-brained fool. Don't you know I adore such gossip? Why didn't you wake me sooner? If I had missed it, I would have made you pay dearly. The dragon howled with exuberance. I would have preferred to wake you sooner, but you are, after all, a dragon. A certain wolf silently lamented in indignation. Volume 1. The Dragon's Roar Shocks the Beasts, Chapter 62. The malicious dragon flees with its weapon the day after the black dragon enacted its empty city ploy. The little princess remained perplexed by the narrow smile on the dark dragon's face, unsure of its intent. It was not just this comical villain who bore such an expression. Even the middle-aged man, who appeared most villainous, wore a wolfish grin, though Liashi had never before encountered the warm smile of a wolf. The nefarious trio, having just finished their breakfast, ventured into a dimly lit corner under the guidance of the sagacious black dragon, plotting a clandestine operation. However, due to the black dragon's imposing stature, no matter where these four miscreants concealed themselves, they shone like fireflies in the night. I had been observing the fair-faced youth for quite some time. He too was a participant in the endeavor to rescue the little princess. Notably the third prince of the Tulip Empire, seemingly a fitting match for our lovely princess. Among the conspiracy team, the notorious Violet, a self-proclaimed lecher, took on the role of the situation as commentator, and it was evident that the black dragon's decision was astutely wise, allowing for the extraction of the last drops of this cunning lecher's essence. The Minotaur and Scorpion Lion were utterly bewildered, nodding along with their superior's approving demeanor. Albeit they likely didn't grasp the meaning of their agreement, resembling mere puppets that could still breathe. These two innocent youths, increasingly influenced by the black dragon's shameless demeanor, were gradually descending into the abyss of depravity. Yet, it mattered little. As long as the fellow was male, that sufficed. Oh, and most importantly, our charming little princess appeared to have fallen for him at first sight. How romantic. The black dragon seemed to concur with the lecher's sentiment, albeit in a somewhat guilty whisper. A dragon's voice, no matter how hushed, still resonated like thunder to the ears of the unscrupulous trio. Presently, a significant obstacle loomed before our illustrious black dragon. How to ensure that those dim-witted warriors, whose minds were occupied solely with feasting and revelry, could successfully vanquish the malevolent dragon and rescue the beautiful Princess Liaxi. Of course, we had already predetermined the hero of this tale, the fair knight, whose name I believe was Klikos. Bessel, with unwavering focus, elucidated the crucial aspects of this monumental task to the three uninitiated. However, do not be misled into thinking that this wolf was genuinely enraptured by the enchanting fairy tale of the knight, dragon, and princess. In truth, the Marquis merely sought to expedite this meaningless prank, so he could return home to relish the company of alluring beauties. This issue is not insurmountable. Behold this small object upon my claw. I dare say the three of you imbeciles are oblivious to its name. This exquisite artifact is known as the anti-magic sphere, of which only 7 exist in the entire world. It is said to have been crafted by deities unaware of their own whereabouts. Rumor has it that gathering all 7 anti-magic spheres could bestow upon one a treasure so formidable that even the gods themselves would tremble in fear. However, the prospect of assembling them is nearly impossible. From what I know, 3 of these spheres reside with the Dragon Clan. One is held by the Holy See, another by the Church of Light, one is in the possession of the Behemoth, and one is with the Elves. The sphere I currently possess is likely the one treasured by the Holy See. The Black Dragon rambled on about this trophy, perhaps due to spending too much time with the old demon and the madman, those 2 obsessive researchers. When it comes to discussing theories, the Black Dragon is eager to divulge all he knows, regardless of whether his audience comprehends his words. With a flick of his claw, he continued, lamenting that the sphere's greatest efficacy only affects those of lesser ranks than celestial. Yet, had it been any different, I would never have acquired such a splendid item. This delightful little object is quite useful to me. I hold a fondness for this gift from the Holy See. Esteemed dragon, is there a particular significance to all you have said? The lecherous Marquis inquired tentatively. Oh, where was I? I once sensed a menacing aura emanating from that pretty boy. It was the essence of a deadly weapon steeped in dragoness blood. The Black Dragon disregarded the Marquis's question, lost in his own musings about the topic he had momentarily strayed from. If that young man truly harbored such intentions, he would need to bestow that lethal weapon upon the magnificent Black Dragon, at least as compensation for my efforts. The uninformed Minotaur and Scorpion Lion exchanged a glance of boredom before returning to their task of counting the dust on the ground. As long as they obediently followed the commands of the Lord of Black Dragon City, all else was of little concern to them. The 2 clever creatures opted for the best course of action, to feign ignorance regarding the dragoness scheme, which bore a striking resemblance to robbery. After an arduous and lengthy period of research and discussion, a democratic vote concluded the deliberations. The esteemed Black Dragon successfully passed the plan for the following day with an overwhelming majority of 3 votes to 1. Although this proposal appeared rather juvenile and absurd in the eyes of the violet-hued lecher, the wolf could do little against the might of this insufferable dragon. The Black Dragon's plan was remarkably straightforward. As the sun ascended high in the sky on that fateful day, he charged forth from the Gerlber Manor with an unstoppable momentum, mercilessly dispatching all dragon-slaying warriors in a brief yet brutal encounter. In a whimsical turn of events, the dashing Prince Knight of the Tulip Empire was unceremoniously cast into the fortress of Gerlber Manor, where he was promptly placed under the care of the enchanting Princess Liaxi. Meanwhile, the insatiable dragon, a veritable scourge, ruthlessly relieved the prince of all his valuables, including the 31 gold coins nestled in his pocket. Fortunately, the dragon retained a modicum of decency, refraining from disrobing the young nobleman. As for the unfortunate souls caught in this calamity, they fell victim to the merciless trio's ruthless plundering. Under the nefarious directives of the vile dragon lord, every precious item of soft material was to be seized without exception, be it the delicate gemstones encrusted on a collar or the golden threads embroidered along the hem. Though this haul paled in comparison to the vast wealth possessed by the Black Dragon, the profound sense of satisfaction experienced by these 4 miscreants transcended mere monetary value. 2 months after the uproar of dragon slaying reverberated throughout the Forsaken Realm, news spread across the continent of Glycia that Princess Liaxi of the Laurel Empire was to wed Prince Krikos III of the Tulip Empire. Volume 1, The Roaring of the Shocking All Beasts, Chapter 63. The mysterious attack incident. Buddha once said, "A mere glance exchanged in a past life of 500 encounters is what brings about a fleeting meeting in this lifetime." How many such glances does my past life hold that has led to our acquaintance and understanding? Within the grand subterranean edifice of the dragon's dungeon, the magnificent Black Dragon, Dino El Karoon, gazed vacantly at a diminutive silver ring nestled within the palm of his claw. This ordinary ring belonged to a delicate human woman, yet it inexplicably found its way into the possession of this formidable Black Dragon. The petite silver band had been a gift from Princess Liaxi to her matchmaker, the wicked dragon Errol. The entire upper echelon of the ancient continent of Glycia was well aware of the true origins of this scoundrel of a Black Dragon. According to a letter from Liaxi, this ring held significant sentimental value. It was a treasured heirloom passed down from her mother. embodying beautiful connotations and promising to bestow a fairy tale-like romance upon its possessor. Could even a great and proud black dragon like him attain such a wondrous love? A flicker of inexplicable sorrow shimmered in Dino's enormous eyes as he quietly regarded the first gift he had ever received from a beautiful girl, guided by his will. A viscous, almost liquid essence of spiritual power enveloped the fragile ring, inscribing upon it a complex and profound magical array. These mystical patterns coalesced into a series of square-shaped glyphs, a mysterious script hailing from another realm, the ancient language of Huaxia. May all lovers in the world ultimately unite. A faint inscription in archaic script appeared on the exquisite and enigmatic exterior of the silver ring, meticulously crafted by the black dragon. Drip. 2 crystalline tears, reminiscent of amber, cascaded down from the dragon's eyes. This was the genuine sorrow of a dragon who, for over 5 centuries, had never shed a tear. Silent weeping, a solitary lament. Absorbing the 2 rare dragon tears, the silver ring emanated a soft, enigmatic glow, flickering like the gentle whispers between lovers, akin to the enchanting gaze exchanged in intimate moments. A low rumble escaped the black dragon's throat, reverberating softly within the cave. Recently, Kaishi had experienced a sense of unease, for he had returned from an adventure alongside the illustrious Black Dragon Lord and the youthful Scorpion Lion, Light. Together, they had taken on the burdens of their family elders, ascending to the ranks of management within the dragon's dungeon. The simple-minded Minotaur found himself unaccustomed to the demands of such a busy life. Yet, what could he do? After all, he was the only son of old Kaishi, and indeed, one of the most outstanding young individuals of the Minotaur clan. In the depths of the dungeon, there truly exists little that necessitates the oversight of a senior administrator such as Kaisher. After all, those who dared to stir trouble within the dragon's dungeon have largely vanished. Their presence nothing but a distant memory. How vividly I recall the time when hundreds of stubborn malcontents were silenced. A demonstration that instilled a profound awareness in all aspiring settlers and traders of the fierce nature of the dungeon's original inhabitants. Not to mention the group of sorcerers who practically worship the black dragon as their deity. While the society does not yet reach the idyllic state where one can leave their doors unlocked at night without fear, it is also unlikely that one would be quietly struck down while walking the streets. According to the wise and illustrious directives of the great lord of the Black Dragon City, patrol teams traverse the dragon's dungeon in small clusters at all times. This strategy has significantly curtailed the ambitions of those with nefarious intentions, for engaging in crime requires certain conditions, and without those, one is left with nothing but a cold dish to savor. Currently, a Minotaur is returning from the 9th floor of the library in the 9-story building. Some may find it curious that a creature typically shunned by magic would frequent such a place. Why does this brute, Kaisher, insist on visiting the library's upper echelons, where the most arcane and profound magical texts, penned by the Black Dragon himself, are stored? For someone who cannot even grasp the simplest incantation, delving into these tomes seems a mere folly, a waste of precious time. Yet, this obstinate Minotaur persists in this baffling pursuit. The dungeon school has officially commenced its operations, with the inaugural cadre of teachers personally vetted by the Lord of the Black Dragon. Naturally, one should not expect this cunning dragon, whose mind is rife with dubious schemes, to evaluate matters solely through the lens of public perception. The criteria for being a teacher in the Black Dragon's eyes are straightforward. That which proves beneficial to oneself is deemed the best, irrespective of the individual's character or appearance. A particularly notable figure among this eclectic group is a destitute bard, a middle-aged man whose only skill lies in charming his way into free meals and drinks. In a moment of reckless bravado, he applied for a position, prompting the dragon to whimsically inquire whether his skin was thick enough. Without a hint of embarrassment, this disgrace to the bardic profession expounded for a full 3 hours, while our esteemed Lord of the Black Dragon listened with rapt attention. Ultimately, with a mere wave of his claw, the dragon welcomed this miscreant into the esteemed ranks of educators. As the saying goes, he who has no shame is invincible. With such a character to instill wisdom in the impressionable youth, it is hoped that the dragon will be spared the emergence of those with minds as muddled as jelly in his domain. The Minotaur ambled towards his homeland, engrossed in the arcane knowledge of magic he had just perused. However, do not expect this creature to exhibit genuine interest in the study of sorcery. His true fascination lies within the realm of alchemy. Kaisher found the alchemical achievements showcased by the Lord of Black Dragon City to be utterly astonishing. Even those lacking magical comprehension could dabble in this craft, and perhaps, in the future, the Kaisher family might produce a few adept alchemists. As he continued on his path, the Minotaur suddenly found himself enveloped in a shadow. Upon looking up, he beheld the imposing figure of a colossal black dragon, his superior, the master of the underground city, the venerable black dragon Dino. Without uttering a word, the dragon extended its fearsome, sharp left claw and deftly seized the Minotaur. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared towards the exit of the underground city, accompanied by a roaring gust of wind. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beast. Chapter 64. The Sunbathing Skeleton. The Sea of Bones, a name that sends shivers down one's spine, is a ghastly place associated with the formidable undead, a stronghold within the lost dimension. This territory, situated on the continent of Glenkia, is a haven for the most concentrated populations of undead creatures, including necromancers, death mages, and liches. Naturally, such locales are strictly off-limits to the living, as these undead beings are regarded as a common enemy to all creatures within the lost dimension. It has become a cultural norm to seek the demise of the undead. After all, there is a saying that goes, when the rat takes to the streets, everyone cries for its end. If the undead were to roam the streets, it would be a call for extermination. Yet, despite countless attempts at annihilation, humanity has been astounded to discover that undead beings remain countless in number, seemingly inexhaustible. Ultimately, the most powerful secretive factions banded together to confine these wretched entities to various necropolis. The Sea of Bones on the Glenkia continent serves as their designated refuge, as long as these bothersome skeletal figures do not intrude upon the realm of the living. The living show little inclination to vanquish those who exhibit no awareness of their own death. Thus, a peculiar symbiotic relationship unwittingly emerged. Practitioners of dark magic and those skilled in necromancy belong to distinct systems and do not traverse the same path. Necromancy is a specialized form of magic, enigmatic and elusive, akin to psychic magic and stellar magic. Therefore, Black Dragon Dino possesses no potential for necromancy. He is a purebred dark dragon, embodying the essence of darkness. However, dark magic bears many similarities to necromantic magic, leading to frequent confusion between the two. Furthermore, no force in this world is inherently malevolent. It is merely the wielder of power that determines its nature. For instance, the Church of Light has produced countless ruthless executioners devoid of humanity, all of whom possess profound mastery over light elements. Necromancy is the type of magic that most closely approaches the realm of taboo, engaging directly with souls and the essence of life. It can be said that necromancy intersects significantly with spiritual magic. In this bizarre world, the variety of magical forms is staggering, yet the predominant focus lies on elemental magic. For instance, spiritual magic can be further categorized into auditory magic, hypnotic magic, nightmare magic, and curse magic, among others. Undoubtedly, necromancy ranks at the pinnacle of heretical practices that encroach upon the divine domain, a distinction it rightfully holds. It is rumored that audacious undead creatures possess several exceptionally powerful undead beings forged from divine corpses, an act that boldly delivers resounding slaps to the proud deities. Little Hillock, an obscure locale, derives its name from a singularly unconventional skeleton, lacking any official validation, thus categorizing it as an act of illicit nomenclature. However, this desolate place reveals no resources beyond the stark white skeletal remains, and there isn't a single notable river within thousands of meters. Thus, no overly pedantic high-level necromancer has sought hefty fines for such trivialities. For reasons unknown, undead entities exhibit little interest in the bright sunlight, or perhaps they harbor a disdain for its warm embrace. Although sunlight poses no harm to these beings, the inherently shadow-loving undead creatures hold no fondness for the sun. Yet, the world is full of wonders. On a vast expanse of exposed rock, a distinctively breezy white skeleton lounges, lazily relishing the sun's warmth. Clara, a skeleton with a pristine white frame, adores basking in the sunlight atop smooth stones, defying the notion that undead beings abhor the sun. Clara enjoys the warmth of sunbathing, which renders her bones ever more polished and resplendent. Clara also possesses an intriguing habit of seizing any opportunity to bathe. This brings us to Clara's uniqueness. It is well known that the lowest tier of undead, the skeleton, lacks independent thought. Although they possess souls, it is merely the most rudimentary instinct of existence. Only after accumulating sufficient energy to ascend can these seemingly worthless skeletal frames develop a modicum of cognitive ability. Typically, stronger skeletons exhibit sharper intellect. However, Clara is a remarkable exception. From birth, Clara was endowed with a remarkably complete soul imprint, allowing for basic thought processes. This distinctive trait has been crucial for her survival, enabling her to navigate many territorial battles with cunning and perseverance. Surviving is a considerable challenge for a mere skeleton, yet Clara has managed to thrive against the odds. Kra has existed for 399 years, yet remains at the lowest tier, a mere first rank. However, this does not imply that Kra lacks the capacity for advancement. Rather, this little skeleton, who relishes the pleasures of life, keenly understands the principle that the first bird to emerge is the one that gets shot. Presently, Kra's overall strength is not that of a first rank, but rather approaches the pinnacle of the third rank. This extraordinary little skeleton does not hastily cultivate its soul energy, but instead, with a calm demeanor, focuses on fortifying its skeletal structure. Kra carries with it a half-broken cleaver, an essential tool for combat, along with a remarkably sturdy metal helmet designed to protect its cranium, which houses the most vital essence of its being, the soul's flame. Throughout the lengthy passage of time, nearly every bone in Kra's body has been replaced, some even dozens of times. Only the most crucial skull has remained unchanged. Were this to be replaced, Kra would find itself in dire straits. The deep crimson orbs that serve as Kra's eyes gaze contentedly at the leisurely drifting clouds in the azure sky. This prompts Kra to reminisce about the ill-fated bone wolf it vanquished a few days prior. Had the wolf not suffered a broken leg, the little skeleton would not now be so leisurely enjoying what seems to be an eternal life. With a soft groan, the little skeleton turns over to bask in the warm sunlight on its skeletal frame. Almost instantaneously, a colossal shadow, accompanied by a howling wind, descends rapidly onto the large, prominent rock where Kra rests, leaving the little skeleton, unsurprisingly, feeling rather disheartened as it is pinned beneath this unidentified extraterrestrial vessel. Volume 1. The Roaring Dragon Shakes the Beasts with Awe. Chapter 65. From now on, you shall be my treasure. The disheartened black dragon soared from the depths of the dragon's underground city, momentarily at a loss regarding where to spend his brief respite. Thus, this obstinately mischief-prone dragon, without a second thought, hurtled towards the city of Bessel. Under the glaring sun and the watchful gaze of thousands relishing in his misfortune, he apprehended a notorious lecher. The foremost libertine, a product of Violet, found no joy in the exuberance of the black dragon. For anyone would be disheartened when their passions are so rudely interrupted. Bessel, conjure a delightful locale for me, lest the magnificent black dragon Dino chooses to leave you behind on this excursion. In a rather vexed state, the black dragon ascended to the clear skies above Bessel. With the Minotaur Kai she clutched in his left claw and the newly recruited libertine Bessel in his right. Is it true, my lord? You would not deceive the feeble me, would you? Upon hearing the dragon's assurance, the libertine blurted out an unthinking remark, revealing how desperately the Marquis wished to avoid lingering in the presence of this dragon, to audaciously question such a sensitive topic, incurring the wrath of the great, miserly lord of the underground city. Speak or remain silent. Dragons are known for their words being followed by action. Dino, in a foul mood, tossed the Marquis in his claw like a marble, leaving the libertine dazed and disoriented. Truly, this black dragon bore a grudge. Let me ponder. Inland lakes? No, that's not to your taste. Outdoor gardens? That seems less than ideal. I've remembered. There exists a splendid place that will surely please you. After a brief reprimand from the black dragon, Bessel realized who truly wielded the power of life and death over him, promptly swallowing his grievances and engaging his mind to the fullest for an extreme brainstorming session. The black dragon was increasingly irked by Bessel's procrastination. Were it not for his own unfamiliarity with the continent of Galakia, he would not need this cunning first libertine of Violet to guide him. Speak quickly, do not withhold your words. Do not provoke my ire. We shall explore together. Intimidated once more by the black dragon's threat, Bessel resigned himself to the harsh reality of his lack of advantages. He complied, gathering his thoughts, and began to recount what he knew. The Sea of Undead Bones. It is a gathering place for the undead, rumored to be inhabited by countless terrifying undead creatures. In my youth, I wandered the outskirts and indeed encountered many skeletons and zombies, along with death knights and such. That was merely the periphery. The depths remain a mystery to me. However, I have heard tales of one who has seen the ultimate undead soldiers, the bone dragons. Bone dragons? What did you just say? Bone dragons. Humph. It appears that I must journey to Dino to ascertain which scoundrels dare to wield the magnificent bones of the dragon race as their weaponry. The black dragon was initially in a state of calm, but upon hearing of the existence of the sea of undead bones and the skeletal dragons, this young black dragon, who had deeply embraced his draconic identity, was immediately engulfed by an uncontrollable fury. This rage stemmed from the pride of a great lineage. In his moment of wrath, the black dragon neglected to consider the two unfortunate children nearby, who were nearly overwhelmed by the ferocious force of his dragon roar, teetering on the brink of meeting their ancestors. "Oh, great black dragon, could you kindly forewarn me the next time you become enraged? I nearly met my demise at your hands," exclaimed Bessel, who cherished democracy and peace, unable to withstand the black dragon's relentless tumult. The simple-minded minotaur dutifully covered his ears to shield himself from further torment. The typically self-absorbed black dragon paid no heed to the wolf-like creature's grievances, choosing instead to selectively forget the recent events. He boldly turned to Bessel and inquired about the precise location of the sea of undead bones. "Enough of your rambling. I shall take note next time. Now, tell me, where is the sea of undead bones? Is it difficult to find?" "Ah. The Sea of Undead Bones lies directly to the north of the continent of Galaikea. If you fly in that direction, you shall soon behold the cursed place," Bessel replied weakly, gesturing toward the north. "Well then, Bessel, your task is complete. I shall now escort you down," the black dragon declared generously, albeit with a hint of cruelty, as he unceremoniously cast the unfortunate Marquis downward. "Ah, I hate you," came the Marquis's furious cry as he plummeted from thousands of meters above, a pitiful sight indeed. It is worth noting that this pampered Marquis was merely an 8th-tier swordsman, lacking the ability to preserve his life during such a perilous and exhilarating descent. The black dragon, relishing the view from high above, observed the now diminutive figure of the unfortunate wolf-like Marquis as he fell. With a flick of his claw, he retrieved a magical scroll from his spatial ring and cast it forth. This scroll, imbued with the wind domain's advanced spell of flight, accelerated through the fabric of time and space, catching up with the hapless Marquis. The magic was activated at once, allowing Bessel to regain control over his alarming descent. Once the black dragon confirmed that the wolf was no longer in peril of meeting an untimely end due to the high-altitude plunge, he redirected his gaze and muttered a couple of complaints. "What a bother. This is merely a small punishment for you, given your unwilling demeanor. You brought this upon yourself." "Right, Casey." "Indeed." The Minotaur, with a resolute determination, nodded its head, and upon witnessing the harrowing plight of the Marquis, it swiftly comprehended the course of action it ought to take. After approximately 3 days of arduous flight, the black dragon and the Minotaur, whose sole purpose was to entertain the dragon, arrived at the Sea of Necromantic Bones, a locale indeed worthy of the Marquis's enthusiastic endorsement. It was, without a doubt, an exceptional place. However, the black dragon harbored a slight concern. The Sea of Necromantic Bones appeared to be rather vast, and being unfamiliar with the customs and nuances of this realm, it dreaded the possibility of missing out on remarkable experiences, which would surely lead to deep regret. Thus, Dino resolved to seek a free guide. The illustrious black dragon, Dino Alcaron, proclaimed with authority, "From this moment forth, you shall be my possession. Obey or face annihilation." Addressing a rather intriguing little skeleton. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 66. The rigid hierarchy of the undead realm in this grim and eerie place. Littered with the remnants of white bones, the black dragon, in high spirits, listened intently alongside the Minotaur to the newly appointed gatekeeper of the black dragon, who elaborated on the intricate power dynamics within this sea of skeletal remains, as well as the unique treasures exclusive to such gatherings of the undead. It was during this discourse that the black dragon came to realize the astonishing variety of undead creatures that existed, each more terrifying than the last. Among them were the vengeful flame zombies, golden skeleton archers, corpse demons, fear knights, nightmare knights, and death knights, all of which collectively formed an unimaginably vast realm of the undead. It is no wonder that for countless years, other living beings have failed to eradicate these envy-inducing undead, for there are simply too many. When it comes to the animosity between the undead and the living, it is not rooted in any deep-seated grievance. Rather, The animosity has naturally arisen since the inception of these two opposing factions. There exists no means to alter this relentless cycle of animosity, as it represents an unavoidable clash of fundamentally divergent ideologies. Often, the human and alien elites recklessly seek to provoke the undead, and the reasons for this may elude even their own understanding. Yet, there are certain sentiments that almost universally resonate within their hearts, namely, a profound jealousy towards the undead. This jealousy is an ingrained envy of their seemingly infinite and unending existence. They envy the grotesque ability to thrive for countless years without the need for sustenance. After all, have you ever encountered an undead creature that, like humans, relies on daily meals and water to sustain its fleeting life? Conversely, the undead also find themselves troubled by the living for equally trivial reasons. While they envy the living's boundless joy of experiencing the wonders of nature, the pleasures of food and drink, and the social interactions that accompany life, they are equally resentful of the ignorance with which the living traverse their days, oblivious to the fact that they may unwittingly meet their demise at the hands of an undead creature. In summary, the two factions of life and death share a mutual disdain for one another. When the opportunity arises to vanquish their adversaries, neither side will hesitate to strike with lethal intent. A mere 2 strikes will never suffice when 3 can be delivered, and a single claw will never be enough when an entire limb can be severed. Every century or two, a great battle erupts in the lost dimensions, resulting in casualties on both sides. Living beings suffer losses, while the undead also experience significant attrition. This seemingly futile war is nonetheless fervently welcomed by all those with even a modicum of intelligence in the lost realms. The pride with which the little skeleton, Clara, recounts his participation over a century ago alongside an innumerable horde of undead in skirmishes against the 5 great empires reveals this enthusiasm, despite the fact that this exceedingly cowardly skeleton has never truly set foot on a battlefield. Nevertheless, he remains a survivor of that fateful conflict. The Black Dragon has long harbored a curiosity regarding how the undead race brings forth its next generation. This matter has piqued little interest from his 3 exceptionally powerful masters, leaving the Black Dragon, who remains somewhat uninformed, captivated by such gossip. Well, esteemed Black Dragon, I, Clara, am merely a humble skeleton and lack comprehensive knowledge on this subject. However, over the centuries, I have come across some intriguing rumors. It is said that fragile skeletons like us are formed from the bones of deceased beings and the lingering vengeful spirits. Yet, there are variations in the processes of skeletal formation. For instance, I, Clara, originated from a graveyard situated behind a church, and I have never quite grasped the specifics of my own genesis. After a brief exchange, I discerned that this formidable Black Dragon was not one to fear for his own life. Thus, the endearing little skeleton gradually opened his heart. You inquire whether any undead are born of parents? If this question had been posed 2 centuries prior, I would have been at a loss. Yet now, I am aware that among the undead, particularly the higher-ranking ones, procreation through mating is indeed possible. Oh, how do you engage in such mating? Is it akin to humans? Pray, do not tell me you are unaware. The Black Dragon's hearty laughter carried a hint of mischief, while the benevolent Minotaur turned his head away, not wanting to witness the embarrassment of such a renowned lord of the dragon's dungeon. The little skeleton, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down, pretended to wipe its pristine white skull with its immaculate bony hand. Despite its high intellect, the little skeleton begrudgingly elucidated to this imposing figure, entities like ghosts, devoid of physical form, create their offspring through the fusion of their soul flames, a process that transcends gender. Both male and female can produce progeny, though this method can jeopardize the integrity of the ghost's own soul flame, rendering it rather perilous. Moreover, powerful beings such as Death Knights and Fearsome Knights are predominantly male. I, Clara, have yet to hear of any female undead knights, perhaps due to my limited knowledge. It seems that these extraordinary entities do not reproduce in the traditional sense. Rather, they are often transformed from deceased humans or other beings by necromancers or death mages, their souls ensconced within their bodies, continuously ignited to form formidable warriors. Their combat prowess is indeed terrifying, though incomparable to that of the esteemed Black Dragon, who could effortlessly crush several with a mere swipe of his claw. Clara diligently continued to impart this serious discourse on the topic of procreation to the 2 formidable creatures before him, who may share an enduring companionship. Ultimately, it is indeed possible, as you, Master Long, have just articulated, to nurture the next generation through the most primal method of procreation. A representative of such necromantic beings is the corpse demon, akin to zombies. However, creatures like other enchanting specters and demons cannot be deemed as genuine undead entities. They merely belong to our faction's arsenal of strength. The erudite little skeleton exerted considerable effort to articulate all that it wished to convey. Clara, having resided here for many years, do you know of any intriguing attractions in the vicinity? Or perhaps some fascinating undead creatures inhabit this area? The black dragon was quite pleased with this novice subordinate, and could effortlessly envision the delightful scenario of bringing this charming little skeleton back to its lair, an immortal creature that requires neither sustenance nor rest serving as its attendant. This indeed is a thought that fills the dragon with exquisite delight. I am rather uncertain, as those undead beings possess ranks far superior to mine. I have no desire to meet my demise just yet. Volume 1. The Roar of the Infant Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 67. The Cruel Law of the Survival of the Fittest. As for the likes of Black Knights, Dark Riders, and the undead creatures known as corpse fiends, the esteemed Black Dragon harbored no particular sentiments. After all, these undead beings posed no threat to him, and thus, he would not seek them out merely to engage in confrontation. However, those necromancers, death sorcerers, and the more malevolent liches, grim sorcerers, and demi-liches who dared to offend the grandeur of the great dragon race were met with utter disdain from the Black Dragon. Bone dragons, blood dragons, ghost dragons, corpse dragons, shadow dragons. But shadow dragons are exempt from this censure, as they inherently belong to the undead lineage. For reasons unknown, the dragon race maintains a surprisingly favorable disposition towards shadow dragons. In contrast, the ultimate undead creations of other kinds are regarded as a profound disgrace to the dragon lineage. When a dragon encounters these blasphemous entities that tarnish the dignity of the first race, it approaches with the intent to vanquish as many as possible, but only when assured of its own safety. In essence, the dragon race holds a particularly unfavorable view of necromancers. The thought of being sacrificed by a necromancer, who spends their days amidst piles of bones, and becoming a mindless puppet dragon is utterly abhorrent to the Black Dragon, sending shivers down his spine and inciting a fury of astronomical proportions. Humph! Even if my remains lie unburied, I shall not allow you wretched creatures to seize an opportunity. But wait, didn't the Master once mention that with sufficient power, defying fate and achieving immortality is not an impossibility? In truth, Lord Dino remained oblivious to a harsh reality. The undead dragon lineage he previously contemplated was not the most disgraceful existence for the dragon race. It was his very own being that represented the most forbidden essence. The cursed dragon. In any era, this was the bane that the dragon race fervently sought to eradicate, even at the cost of their entire lineage. These usually arrogant dragons harbored an intense hatred for this taboo existence that should not have a place in the world. Those who have not experienced it cannot fathom the sheer might the dragon race mustered to eliminate the 3 treacherous cursed dragons, a force capable of annihilating entire lost planes. The reason humans, other races, and the undead dread Dragon Island to such an extent is largely due to the terrifying remnants of those cataclysmic beings. In the long, unrecorded annals of history, the 3 cursed dragons, who once roamed freely, did not cause the dragon race any direct troubles. Indeed, even they found it perplexing why the dragon race pursued a policy of extermination against the cursed dragon lineage so relentlessly, for it was executed with remarkable thoroughness, leading to decades of frenzied hunts that spanned thousands of years. Ultimately, many dragons sacrificed their lives to bring an end to the existence of 2 of these forbidden beings. As for the last remaining cursed dragon, who knows where it may have fled? It can be said that the only audacious cursed dragon boldly roaming the world today is the Black Dragon Dino Ekarun. This could be interpreted as the fearless nature of the ignorant, or the recklessness of the young and inexperienced. Perhaps only the dimensional rules of this peculiar world can comprehend the origins of this unusual cursed dragon's formidable draconic majesty, which serves as an unparalleled disguise and lethal artifact. Fortunately, this splendid treasure exists. Otherwise, the dragon would have long since met an irreversible demise. In the sea of the undead, the Black Dragon, relishing a leisurely holiday, engaged in a lengthy discourse with a rather unremarkable, albeit locally knowledgeable, little skeleton. Following their conversation, 3 creatures began to meander through this extraordinary realm of the undead. Indeed, it is a strange place. The 10-meter-long dark dragon wandered leisurely, accompanied by 2 sycophants, exploring this haven for the deceased for about half an hour. During this time, the black dragon encountered 379 foolish little skeletons and 3 bone foxes that fled in terror upon catching sight of the dragon's handsome visage. Their speed was astonishing, leaving even the dragon quite taken aback. Additionally, there were 7 bumbling zombies, which the fastidious black dragon disdainfully chose not to eliminate, as their foul odor, accumulated over countless years without bathing, was quite unbearable. Perhaps the dragon was genuinely unaccustomed to this foreign ambience. For the Minotaur, Kaishi seemed slightly afflicted by the pervasive miasma of decay, a subtle poison imbued with mild corrosive and cursed effects. Creatures unfamiliar with it would likely find it quite discomforting, and regrettably, the robust Minotaur had fallen victim to it. This displeased Dino, as the weakness of his minions reflected poorly on his own prowess. With a flick of his claws, he retrieved a 7th-tier divine purification spell scroll from his spatial ring and tossed it to the embarrassed Kaishi. The black dragon glanced upwards at the ominous shroud of death that loomed overhead. This phenomenon is reputed to be one of the hallmark structures of necromancers, and the undead dwelling beneath it typically possess superior physiques and more agreeable temperaments than those residing elsewhere. KLA, what delightful wonders might lie over there? The black dragon, ever the inquisitive learner, inquired of the little skeleton, who was keeping a safe distance from the radiant light of divine magic that was the bane of the undead. KLA, exercising utmost caution, maintained a significant distance from the lethal light magic. Upon hearing the inquiry from the esteemed black dragon, who would one day be the master of his very body and soul, he promptly turned his rigid skull in the indicated direction. After a meticulous observation, KLA replied with a relaxed expression, "Great Lord Black Dragon, that must be the work of a 9th-tier necromancer. Many undead creatures are likely to gather there, although the highest-tiered undead should not surpass that necromancer S rank. I wonder if there exist any dark knights or death knights, those cool, brooding figures who embody the essence of life and death. It would indeed be delightful if there were a couple of uniquely distinctive death knights nestled within Lord Dino's dragon lair." The dark dragon, with a graceful flick of its long, powerful tail, effortlessly shattered all obstacles in its path, reducing towering rock formations of 70 to 80 meters and stark skeletal remains of 3 to 4 meters into mere fragments. However, they must first be cleansed, for I, the dragon, am an ardent advocate of peace and an egalitarian among races. Clara, listening to her master's rather shameless declaration, found herself lost in thought. Her delicate bony fingers brushing against the deep scratches on the back of her skull, marks of potentially deadly wounds, serving as her honor badges from the struggle between life and death. It is a daunting feat to be a little skeleton, and even more so to be a skeleton with promise. Fortunately, Clara has now risen in status and has found her place within an organization. Clara, my dear, I notice your equipment leaves much to be desired. When the opportunity arises, I shall adorn you with a resplendent suit of gleaming armor. That would undoubtedly make you look magnificent. Utterly cool. The black dragon continued to speak in a language only it could comprehend. Volume 1. The roar of the chapter 68. Walk more, observe more, create more chaos. The black dragon has always believed himself to be exceptionally fortunate. Perhaps he shares an inexplicable connection with the legendary goddess of fortune from a few lifetimes ago. Otherwise, it would be unlikely that he has traversed his journey from hatching, though not always comfortable, without enduring significant shadows of despair. As for the minor tribulations he faced, they are easily dismissed. As the trio of monsters ventured deeper into the mist of death, they encountered increasingly formidable and diverse undead beings. However, without exception, any undead creature daring to linger before the Dragon Lord met with a swift and decisive demise. The reanimated Minotaur, invigorated once more, clutched its massive battle axe, fiercely guarding the diminutive skeleton, Clara. Indeed, compared to the 5th to 8th tier undead that occasionally surfaced, Clara's meager strength was laughable. The undead possessed a sense of pride. It wasn't far-fetched to imagine Clara extending her bony head to be kicked like a ball, only to have the opponents disdain its fragility, shattering it with but a few blows. Dino's protection remained steadfast. Thus far, no oblivious undead had dared to approach Clara with casual conversation about life aspirations. Kaiasai, closely following the esteemed lord of the city, examined the terrifying surroundings with keen interest. In such a cursed place, without the formidable presence of the mythic tier dark elementalist and unparalleled melee combatant, the illustrious black dragon Lord Dino Elkarin, even 200 of Kaisai, would meet with certain doom. The Minotaur's combat prowess could barely be classified as Tier 9. After slaying for about 3 or 4 minutes, the mist of death yielded no more foolish undead creatures willing to confront them. The black dragon, pleased, shook his head and led his 2 subordinates into the fog-laden realm, discreetly casting a water-based protective spell for the Minotaur, ensuring they would not alarm the lurking foes. What kind of undead sorcerer would they encounter shortly? Would there be any particularly rare collectibles? Perhaps they could inquire about the distribution of power in the vicinity to seek out some trouble. Before them stood a 4-meter-tall skeletal general, a pitch-black earth flame zombie, and a dark knight riding a high-boned steed, all unequivocally Tier 9 entities. It seemed the timid sorcerer, hiding in the shadows, lacked considerable prowess. Intruders, 3 monsters. Guardians, still 3 monsters. Spectators, 1 monster. The black dragon, with keen interest, surveyed the 3 fearless high-tier undead beings. They certainly possessed an extraordinary presence. If they were to grace a human city, they would undoubtedly incite fervent screams and cheers. People would greet these 3 monsters with their utmost enthusiasm. Kaisai, step forth and test the strength of these 3 beings. Remember to make it a spectacular display. Dino disdainfully refrained from engaging in combat with the trio of little rascals, as such a confrontation would be beneath the dignity of a noble dragon. One might wonder what this dragon was thinking, considering that it had shown no such restraint when mercilessly tormenting those wretched little undead moments ago. The Minotaur, brimming with fervor, thrust his battle axe forcefully into the ground and bellowed at the 3 stoic, cold-hearted men before him. Come forth, whether in single combat or a brawl. It's your choice. In a rather shameful turn of events, the Minotaur found himself swiftly brought to the ground. Alas, 3 against 1. How could he hope to prevail? Yet, thanks to the meticulous protection afforded by the water magic shield he had just received, although he was knocked down repeatedly, he suffered no real harm. The cycle of rising, fighting, falling, and rising again continued, fueling the Minotaur's fighting spirit, though the harsh reality remained. He was still on the ground. That sneaky little fellow. Will you emerge voluntarily? Or shall the great black dragon drag you out? Dino observed the Minotaur's comical antics with an expression of calm detachment, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the necromancer hidden within the shroud of death fog. It was only when the old rogue seemed to consider fleeing that the cunning dark dragon lazily spoke up, crushing a nearby stone in a display of power. As Dino's words echoed, a gaunt figure cloaked in a voluminous gray robe emerged from the death fog, muttering, "Sire, I truly never anticipated a formidable black dragon would grace the paradise of the undead, the Sea of Bone. By the gods of the underworld, this is indeed an unforgettable experience. Humph, the great black dragon wishes to know whether you prefer a swift death or a continued existence in misery." Dino had no desire to engage in frivolous banter with the wretched necromancer. Perhaps for him, the only interest was in eliminating this undead sorcerer. However, before unleashing his claws, he intended to extract the utmost value from the encounter. All hail the greatest death. The humble necromancer Sire offered his highest respects to the mighty black dragon. A wise being such as yourself surely understands the foolish choices of the meek. The necromancer likely recognized the dragon's intentions, as dragons had always held a disdain for the undead, often finding dismantling their fragile skeletons to be a favored pastime. Conversely, the undead had never abandoned their plans to dismantle the bodies of dragons. Upon hearing the shameless flattery from the necromancer, the black dragon's tone noticeably softened. Who doesn't enjoy a few kind words? Moreover, for the black dragon, erasing Sire was merely a fleeting thought, and eliminating this rather intriguing necromancer was not an absolute necessity. Are there no forces in this vicinity more powerful than you, necromancer? Necromancers, death mages, or other undead beings? I've searched for several days, and have only encountered a few insignificant little ants. This is merely the periphery of the necromancer's bone sea, where formidable undead beings are scarce. You may venture towards the direction of the rising nether moon. That path leads to the innermost depths of the bone sea. Ah, you are unfamiliar with the nether moon. I see. It is the term we use among our kind to refer to the crescent violet moon that graces the night sky, which we perceive as a divine gift from the god of the underworld to the undead. Sire is a rather astute individual among necromancers. Upon hearing the tone of this black dragon, he instinctively realized that his life was likely spared, yet a sense of insecurity lingered within him. The foremost priority was to appease the black dragon and make a hasty exit. The black dragon pondered momentarily before casually crushing the three adversarial creatures beneath its claws. It then cast its gaze towards the depths of the bone sea, which resembled an abyssal inferno, shrouded in an eerie obscurity, lost in contemplation. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 69. This thing resembles a castle. The solitary and forlorn necromancer, Saya, gazed longingly at the dark dragon, who was deeply engrossed in thought, not daring to utter a single word. It was evident that he had been profoundly shaken by the terrifying display of brutality exhibited by the formidable black dragon. Truly, the dark dragon was renowned for its unparalleled prowess in close combat, rendering even a ninth-tier necromancer as fragile as a mere doll. Say, do you possess any bone dragons, ghost dragons, corpse dragons, or blood dragons among your ranks of undead? The black dragon inquired, seeking to broaden its perspective. It momentarily paused within its mental realm before fixing its gaze back on the necromancer, continuing the sensitive line of questioning. However, Saya was not foolish. What reckless soul would dare to discuss the taboos of dragonkin in the presence of a black dragon, whose might far surpassed their own? That would be courting death. Even if the dragon had no intentions of engaging in a deadly confrontation, it was clear that provoking such proud beings would lead to dire consequences. No. Such legendary ultimate troops are beyond the reach of a weak ninth-tier necromancer like myself. Even those revered necromancers who command the winds and rains do not all possess such treasures. As you well know, the dragonkin are not numerous. Humph. What are you scheming with those shifty eyes of yours? Are you tired of living? The black dragon was distinctly displeased with the cunning response of the necromancer. Dino desired not these tedious justifications, but rather detailed descriptions concerning bone dragons, ghost dragons, and blood dragons, superior undead troops of infamy that the black dragon had yet to encounter. It pondered whether sparing this little creature was indeed a wise choice. Perhaps it would be better to dispose of him swiftly, ending the matter once and for all. Truly, I swear by the god of the underworld that I speak not but the truth. Bone dragons and ghost dragons are at least of the sacred realm. How could a humble ninth-tier being like myself possess such precious resources? Upon sensing the dragon's murderous intent, Saya immediately began to plead his case fervently. That may well be so. Your strength is indeed somewhat lacking. Very well, Saya, for now, you shall serve as the grand black dragon Dino's guide. Surely, your knowledge exceeds that of Clara, the timid little skeleton. Should you prove to be of no value, well, do not blame me for being merciless. The black dragon weighed the pros and cons of eliminating the little necromancer against keeping him around, ultimately deciding to retain him for the time being. Whether or not he would truly be spared in the end would depend on Saya's own efforts. Thus, the beleaguered necromancer, Saya, reluctantly joined this expedition of the skeletal sea, accompanied by a black dragon, a minotaur, a small skeleton, and the newly recruited necromancer, a rather dazzling assembly indeed. After aimlessly wandering for half a month with this peculiar expedition team, or rather a sightseeing troupe, the quartet of oddities finally encountered something distinctly different from the usual scene of skeletal seas. Oh, look over there, you blind fools. The sky seems to be shrouded in a thick mist of death that stretches for thousands of meters. There must be something far more formidable and entertaining than you. The wretched sorcerer Sayer, lurking there. The black dragon exclaimed with exuberant fervor, its voice resounding across the land, sending palpable sound waves rippling through the air. Great Lord Black Dragon, as far as I know, what you just described typically falls within the purview of a necromantic castle's domain. Likely the realm of at least an 11th-tier necromancer, for those of sanctified status lack the qualifications to construct their own castles. Sayer retorted with a glare at the black dragon, lowering the hand that had been pressed tightly against his ears. After contemplating the dragon's words and combining them with his own knowledge, he swiftly arrived at a conclusion. The black dragon chuckled darkly. A necromantic demigod? How splendid. This surely means the presence of skeletal dragons among the undead. Humph. Let this audacious creature, which dares to infringe upon the majesty of dragons, fully experience the wrath of the great black dragon. I am uncertain about that. We possess very few dragon-type undead, and they all belong to the noble class of the undead, Sayer remarked dismissively, managing to overlook the dragon's obsession with the undead dragon lineage. The black dragon paid no heed to the sorcerer's words. For Dino, the priority lay in safely escorting these three imbeciles, while everything else was secondary. After all, Dino had long yearned to confront a high-tier necromancer. That location is still quite a distance away. Today, the great black dragon shall grant you, the accursed necromancer, a favor and carry you directly there. Sayer, along with the little skeleton Clara and the minotaur Kai Shi, found themselves grasped in the claws of the black dragon, soaring through the sky in silence. He could claim to be the first necromancer willingly carried by a dragon in flight. Thus, maintaining silence seemed prudent. Otherwise, who knew what this unusually minded dragon might do? They arrived at an ancient castle of vast proportions, its scale undeniably immense. The spires resembled a dense forest. Standing tall within the aged fortress, perched atop the towering city walls were 8 colossal crossbow towers capable of delivering lethal strikes to any airborne behemoths. Alongside the most conspicuous magical tower emitting thick plumes of gray smoke, as well as the seemingly unremarkable main castle. Seizing the opportunity while the inhabitants of the castle remained oblivious to the sudden arrival of a dragon, the black dragon charged forth, swiftly demolishing the 8 towers that posed a potential threat, reducing them to mere debris. Then, the black dragon ascended sharply into the high heavens, surveying the necromantic fortress below. After patiently waiting for over 10 minutes, the black dragon was sorely disappointed to find no formidable adversaries emerging from the necromancer's castle. Instead, its gaze fell upon a mere handful of foolish skeletal minions, accompanied by a horde of greedy liches lurking in the shadows, and a few intriguing nocturnal gentleman vampires concealed upon the balcony of the main fortress. Do not underestimate the black dragon's keen eyesight, nor should one dismiss its acute sense of smell, or overlook the innate intuition possessed by this dark behemoth, coupled with its formidable 11th-tier magical prowess. These factors combined led the black dragon to a rather delightful conclusion. The master of this necromantic domain appeared to be, quite evidently, absent from home. Since the malevolent master was away, presumably wreaking havoc upon other innocent beings, it was time for the great black dragon, Dino, to wreak havoc upon this detestable necromancer's lair. How much treasure might be unearthed in the process, one can only wonder. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beast of the Forest Chapter 70. The plunder of the Master's abandoned necromancer's treasure. If one were to lament the unfortunate intrusion of petty thieves into their abode, it would indeed drive one to the brink of madness. However, if such a thief possessed a discerning eye and an appreciation for valuable artifacts, one might be driven to murderous despair. Without a doubt, the perspective of the Black Dragon, who had endured centuries under the tutelage of 3 esteemed Dark Masters, was astoundingly elevated. Rarely was there a precious item, be it a coveted treasure or a priceless rarity, that the flamboyant spendthrift Dino had not encountered or recognized. For the Dragon Lord, even what others sought with great effort and expense was merely an inconspicuous consumable. Sustaining this wretched black dragon nearly brought the 3 brothers to the brink of financial ruin. Its insatiable appetite for extravagance was simply beyond belief. The early days were manageable, but as time progressed, the dragoness' astonishingly audacious ideas poured forth with reckless abandon, consuming the resources of its 3 dark benefactors. Logically, one would presume that a dragon of such worldly experience would exhibit little interest in a modest necromancer's castle, constructed by a mere apprentice of the divine. Yet, there exists a saying, that which is one's own pales in comparison to that which belongs to another. What is taken is more desirable than what is given, and what is stolen is more coveted than what is unobtainable. The Black Dragon, brimming with curiosity, embodied this peculiar mindset. Upon discovering that the ancient castle's master had ventured off on a leisurely journey, the Black Dragon promptly descended to the castle grounds with its 3 monstrous companions. Setting them down, the inquisitive dragon began to survey the architecture of the castle, uncertain of where to begin its search for treasure. Come, Saja, it appears the master here shares your profession. You should be well aware of where your fellow wizards prefer to conceal their treasures. Point it out to me quickly, and together we shall raid this place. Should you find anything of use, the great black dragon would not hesitate to offer you a token of gratitude or a silencing fee. With this thought in mind, the dragon turned to see the necromancer Saja, who was limbering up his somewhat numbed limbs. Why waste such a knowledgeable guide? The dragon mused. From the moment Saja descended from the dragoness back, he was fully aware of the creature's intentions and ceased to feign ignorance. He surveyed the vast structure, muttering calculations under his breath before directly pointing to an inconspicuous spire nestled among the myriad towers beneath the main keep. Great Lord Black Dragon, from what I understand, there should be a necromancer's dedicated laboratory beneath the main keep, containing many of this wizard's personal magical notes. As for the treasures you seek, They are likely hidden beneath that very spire. It is a long-standing tradition among us wizards to diversify our holdings. One must never place all their eggs in a single basket. Oh, I see. You three, step aside a bit. Allow me to dismantle this imposing fortress, so everyone can witness the extent of this wizard's magical prowess. After hearing Sayer's words, the black dragon stood upright, peering through the high windows of the fortress, seemingly eager to discern the treasures that awaited him. One must always be vigilant, for even in the midst of danger, betrayal may lurk close at hand. As the black dragon vigorously tore down the towering outer walls of the castle, akin to a child playing with building blocks, he engaged in light-hearted banter with his three temporary subordinates. Little did that cautious necromancer suspect that a wizard, well-versed in the intricacies of the situation, would be assisting me. The Dragon Lord. Sayer, your actions are indeed noble, deserving of commendation. Sayer observed the black dragon's rapid dismantling of the vast fortress with a tinge of melancholic sympathy, as if mourning for the fox after the rabbit's demise. In just a brief span, the nefarious dragon had already reduced a significant portion of the structure to rubble. Such efficiency truly befits a magnificent race. It is my utmost honor, Sayer, to serve the great black dragon lord. The little skeleton, Clara, scoffed, her jawbone jutting out in disdain. This remarkably astute skeleton was not swayed by the hollow words of the deceitful necromancer. It was clear that this old fellow possessed the qualities of a traitor, and one could only wonder why the Black Dragon Master did not simply rid himself of this nuisance. Previously, it was you pesky necromancers who forced me, Clara, into perilous situations. Had I not been clever, I might have already found my resting place on some battlefield. The simple-minded Minotaur, however, was oblivious to the undercurrents of intrigue among these individuals. Kaisi was primarily concerned with the treasures that the Black Dragon Lord might uncover. If the dragon deemed them unworthy, they could very well end up in the possession of the Minotaur himself. Yet, remaining idle here felt rather tedious. The thrill of battle was far more appealing. Kaisi discreetly glanced at the several hundred trembling skeleton soldiers hiding nearby, watching the Black Dragon, as well as the few grotesque corpse wizards who could not even find refuge. He longed to rush forward, wielding his sharp battle axe to eliminate them one by one, but alas, without a command from the Black Dragon Lord. The loyal Minotaur remained passive. Meanwhile, the dark dragon unearthed an intriguing little object, a golden coffin. Oh, it seemed to belong to the vampires who had fled in such haste that they left behind their belongings. I wonder what it contains. However, given its placement in the center of the hall, it must hold some value. With a slight exertion of his draconic claws, the Dino Dragon effortlessly twisted open the coffin, which bore the weight of numerous deathly enchantments. Inside lay a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a crimson nightgown, his pallid visage suggesting he was a vampire of considerable power, likely of a saintly caliber. The black dragon rolled his enormous eyes and extended a sharp claw, gently lifting the collar of the unconscious vampire's attire. With a flick of his middle finger, he delivered a forceful jab to the unfortunate vampire's head. The handsome man trembled violently, his elongated and athletic body shaking silently, before losing consciousness entirely. It was likely that he would remain in this state for no less than 10 days, or even half a month. The black dragon carelessly tossed the unfortunate child aside, and then grasped the small coffin crafted from gold, exerting force until a gleaming golden orb emerged into existence. The dragon nonchalantly stowed the orb within its spatial ring and resumed its excavation endeavors, while the Minotaur, the little skeleton, and the necromancer continued their observant journey. Amidst the resounding crash of massive stone blocks, the black dragon's excavation proceeded remarkably smoothly, and within less than 10 minutes, the entire main fortress was overturned. The castle's ground was strewn with disordered stones from the walls, resembling a pitiful young girl who had been inexplicably bullied. Yet, unlike her, there was no one to care for or love her. Volume 1. The Roar of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 71. I only wish to ask her one question. Why gentle strands of rain gracefully descend upon the boundless green plains. Like poetry painting the landscape, a dazzling flash of white sweeps across, as the jade dragon steed exuberantly expends its vibrant energy, galloping freely across the misty rain-kissed prairie. On the broad back of the jade dragon, a spirited young lad, with a slight smile gracing his lips, tenderly embraces a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, whose delicate visage radiates the warmth unique to lovers. Brother knight, let longer run faster. Lyre enjoys it so. The charming girl's gentle form presses closely against the boy's robust chest. Her fair and exquisite face adorned with a smile reminiscent of a transcendent lily blooming in splendid beauty. The cool summer breeze, mingled with the refreshing rain, nourishes the boy's heart with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Not a problem. Liar, hold on tight, go. The boy, brimming with enthusiasm, responds loudly, securely wrapping one arm around the girl's slender waist while giving a hearty pat to his beloved steed. The intuitive jade dragon, understanding its master's intent, breaks free from restraint and gallops wildly across the vast expanse of the prairie. This incites a chorus of melodious laughter from the girl and the boy's boisterous mirth, weaving a romantic tale of carefree youth. In stark contrast, a dim and sunless castle looms ominously, its towering walls battered by the howling winds that scream with a chilling ferocity. A silent, fearsome knight rides quietly upon his nightmarish steed, their fates intertwined. The cold metal of the horse's iron shoes clatters rhythmically against the smooth surface of the castle's walls, producing an unbearable sound echoing like a nightmare. Wrapped tightly in a blackened gauntlet, the knight's elongated right hand rests solemnly upon his left breast, his steed pausing in its stride. The knight silently contemplates the cold, motionless heart within him, akin to his own existence, wretchedly alive, yet yearning for death. With a death grip, he clutches the hefty, sharp 4-meter-long blade. Beneath the eternally darkened sky, a chilling, sporadic sleep begins to fall, crystalline droplets lightly tapping upon the knight's metallic armor. These fleeting memories momentarily linger before being entombed within the equally frigid earth, echoing a world devoid of life and hope. Responding to a stern summons from his very soul, the knight recognizes it as his master, Sandrew, beckoning him for an audience. As he twists his somewhat rigid neck, he observes several ghostly white-boned dragons slicing through the cold castle sky, their dark, fiery souls burning with disdain for the living. If Sandrew were not the sole master of these proud bone dragons, the knight would find it unsurprising that they would strike him down without a word. Nurturing the undead dragons is no trivial endeavor, fraught with perilous repercussions at every turn. Why does my heart harbor such endless yearning? Why can I not forget your beauty? The terrifying knight did not rush forward like the other subordinates of Sandrew. This dignified figure almost disregarded the commands of his soul master. Instead, he quietly pondered a question that had haunted him for 1,465 days and nights, replaying the warm images that flickered within his soul, those unforgotten vows and promises. It was the splendid season of spring, the poetic month of March, abundant with fallen blossoms. The time when Lyre's beloved fragrant lilies bloomed. The young knight rode his cherished jade steed through the darkest hours of twilight, arriving at a beautiful flower valley. 1,000 miles away, he recalled every word spoken by the girl, knowing that her favorite was the pure perfume lily in this nameless valley, a beauty so ethereal that it could enchant every woman in the world. He vividly remembered how Lyre, upon waking, had first laid her eyes on the room filled with perfume lilies, her joy illuminating her delicate features in a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. He recalled their tender first kiss, a moment so intimate that it stirred their souls, as she declared her intent to marry the knight who gifted her the lilies. Lyre, do you know? To see you happy, to let you live carefree, your most loyal knight is willing to sacrifice everything, including his soul and life. I still remember the day we built snowmen on that snowy afternoon, when you playfully told me that if I ever bullied you, I would have to build the largest and most beautiful snowman in the world for you. I laughed and agreed. Suddenly, the terrifying knight was jolted from his reverie by an intense pain, an agony emanating from his very soul, a punishment from Sandrew for his disobedience. He coldly ignored this maddening suffering. Perhaps he had become numb from experience, or perhaps his heart had grown cold, rendering everything inconsequential. Gently patting the nightmarish steed, which burned with the flames of evil, he declared, "Jade steed, you are my dearest companion in this life and beyond." The nightmarish creature sensed its master's emotions and responded with a gentle snort, its iron hooves lightly scraping the ground. The steed, imbued with a mystical essence, galloped swiftly towards Sandrew's lair, the subterranean stronghold of the undead castle. Sandrew, though somewhat irritated by this disobedient knight, could not deny that Nit, the terrifying knight, was the strongest among his many undead minions. Even the skeletal dragons and wraiths paled in comparison. He had been fortunate to find such a worthy sacrificial knight. Currently, Sandrew was engaged in a crucial endeavor. The necromancer was preparing to transform himself into a formidable lich, a step to transcend the greatest barrier of myth. After meticulously instructing all his subordinates on the necessary precautions, Sandrew officially embarked on his path to lichdom. However, the affairs of the world seldom align with one's desires. The formidable and enigmatic Death Knight, Nit, found his cold, lifeless heart inexplicably fluttering upon hearing that Sandrew intended to retreat for several years to ascend to lichdom. That very night, this astonishingly powerful Death Knight mounted his cherished steed, Nightmarish, and departed from the necropolis, embarking on a journey back to his homeland. Nit was not driven by any ulterior motive. He merely wished to pose a simple, yet profound question to a beautiful girl, after which he would pledge unwavering loyalty to Sandrew until death. The following morning, upon discovering that his most esteemed warrior, the Death Knight, had fled, the enraged necromancer summoned his entire legion of undead to pursue him. Only a handful of skeletal soldiers, death priests, and vampires remained within the castle. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 72. The Undying Belief, in the Invincible Fear accompanied by a few ruffians, the Black Dragon, having raided the lair of the necromancer, clearly reaped substantial rewards. Setting aside the precious materials and necromantic experiment notes housed in the depths of the main fortress, one cannot overlook the numerous chests filled with gold and silver treasures concealed beneath the unassuming spire. These delightful little treasures indeed brought a broad grin to the dragon's immense maw. The convenience of a spatial ring is truly remarkable. Otherwise, the dragon would have been at a loss regarding how to transport such an abundance of riches back home. Would the great black dragon really consider carrying them himself? Should it come to that, it would not be entirely out of the question. For the glimmering gold coins undoubtedly hold greater significance than the dignity of the majestic dragon lineage. Dino, adhering to his principle of sharing the spoils, generously distributed some benefits to his 3 monstrous subordinates. The little skeleton received a massive scimitar that shimmered with a chilling brilliance, nearly as tall as himself. It was somewhat heavy, and the little skeleton, unable to wield it effectively, could only drag it along. The Minotaur was presented with a necromantic spellbook, the origin of which was unknown. It seemed that Kai 11 possessed no aptitude for magic whatsoever. The dense-headed Minotaur said nothing, casually flipping through a few pages before shoving the tome into his pocket, for how could the products of a necromancer's craft be anything less than excellent? As for the temporary worker, the necromancer Sayer, the generous black dragon bestowed upon him 3 copper coins. This was one of the only 3 coins remaining from the entire treasure trove of that unfortunate necromancer, perhaps left behind in a moment of carelessness during his nefarious exploits. Regardless, it certainly held sentimental value. Sayer, feeling a mix of despair and fury, stared at the 3 gleaming copper coins in his hand, momentarily at a loss as to whether he should express gratitude to the wretched black dragon or unleash a torrent of curses. However, considering his precious life, the necromancer wisely stifled his tempting thoughts. After plundering the most valuable possessions of their former owner, the mischievous black dragon, Dino, did not rush to depart. Moreover, he was quite intrigued by the prospect of conversing with a necromancer of equal standing. Perhaps he could savor the exquisite pleasure of thrashing the undead. The mere thought thrilled him. Yet the primary reason for his lingering was far simpler. The dragon was hungry. Indulging in delectable food amidst a place rife with the stench of the undead was a truly exhilarating experience. The black dragon languidly reclined against the castle walls, occasionally kicking at the massive structure, reducing sections of it to rubble. Observing the dense fog of death swirling above the necromancer's fortress, Dino felt a surge of pride. If that accursed necromancer were to return and witness the destruction of his lair, his expression would surely be a sight to behold. Alas, the dragon's schedule was rather tight, leaving little time for protracted waits. Sayer stood foolishly by the side of the imposing black dragon, observing this formidable creature audaciously exposing its dark belly as it reclined leisurely on the broad stone-paved ground, half-closed eyes indulging in a serene nap. The dragon's legs, elevated in a relaxed posture, had the potential to obliterate substantial sections of city walls with ruthless ease. At this moment, Sayer found himself utterly in awe of this black dragon. Never had he encountered such an audacious behemoth in this world. This creature was the epitome of shamelessness, having plundered others' homes. It now lounged nonchalantly, refusing to leave. Good heavens, did this black dragon intend to deal with that esteemed predecessor as well? In stark contrast to Sayer's anxious thoughts, the simple-minded Minotaur was quite content, for the little skeleton Clara had wisely come forward to assist with the grilling of meat, significantly alleviating Kai's workload. even more splendidly. After meticulously washing his pristine bony hands numerous times, Clara was perfectly suited to the task of seasoning the meat with herbs and salt. Lord Dino had previously been quite disdainful of the Minotaur-esque grimy hands, but now, with the pristine skeletal hands of Clara taking over, the black dragon would surely be pleased. If the dragon was satisfied, wouldn't Tikai be rewarded handsomely once more? One could only wonder what delightful treasures awaited him this time. As the increasingly skilled Minotaur finished grilling the delectable meat, the dark giant dragon, who had been in deep contemplation, eagerly swooped in to savor its sumptuous feast. The Minotaur stood by, relishing his own share of the roasted delicacy, while Clara, the non-eating skeleton, and Sayer, the hesitant necromancer, watched in dismay as the two creatures voraciously tore into their meal with an almost vengeful fervor. Their eating manners were truly appalling. After satisfying their appetites, the dragon planned to embark on a new adventure with the undead legion it commanded. However, for reasons unknown, Dino grew increasingly dissatisfied with the necromantic fortress before him. Thus, the black dragon recalled a notorious strategy: annihilate, seize, slaughter, and demolish. Slaughter? Perhaps that was unnecessary. There was no need to expend energy on insignificant little creatures. Seize? That seemed to have been accomplished quite effectively, as he had already appropriated all the valuable items. Burn? That appeared rather unseemly. After all, destroying the fruits of someone's labor amassed over centuries with a single blaze lacked humanity. Perhaps only half could be burned, leaving the remainder to fate. Demolish? Now that was a splendid idea, one that truly resonated with the dragon's spirit. Truly, the great black dragon lineage was remarkable. Their creativity far surpassed that of ordinary fools. Under the astonished gaze of Clara and Saya, the formidable black dragon swaggered through the ruins, demolishing every structure of the undead castle that dared to rise above the horizon. As if this destruction were insufficient, the audacious creature produced a large barrel of animal fat from its spatial ring, pouring it liberally over the remnants of the once magnificent buildings. Finally, it unleashed a torrential downpour of fire magic, igniting these resilient stone edifices. Now it appeared aesthetically pleasing, wouldn't you agree? Having committed such malevolent deeds, the black dragon, with a resounding clap of its massive claws, created a thunderous echo, then strode forth from the castle, now an unrecognizable ruin, even to its architect, the ancient necromancer. Given the sheer audacity and vengeful nature of this wretched black dragon, the little skeleton Clara, the necromancer Saya, and the Minotaur Kawasi were eager to nod vigorously, fearing that any delay could result in unwarranted calamity. Volume 1. The Roar of the Beast Shakes the Forest. Chapter 73. The Soul Burns. Unyielding in death, to the north of the desolate sea of undead bones lies the territory of the Empire of Lilies, where once a grand yet diminutive city thrived. However, its proximity to this terrifying realm of silence has rendered it bleak and withered, ravaged by the relentless onslaught of the undead. Life has been extinguished, and the remnants of the city are steeped in a mournful atmosphere. Northward, northward, that is the place of my birth, the land of my upbringing, the sanctuary of my carefree childhood, and the repository of my unresolved past. Liar, wait for me. I shall surely come to see you. The fearsome knight Nit rides his nightmarish steed, racing like the wind toward the distant north. All who dare to obstruct this knight of iron resolve meet with a swift and final judgment of death. Nit is an extraordinarily powerful knight, transcending the limitations of his undead kin. Even the foremost necromancer, the master of the fearsome knights, may find himself grievously wounded in a life-or-death struggle against this knight who nearly surpasses the mythical realm. The strength of the mind, the power of love, the force of faith, and the indomitable will, these qualities distinguish Nit, allowing him to transcend the coldness of his fellow undead. He is, without a doubt, the rightful king of the fearsome knights, an anomaly among millions of his kind. In just one night, through the combined efforts of the nightmares and the fearsome knight, they have traversed thousands of miles. The necromantic castle of Sandrew has long vanished from sight. At the gentle call emanating from the depths of his soul, Nit unhesitatingly ignites the blazing fire of his own spirit, seeking greater power to behold the face of the beautiful girl with whom he grew up. Yet, what will it matter once they meet? This question is one that the fearsome knight deliberately chooses to ignore. Each thought of this elusive answer still rends his already lifeless heart, echoing the pain of the past. A skeleton legion. The fearsome knight suddenly perceives the vast expanse of white bones before him. This is a guerrilla force wandering within the sea of undead bones. And judging by its thousands in number, it likely has an 8th-tier skeletal lord commanding it. Under normal circumstances, this knight, steeped in silence, would choose to turn away from slaughtering these powerless skeletons. However, everything has changed this time. What he lacks most is time. The 4-meter-long, sharp, and robust cleaver reveals its bloodthirsty fangs, and with a gust of fierce wind, the fearsome knight, unyielding in his charge, plunges into the endless legion of skeletons. The scythe of death, akin to a colossal cleaver, relentlessly harvested the flickering flames of naive little skeleton souls, one after another. The terrifying knight traversed a landscape strewn with shattered white bones. This was a battle fought in fervent pursuit of a belief that transcended all else, a struggle against oneself and against time. The throng of skeleton soldiers, huddled together, did not unite their efforts to confront this dreadful executioner, but instead frantically vied for the dim, unworthy flames of souls that night hardly regarded. This epitomizes the lament of the lowly undead. For these thoughtless, insignificant beings, the sole aspiration was to absorb every flicker of soul fire within reach. Enhancing their strength, this was the one and only semblance of existence imprinted upon their souls. Among them, a cunning little skeleton like Klana was truly a rarity, a unique aberration. Sandrew was in pursuit. The terrifying knight effortlessly extinguished the flickering flame of a formidable 7th-tier skeletal general, pausing momentarily in his fluid and lethal execution before resuming his slaughter. Now with increased fervor, a faint ache emanated from the depths of his soul, and Knight, well acquainted with this peculiar sensation, knew that Sandrew was drawing near. With each step Sandrew took, the anguish within his soul intensified. Now, the only option was to carve a bloody path through the chaos. This time, I must see you, Lil, even if it leads to my demise. Sandrew was furious. Although this terrifying knight had occasionally acted on his own volition over the years, sometimes even contravening orders, Sandrew had compelled himself to temper his rage, recognizing the knight's loyalty and formidable prowess. Yet, this insolent knight dared to disregard the commands of the great necromancer Sandrew. Slipping away unnoticed just as Sandrew was on the verge of breaking through to the mythic tier. How could this be tolerated? If this scoundrel were to abandon his post, what would prevent my enemies from seizing the opportunity to assault my castle during my moment of vulnerability? Those foolish undead dragons would be utterly incapable of defending it. I refuse to become a wretched dog, hiding in the shadows while ascending to the eternal, indomitable lich. If that were to occur, my reputation would be utterly tarnished. I cannot allow you to escape, you rascal. I will haul you back to the castle and impose a multitude of deathly restraints upon you, the traitorous knight. I truly cannot believe you could evade capture. Humph. If you manage to slip away this time, the great necromancer will be mocked by those wretched, ancient beings for millennia. Prioritizing his pride above even his ascension to lichhood, Sandrew was wholly focused on capturing the terrifying knight alive. A dead knight would hold no value whatsoever. Cursed be it. Has that nightmarish creature absconded with my forbidden potion, igniting a conflagration of life? How could it possibly escape with such swiftness? By the heavens, even upon the back of a skeletal dragon, I cannot keep pace with that scoundrel. Sandrew sensed the powerful soul's resonance, marked indelibly upon the ether, receding ever further. He immediately discerned that the terrifying knight must have employed some arcane method to gamble with his own existence. Yet, this proud old sorcerer was loath to compromise his dignity by pursuing the matter himself, for he surmised that even then, he would be unable to catch up. As the knight possessed the ability to soar, it was only due to the potent restrictions he had secretly enacted that he lacked the capacity for flight. After contemplating the situation with great care, Sandrew resolutely dispatched his solitary ghostly dragon, recognizing that engaging the knight, whose faith was unwavering, through mental assault would be the most effective strategy. Furthermore, the old lich had an additional motive. The ghostly dragon was the swiftest among all his undead minions, a veritable choice for the role of chief assault leader. This time, he would ensure that that rascal Nid awaited his retribution in obedient trepidation. Volume 1. The Roar of the Chapter 74. The Wrath of the Black Dragon and the Nightmare of the Bone Dragon, the Translucent. Grayish form of the dragon is a manifestation of the indomitable will and lingering soul of a deceased colossal dragon, born both naturally and artificially. Generally, naturally occurring ghost dragons possess the potential to transcend limits, while their artificially created counterparts lack such qualifications. Undoubtedly, This ghost dragon belonging to Sandrew is one of those hopeless progeny. The Annihilation Dragon Soul Wave is the ghost dragon's signature technique, specifically designed to inflict harm upon souls and spiritual entities. Enhanced by the faint, unique majesty of the dragon clan, it proves exceedingly effective against most undead creatures and living beings alike. However, the fearsome Night Nit withstood the relentless onslaught of the ghost dragon, which rained down lethal gray miasma from the heavens. The torment of entangled souls was so corrosive that even the knight's steely resolve faltered, causing him to bite down hard on his lip, crimson blood cascading down, painting a picture of melancholic beauty. The fearsome knight let out a pained roar, simultaneously wielding his great axe with lightning speed, aiming for the dragon's soul condensed at the apex of its head. This desperate attack carried the weight of the knight's immense strength and the essence of undead combat energy. Boom! The ghost dragon fell, leaving no parting words, under the heart-wrenching gaze of Sandrew. Damn it, Nit. You scoundrel. I shall make you pay dearly for this. Sandrew seethed. Do you understand that this was my only ghost dragon, one I had secretly acquired from my master? How could you dare to squander such a treasure? This is utterly unforgivable. Sandrew's piercing howl echoed far into the bleeding ears of the indifferent Night Nit, who, unfazed, shook his numbed arms and swiftly guided his nightmare steed northward, retrieving his formidable weapon along the way. Fueled by rage, Sandrew pursued the fearsome knight across thousands of miles, ultimately losing a bone dragon and over 100 elite undead warriors who served as his formidable backbone. Among them were 3 of the Sacred Realm and 1 of mythic status, a loss so substantial that even the notoriously frugal Sandrew found himself unable to weep from the pain. Nit, you wretched scoundrel, tell me honestly, have I ever wronged you? You turtle-headed fool, were it not for my sacrifice, would you, a mere knight not even at the Sacred Realm, have attained such terrifying mythic prowess? How could you rise to be a paragon of strength, second to none? Why have you betrayed me? Why? Sandrew's voice rose to a frenzied pitch, his fury capable of incinerating the entire sea of undead bones. It is you, my master, who has bestowed upon me this second chance at life, granting me a formidable power that I had never previously imagined. I, Nit, have never harbored thoughts of betrayal against you, my master. A drop of kindness deserves an ocean of gratitude. I humbly request a brief respite to return to my homeland and visit an old acquaintance. Upon my return, I shall pledge my undying loyalty to you, forever and always. This singular wish encompasses my entire existence. The nightmare steed, once adorned with eyes that blazed with every negative emotion in existence, now appears dull and lifeless, as if on the verge of dissipating. Since the nightmare has reached the brink of exhaustion, its companion, the terrifying knight, is not faring any better. Nit's black armor is marred with jagged claw marks, and horrific wounds ooze dark blood. A gaping hole, the size of a fist, has been torn through the left side of Nit's chest, where the heart once resided, now reduced to mere fragments by a ferocious dragon's claw during a fierce struggle for survival. After hearing the words of the terrifying knight, Sandrew's frenzied emotions momentarily calmed, only to erupt once more in a tirade. You fool, do not even think about it. You are dead. What purpose does returning serve? Do you wish to rendezvous with your first love? How foolishly laughable. If they do not scream for help to slay you, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball. Spare me your incessant prattle. You worthless creature have caused me to lose a substantial amount of elite combat power. I will not rest until I have tormented you for centuries. You shall not rob other undead for me and expect to see the sun rise again if you do not recover these losses. The terrifying knight sat quietly upon the nightmare steed, gripping his battered black blade with his right hand while gently patting the steed's head with his blood-stained left. Even in such a weakened state, the knight's spine remained unyieldingly straight, as if no hardship could ever conquer this remarkable being, who silently endures all worldly suffering. With a swift motion, the terrifying knight dismounted with grace, an agility that belied his imminent demise. He knelt on one knee toward the necromancer, his left hand firmly grasping the rough, broad hilt of his sword. With a clenched fist, he struck his chest, where his heart once beat, with a forceful blow. His chilling words resonated throughout the bloody battlefield. My master, I would gladly embrace death. Observing the silent knight, whose presence radiated an even more chilling aura than before, I witnessed a sudden resurgence of vibrant, dark crimson light in his once dull eyes, now aglow with a fierce and haunting brilliance. It is the anguished roar of the soul's light, a wild outcry from the very essence of existence, the ultimate blossoming of life's core, a sacrifice of life, burning fervently with all that it possesses, soul, spirit, energy, potential, and even the most trivial of wills. Sandrew is acutely aware of the dire consequences that the fearsome knight faces by relinquishing everything. It is the complete and utter disappearance from this world. An irrevocable forfeiture of the chance for reincarnation in the next life, all extinguished by his own hand. With a feeble wave, the relentless horde of the undead surged forward in pursuit. The old wizard shut his eyes, unwilling to witness the most formidable of his forces embark on a path toward his own somber obliteration. This was Nit's own choice. Even if the necromancer wished to show mercy, it was no longer feasible. Howl! The bone dragon! Cursed bone dragon! I shall dismantle you! A furious roar reverberated across 1,000 miles. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 75. Ruthless betrayal and disloyal loyalty. After the necromancer's Bone Sea sightseeing tour had plundered and obliterated its own incriminating evidence, the notorious villain, the Dark Dragon from the Dragon Dungeon, led a meandering expedition through this bizarre realm of death. Dino found himself at a loss for direction and, in a democratic fashion, sought the counsel of the local authority, the necromancer Sayer. The undead sorcerer pondered seriously for a moment before malevolently indicating the southern path, which led directly to the depths of the necromancer's Bone Sea. With such meager strength, should a black dragon foolishly venture into that abyss, it would meet its end before even comprehending how it perished. This place was the true necromancer's Bone Sea, a convergence of all manner of aberrant liches and even more twisted half-liches. Chuckling ominously, the black dragon heartily patted Sayer's frail shoulder, swiftly sending the hapless necromancer to meet his superior, the Lord of Hell, Blackens. Humph! Did you truly believe I, the great dragon, was oblivious to the dangers? Even a fool knows that the further one goes into the necromancer's Bone Sea, the greater the peril that awaits. I have yet to satiate my thirst for adventure, and am not inclined to seek such exhilarating danger so soon. To risk my precious dragon life in such a manner would be utterly unjust. Such a swift demise for you is merely a nod to your previously commendable service. If you had simply adhered to your lucrative role as a guide, would the magnificent black dragon Dino have ever crossed paths with a feeble necromancer like yourself? Such actions would only serve to diminish my stature. However, the current situation was rather pleasing. In truth, Sayer's residual worth had been thoroughly exhausted by the sagacious dragon, and this was the perfect opportunity to dispose of him cleanly. After all, no one appreciates the presence of a venomous serpent intent on their demise. A swift death is far more agreeable. Let us proceed north. After dispatching Sayer, the black dragon, turning to the astonished skeleton Clara and the nonchalant minotaur Kaishur, declared this with delight. The dictatorial dark dragon, having uttered these words, extended his formidable left claw, swiftly ensnaring the foolish duo within its grip. The black dragon's flying speed was among the fastest in the dragon kind. Aside from the wind elemental storm dragon and the void elemental nihility dragon, the black dragon, with its unparalleled physical prowess, was the swiftest among its kin. The wind howled fiercely, sharp as a legendary blade, slicing through the bodies of the minotaur and the little skeleton, producing a wild, piercing wail. After a frenzied flight lasting several hours, the dark dragon abruptly halted midair without warning. This abrupt stop resulted in a sizable bump forming on Kaishi's forehead, while Clara nearly fell apart entirely. Damn it all. This wretched claw is harder than I imagined. Kaisi, come out and take a look. To which obscure corner have we wandered now? I scarcely recognize this place. The great black dragon, in a rather thoughtless manner, uttered a question devoid of any dragonly wisdom, his booming voice overwhelming the minotaur. With one hand pressed against the large bump on his forehead, the minotaur cautiously peered from the dragon's claw, surveying the desolate wasteland strewn with bones below. This normally straightforward creature, known for its honesty, spoke without guile. Lord Dino, I too am at a loss regarding our location, for I have never set foot here. Moreover, I doubt the timid and fearful Clara would possess any knowledge of this place either. Alas, you should not have dispatched that necromancer so hastily. Although his motives were far from noble, and he frequently plotted against you, at least he could have guided us. Humph. I, the great dragon, never regret my actions. Those who lament their choices are merely weak-willed. My resolve remains steadfast. Kaisi, why do you waste your breath? Think of a feasible plan. After all, I can go 10 days or even half a month without sustenance. But you, well, the black dragon, with a touch of intimidation, addressed his increasingly capable subordinate, punctuating his words with a fierce swipe of his terrifying right claw, leaving 5 distinct, resonating cracks in the air. The Minotaur cast a disdainful glance at the black dragon. Humph, old bull I am, not a deity. How can I conjure answers to every problem? Ka-AC, wearing an expression of extreme frustration, was rewarded with yet another bump on his forehead, courtesy of the dragon. Master, perhaps we could simply capture a few native undead and inquire? Clara ventured cautiously. Upon hearing the suggestion from the little skeleton, the black dragon pondered thoughtfully for a moment before eagerly agreeing. Thus, this impatient dragon once again unfurled his enormous black wings and soared towards a recently sensed powerful soul fluctuation. Confident that such a formidable entity would possess the intellect necessary to serve as an excellent guide for the black dragon, Dino. Within mere minutes, the black dragon efficiently arrived at the site of the disturbance, but the scene that greeted him ignited his fury for the first time. A palpable wave of murderous intent enveloped the air. The great black dragon, Dino, was enraged. A bone dragon? How dare these wretched necromancers? I shall slay you. Roar. A bone dragon. Cursed bone dragon. I will dismantle you. His furious roar reverberated across the land. Consumed by rage, the dark dragon did not entirely lose his wits. With clarity of mind, Dino cast aside the 2 creatures clinging to his left claw from the sky, simultaneously bestowing upon them a top-tier spatial magic scroll, teleporting these utterly useless beings, who would only hinder him, to a desolate wilderness several kilometers away. A black dragon engages in battle with 2 skeletal dragons. A mythic tier dark giant dragon fiercely contends against 2 peak sanctified skeletal dragons, under the anguished gaze of Sandrew, who feels as though his heart is shattering. The last 2 skeletal dragons of his undead dragon squad valiantly meet their demise, reduced to a cacophony of shattered bones. To make matters worse, the wretched black dragon shamelessly unleashes a mythic pinnacle purification spell, Radiant Ascendance, instantly transforming all remaining dragon bones into fine dust, which is whisked away by the wind to unknown corners. By the ancestors of your family, cursed black dragon, I, Sandrew, will fight you to the bitter end. Even if it costs me my life, I shall drag you down with me, you scoundrel. The desperate necromancer, driven mad with fury, soars into the air. Charging towards the black dragon. Volume 1. The Roar of the Beast. Shocking All Creatures, Chapter 76. Where there's a lich. Strike him down. The melee battle between the necromancer Sandrew and the black dragon Dino was evidently doomed to failure from the outset. The reasons were manifold, but the most glaringly apparent was that Sandrew lacked the shamelessness of Dino, who indiscriminately unleashed a plethora of magical scrolls. Even though Sandrew was undeniably a formidable foe capable of giving the black dragon a run for its money, he found himself utterly defeated, scurrying about in a pitiful state, with not a single part of him remaining unscathed. Now, Sandrew was consumed by regret, lamenting that had he not recklessly charged into battle with the infernal black dragon, he would not have become ensnared in its magical onslaught, rendered utterly helpless and toyed with by this scoundrel. It was an affront to the dignity of a necromancer of his stature. However, this was not the moment to dwell on matters of pride. The utmost priority was to preserve his life. Alas, would the wretched black dragon not grant the illustrious Sandrew a chance to escape? Was he truly destined to meet his end here today? Such a fate seemed utterly absurd, yet it appeared to be his only recourse. After a relentless barrage of magical scrolls had been hurled at the necromancer, the furious black dragon prepared to take matters into its own claws. With Sandrew's strength reduced to a mere 60%, it would be a trivial task for the great dark dragon to vanquish such a wretched creature. Let us finish him off. In truth, Sandrew felt quite aggrieved. He had not refrained from fiercely resisting the black dragon's wild assault. Yet what drove him to the brink of despair was the black dragon's astonishing immunity to necromantic magic. His most devastating attacks barely grazed the beast. While the presence of myriad magical shields contributed to this, it was clear that the dragon's power transcended the mythical tier. No, if this continues, I shall surely perish. I have no choice but to use that technique. Under the ferocious onslaught of the black dragon, Sandrew resolutely severed one of his own legs. The physical prowess of the dragon was preposterously overwhelming. Such strength should not belong to an 11th tier dragon, but rather seemed to belong to one of 12th tier caliber. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that if he could survive this ordeal, a century of recuperation would suffice to restore his vitality. after which he could seek a tranquil place to ascend to Lichhood and eventually settle the score with that despicable black dragon. A crimson glow intermingled with a murky gray mist surged skyward, propelling the dark dragon, who was reveling in its triumph, several hundred meters away. This was the self-sacrifice of a necromancer of immense power, 1 foot already in the realm of the mythical, wielding formidable strength to escape. Humph! This old fool intends to flee. He must first seek the approval of the great black dragon Dino. In a fleeting moment, the black dragon was unable to personally intercept the retreat of the nefarious necromancer. However, the dragon possessed an array of formidable tactics at his disposal. With a mere thought, a plethora of dark, fist-sized objects materialized from the spatial ring, which the dragon seized with his claw. Channeling all his might, he hurled these lethal bombs, crafted through decades of meticulous research in dark alchemy by the ancient demon, towards the necromancer, now enveloped in a swirling crimson flame. These bombs, conveniently portable and effortlessly wielded even by ordinary folk, bore the immense power akin to that of a peak-level fire magic spell. The dragon unleashed no fewer than 50 or 60 of these explosive devices, each representing a pinnacle of fire magic. Even under optimal conditions, the formidable Sandrew would have hesitated to confront such a piercing onslaught, let alone in his current weakened state. A mere brush with one of these bombs could spell doom for Sandrew. Yet, one might argue that he had brought this upon himself, as fate had conspired against him in the form of the dragon. Just as Sandrew was resigned to his first and final encounter with these perilous devices, a massive black cleaver streaked through the air like a meteor, cutting through the atmosphere with a shrill whistling sound to intercept the barrage of fervent self-destructive bombs. The explosion that ensued was deafening, transforming the somber sky into a blinding spectacle of white light. The fiery form that Sandrew had assumed was violently displaced, propelled thousands of meters away by the force of the blast. With a muffled gasp, the already blood-depleted Sandrew coughed up a few droplets of crimson mist. Who dared to audaciously thwart my plans? The dragon seethed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Sandrew, now clinging to life by a thread, defying the odds to survive. This was intolerable for the proud black dragon, Dino. He resolved to demonstrate to this interloper the myriad ways in which he could exact vengeance for the disruption of his ambitions. Sandrew, propelled by the ferocious shockwave, vanished without a trace. The furious dragon, momentarily disinclined to expend energy pursuing the old sorcerer, shifted his focus to the ephemeral figure of the fearsome knight who had audaciously intervened at the last moment. This knight, on the brink of death, had summoned the last vestiges of his strength to hurl the massive cleaver into the sky, shielding Sandrew from a fate sealed by a catastrophic blow. While the black dragon was no benevolent soul, he was not devoid of mercy either. Given the knight's evident demise, Dino chose not to pursue further grievances against this valiant figure, opting instead to let fate take its course. Dino hovered silently in midair, as if traversing flat ground, observing the eerie night approach the finality of existence. Strangely, he felt an uncanny resemblance between the enigmatic knight and certain deeply buried aspects of himself. Liar, I am sorry. The terrifying knight, trembling, extended a hand missing 3 fingers, gently caressing the fallen nightmare, whose form was shrouded in profound darkness. With a parched and hoarse voice, he uttered his final words. In that moment, the formidable knight and his faithful nightmare steed extinguished the last flicker of their withered souls' fire together. Volume 1. The Roaring of the Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 77. The spectacular ancient castle of the millennia's Lich the Weather in the Sea of Bones is perpetually shrouded in mist. Devoid of flowers, grass, or trees, it presents a desolate landscape of stark skeletons, barren black earth, and massive exposed rocks. The only sound that pierces the stillness of this deathly realm is the occasional howling wind, a chilling whisper echoing with the endless resentment of the undead. Clara, the fortunate little skeleton, expertly rummaged through the heaps of bones scattered on the ground, deftly unearthing several suitably sized white bones. After testing their lengths and finding them just right, she affixed a new leg bone to her unfortunate broken right leg. Rising, she walked a few steps, feeling no discomfort at all, and cheerfully made her way towards the busy Minotaur, who was preparing lunch for the black dragon, eager to lend a hand. The black dragon lay languidly on a recently leveled stone not far away, eyes closed, deeply engrossed in practicing the rare and extraordinary forbidden dragon technique. Given the current pace of progress, it seemed that in a few decades he would ascend to a mythic tier, a rather commendable speed. Oh, The recently depleted tour group in the Sea of Bones had now welcomed two new creatures. The nightmare, with its deep crimson eyes, gazed intently at its master, withholding any attention from the dark dragon feigning sleep beside them, a mount fiercely loyal to its master. "Thank you for saving me despite past grievances," the Dread Knight said slowly, opening his sorrowful, indifferent crimson eyes to address the black dragon, though his gaze seemed to drift far beyond comprehension. The black dragon lazily scratched his chin with a massive gold ingot, keeping his eyes shut as he replied nonchalantly, "Now that the soul contract binding you has dissipated, you are free. What do you plan to do? Perhaps you could follow me, and I assure you, life will be delightful for you. Oh, I almost forgot. As a Dread Knight, you don't need to eat. You've truly turned misfortune into fortune this time. I envy you. I wish to return home to see someone. And then I will follow you, my Lord Black Dragon, to repay this life-saving grace," the Dread Knight replied, his dry voice far from pleasant, yet his words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Perhaps it was this unwavering dedication that drove the formidable Dread Knight unrepentantly towards the path of destruction. Is it a girl? She must be pure and beautiful. The Black Dragon suddenly found himself intrigued by the personal life of this seemingly cold and morose Dread Knight. Perhaps this was what one might call gossip, a wildly infectious affliction that knows no bounds of race or class. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and untainted, the terrifying knight remained silent. Yet the deep crimson of his eyes revealed an increasingly profound sorrow. Observing this, the Black Dragon, ever perceptive, seized the opportunity to deliver an even sharper remark. "Oh, could it be that a red apricot has ventured beyond the wall? Has that young lady adorned you with a green hat?" The Black Dragon, with an air of mock contemplation, surveyed the terrifying knight's despondent visage and proceeded to rub salt into his continuously bleeding wounds. Silence. The terrifying knight finally erupted, unable to endure the incessant jests of this wretched Black Dragon. Each word from the creature felt like the sharpest of blades, piercing deep into the newly revived, desolate heart of night, evoking a torment that spiraled him into emotional chaos. The Black Dragon, unfazed by the threat of mutual destruction, found such a notion rather dull. The illustrious Dino would never engage in a venture that bore no profit. "Hey there, handsome, do steady your emotions. It was merely a jest. Is it truly worth your life? Let me share something that might delight you. Just the other day, I raided the lair of a necromancer and acquired a trove of splendid treasures. Now that you are one of us, the great Black Dragon Dino shall share a portion with you." "I refuse." The terrifying knight instinctively rejected the Black Dragon's offer. However, this democratic dragon often disregarded the opinions of others, casually tossing a robust, dark red knight's sword to the terrifying knight, a weapon essential for a knight. This sword seems oddly familiar. Isn't it part of Sandru's collection? From which castle did you acquire it?" "Oh, you inquire about that? It's from the southern region, where that fool necromancer, whose head was kicked by a donkey, failed to hide his treasures well enough. It was hardly a challenge for the great Black Dragon to find them. The Black Dragon nonchalantly revealed the origin of his ill-gotten gains, gesturing towards the distant southern horizon. After hearing the Black Dragon's account, the terrifying knight was utterly convinced of one undeniable truth. The castle looted by Dino was indeed Sandru's. "The necromancer's castle you plundered happens to be the residence of my former master, the necromancer Sandru." "Huh, what a delightful coincidence." I can hardly fathom the old coot's reaction upon returning to his lair. Will he faint from sheer rage? This is simply too amusing, utterly hilarious. I could die from laughter. The Black Dragon, upon hearing such an uproarious tale, lost all semblance of dignity. Clutching his belly with both claws and rolling upon the rocky ground, his thunderous laughter echoing unabashedly. After this hearty amusement, the Black Dragon prepared to accompany the terrifying knight back to his homeland to fulfill the lingering wishes of this stubborn soul. Yet, the reticent terrifying knight managed to conceal every shred of his past from the overly inquisitive Black Dragon, leaving the dragon rather vexed. Though the fearsome knight now possesses the ability to soar through the skies, one cannot help but wonder whether this individual is merely afflicted by an excessive sense of knightly pride or if there are other factors at play. Remarkably, he insists on traversing at a leisurely pace accompanied by the formidable dark dragon, rather than utilizing its swiftness to reach his ancestral home. What a tremendous waste of precious time. Nevertheless, the Black Dragon, upon gazing into the depths of night's sorrowful eyes, chose to remain silent. In this world, there exists a curious term known as serendipity. The current expedition of the necromancer's skeletal sea has encountered such a phenomenon, for after several days of wandering, the black dragon and its peculiar entourage inadvertently stumbled into a realm of death within the skeletal sea. When an expansive, ancient castle complex loomed before the black dragon, vast and seemingly endless, Dino could not help but concede that they had indeed lost their way. What kind of cursed place is this? Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 78. A grand gift of introduction. The countenance of the black dragon was far from pleasant, exhibiting a dismal hue, though, regardless of its state, it remained distinctly black, drawing from the invaluable experiences gathered over a tumultuous 500 years of study. It became evident to Dino and the other creatures that the magnificent ancient castle complex before them did not reside in the primary realm of the lost dimension, but rather concealed within an interstitial realm, a hidden plane existing between the main dimensions. To construct such an expansive stronghold in a locale fraught with dangers akin to spatial turbulence could only be the handiwork of a formidable entity, one that the black dragon would unequivocally dare not provoke. Alas, had it been known beforehand, the dragon ought to have forcibly dragged the obstinate, fearsome knight directly to this site. Such an approach would have been far more efficient. Had they acted with greater alacrity, they might have already resolved their predicament. Were it not for the final life-saving gambit still clutched in the black dragon's grasp, this creature, who valued its own existence above all, would have long since turned tail and fled, rather than now contemplating the awe-inspiring sight of the ancient Lich's fortress. Based on the black dragon's vague conjectures, it was highly probable that the true master of this castle was not the Lich's, deemed worthless, but rather a half-Lich, an ascended being of terrifying caliber, on par with its three twisted, immortal mentors. The fearsome knight was no fool. Upon observing the sudden shift in the black dragon's demeanor, once nonchalant, now gravely serious, alongside the unimaginable scale of the castle, Nit, who had labored under Sandru for several years, could ascertain one critical truth: the inhabitants of this fortress were beyond their capability to confront, and the black dragon was equally outmatched. The Minotaur and the diminutive skeleton stood in awe before this miraculous creation, oblivious to the harsh trials that awaited them all. How? It was uncertain whether the black dragon was momentarily deranged or simply caught in a frenzy, but in the face of the unknown master of the mysterious castle, this audacious creature took the initiative to provoke, emitting a resounding, majestic roar that reverberated throughout the entire hidden plane of castle structures. This was a declaration of power, an assertion of draconic pride. Given that Dino possessed a trump card for preserving its own life, it was only natural to indulge in a bit of provocation towards the ancient castle's master. Of course, it would be even more fortuitous if that old, twisted being were absent. In such a case, the forbidden magical array meticulously taught by the eccentric master would prove invaluable, a secret art designed to dismantle various restraints. In truth, while the black dragon had envisioned a fervent welcome from the master of the castle, it could never have anticipated such a tempestuous reception. As Dino's overwhelming draconic majesty, accompanied by a thunderous roar, spread through the air, the once silent fortress erupted into fervor. Howl! Countless undead dragons soared from the shadowy corners of the ancient castle, their sheer numbers enough to instill nightmares in the hearts of all who beheld them. Dino, with a cursory glance, estimated that he had witnessed no fewer than 100 of these formidable creatures. 100 dragons, indeed. These were not mere trifles, they were substantial. Albeit undead, dragons of considerable might. Although they were not the true dragons, they belonged to the formidable ranks of the undead dragonkin. Upon closer inspection, the black dragon Dino discerned an intriguing detail. The master of this castle appeared to harbor a profound affection for undead dragons, for not a single other type of undead creature could be found here. Was it possible that only these hundreds of undead dragons resided within these walls? As the terrifying undead dragons ascended into the sky, they refrained from launching immediate, wild, and deadly assaults upon the intruding black dragon. Instead, they fixed their enormous eyes upon Dino, causing cold sweat to cascade down his brow. Who could remain unperturbed under the intense scrutiny of so many dragons? Yet, even in this perilous moment, Dino remained astutely observant, meticulously surveying the hidden dragons around him. This scrutiny revealed crucial intelligence. The variety of undead dragons present was far more comprehensive than he had anticipated. Every known type of undead dragon in this world was represented here. The bone dragon, a pallid creature of at least the 10th tier of the Holy Domain, was forged from the remains of a dragon after its demise. It was a coveted prize for those lesser necromancers and death magicians, a well-known commodity in the realm. Moreover, it boasted minimal resource requirements, making it a highly cost-effective option. However, the bone dragon was not without its drawbacks. It was notably fragile and challenging to resurrect once slain. The blood dragon, resplendent in crimson, represented a minimum of the 12th tier of obliteration, evolving from the bone dragon with an approximate 1 in 10,000 chance of ascension. This dragon was formidable to the point of being nearly monstrous. Upon its elevation to a blood dragon, it shed its previous vulnerabilities, emerging with renewed flesh and blood, regaining all the abilities of a true dragon, including authentic dragon might, resounding roars, an exceptionally powerful physique, and the capacity for dragon language magic, albeit often forgetting the spells learned in life. The corpse dragon, a deep purple-black, stood at a minimum of the 11th tier of mythical status, its body undeterred by decay, and its soul enduring beyond death. The corpse dragon was a favored tool of death magicians, yet abhorred by dragonkind. Its formation was contingent upon several critical factors. The dragon's body must remain intact upon death. It must harbor unresolved bitterness, and it must achieve at least the tier of obliteration prior to death. Otherwise, it would merely result in a failed bone dragon, bereft of its flesh. The fourth point emphasizes the necessity of conducting the necromantic transformation ritual before the corpse begins to decay, commonly referred to as a sacrifice. Each of these four elements is indispensable. The nether dragon, a creature of the lowest mythic rank, tier 11, is a colossal dragon reborn in the realm of the dead, capable of procreation. The nether dragon belongs to the infernal sovereign, Blackjans, and it is said that the nether dragon king serves as both steed and companion to Blackjans. In the primary realm, sightings of these formidable nether dragons are exceedingly rare due to their immense power and high intelligence, making them elusive even to liches. As rarity enhances value, the ghost dragon, with its slightly translucent gray hue, is of the lowest sanctified rank, tier 10, embodying the condensed hatred of dragon souls, wielding dragon might and draconic magic. This ghost dragon can be considered an accidental manifestation. Not every fallen dragon transforms into a bone dragon or a corpse dragon. Should the sacrificial ritual encounter unforeseen complications, the ghost dragon may mysteriously materialize into this world. Volume 1. The roaring dragon shakes the forest. Chapter 79. The young are driven out, leaving the old bewildered. This thought has become the sole concern of the black dragon Dino at this moment. Is that ancient, unyielding fiend truly a complete devotee to the dragon race? What compels such an obsession with the undead dragons? The immense effort required to acquire so many of them is truly a wasteful endeavor. Dino finds himself unusually subdued, the most compliant he has ever been since his inception, for he cannot defeat his adversary nor flee from this dire situation. Alas, even the curses that swirl in his mind are quelled by the desire to return to his lair in good health and high spirits. Had he known this would be the case, he would never have wandered into such a cursed place. This old wretch seems to be a troubled soul, foolishly establishing his abode on the periphery of the Sea of Bones. Do the ancient entities dwelling in its depths truly dare to confront him? Nit. If you have any strength left, do your utmost to protect these two fools. I intend to orchestrate a grand endeavor. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. The black dragon surveyed the landscape, where an overwhelming multitude of undead dragons fixated their gaze upon him and his companions, resembling a lecherous old man who had not laid eyes on a woman for decades. What was even more terrifying was that this was a horde of such lecherous beings, ready to give my all. The fearsome knight replied coolly, his right hand gently resting upon the hilt of his newly acquired two-handed sword. His dark crimson eyes gleamed with concentrated, solidified magical flames. The nightmare beneath him sensed its master's palpable aura of deathly intent and excitedly snorted, its iron hooves scraping against the cold ground in a display of pent-up energy. In the impending battle, the Minotaur Kai Shi and the little skeleton Clara exchanged a glance filled with unspoken resolve, a shared determination that defied the fear of death. The black dragon inhaled deeply, embodying a chilling aura reminiscent of a hero embarking on a perilous journey, stepping forward with unwavering conviction. All the undead dragons in this realm, be they ghostly, bloodthirsty, or infernal, intently focused their gazes upon the enigmatic dark dragon, curious about his intentions. Ahem. Dino's carefully cultivated aura was shattered by the sound of his own cough. The embarrassed black dragon grew weary of pretense and bellowed with abandon. You cowardly half-lich. Come forth at once. Is it pleasurable to lurk in the shadows and spy? Or are you simply cursed with a voyeuristic inclination? For the love of the dragons, perish swiftly and be reborn. Why do you dangle your existence before me? The air remained eerily silent, as if that venerable elder had truly achieved a level of audacity rivaling the primordial chaos of the universe. Perhaps it was the scornful rebukes of the Dragon Lord that rendered him unfit for the limelight. In any case, the old coot, who covertly orchestrated a multitude of dragon-like menaces to intimidate the Black Dragon, was as bashful as a newlywed bride, reluctant to unveil her red veil. Since you, old relic, have no worthwhile words to share, I shall take my leave. Dragon Lord bids you farewell. May our paths not cross again. The Black Dragon took a few steps back, creating an escape for himself, and turned earnestly in search of the misty, narrow path he had entered, only to find, as anticipated, that the sole route to survival had been obscured by that shadowy old beast. Where's the exit? Where is it? You wretched turtle. You dare attempt to ensnare me within your trap. You old relic, do not even think about it. Frustration, turmoil, a desire to kill. The Dragon Lord paced restlessly, his heavy footfalls resonating as the sole accompaniment in the deathly stillness. He was embroiled in a tormenting contemplation. Should he recklessly charge at the spectral dragons he could never hope to defeat? Or should he humbly beseech that old relic to grant him freedom? After much deliberation, the Black Dragon concluded that his current strength was utterly inadequate against these terrifying foes. An escape was futile. Thus, he resolved to employ his last resort for survival, but it would be prudent to test the waters with the old fellow first. Have you lost your voice, or perhaps your vigor? You lack even the courage to face me. I am ashamed for you. Were I in your position, I would have long since found a way to meet my end, sparing myself the humiliation of lingering in this world. If you had the audacity to perish in a latrine, I assure you, your legacy would be far from forgotten. Coughing. The Dragon Lord's audacious tone belied any semblance of a marginalized entity. Was this fellow daft or merely driven to madness in his quest for death? Certainly. The illustrious Black Dragon Dino was no fool seeking demise. His actions were driven by a purpose. After all, how could these ancient, perverse beings have witnessed anything they had not already seen in their countless years? If he failed to present something remarkable to alleviate their tedium, he would soon find himself besieged by a horde of dragons. It was evident that the esteemed elder regarded the great Black Dragon Dino as mere amusement, but being toyed with was far preferable to death. Moreover, the Dragon Lord currently enjoyed a relatively favorable position, able to hurl insults without fear of repercussion. That ancient pervert was unlikely to take offense, having lived for so long that if he were still unyielding, it would be akin to living a dog's life. But the self-conceited Black Dragon has, quite evidently, chosen to selectively forget a most significant truth. The level of your esteemed cursing prowess is entirely incomparable to that of those naive souls from the Forsaken Plane who have never witnessed the grandeur of the world. The ancient, elusive being, who has been cultivating in the shadows for millennia, refrained from immediately confronting the dragon and its monstrous entourage not out of enjoyment from being verbally berated. Rather, the truth is quite the opposite. This venerable figure was momentarily dazed by the dragon's scathing remarks. This individual is, without a doubt, a formidable force, and once they regain their composure, they will unleash a ruthless, soul-harvesting vengeance upon the dragons. Faced with this perilous moment, the Black Dragon finally resolved to unleash its ultimate trump card. Howl. Master. Second Master. Third Master. Save me. Dino, I am on the brink of disaster. The Black Dragon bellowed with all its might, its voice echoing with desperation. The unassuming black spatial ring hanging from its chest suddenly ignited with a dazzling, dreamlike brilliance, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Simultaneously, a colossal forbidden magical array, vast enough to encompass the entirety of the hidden plane, unfurled with the speed of lightning. An enigmatic and obscure wave reverberated outward, imbued with an ancient, unyielding sense of desolation. 3 towering figures, resembling deities or demons, gradually materialized in the ethereal expanse above. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 80. This loss of face is unbearable in the ancient castle of the Half-Wraith, where the air is perpetually shrouded in a subtle, nebulous gray mist. An enigmatic depth lingers, reminiscent of the unfathomable expanse of the starry cosmos above. This serene edifice, nestled within the realm of lost dimensions, has remained untouched by any living soul for at least a millennium. The sudden arrival of unexpected visitors can be regarded as a modest yet intriguing embellishment. The looming presence of hundreds of spectral dragons, poised for a fierce assault, fell eerily silent under the oppressive aura emanating from the three summoning figures, their breath caught as if a colossal stone weighed upon their hearts. Such is the overwhelming grandeur of an unparalleled powerhouse. Without lifting a finger, the mere hint of their formidable essence is enough to astound the world. Ah, my dear apprentice, how have you fared of late? It has been quite some time since our last correspondence. A sinister yet oddly warm voice resonated from the three resplendent figures. It was the familiar tone of Dino's second master, the old demon. Typically, the voice might not have seemed particularly melodious, but now it carried an inexplicable warmth, truly celestial. Elkaroon, what trouble have you stirred this time? Should it involve inconsequential nuisances, I shall not hesitate to give you a thorough thrashing. The jovial yet authoritative voice of the third master, the old lunatic, followed suit, his nonchalant demeanor indicating that the small dragons before him were hardly worth his concern. The thought of easily dispatching these minor irritants bored him. It had been too long since he had engaged in any combat, and his hands were itching for action. The dark dragon blinked its glimmering eyes in surprise, casting a furtive glance at the spectral dragons held firmly in place by his three masters. With a more open gaze, he regarded these wise mentors, and his once fluttering heart gradually settled into a melodious rhythm reminiscent of days gone by. Ah, how delightful it is to have such formidable allies. Dino had thrived in recent years, even establishing a renowned underground city within the Violet Empire. Anyone could attest to the existence of the dragon's underground city. Dino now exemplified the legacy of being a disciple of three notorious masters, eagerly sharing his modest accomplishments with these cherished figures, akin to a child yearning for praise from adults. Excellent, excellent, the old demon responded with a beaming smile, attentively listening to the little black dragon's updates. Regardless of the mischief-making accomplishments of this young rascal, in the old demon's eyes, he would always be that playful little black dragon. At this moment, the previously silent Black Wuwang finally spoke, his voice cold and metallic, reverberating with a transparent ripple throughout the ancient and mysterious castle. Dragon Demon, how long do you intend to hide? Your esteemed self, you reckless scoundrels have come knocking at my door without a shred of discernment. If I hadn't taken the necessary precautions, you three would have surely caused me no end of trouble. A grandiose voice reverberated from all directions of the ancient castle, imbued with the distinct timbre of a dragon's roar. Yet, the sound seemed to emanate from nowhere, leaving one perplexed as to its source. A mystery the dragon himself would never unravel. The old demon undoubtedly stood out among this trio of bullies as the most fitting candidate for the role of a nefarious extortionist, with circumstances decidedly in his favor. He was eager to extract some profit, for the treasures in possession of these ancient beings were exceedingly tempting. Ah, esteemed elder, your words are rather misplaced. Were it not for your shameless bullying of our little dragon, we three young ones would never have dared to trouble you. However, I must say, Dragon Demon, your lair is indeed quite impressive. It must have taken considerable effort to establish. It would be a shame if it were to be inadvertently destroyed, he chuckled. The hidden Dragon Demon may have found himself rendered speechless by the audacity of this old rogue, akin to Dino, as the minutes stretched on. Finally, another furious roar echoed through the castle's skies. You wretches, old and young alike, all cut from the same cloth. You are all just as shameless as your mother. Before you act recklessly, perhaps you should inquire what your little dragon has truly done. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to deal severely with a living dragon. Ah, it seems you prefer those dragons that meet their end naturally, esteemed elder. You have shown little interest in the living kind. Otherwise, it would indeed be strange that none of the proud giants, now risen as undead dragons under your command, have come to seek you out in the dead of night. The old madman pondered seriously, ultimately conceding that this unique undead half-lich was indeed renowned, albeit not for particularly commendable reasons. Instigation was not the modus operandi of this trio of bullies. These ancient beings, despite their heinous deeds, preferred to present facts and reason. Of course, this did not negate the fact that the Dragon Demon, with an age beyond reckoning, possessed unfathomable power, for this world ultimately revered the strong. Beloved apprentice, what on earth have you done to provoke the famously composed Dragon Demon into such a shameless frenzy over you, a mere child? The old demon found himself genuinely perplexed. Unable to fathom what heinous act Dino could have committed to incite such ire, even at the cost of his own dignity. The 13.5-meter-long black dragon cast a shy glance at its three masters. Its immense physique somehow conveyed a sense of delicate timidity. After a considerable pause, Dino hesitantly articulated the truth. "Masters, I assure you, I did nothing improper. I merely extended a gentle greeting to that esteemed senior. After all, it was he who used a dragon to intimidate me. Naturally, I felt frightened, so I uttered a few unflattering remarks in response." The dragon demon concealed in the shadows was on the verge of fainting from the audacity of this shameless black dragon. While he had witnessed many forms of shamelessness, this level was unprecedented. What you termed as a gentle greeting was nothing short of a vile slander. No matter how refined my demeanor, I could not possibly tolerate such outrageous insults. The thick-skinned old demon took it upon himself to provide both parties with an avenue for resolution. "Ah, my dear apprentice, why not simply apologize to the dragon demon elder? Let us put this matter to rest. I trust that the esteemed elder would not hold a grudge against a mere junior." Upon noticing the elder's silence, he concluded, "Then it is settled." Volume 1. The roar of the chapter 81. Do you remember the wind and grace of those years? As the crimson sun ascends slowly, a few ethereal white clouds float gracefully across the azure expanse of the sky. The warm breeze intoxicates the wanderers in this enchanting month of May, a time when cherry blossoms bloom romantically. The rosy blossoms, intertwined with the tender green foliage, create a billowing sea of snowy petals. As the gentle zephyr caresses the landscape, petals of pink, nearly white, drift softly from the treetops, dancing delicately in the air. The swirling cherry blossoms fall like dreamlike snowflakes, a breathtaking sight. It feels as though one has stepped into a fairy tale. Lier cannot help but extend her arms, closing her eyes as she twirls. The petals cascade like a rain of flowers, each one falling like snow, and beneath the cherry trees, the girl twirls joyfully like a fairy among the blossoms, seemingly merging with the most exquisite romance of May. The scene, with cherry blossoms fluttering, is heartbreakingly beautiful. Once, a young knight stood quietly beneath the cherry trees, a gentle smile habitually gracing his lips, his heart solely occupied by thoughts of the girl. Once, he was a resolute youth, and they were two innocent souls. The fearsome knight gazes silently at the familiar grove of cherry trees by the riverside, a sight as pure and white as it was in those days. Year after year, the flowers remain the same, yet the people change. Reflecting on the past, the knight's heart, shrouded in silence, aches with an agonizing breathlessness, a pain deeply etched into his soul. An everlasting sorrow that cannot be erased. Rejecting the insidious company of the black dragon, he temporarily allowed the nightmare steed to accompany the unprincipled creature. Now, clad in a voluminous black robe that obscures his face, the fearsome knight resembles an enigmatic human sorcerer. However, the enormous two-handed knight's sword hanging at his side betrays his identity as a knight. As a proper knight, one must always carry their weapon, ever prepared for battle. For years have passed, for years since the tides of fate have shifted, since those promises and vows have faded with the winds. For Lier, prompted by a mere jest, your most loyal knight, Nit, resolutely ventured into the desolate sea of the undead, seeking the miraculous bone spirit flame that could grant you hundreds of years of life. Yet why? Why? Who can tell me why? Upon arriving at the sea of the undead, I was met with such a brutal outcome. A massacre of an entire regiment of 5,000. After a bloody battle, having slain a majority of the soldiers in a frenzied fight, I was ultimately gravely wounded by a figure resembling an officer. With my last breath, I entered the abyss of death alongside my jade dragon steed, surrendering to the void. In that moment, I could not close my eyes in peace. Awakening once more, I am still myself, yet I am not myself. The fearsome knight, a powerful warrior dwelling amidst death. This is my new identity, my second life. I have my master, Sandrew, a formidable and extraordinary necromancer bestowed upon me a second life. He became the sovereign of my reclaimed powers and granted me the key to pursue greater and more formidable strength. Sandrew, you are the master of my loyal knight. Deeply etched upon my soul is the mark of Sandrew. Yet, why do I remain unable to forget the visage and laughter of you, liar? Why do the oaths and promises of yesteryears linger in my heart? The searing agony of my soul burns fiercely every moment, rendering it nearly unbearable. However, for the sake of seeing you once more, liar, your most devoted knight, shall never relent, never shall I yield. I vow to return to that place where you dwell during your lifetime to behold you again. After enduring over 1,400 days and nights of torment, liar, Your most loyal knight has finally acquired the ability to escape the punishment of his master's soul. At the pinnacle of mythic status, my love for you remains unwavering. It is the crystallization of my profound despair. How many times have I contemplated ending my own life? Yet, for you, liar, I have gritted my teeth and persevered through the excruciating pain that penetrates my very essence, the searing flames of my soul that rend me apart, the unspeakable torment that defies humanity. The bone spirit flame, liar, your most faithful knight has slaughtered thousands of undead, and the gathered fires of their souls have finally birthed a tragically beautiful flower of life, no larger than an infant's fist. Liar, do you know? This unparalleled essence of life, formed from the souls of countless beings, possesses a color as pure and white as the cherry blossoms of May, as enchanting as an unreal fairy tale. For you, liar, what matter the immense sins I bear? What matters the scorn of millions, as long as it is for you? Your most devoted knight shall remain forever regretless, even if the path ahead leads to inevitable demise. Uncle, Lily wishes to pick the most beautiful cherry blossom. Could you help Lily? A sweet, innocent voice emerged from a little girl beside the fearsome knight. Immersed in his gray recollections, Knight paused upon hearing her words and turned to gaze at the child. She was a doll-like beauty, with golden, flowing hair that shimmered like silk, and a pair of delightful dimples adorning her sweet smile. Her ocean blue eyes revealed innocence and purity, framed by exquisitely delicate features. Clad in a pristine white lace princess dress that danced gently in the breeze, as enchanting as a fairy tale itself. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but in this little girl, Knight faintly perceived the figure of Liar from years past. He smiled gently and bent down, lifting the little girl above his head and securely placing her upon his broad shoulder, striding toward the cherry blossom grove, while her innocent laughter echoed along the way. Uncle is so nice. Lily likes you very much. Uncle, is this flower beautiful? Does it suit Lily? The little girl, brimming with joy, extended her tender little hand to pluck a flawless and exquisite cherry blossom. With delight, she turned to Neat and exclaimed. Then, in a surprising yet gentle gesture, she nestled the blossom by Neat's ear, giggling. Uncle, it looks so lovely on you. For a fleeting moment, Neat found himself lost in the innocence and radiant smile of the child, as the image of a once beautiful young maiden began to intertwine with the visage of the little girl before him. A bittersweet, silent smile graced Neat's lips as he gently set the child down, reaching into his bosom to retrieve the precious bloom, the flame of bone spirit, a flower of unparalleled beauty. For you, Neat uttered dryly, these two brief words escaping his lips as he presented the stunning blossom to the young girl before departing without a trace of longing. What does it matter if one cannot let go? And if one does, what then? Let the past be carried away by the winds. Shortly after the knight's departure, a beautiful woman arrived at the sea of cherry blossoms, her gaze falling upon the beautiful flower nestled in her daughter's delicate palm. Unable to restrain the crystalline tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Volume 1. The Roaring of the Milk Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 82. The leisurely life of the dungeon lord after jestingly departing from the terrifying half-lich fortress. The Black War Emperor and his companions bid a swift farewell to Dino, much to the disappointment of the Black Dragon. He had initially hoped to invite his three masters to his lair, the Dragon's Dungeon, for a few days of filial piety, yet this aspiration was abruptly extinguished. Little did the Black Dragon anticipate that shortly after their departure from that enigmatic realm of death, the Black War Emperor, the old demon, and the old madman would stealthily return to the ancient fortress hidden within the shadowy dimensions, presumably to conspire some nefarious deeds. Though such matters were of no concern to the Black Dragon, having escaped the sea of undead bones, the five creatures took a well-deserved respite to allow the heart, which had endured severe trauma, to recuperate. Their next destination was decidedly clear, the ancestral home of the terrifying knight, Nit, located within the realm of the Fragrant Lily Empire. The Black Dragon proposed to fly directly there, a suggestion that the fearsome knight did not contest, tacitly agreeing. However, when the dawn of the following day revealed Nit's hometown, where he had lived for 18 years, the steadfast knight unceremoniously dismissed all unrelated individuals, including his own nightmarish steed. He issued a stern warning that anyone daring to follow would face his wrath, with no exceptions, even for the Black Dragon. Barely minutes after the terrifying knight departed, the restless Black Dragon maliciously incapacitated the unruly nightmarish steed, discarding it into a hastily dug 10-meter pit for a live burial spectacle. Following this, he clapped his claws together, seized the Minotaur, Kaz, and the little skeleton, Clara, and soared into the skies, maliciously tracking the lingering essence left by the night. How naive it was for him to think he could detect the presence of the esteemed black dragon. In less than 2 minutes, the cunning black dragon discerned the spot where the terrifying knight had momentarily lingered. He hovered in the air, deftly conjuring a mysterious and unfathomable magical circle with his dark magical essence and mental power, effectively concealing the whereabouts of his spying entourage. Even if Nit stood before the dragon, he would be utterly oblivious to his presence, unless he were to look directly. But surely the knight's vision could not reach such extraordinary distances. What a breathtaking cherry blossom grove! To converse romantically in such an enchanting setting would undoubtedly be delightful. However, if the dragon were to engage in a romantic dialogue with a beautiful dragoness amidst this ethereal landscape, Dino could not guarantee that he would not faint from sheer mental anguish. The discord between human aesthetic values and the innate allure of dragons ultimately led to the black dragon's resolute refusal to discuss any serious matters concerning progeny or future generations. Why are you lost in thought? Is it truly so captivating? You have been in a stupor for 4 hours now, and I, the Dragon Lord, am nearly drifting into slumber myself. Why have you not sought out your first love? Are you deterred or simply unwilling, yearning to preserve that perfect dream within your heart? Unwilling to have it shattered by the harshness of reality? Such pure love seems impossible in this world, a relentless truth. K. If your wife were to run off with someone else, what would you do? The bored black dragon twisted his massive head, suddenly noticing the bull-headed monster. Dazed and lost in thought, can you blame him? K lacks the keen sight to perceive the scenes unfolding thousands of meters below, and the Dragon Lord, in his resolve to conceal every fragment of information, dared not reveal even his prized peeping tool. What else can the simple bull-headed monster do besides daydream? Oh, this assumption falls short. Great lord of the city, you must know that my wife and I are quite affectionate, with no emotional crises at hand. I, the bull-headed monster, am the most successful of my kind in the dragon's underground city. My wife often frets over whether I might stray. The earnest bull-headed monster candidly laid bare his circumstances, prompting the black dragon to laugh heartily. Had it not been for the looming presence of the formidable knight below, the Dragon Lord would have laughed for an eternity. It was simply too amusing, a male version of infidelity from another realm. Oh, who is this charming little girl? I, the Dragon Lord, barely indulged in laughter when this little one appeared out of nowhere. I never anticipated that the cold-hearted knight would exhibit such tenderness towards a young girl. How curious. Is that not the bone spirit flame that knight clutches tightly, not allowing even me a glimpse? Why would he so casually give it to a girl he does not know? Could there be an affair between them? Yet, such a notion seems implausible, as the child appears no older than 3 or 4. During that time, Knight was diligently serving under Sandrew as a terrifying knight with great prospects. Oh, could it be that he has an affair with the girl's mother instead? Strange, why is Knight moving with such urgency? Is he evading someone? Oh, indeed. A lovely young woman approaches. By my word, she must be the girl's mother. This plot is truly melodramatic. It is no wonder people say the most outrageous stories are those that unfold in reality. This young woman must be Lyre, the one Knight often dreams of and mutters about at night. Alas, I have never encountered such a situation, separated by life and death, returning only to find that the girl I so dearly cherished has married and become a mother. How tragic and lamentable that the bridegroom is not myself, nor am I the father. My heavens, I nearly forgot. That old rascal has returned, and I, the Dragon Lord, must act swiftly to prevent that single-minded fool, Neat, from discovering that I have buried his beloved steed alive and might seek vengeance upon me. As it turned out, Dino's apprehensions were entirely unwarranted. No one knew where the fearsome knight Neat had fled after parting from his dearly cherished companion. In any case, it wasn't until the dawn of the following day that this blood-soaked knight returned to the Black Dragon's stronghold. By that time, the nightmare had already been unearthed by the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon, feeling somewhat guilty, refrained from inquiring about Neat's lengthy absence or the mischief he may have caused. As long as it did not involve troubling me, the Dragon Lord, he was indifferent to other matters. After all, a comrade's demise does not concern me, he thought with a chuckle. Once the fearsome knight resumed his place, the Black Dragon's entourage embarked on a splendid journey back to the dragon's underground city. This time I, the Dragon Lord, intended to rest and recuperate in the dragon's lair for several years before contemplating further escapades. At last, I shall return to the dragon's underground city. It has been far too long. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts, Chapter 83. Celestial phenomenon of the rare twin purple moons. The residents of the dragon's underground city rejoiced. For their magnificent, wise, and omnipotent lord, the Black Dragon, had returned from his travels. This grand homecoming instilled a newfound pride among the citizens, causing their postures to straighten and their voices to resonate with authority. Such is the advantage of having a formidable backing. However, as with all things, joy was accompanied by sorrow. The notorious lecher, Lord Violet, upon hearing that the insufferable Black Dragon had returned to the dragon's underground city, displayed an expression of utter dismay, as if his very essence were being drained. My splendid, indulgent lifestyle was once again threatened by this unwelcome return. In recent days, the Dragon Lord had no intention of confronting Bessel, the middle-aged scoundrel. On the very night of the Black Dragon's return, the citizens spontaneously organized a grand celebration, akin to a bonfire feast. The Black Dragon, attuned to the people's sentiments, personally attended this exuberant gathering, venting his frustrations from his travels upon the delectable roasted meats. With a heart full of joy, the Dragon Lord consumed an astonishing 11 robust adult bulls, each weighing 500 pounds, accompanied by 200 pounds of fresh, succulent vegetables, and an impressive 10 barrels of potent liquor. Ultimately, after feasting to his heart's content, the Black Dragon succumbed to slumber right there in the expansive Dragon Square, feeling utterly exhausted. In a show of solidarity with their esteemed lord, the residents of the underground city voluntarily camped out for the night, sharing the experience of sleeping beneath the stars, using the earth as their bed. The climate was quite suitable for such outdoor activities, and thankfully, none among them, not even the most frail, succumbed to illness from the chill. On the following day, the busy Grand Dragon arranged accommodations for his newly recruited subordinates, the little skeleton Clara, the terrifying Knight Net, and the nightmarish steed Yolangju. He also took the time to introduce them to the residents of the underground city, ensuring that future misunderstandings could be avoided. In this regard, the Grand Dragon was meticulous in his approach. The little skeleton's duty was to serve as the gatekeeper of the Grand Dragon's lair. Although the Grand Dragon never expected this feeble creature to thwart any intruders seeking to invade the dragon's den. However, anyone attempting to enter without Clara's authorization would be marked as a malicious intruder by the Grand Dragon, and the consequence was invariably death. As for the terrifying knight, whose heart resembled a stagnant pool, he voluntarily requested to reside within the dragon's lair, serving as a dedicated guardian. It was undoubtedly the first choice for safeguarding the lair, given both his strength and loyalty. While the Grand Dragon could easily store all his treasures within his spatial ring whenever he ventured out, having a double layer of protection was never a mistake. Thus, the Grand Dragon gladly approved the knight's request and personally excavated a vast new cavern approximately 10 meters from the entrance of the lair for Nit's residence. At that moment, the Grand Dragon noticed something that brought him great joy. Clara, Nit, and the nightmarish steed were all resource-efficient beings, requiring neither food nor the resolution of physiological needs to survive day and night. They thrived remarkably well, even improving continuously. It was no wonder that the living beings looked askance at the undead. On the third day, the Grand Dragon finally found time to pay a visit to the lecherous one who had lured him into the Sea of Bones, Dino. Dino was merely fervently toasting to Bessel, cup after cup. The outcome was unsurprising. The lecherous Marquis became thoroughly inebriated, likely to remain in this drunken stupor for 3 days and nights. This was the lamentable fate of having provoked the irritable Grand Dragon. No creature could escape unscathed. Even if one momentarily slipped through his grasp, the Grand Dragon would undoubtedly cast his net once more. Hey, Bessel, I have a question I've long pondered. The Grand Dragon said. Do not sleep yet. Answer me first. The Grand Dragon, cunning as ever, refused to let the befuddled Marquis, who could scarcely remember anything, drift off into slumber. He incessantly interrupted Bessel's efforts to sleep with a variety of trivial matters, a wicked endeavor at which the Grand Dragon excelled, truly deserving the title of the greatest lord of the dragon's underground city. What question? Bessel mumbled, his tongue heavy and eyes barely open, occasionally forcing them to open, revealing bloodshot orbs. He was utterly exhausted. I am quite curious, old chap. How many girls' virtues have you claimed to this day? The innocent young dragon, the Black Dragon, found himself quite intrigued by such tantalizing gossip, which could certainly be categorized as a form of idle chatter. When asked about the number of maidens whose virtue he had claimed, the lecherous Marquis, in a dazed stupor, stammered and repeated the Black Dragon's question. tilting his head in a befuddled contemplation, only to inadvertently drift into slumber. "Do not sleep," admonished the merciless black dragon, "if you fail to clarify this matter. Do not expect to rest." With a sharp claw, he gently prodded the Marquis at his waist, rousing him from his sweet dreams with a jolt, forcibly pulling him from the clutches of slumber. Befell, fueled by spirits, shot a fierce glare at the black dragon, exclaiming impatiently, "I am not one to keep track of such things. How could I possibly remember how many maidens I have claimed? It is certainly a considerable number." With a grumble, he added, "If you keep this up, I shall unleash my wrath upon you." Having uttered such audacious words, the lecherous Marquis promptly collapsed back into a deep sleep. The black dragon gazed at the petite form of the slumbering Befell, then turned to contemplate his own formidable physique, mumbling softly to himself, "Even if I were willing, would you be capable?" Extending his grand, ebony wings, the black dragon soared from the castle's grand hall, where foreign dignitaries were received. After toiling for so many days, it was time for a well-deserved rest. "Ah, I shall indulge in a few months of slumber," he mused. "For only after rejuvenating my strength can I pursue more intriguing endeavors in this extraordinary world, which is replete with wondrous places." Before retreating to his lair for a nap, the whimsical dragon decided to breathe in the fresh air. Thus, he lazily flew out from the dragon's underground city to the surface, where the ethereal light of two exquisite violet crescent moons gently bathed the landscape in silvery luminescence. Volume 1. The Roaring Dragon Shakes the Forest, Chapter 84. Grand Preparations. Alas, why has the moon in the sky transformed into two? Could it be that I, the esteemed dragon lord, am truly inebriated? Such a notion seems improbable. In a moment of befuddlement, the black dragon recalled a matter of paramount significance, a pact made 5 centuries ago, yet still vivid in memory. The very first kin he beheld in life. However, it appears that over the years, he has only encountered one other golden dragon, Beishi. Is this not a tad tragic? The undead dragons, however, were an entirely different story. He had inadvertently come across a complete array of them. The great dragons of his kind, on the other hand, remained utterly oblivious, unable to match any physical form. Though Dino's mind brimmed with theoretical knowledge, no amount of learning could substitute for real experience. Until he laid eyes upon another dragon of a different lineage, no matter how grandly one might describe it, the true visage of the dragon race remained beyond his imagination. Did all dragons indeed resemble the black dragon Dino? Such an international jest. While at first glance, every black dragon may appear similar, a closer inspection reveals that no two dragons are ever identical, akin to how no two leaves in this world can be perfectly alike. Nevertheless, having resolved to attend the Grand Millennium Dragon Convention, one must make adequate preparations. This gathering is a pinnacle of power, one that even his 3 masters have never had the opportunity or privilege to join. It is a collective celebration of all dragons, not merely a congregation of various dragon types, but also featuring the 13th tier subdragons and undead dragons, all of whom possess formidable strength and are eager to participate. Of course, if a certain dragon happens to be in a state of slumber, there is little that can be done. After all, in the vastness of existence, sleep reigns supreme. This can certainly be regarded as a fine tradition of the dragon race. As long as a dragon is not unfortunate enough to enter a slumbering phase, they will eagerly return to the sacred land of the dragon race, Dragon Island, within the first half of the month marked by the twin purple moons. Due to the overwhelming number of dragons wishing to partake, the event cannot be held within the confines of the Dragon Valley on Dragon Island and must instead be conducted in the expansive inner island. Now, one might ponder why this millennial gathering of dragons possesses an allure akin to moths drawn to a flame. The reasons are manifold, but let us touch upon a few. Firstly, the lives of dragons can be rather monotonous. Their days are consumed by eating and sleeping, and when not sleeping, they are eating or perhaps training, honing their magical energy, mental fortitude, and combat skills. Yet, overall, the majority of a dragon's life is spent in slumber, which, for them, is indeed the finest form of cultivation. However, in truth, dragons possess a profound affinity for revelry, particularly when it pertains to grand festivities that celebrate their proud lineage. Thus, the Millennial Dragon Festival perfectly satiates the peculiar desire of these magnificent beings to partake in the merriment, for within the context of the dragon's extraordinarily protracted and peculiar lifespans, a millennium is merely akin to a decade in human terms, not particularly lengthy. Moreover, a substantial portion of this time is spent in prolonged slumber. where the dragons quietly drift through the ages. Secondly, it is well known that dragons are quite fond of napping. Thus, one might ponder how the issue of procreation is addressed. Each iteration of the Dragon Festival typically results in numerous new dragon couples. Oh, dragons are indeed quite loyal in matters of love, seldom engaging in infidelities. While it is true that dragons possess a certain hedonistic disposition, it would be unjust to generalize. Many dragons remain devoted to a single mate throughout their lives, with unyielding love being prevalent among their kind. Of course, should one aspire to become a dashing playboy, flitting carefreely amidst romantic entanglements, it is advisable to first master the art of evasion. Being a rogue, especially a dragon rogue, is not a trivial endeavor, as the likelihood of encountering fierce dragoness warriors is notably high. This is one reason why enduring couples are so prevalent among dragons. Moreover, the emergence of half-dragons can be attributed to the valiant resistance of oppressed dragon males against tyranny. It is said that many half-dragons carry within them the noble blood of various dragon kings. Thirdly, the Millennial Dragon Festival showcases an abundance of exquisite treasures. Participation in the festivities grants one the opportunity to acquire remarkable artifacts that would undoubtedly captivate the attention of any dragon. During one such festival, the esteemed Dragon Emperor unveiled a colossal, flawless, transparent purple crystal sphere, measuring 100 meters in diameter. Apart from its aesthetic allure, it served no practical purpose, merely a splendid ornament. However, the innate attraction that the female dragons felt for this resplendent purple crystal was irresistible, prompting the male dragons to compete fiercely for its possession. The scene was truly unforgettable. Ultimately, it was a prodigious ice dragon, renowned for its exceptional talents, who, despite sustaining injuries, secured the enchanting crystal. It is rumored that this victory also led to a romantic union. Lastly, the challenge tournaments among the various dragon kings are held subsequent to the Dragon Festival. That spectacle is truly exhilarating. Aspiring dragons vying for the throne enter the arena, employing every tactic at their disposal, ultimately determining the top 3 contenders from each dragon type. These top 3 are granted the privilege to challenge their respective dragon king. Although, more often than not, these triumphant dragons become mere punching bags for the reigning king, the event organizers ensure their safety throughout the competition. Fifth point, the Dragon Gala generously offers an abundance of exquisite delicacies, an irresistible temptation for the gastronomy-loving dragons. Who would prefer unpalatable fare when delectable dishes are at hand? As the adage goes, water flows downward while people ascend. Thus, it is only natural for dragons to gravitate towards sumptuous offerings. After much contemplation, the black dragon resolved to awaken the lecherous Bessel the following day to inquire about the matter. Such vexing issues are best left to professionals. Ensuring peace of mind and efficiency, while simultaneously fostering a sense of self-affirmation in one's capabilities, truly a multifaceted advantage. The carefree black dragon languidly yawned before retreating to its lair for a well-deserved rest. Volume 1, The Roar of the Shakes, the Beast of the Forest, Chapter 85, The Forbidden Island of Dragons. Birthplace of the target on the second day of the rare celestial event marked by the appearance of the dual purple moons. The inhabitants of the Dragon Underground City began their bustling activities under the command of the illustrious Black Dragon Lord. The chief orchestrator of this grand endeavor was a violet wolf sporting an exceptionally stylish pair of panda glasses, a rather avant-garde accessory bestowed upon him by the cunning Black Dragon earlier that morning, an opportunity from which he could not abstain. Rubbing the dark circles around his eyes with fervent claws, the middle-aged wolf issued precise commands in a composed manner, directing the denizens of the underground city with remarkable finesse. This included the naive minotaurs, the tempestuous scorpion lions, the simple earth dwellers, the alluring medusas, the gaunt wizards, and the eager common folk, all of whom showcased the extraordinary capabilities of Baisel's leadership. In truth, although Black Dragon Dino held the title of the substantial lord of the Dragon Underground City, he often chose to remain aloof from the trivial affairs and petty squabbles of the underground realm. These burdens were deftly managed by the astute Kai and his successor, while Lord Dino's primary responsibility lay in savoring the pleasures of life each day. Conversely, Baisel's ascent within his family was entirely predicated upon his formidable abilities and meticulous cunning. Despite Baisel's father being the previous patriarch of the Baisel family, the designation of successor was not solely at the behest of the patriarch. Instead, it involved a competitive selection among the promising offspring of the next generation. culminating in a contest where only the most exceptional emerged as the next chief heir. To ascend to the patriarchal throne, one would need to await the elder's retirement, demise, or voluntary abdication, perhaps a more palatable term being a palace coup. The lecherous Marquis adeptly seized control of his family's affairs at the age of 23. And from the moment he assumed power, all discord within the Bisel family dissipated. As for the elder Bisel, he happily retired to a picturesque locale, enjoying his twilight years with tranquility. It could be said that, barring his insatiable lust, Bisel was nearly an ideal individual, neither inclined to indulge in opulence nor to wield his authority with reckless abandon. This wolfish figure showed no desire to expand his family's former glory, content instead to preserve its illustrious legacy. Since the arrival of the Black Dragon in Bisel City, the ambitious yet unpretentious Marquis was reluctantly confronted with a harsh reality. He was irrevocably tethered to this insufferable dark dragon, sharing a fateful journey. The aristocracy of the Glycaea continent had reached a consensus. Bisel was no longer regarded as a member of the Violet lineage, but rather as a denizen of the Dragon Underground City. Thus, Brother Wolf is currently not well regarded among the upper echelons of the Empire, although he has never received recognition from those self-styled aristocrats. Little Skeleton Crow leisurely leaned against the rough stone wall of the dragon's lair, savoring the occasional gentle breeze and feeling immensely content. Within this dragon's dungeon, Crow no longer needed to worry about whether his life would be abruptly taken from him upon waking, nor would he find himself pursued relentlessly by other undead for some inexplicable reasons. The Minotaur had just delivered a complete set of black jade and purple chainmail, along with a lightweight, razor-sharp longsword. After donning this remarkably protective yet astonishingly light armor, Crow's appearance transformed completely. The once drafty skeleton frame was now encased in sturdy black jade and purple chainmail, complemented by well-fitted shoes, gauntlets, a helmet, neck guard, wrist guards, knee pads, and a strikingly handsome pure black cloak. With the longsword sheathed at his waist, Crow presented an image of undeniable gallantry. Lowering his breathable mask, he no longer resembled a mere skeleton but had metamorphosed into a valiant human knight. Such imaginative ideas could only have originated from the whimsically unpredictable Black Dragon, who not only conceived of this but also executed it. Moreover, the Grand Black Dragon bestowed upon Little Skeleton Crow a tome on necromantic cultivation. While it may not have been a particularly rare artifact, it solidified Crow's unwavering loyalty to the Black Dragon. The impatient Black Dragon paced restlessly within his lair, creating a thunderous cacophony that even the stoic Knight of Terror found unbearable. Having recently overcome his inner turmoil, the Knight of Terror, Nit, had been progressing splendidly in his cultivation, now firmly standing at the 12th tier of annihilation. With just a couple more days of consolidation, he would transcend into a being greater than a Knight of Terror, evolving into the advanced form known as the Knight of Oblivion. In truth, nearly all necromantic knights aspire to achieve this ultimate transformation. "My master, might you refrain from incessantly pacing?" Nid implored. "I am currently in a crucial phase of my ascension and require a tranquil environment." Since resolving his inner conflicts, the Knight of Terror had shed his previous disheveled demeanor, finding comfort and ease in his new state, influenced by his proximity to the audacious Black Dragon. His manner of speaking and tone had begun to mirror that of the irreverent dragon, though he had yet to reach a level of perfect resemblance. "The revolution is not yet complete. Comrades must strive onward. One day, when I can casually utter a few words that would choke this Black Dragon, then I shall consider my mission accomplished. This matter does not concern you, you scoundrel. It is easy for you to speak without understanding the weight of the situation. This is the first time in 5 centuries that I, Lord Long, have returned to my birthplace. How could I not be apprehensive? How could I not be exhilarated?" The Black Dragon, filled with impatience, gestured dismissively towards the terrifying knight shrouded in shadows, then continued to pace restlessly. Knight, with his deep crimson eyes, regarded the mischievous Black Dragon for a moment before lazily closing his eyes to continue cultivating his necromantic energy, indifferent to everything else. It was the terrifying knight's duty to diligently guard the lair of the mighty dragon while Lord Long was out exploring. As night fell, after a full day of labor, Marquis Bessel finally gathered all the items he deemed necessary, along with those commanded by the Dragon Lord. They were meticulously arranged in the Dragon Plaza, resembling a towering mountain. With a flick of his claw, the Black Dragon made all the items vanish into thin air. Then, in his eagerness, Lord Long unfurled his wings and soared into the night. Volume 1, The Roar of the Shocking the Beasts of the Forest Chapter 86. The Idle and Terrifying Dragons, Dragon Island. This realm is universally recognized as the foremost forbidden territory among all living beings. Legends speak of its inhabitants, unparalleled and formidable dragons, rendering it a paradise for these majestic creatures and a veritable hell for any intruders. Ancient ballads, passed down through countless generations, proclaim that even deities, who preside over all, cannot escape the fate of downfall. Historical records reveal that myriad ancient beast clans reside there, including the illustrious Phoenix lineage, renowned for their noble blood and immortal essence, as well as the terrifying Titans, whose sheer strength can shake the heavens. Additionally, countless enigmatic races, long hidden in the mists of time, also call this place home. Without exception, they were the true sovereigns of their lost realms, be it in the skies or elsewhere. This mysterious land is teeming with boundless treasures, quietly entombing the world's most profound secrets. The once in a millennium celestial phenomenon of the dual purple moons, lasting an entire month, heralds the Grand Dragon Festival, celebrated every millennium by the dragon race, the foremost race in existence. This occasion is a jubilant moment of collective celebration. Many dragons reside in the peripheries of Dragon Island, on the other 4 continents, and even those dwelling on the island itself require ample time to awaken from their slumber. Thus, the true commencement of the festival occurs on the 10th day, following the appearance of the dual purple moons. By that time, all dragons, whether invited or not, should arrive. Although the Dragon Festival officially lasts for a month, this duration merely pertains to certain scheduled entertainment activities. Events like the Dragon King Tournament are slated to take place after the festival concludes. After all, the dragon race may lack many things, but time is certainly abundant. No dragon would dare question this. Within the dragon community, there exists another intriguing competition, or rather a ranking, known as the Dragon Rookie List, which is compiled every 1,000 years. This list is meant for young dragons who have yet to reach maturity, including juvenile dragons, and only the top 10 are recognized, each receiving a special gift. This initiative reflects the dragon race's commitment to nurturing its progeny. However, it is still premature to discuss this, as the Black Dragon, Dino, has yet to arrive at his birthplace, Dragon Island. He is currently in a state of exasperation, aimlessly drifting over the vast ocean. One can only imagine the predicament of a foolish giant dragon attempting to discern directions amidst the endless sea. Though the Black Dragon is not directionally challenged, he possesses a compass crafted by the dragon underground that indicates north and south. Understanding the cardinal directions is not his dilemma. Alas, such a minor oversight. I, the great dragon, accounted for everything except the location of Dragon Island. Cursed be it. Who can inform the illustrious Black Dragon Dino Ekarun of the whereabouts of Dragon Island? The unfortunate Black Dragon, when departing from Dragon Island, did not follow a conventional route. He directly took a temporal express to a den of thieves. Subsequently, he failed to inquire further about the island's information, and now he faces the consequences of his folly. Oh, foolish dragon. Awoo. In a fit of frustration, the Black Dragon let out a thunderous roar to the sky. The resounding and magnificent roar of the dragon echoed far and wide. How? To the surprise of the Black Dragon, a distant and unknown place responded with a piercing dragon's cry. Whoosh! From the horizon where the sea meets the sky, a colossal dragon, shimmering with purple light, soared swiftly toward them. This grand dragon measured over 100 meters in length. Indeed, it was 10 times the size of the Black Dragon. Greetings, little one. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the illustrious Thunder Dragon, Jexus. I am curious about your predicament and wonder if I might be of assistance. This formidable dragon of destruction exhibited a surprisingly amiable demeanor. In truth, the relationships among dragons are often quite harmonious. After all, dragons are inherently lazy creatures, fond of slumber, and share an abundance of topics that could sustain conversations for centuries. The Black Dragon, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the enthusiastic Thunder Dragon and thought, "Is this truly a Thunder Dragon? What a kind-hearted creature. I seem to have lost my way and am unsure how to return home. I do not know where Dragon Island is." The Thunder Dragon erupted into a hearty laugh, soaring ahead in a particular direction, casting a playful glance back at the Black Dragon with its enormous purple eyes, conveying a clear message. "Ha! You are quite amusing, little one. I wonder what your parents were thinking. Did they fall asleep, leaving you to navigate the skies alone? Humph! Do not underestimate me. I, the great Black Dragon Dino, am already a mythic dragon, despite being just over 500 years old. Grateful, the black dragon hastily followed, flapping its immense black wings alongside the thunder dragon. Eager for some dragonly gossip on their way to Dragon Island, the Dragon of Destruction assessed Dino's modest 13.5-meter frame and chuckled. "Jexus here has misjudged, little one. The magnificent thunder dragon has lived for 2,000 years and remains in the mythic tier, which is rather disheartening for dragons like us." The tone of this dragon suggested an open-hearted soul, unburdened by a fixation on strength. "Indeed, I am a prodigy among prodigies. However, Uncle Jexus, our powers are not so disparate, despite our size differences." Although Jexus claimed equivalence in their dragon ranks, the black dragon harbored no illusions about the prowess of this ancient dragon of destruction. The hierarchies within dragon society are traditionally based on magical rank rather than actual combat prowess. It was evident that even a few 12th-tier human warriors or mages would find themselves utterly outmatched by this thunder dragon. Cough. "It's truly amusing, little Dino. Did your parents not inform you? As members of the most magnificent dragon lineage, any dragon that surpasses the age of 1,500 years will measure over 100 meters in length. Do not rush your growth. In about 1,000 years, you too shall possess a physique as robust as mine." The gentle-hearted thunder dragon offered words of comfort to the young black dragon before him. Recognizing that Dino had already attained such formidable power at such a tender age, heralding a future of great promise. After hearing Jexus's words, the black dragon Dino pouted slightly, feeling a tinge of melancholy. A millennium truly felt interminable, an eternity stretching before him. How long must he wait? The very thought drove the dragon to the brink of despair. However, this was not the only path available. Throughout the immeasurably long history of our dragonkin, there have been numerous accounts of prodigious dragons whose youthful forms could rival those of fully grown giants. The well-meaning destruction dragon did not merely dampen the enthusiasm of the young black dragon. He swiftly devised an excellent suggestion for Dino. Volume 1. The Roar of the Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 87. The grand opening of the Millennium Celebration beneath the vast, azure sky. A black dragon and a thunder dragon soared freely, heading towards the distant north, where Dragon Island lies in the northern expanse of the ancient continent of Glycaea, unbeknownst to the tragically ignorant Dino. Alas, the terror of ignorance is profound, particularly when the ignorant remain blissfully oblivious to their own lack of knowledge. As the scene shifts, the black dragon listened intently to the thunder dragon recounting marvelous tales and intriguing gossip about the illustrious dragon race. When the conversation turned to matters of personal interest, the dark dragon could no longer contain himself and inquired about the secret shortcut to rapid growth. "Oh, what are the requirements?" "Ahem, within the dragon lineage, every dragon is deeply concerned about their own stature, akin to how women among humans obsess over the size of their bosoms and men over the dimensions of their manhood. It is all a matter of pride, and among the dragon race, this pride is particularly rampant. It goes without saying that the black dragon is not exempt from this plight." The answer was not overly complex. Once one reaches the 12th tier of annihilation, their body would begin to develop rapidly, achieving the physique of a formidable adult dragon within a century or so. Like myself, the magnificent thunder dragon, who also experienced further growth during annihilation, the dragon race possesses this unique advantage. With each ascension in tier, one's size dramatically increases. The destructive dragon did not hold back, eagerly sharing all that he knew, leaving the question of whether the little black dragon could achieve this to be a matter for him alone. After all, one must tread their own path step by step. The pursuit of a rarely trodden path to rapid advancement inevitably entails sacrifices. The black dragon pondered seriously while flying, almost colliding with the massive flesh mountain nearby. Yet, the pride of the dragon race is indeed perplexing. Despite the ability to soar through the skies without wings, nearly all winged beings, upon reaching mythical status, cling to the old habit of flying with wings, using automatic flight only occasionally rather than as a frequent mode of transportation. What is the recorded length of the longest dragon? 999 meters. This grand figure stands as the aspiration of all dragons. How lamentable it is that the current longest dragon emperor measures only over 500 meters, a disgrace to the legacy of the ancient giants. There was a hint of schadenfreude in Jaxie's tone. Whether mocking the dragon emperor for his insufficient length or merely reveling in amusement remains unclear. In the dragon realm, the length of a male dragon is akin to whether a person is tall or strikingly handsome. Indeed, Dino, shall make this great goal my lifelong pursuit. The black dragon felt a surge of excitement. Yet the current Dino could hardly fathom the sheer terror of a dragon emperor stretching over 500 meters in length. Even the sight of this colossal destruction dragon, merely 100 meters long, astonished Dino immensely. Who would have thought that dragons could grow to such magnificent sizes? Thankfully, Dino possessed foresight and constructed an enormous dragon lair. After uttering the preceding statement, the thunder dragon Jexus fell into a contemplative silence, flying alongside the little black dragon for some time. Suddenly, as if jolted back to reality, he recalled something of great significance and abruptly posed a question to Dino. By the way, little Dino, after our lengthy conversation, it suddenly occurred to me, are you not the illustrious lord of the Black Dragon City in the Dungeon of Dragons, the one recently in the spotlight? And did you not orchestrate that rather amusing incident involving the abduction of the beautiful princess? Indeed, Uncle Jexus, did Dino not perform admirably? The black dragon hesitated momentarily, surprised to encounter a fellow kin who recognized his remarkable exploits in such an obscure place. However, the essence of such endeavors lies in deriving joy from them, as well as basking in the admiration and envy reflected in others' gazes. This, undoubtedly, is a significant catalyst for the myriad extraordinary events that transpire in this world. Dino, too, felt a profound sense of happiness within. Splendid, splendid. Little Dino, your actions have indeed brought honor to our dragon kin. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Manipulating the 5 great empires of the Galaikea continent with mere applause. Such thrilling escapades are truly magnificent. If ever there are more such delightful events, be sure to count me in, even if it's just to lend a hand, as I tire of languishing in boredom. The Destruction Dragon generously lauded the Black Dragon's past deeds, affirming that, as part of the proud and magnificent dragon race, they ought to be the focal point in the eyes of the world. Dino, harboring a rather shadowy disposition, could hardly contain his joy upon learning that he could summon a terrifying adult thunder dragon for free. He eagerly assented to the proposal, wishing to secure the arrangement before the thunder dragon might change its mind. Very well, I shall definitely invite you to any future exciting endeavors. But how shall I contact you? I reside atop the icy peaks of the God of Snow on the Galaikea continent. If you are unfamiliar with the location, it matters not, simply inquire with anyone, and they will guide you. My name, Jexus the Thunder Destruction Dragon, is well known across the Galaikea continent, not much less than yours. Little Dino. Unbeknownst to the Destruction Dragon, the little black dragon was quietly calculating how to exploit his labor, a rather dubious friendship indeed. Is he truly renowned? How come I, Dino, have never heard of Jexus the Destruction Dragon's illustrious name? Is this uncle shamelessly boasting? Pray tell, Uncle Jexus, what thrilling feats have you accomplished that would excite a dragon? Well, I have not engaged in much, except for an incident 6 or 7 centuries ago when I ventured out and, unbeknownst to me, some wretched creature plundered all the treasures from my dragon lair. In a fit of rage, I retaliated by devastating a human city, which led to my punishment of 300 years of solitary contemplation imposed by the elders of the dragon clan. It is only in recent centuries that I have returned to my homeland. Jaxes, remaining silent, inadvertently prompted the well-remembering black dragon to recall whispers from his childhood, tales shared by the dragon princess Bessie. It turned out that this esteemed dragon was indeed involved in that notorious affair. Truly, seeing is believing. His audacity and flamboyant demeanor were evident, which explained his propensity for such vengeful acts. So you are the infamous dragon chronicled in history. The black dragon offered a begrudging compliment, acknowledging the everlasting infamy surrounding him, which explained why he had not heard of it. Such political scandals were undoubtedly suppressed by the upper echelons of nobility. The 2 somewhat dull yet capable dragons spent an entire day conversing and jesting as they flew to the Forbidden Dragon Island. Upon reaching the outskirts of the island, they could clearly see dozens of colossal dragons serving as temporary greeters, a truly grand spectacle. Volume 1. The Roar of the Chapter 8. Reunion with the Dragon Princess Bessie. The Black Dragon Dino arrived at Dragon Island on the afternoon of the 5th day of the double purple moonlight. At this time, there were still 5 days until the official commencement of the Dragon Clan's grand meeting, yet the island was already teeming with many colossal dragons. A glance across the landscape revealed an array of robust and formidable dragons, some frolicking freely, while others basked lazily under the warm sun. These dragons, typically residing beyond the confines of Dragon Island, found themselves without their own nest for some special reasons, thus they temporarily adapted to the wilderness. Nevertheless, these unconcerned giants took pleasure in their surroundings, seemingly indifferent to the trivial inconveniences. One need not fret about the potential for rain or thunder, which might dampen the spirits of camping dragons. The Elder Council, comprised of ancient and powerful dragons, ensured that even the mightiest of deities would retreat in the face of their authority. After all, altering the weather is a trivial matter for them. All dragons could confidently assert that the skies during the festivities would be pristine and azure, adorned with leisurely drifting white clouds and warmed by the gentle sunlight. There was also the possibility of purposely manipulating the celestial phenomena to create a poetic atmosphere steeped in emotional resonance. In essence, when the illustrious dragon lords took action, the desired weather would manifest. Should they wish for rain, it would comply. Should they desire thunder, it would echo precisely as commanded, never more than twice. Such is the unparalleled might of the dragon race. An amusing incident occurred when the devastating dragon Jexus brought the dark dragon Dino to Dragon Island. The authentication of dragon lineage. This verification was not an inquiry into the ancestral lineage of the dragon, but rather a straightforward assessment of whether one was worthy to partake in the illustrious gathering of dragons. The method of verification was simple. Jexus and Dino's purebred status was immediately evident, requiring only a couple of roars to pass the test. Dino found this somewhat juvenile approach to verification perplexing, yet he was grateful that this process did not require him to divulge the identities of his progenitors. Who could possibly know which irresponsible dragon had abandoned the striking black dragon Dino to fend for himself in the wilderness? One thing Dino was certain of regarding his lineage was that at least one of his parents belonged to the Dark Dragon clan. Otherwise, he would not possess the pure essence of darkness that defined him. As for the other bloodline, the answer to that mystery likely rests solely with the heavens. Interbreeding among the various dragon clans was quite common, serving to mitigate the drawbacks of inbreeding. There also existed the possibility that Dino's other parent was not a purebred dragon. Perhaps a clandestine offspring or something even more convoluted. In truth, the fortunate black dragon, having narrowly escaped the perils of life once more, remained oblivious to the intricate and convoluted relationship it bore with the ancient custom of the dragon race, which mandated that purebred dragons roar twice to authenticate their identity at grand gatherings. This tradition was established specifically by the proud lineage of dragons to combat the enduring humiliation brought upon them by the cursed dragons. It is indeed a lamentable irony. The cursed dragons, devoid of the dragon might, an arsenal wielded by the dragon race to instill fear in other species, were subjected to this simple yet effective verification process. A particularly unfortunate cursed dragon, unaware of this new regulation and driven by curiosity towards the millennium-held dragon festival, eagerly approached the event, only to find that none of the other giants recognized it as an imposter. It was not until the verification at Dragon Island that it encountered an insurmountable obstacle, colliding with the most formidable of barriers, and tragically becoming the first cursed dragon to fall in this lost dimension, its soul lingering at the periphery of Dragon Island. Dino, possessing an innate dragon might, rendered this verification utterly ineffective, allowing the legitimate cursed dragon to nonchalantly pass through the watchful eyes of the ancient dragons lurking in the shadows. The verification for purebred dragons was not a burdensome task. However, for those of dubious lineage, the path to validation was fraught with challenges, requiring but one thing: unparalleled strength. A terrifying prowess of the 13th tier. Only those who successfully traversed the Annihilation tier examination could be recognized as official members of the dragon race, sharing the same rights and responsibilities as their purebred counterparts. As Dino awaited the commencement of the grand ceremony in serene anticipation, he beheld numerous formidable dragons he had never encountered before, including authentic purebred dragons, as well as the celestial undead dragons and the celestial subdragons. Among them were the white holy dragon of the light element, affectionately known as the White Dragon, the Yellow Earth Dragon, commonly referred to as the Gold Dragon or Earth Dragon, the Black Dark Dragon, known simply as the Black Dragon, the Ice Blue Crystal Dragon of the Ice element, called the Ice Dragon, the Red Fire Dragon, known as the Red Dragon or Fire Dragon, the Water Blue Source Dragon of the Water element, referred to as the Water Dragon or Blue Dragon, the Silver Void Dragon of the Space element, aptly named the Silver Dragon, the Azure Storm Dragon of the Wind element, known as the Wind Dragon or Azure Dragon, the Verdant Life Dragon of the Natural Wood element, called the Green Dragon, and the purple destruction dragon of the thunder element. Referred to as the thunder dragon or purple dragon. Legends of the dragon race spoke of a mythical dragon known as the holy dragon, which could embody any color imaginable. The celestial bone dragon, with a luminous ivory skeleton, stretched over 300 meters in length. The crimson blood dragon, fierce as thunder, exuded a ferocious aura. The purple-black corpse dragon loomed with an ominous presence. The gray nether dragon emanated an enigmatic and unpredictable essence. The slightly translucent gray ghost dragon possessed a soul that seemed to coalesce into a tangible form. These undead dragons congregated, dominating an entire expanse of sky and earth. Tyrannosaurus, Stegosaurus, eight-armed malevolent dragon, lion king dragon, pterodactyl, raptor, tremor dragon, triceratops, ankylosaurus. These are the renowned and formidable dragons of the Yalong clan. Only the most powerful, dreadfully strong dragons of the 12th rank can be found on Dragon Island. It is said that the veins of these mighty dragons flow with the noble blood of dragon kings. A casual glance reveals several robust dragons meandering in a daze. Indeed, this place is a perilously terrifying lair for dragons. The sheer concentration of such formidable power here raises the question of whether even the combined forces of the entire Lost Dimension could mount a successful assault against them. For the dragon race is simply too formidable. If an 11th rank mythic dragon can live with such ease, one can only imagine the majesty of these 13th rank giants. On the 9th day of the dual purple moonlight, the black dragon Dino encountered a familiar golden silhouette. Volume 1, The Dragon Roars. Stunning the Beasts Chapter 89. Saint Staker's Perry Dell 5 centuries ago, the naive dark hatchling and the playful golden hatchling shared their first intimate encounter. 5 centuries later, the wise and cunning dark dragon and the beautiful, elegant golden dragon had another close meeting. The 13.5-meter-long black dragon Dino immediately recognized the exquisite golden dragon soaring through the sky as the very first and only giant he had met in his youth. The princess of the dragon clan, Basie Intelt, the youngest daughter of the current dragon emperor, known for her mischievous nature. Dino's expression bore a hint of confusion, perhaps in reflection upon the passage of time or something else entirely. Perhaps even he himself could not discern. The relentless march of time inevitably erases countless traces, no matter how unforgettable or deeply etched they may be. In this world, nothing can withstand the gradual flow of time. Feeling somewhat out of place, the black dragon gently averted his gaze, burying his head into his claws, wishing to remain unseen by the soaring Basie. Although the prospect of reuniting with Basie filled Dino's heart with joy, the disparity in their sizes left him feeling bashful. Just consider his own 13-meter length compared to the stunning golden dragon's 50 meters. It is no surprise that the dragon lord felt shy. The burdens of masculinity. Reflecting on the time when he was merely 1 meter long, Basie had already surpassed him at over 10 meters. 5 centuries have flown by, and now Basie has blossomed into a young golden dragoness, which is entirely natural given her impressive stature. One need only look at the colossal destruction dragon, Jexus, who measures a staggering 100 meters. Basie's potential undoubtedly surpasses that of her uncle, the thunder dragon, making her growth entirely reasonable. Yet, wise as he may be, Dino's preoccupation with evading the golden dragon princess has led him to overlook a perilously critical matter. It seems that the only dragon capable of such a disgraceful act as burying its own head in its claws is the black dragon, Dino. Once this pose is adopted, it serves as a beacon in the night for the golden dragon searching for it in the skies. If it were to remain unseen, then Bessie, the golden princess, might as well give up. Oh well. The golden dragon, Princess Bessie, joyfully exclaimed, her voice light and melodious, though to the dragons it would be a sound that could easily render a mere human unconscious. You little rascal, Bessie declared, having caught sight of her quarry once more. If you don't play with me for a few hundred years this time, I shall not let you escape. The golden dragon joyfully shouted in the dragon tongue, flying purposefully towards the oblivious target. After searching for so many days, I have finally found you. You little scoundrel. Shang Chao, is that you? The princess gracefully folded her enormous golden wings, standing before the stubborn black dragon that refused to lift its head. Shang Chao, this time, you are truly done for. Shang Chao is not here. In a moment of frustration, the dark dragon foolishly blurted out this absurdity. Haha, not here is it? Then who might you be? With the culprit caught in the web of justice, the righteous golden dragon, Bessie was not one to shy away from teasing the amusing black dragon. I am Dino Alcarin, a magnificent dark dragon. The black dragon still refused to reveal its head, its voice muffled as it came from beneath its claws, eliciting laughter from the princess, whose gem-like eyes sparkled with amusement. Intrigued, the golden dragon circled the 13-meter-long black dragon. The stark contrast between its 50-meter length and the smaller dragon was as apparent as the difference between a small dumpling and a large meat bun. Oh, very well then. Dino, quickly show your head. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless under my claws. The golden dragon, having reached the pinnacle of mythic power, held an extraordinary interest in exercising her strength over the black dragon. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. The astute black dragon promptly lifted its strikingly handsome head, presenting a sycophantic smile to the ill-intentioned Bessie, cleverly providing an excuse for its earlier behavior to prevent her from finding any outlet for her wrath. This unfortunate black dragon, having faced such circumstances numerous times, had developed a certain finesse in evasion, achieving a kind of mastery through experience. Bessie, I have conceived an intriguing new game over the past 5 centuries. Would you care to try it? The black dragon's dark visage beamed with delight. Tempting with rewards was the most effective strategy for dealing with the dragon princess, a method that had never failed him before. However, this time, the ill-fated black dragon was destined for disappointment. Humph, now you finally recognize me. Where have you been for the past 8 centuries? Princess Betsy, in her utter disdain for the black dragon, extended her enormous claw and firmly grasped Dino by his dragon ear, twisting it with unyielding force. The unfortunate creature let out a loud, shameful wail of pain, prompting the not-so-thick-skinned golden dragon to reluctantly release the audacious rascal, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The black dragon, wearing a triumphant expression, attempted to justify his earlier antics with a rationale so absurd that it left the other dragons speechless. Was I yet to be born 800 years ago? Humph. Unable to counter his logic, he beckoned, "Follow me. I shall show you something splendid that you are sure to adore." Betsy, unwilling to engage in the endless pretense of confusion with the black dragon, elegantly unfurled her magnificent golden wings and soared gracefully towards the heart of Dragon Island. Alas, the dark giant, dejected, trailed behind, under the watchful eyes of numerous dragons who observed the spectacle with amused expressions, both covertly and overtly. Dino understood that it was far wiser to obediently follow. Otherwise, he could only dread the unknown horrors that awaited him. Lift your head. Don't be so glum. Behold this splendid natural scenery. Do you not feel your spirits lift? Look over there, at the mountain, where the dewdrops on the purple mimosa leaves glisten so beautifully. And over there, in the crystalline brook, observe the exquisite pebbles beneath the tail of the lion-striped fish. Oh, and there lies the slumbering sacred giant dragon. How foolish. Not at all entertaining. What is so special about being called Signs Darkles Pyridel? In the dragon tongue, Signs signifies the free and gentle breeze, not some dull and cumbersome white stone. The little princess candidly critiqued everything around her with unrestrained enthusiasm. Volume 1, The Roar of the Shakes the Beast of the Forest, Chapter 90. Which fool dares to claim the dragon clan is lacking in power? The disgruntled black dragon, under the guidance of the golden dragon princess Bessie, was simultaneously savoring the picturesque beauty of Dragon Island while listening to the princess's enthusiastic descriptions of the surroundings, which included the intricacies of grass roots and leaves, down to the barely noticeable fire ants. Among them, another unfortunate giant dragon clearly shared a sympathetic plight with Dino. Dino, in utter disbelief, scolded the languid sacred giant dragon sprawled lazily on the rocks, basking in the sun. This dragon, measuring around 10 meters in length and matching Dino's size, possessed smooth, lustrous, pearlescent scales that shimmered like jade, unmistakably indicating it was a gifted young white dragon of the light attribute. With great excitement, Bessie concocted a series of mischievous tales about the slumbering white dragon below. From her storage space, she retrieved a generous handful of deep purple fruits of an unknown plant and benevolently shared a significant portion with the black dragon, pointing towards the oblivious sacred giant dragon. Dino nodded in understanding. The two dragons synchronized their movements, counted to 3, and forcefully launched the deep purple fruits from their claws. With a resounding splash, they struck their target perfectly. Not a single fruit was wasted. Hooray! The two dragons jubilantly clashed their claws together, producing a dull thud of triumph. Wasn't that a delightful mischief? A voice laden with concealed wrath unexpectedly resonated. Indeed, indeed, the princess replied innocently, her laughter echoing. However, as she continued, Basie suddenly realized how familiar that voice sounded. Was it not the rather unlikable voice of the little white dragon? Oh no, look over there. There's a person. Dino, quick-witted, suddenly pointed in another direction and shouted. Person? Where? The little white dragon, upon hearing of a human it had never encountered, immediately turned to gaze at the so-called rare species, only to find an empty, azure sky. Turning back, it discovered that the two mischievous dragons had already made their escape. Humph. You think you can get away after pranking the great sacred dragon Sans? Not so easily. But first, let us return and enjoy a good nap. Disturbing other slumber is the most detestable act. The dragon may flee, but the temple remains. Sans, I won't rush to reclaim my honor. Basie, Humph, let us rest first. The dark giant dragon and the golden giant dragon continued their frantic flight until they reached the inner island of Dragon Island, where they finally paused to catch their breath. Basie, wearing a look of exhilaration, exclaimed, that was utterly thrilling. Humph. Sans, you foolish bookworm, you couldn't catch up, could you? You wish to trouble the great golden dragon? Not so easily. Dino, could you perhaps survey the scene before engaging in mischief next time? You left no contingency plans at all. It truly makes one wonder how many times you've been bested before. It's enough to make a dragon blush in embarrassment. As soon as the black dragon Dino spoke, his words were far from pleasant. It was a trivial matter, but one might wonder how he would react if placed in the same situation. They had only just met. Yet he was about to present an exhilarating feast for the heart, one that even the mightiest dragon would find overwhelming. What Dino found most intolerable was that after 5 centuries, the little princess remained as oblivious as ever, acting solely on her whims without a thought for the consequences. The golden dragon turned away, feigning ignorance to Dino's remarks. This tactic of ignoring was one that Basie had mastered, a skill she picked up from the dark young dragon in her formative years. In a sense, Dino was the original culprit who had led the little princess astray. The impact of those few brief years on Basie had been profoundly significant. With the arrival of the Dragon Clan Festival, the restrictions on entering and exiting the inner island of Dragon Island had relaxed considerably. This was evident as the little princess and the sacred giant dragon roamed freely without any hindrance from other dragons. It was important to note that numerous powerful dragons surrounded the island, acting as covert guardians. Hence, these fully matured dragons were now able to emerge and revel in the fresh air, soaring freely about. The little princess did not rush Dino to their ultimate destination. Instead, she led the black dragon to a familiar spot, the small valley where they had first encountered one another. This valley had been the home of the black dragon for a considerable period since his birth. Even the massive rock, etched with countless dragon claw marks, still stood there. The dark dragon meticulously surveyed every blade of grass and tree in the valley, recalling that 500 years ago, there were no trees here. He wondered when they had grown, now towering over 100 meters high. Time truly flows like water, never to return. He pondered what the scene would be like upon his return after a millennium. Dino quietly lay on the soft grass, his enormous claws absent-mindedly brushing the leaves of a grand tree, lost in contemplation of this little world that once felt like home, small, yet warm. Observing Dino's melancholic demeanor, Basie instinctively settled beside him, sharing the moment as they gazed at the clouds drifting like snow across the horizon, the sun glowing fiercely like blood. Mimicking Dino, she extended her own colossal claw to swat at the tree's leaves, inadvertently subjecting the poor tree to an unanticipated trial, which creaked under the strain. Basie, I now reside in an underground city on the continent of Gulaikea, within the borders of the Violet Empire. I personally constructed this underground city, known as the Dragon's Underground City, which is quite renowned on the continent. The Black Dragon mused, momentarily lost in thought before sharing snippets of his current life with the golden giant dragon, Princess Basie, hoping to convey his joy and allow her to partake in it. Oh, how splendid it is to amass such a substantial fortune outside, without tarnishing the reputation of my little princess, Bessie. I shall endeavor diligently. And when I have the opportunity to wander outside, I shall certainly be the first to seek refuge at your abode for a century or two. It is evident that the golden dragon does not fully grasp the implications embedded in the words of the black dragon. The dragon's underground city is far from the ordinary image that Bessie envisions. It stands as one of the iconic edifices of the continent of Glycaia. Very well. Let us agree. When you come of age, you shall visit my dragon's underground city, and I, Dino, shall host you splendidly. You may stay for as long as you wish, for I have an abundance of delectable treats. Speaking of which, I recall having packed numerous exquisite delicacies to bring along. The black dragon, with a flourish, poured forth a myriad of culinary delights from the spatial ring around its neck. Though they had cooled, they remained remarkably fresh in the pristine vacuum environment. What followed was a vivid spectacle as Dino witnessed the golden dragon indulge in a gluttonous feast. In that familiar little valley, after the black dragon generously presented the culinary treasures it had journeyed so far to procure, the golden dragon, nearly in a frenzy, consumed a tenth of the black dragon's private collection. With a contented stretch of its claws, it wiped its full belly, letting out a satisfied burp, clearly reveling in the sumptuous banquet just enjoyed. Dino, the treats you brought are simply divine. Bessie, have never tasted anything so exquisite. Do you truly dine on such delightful fare every day? How enviable. The golden dragon spoke with a tone of profound envy. Over the years, Bessie's diet had primarily consisted of spiritual fruits, fresh seasonal vegetables, and succulent roasted meats, occasionally indulging in fresh raw fish, which she also adored. In summary, while the Dragonkin's diet is extensive, it does not place great emphasis on the nuances of flavor. The black dragon pondered earnestly for a moment, weighing its own indulgent habits against the psychological threshold of the little princess. With some reluctance, it clarified this easily misconstrued matter to Bessie. Although the black dragon does not typically indulge in such delicacies, as it has access to far superior fare, it is never one to shy away from enhancing its culinary repertoire. That is not the case. Most of the time, I feast on roasted meats. I have little interest in such refined pastries. They are merely prepared for contingencies. The golden dragon, languidly basking in the warm sunlight, addressed Dino, saying, "Indeed, I must stay at your home for several centuries, savoring all the delightful offerings." This notion likely reflects the genuine thoughts hidden deep within the little princess's heart. It is foreseeable that when the day arrives for the little princess to venture into the lair of the black dragon, unimaginable events will unfold. One can surmise that the meticulous black dragon has already prepared for a significant financial outlay. It is no small feat for a dragon to utter such words after enduring a profound internal struggle. Compelling the mighty dragons to willingly extract their gleaming gold coins from their own coffers for the benefit of others is akin to inflicting a painful wound upon their very essence. Becky pays no heed to Dino's expression of regret. She understands that although the dark dragon occasionally indulges in mischief, he is unwaveringly diligent in fulfilling his commitments. His reputation in this regard instills confidence among the dragons. Moreover, this rogue black dragon would not dare to covet Becky's belongings, should he ever attempt such treachery. I shall have my father send dragons to teach him a lesson. Well, having rested sufficiently, it is time to introduce you to those splendid treasures, which are sure to shine brilliantly at the upcoming gala, items that ordinary dragons seldom encounter. As Becky envisions a humorous scene of Dino, bruised and battered, she cannot help but chuckle, leaving the black dragon perplexed. Although Dino contemplates inquiring about the source of her amusement, he wisely refrains, knowing that the answer is unlikely to be pleasant and would only serve to wound his fragile spirit. The black dragon feels fortunate for his prescience, having risen early enough to avoid being callously abandoned by the suddenly capricious princess. Becky flaps her wings with fervor, as if determined to expend the calories she just consumed, creating a howling wind that speaks to her incredible speed. I must first feast my eyes upon the spectacle. I owe my sincere gratitude to the beautiful, gentle, and virtuous golden dragon, Princess Becky. You are quite the charmer. Later, I shall give you a preview of these delightful treasures. I experienced them years ago, but since then, they have remained elusive. How mischievous of my father to conceal them. After frantically soaring for 10 minutes, Becky notices Dino, the scheming black dragon, lingering at a distance behind her, causing her enthusiasm for flight to wane. Abruptly, she returns to her usual cruising speed. The black dragon, unable to halt in time, finds himself propelled several thousand meters ahead, hearing the echo of the princess's words and muttering in frustration, which the golden dragon hears carried by the wind. I do not relish being a thief. What did you just say, Dino? The little princess's expression darkens, clearly having unintentionally overheard the ill-mannered dragon's musings. Is he not aware that discussing such matters in the presence of a lady dragon is quite taboo? Have I said anything? Perhaps, Betsy, you have indulged too much and are experiencing auditory hallucinations? Chuckling is certainly Dino's forte, as he can conjure up any excuse, regardless of its validity, as long as it aligns with his own beliefs. I cannot be bothered with you, you rascal. Hurry up. The sun is about to set. Tomorrow morning, at the break of dawn, the grand opening ceremony of the Millennium Dragon Festival will take place, and you shall witness an abundance of magnificent dragons. Though it is my first time attending such a prestigious event, I can already imagine the splendor. Betsy has resolved to disregard this dragon. While one may be tempted by the comforts of indulgence, the little princess feels none of it. How could it not be splendid? A grand gathering of the entire dragon clan. Anyone with a modicum of sense can fathom the sheer terror of such a scene. A congregation of fearsome entities. Or perhaps an unlawful assembly. Tragically, those who might dare to voice their opinions to the dragon tribe are likely long gone. The black dragon continued to trail behind the golden dragon, muttering to himself. Having learned from the painful lesson of the past, he kept his voice considerably lower this time. Dino, where are you rambling on about? Hurry up, it's just ahead. Betsy, dismissive and relentless, struck at the already fragile psyche of the black dragon, truly the most venomous. Though it is best not to dwell on that, lest I incur wrath. The expanse of Dragon Valley is astonishing. Enough to leave any dragon who has never been here in awe, for it is indeed vast and spacious, nestled within a hidden dimension, teeming with countless dragons. The myriad of densely packed dragon lairs is a sight to behold. How magnificent! How beautiful! So many dragons. Of course, this is the largest gathering place of the dragon race, where the elders, those rather unpleasant old fellows, reside. However, this is not our destination. Come now, do not linger. There will be ample time to admire it later. The little princess, with the tone of a city dragon surveying a country dragon, exerted all her effort to belittle the thick-skinned black dragon. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest. Chapter 92. A sinister game of Go emerges unbelievable astonishment. This is perhaps the most genuine sentiment of the black dragon at present. Do you know what the black dragon encountered in that secret valley? The revelation would surely leave you astounded. It was indeed a colossal weapon of immense power. And the ingenuity of the dragon elder who conceived such a marvel is simply awe-inspiring. Trampolines. These are 3 genuine trampolines of remarkable value. While they may not resemble the typical children's variants in design, the underlying principle remains consistent. One is for human amusement, and the other is for dragons. Each of these trampolines towers at 500 meters high, 1,000 meters wide, and 3,000 meters long. The elastic mesh is constructed from an extraordinarily peculiar material, exhibiting unparalleled resilience. Each strand is as thick as an adult man's arm. These terrifying, glimmering green ropes are intricately woven together, forming an extraordinarily vast and unique trampoline. Bessie deftly soared to a height of about 100 meters above the trampoline before retracting her wings and plunging downward. With a tremendous thud, a golden dragon-shaped entity was propelled skyward at lightning speed. Ascending to an impressive height of 300 to 400 meters, it then began its rapid descent. Followed by another resounding thud, Bessie joyfully rebounded high once more. Dino, come quickly. That trampoline over there is yours to enjoy. Our time is limited. The little princess did not forget to invite her companion, enthusiastically beckoning the black dragon to join her in the air. The black dragon cautiously surveyed its surroundings, feigning nonchalance to a commendable degree, before exuberantly climbing onto another trampoline, reveling in the boundless joy of jumping alongside the dragon princess. Truly, gratitude is owed to the magnificent dragon who invented such an extraordinary artifact. In this world, there are indeed no limits to imagination or possibility. The abundance of bored dragons is overwhelming, and as for those who are idle and gluttonous, they abound. If one were to suggest that such crucial trampolines would lack dragon guardians, I would be the first to deliver a sound thrashing to that intellectually challenged individual. The colossal dragons lurking in the shadows merely defer to the presence of Bessie, the dragon princess, or for other undisclosed reasons, matters that need not concern us. Since those giants of the shadows have tacitly acknowledged Dino's rights here, why should the esteemed black dragon hold back? What a delightful sensation it is to bounce. It makes me feel as if I am radiating joy. Truly, I yearn for several more turns. In truth, my greatest desire is to take one of these trampolines home with me. That would be sheer bliss. However, such a notion can only dwell within the confines of my imagination, as the practicalities of such an undertaking are daunting. To preserve my invaluable dragon intellect, it is prudent to refrain from contemplating such matters. That night, the magnificent dark dragon, Dino Alcalon, slumbered within the lair of the beloved little daughter of the dragon race's current emperor, Princess Bessie in Turle, while countless pairs of glimmering dragon eyes watched with a haunting intensity. Unbeknownst to the somewhat naive princess, her seemingly innocuous act would incite an enormous uproar and draw considerable trouble upon the maligned black dragon. The adage that the affections of a beauty are the most difficult to bear holds true, whether in the past or the distant future. Oblivious to the seething wrath emanating from the colossal dragons surrounding him, Dino enjoyed a deep and blissful slumber, indulging in a rare dream of the information-overloaded 21st century. Living leisurely as an unambitious and carefree youth. By dawn, the little princess, with the voracity of a dragon devouring peonies, had unceremoniously consumed a tenth of the black dragon's reserves. Dino, in contrast, cautiously partook of a mere tenth of the remaining stock, feeling a profound sense of despair. As a proud male dragon, he found it disheartening to realize that he could not match the appetite of a female dragon. One setback after another left the black dragon appearing somewhat listless. But the impending commencement of the dragon clan's grand assembly compelled Dino to muster his spirits and accompany Bessie to a vast, open plain. The sight before him was overwhelming. An immense throng of dragons stretched as far as the eye could see. The sheer scale of this plain was staggering, encompassing an area of several tens of thousands of kilometers. At the center of the plain stood a towering podium, hewn from the summit of a massive mountain, designated for the upper echelons of the dragon clan to deliver their orations. To ascend such a platform was a mark of unparalleled honor. Bessie, there's a question I've long wished to ask, but Haven T had the opportunity until now, and I can no longer restrain myself. Dino exclaimed, gazing at the countless formations of colossal dragons surrounding them. Could you enlighten me on the approximate number of dragons in our clan? Ah, that question. I once inquired of my father as well, but he is rather mischievous and has never divulged the answer. However, just a few days ago, I overheard an elder of our clan, who holds great affection for me, mention that the current population of purebred dragons has nearly reached 10,000. Including the subdragon clans and the undead dragons, our numbers have indeed surpassed 10,000, Bessie replied, clearly pleased to share this information, revealing every detail without hesitation. Yet, this stark reality struck Dino with a heavy blow. My heavens, to think that there exist over 10,000 formidable dragons in this world. Such a presence could render other species in the Lost Realms inconsequential. When a myriad of dragons emerges, who could possibly rival them? Moreover, who can truly fathom the profound and enigmatic power that the dragon clan has amassed over countless ages? Nevertheless, the illustrious Lord Dino, the master of the great dragon underground city, belongs to the formidable lineage of the dark dragons within the esteemed dragon clan. To possess such an immensely powerful ally is indeed a splendid fortune. Otherwise, the rulers of the 5 great empires on the continent of Galakia would not be able to coexist peacefully with me. They would have long sought various means to eliminate my life, the esteemed dragon lord. To slay a dragon? Not only is there no door to such an endeavor, but there isn't even a window. However, with such a vibrant gathering, should the dark dragon Dino also take a hand in the proceedings? That is not even a question. Volume 1. The Roar of the Dark Dragon Shakes the Beasts of the Forest, Chapter 93. The new generation of dragon superstars under the watchful gaze of countless fearsome dragons. A diminutive dark dragon, measuring a mere 13.5 meters in length, ascended to the center of the arena, a symbol of the utmost honor of the dragonkin. The cacophony of chatter ceased instantly, and innumerable pairs of colossal dragon eyes fixated intently on the audacious black dragon, the first to venture forth. The more formidable dragons of the higher echelons had yet to make their grand entrance, remaining below to prepare their forthcoming speeches. Yet they paused to observe the intentions of this little black dragon. With a bold spirit, the black dragon had inquired of the golden dragon, Beatrice, about certain rules. Upon learning that the dragon lineage was one of the few exceptionally enlightened species within this world, particularly during the Millennium celebration when all dragons stood as equals, irrespective of age or rank, it was revealed that any dragon could voice their opinions freely, even if one were to vehemently criticize another dragon. The subject of such ire would be disallowed from seeking retribution afterward. Of course, this did not preclude the possibility of the criticized dragon retaliating with equal fervor thereafter. To prevent the escalation of heated disputes or other chaotic occurrences, the dragons had established a regulation allowing each dragon only one opportunity to present themselves during each gathering. However, exceptional performances could earn them a chance for a second appearance. This was indeed a commendable rule, yet it was regrettable that throughout the years, few dragons were willing to step forward to showcase themselves. In comparison to the innumerable dragon families, the few hundred who dared to speak were but a paltry number. A mere trickle of data accumulated over millennia, said to have remained unchanged for several thousand years. The dragon race may lack many things, yet they possess an abundance of lethargy, an undeniable trait of their kind. Feeling a touch of nervousness, the black dragon decided to envision the mighty dragons below as nothing more than delectable roasted suckling pigs, a whimsical thought that eased his tension. Today, the illustrious black dragon, Dino Alcaron, wished to introduce a most intriguing little game, one that would surely serve to alleviate the tedium of the gathered dragons. However, before unveiling this game, Dino felt compelled to present an accompanying element that he believed would also delight the audience. With a swift glance over the sea of dark-scaled giants below, Dino felt a surge of anxiety that would terrify even the most formidable of dragons, yet for the sake of an undisclosed scheme, he was determined to impart the knowledge he had amassed to the assembly of dragons. The esteemed and proud race of dragons listened intently to the little black dragon's discourse. Maintaining the fine tradition of discipline, the dragons refrained from making any disruptive noises, adhering to a time-honored rule: should one have an opinion, it could be expressed after the speaker had finished. The black dragon was thoroughly pleased with the cooperation of the audience below. Under the eager gaze of all the dragons, it extended its right claw, adorned with 5 sharp, gleaming talons, impeccably maintained and polished to perfection, devoid of any roughness. The black dragon scrutinized its right claw for a full 10 minutes before flipping it over for further examination. This provoked an uproar of vehement boos from the crowd, an expression of collective indignation. Even the Dragon Emperor could not quell the proud dragon's raw emotional outburst, as he too felt a surge of irritation. This is rock. The black dragon gestured with its outstretched claw, symbolizing one element of a game. This is paper. It then clenched its claw into a fist, representing another symbol. This is scissors. The black dragon swiftly extended 2 of its fingers, shaking them to denote the final symbol. Allow me to demonstrate this captivating process. If my right claw reveals paper and my left claw reveals scissors, then the left claw triumphs. Conversely, if the right claw shows rock while the left displays paper, the left claw wins. Should the right claw present scissors and the left show rock, once again, the left claw prevails. If the left claw displays paper and the right shows scissors, the right claw emerges victorious. Similarly, if the left reveals rock and the right displays paper, the right claw wins. If the left exhibits scissors while the right shows rock, the right claw claims victory. In the event that both claws reveal the same symbol, such as both showing paper, the result is a tie, with no victor. Naturally, if both claws present rock, the outcome is also a stalemate. The black dragon enthusiastically illustrated the intriguing concept of this otherworldly version of rock, paper, scissors to the drowsy dragons below, who remained bewildered about its merits. I trust everyone comprehends the rules. Do not underestimate the simplicity of rock, paper, scissors. It is quite useful in future disputes or disagreements. This delightful game can be employed to determine the winner without harming feelings. How splendid is that? Ah, this little creature is rather insightful, the Dragon Emperor mused, nodding in silent approval at the black dragon's articulate explanation. However, the true purpose of introducing rock, paper, scissors was merely to establish the order for the subsequent playful contest, specifically regarding who would make the first move. The black dragon's enthusiasm grew, and it began to boast unconsciously, not to brag, but when it comes to this game, no dragon in the world can rival me. This is not mere bravado. It is the truth, and you shall see shortly. This is the Go board and the pieces of the game. As you can see, the board possesses a distinctive character, made up of numerous intersecting horizontal and vertical lines forming small squares. The round pieces, in black and white, represent the 2 opposing sides, which is quite clear. Now, let me elucidate the rules, which are rather simple. If 5 pieces of the same color align in a row, that color is declared the victor. Following a victory, there are 2 possible outcomes. One is to conclude the game, determining a winner, and the other is to continue playing, allowing one to capture an opponent's piece with their own. This process continues until one side possesses fewer than 5 pieces. Each side has a total of 100 pieces. Of course, this number can be adjusted freely before the game begins. It holds no significant consequence. To enhance the impression of these magnificent dragons, Black Dragon took out a never-before-used black and white Go board from his spatial ring, showcasing it to all the dragons. In truth, Dino would have preferred to present the game of Go, but lamentably, he is utterly unfamiliar with its intricacies.